He knelt down, carefully examined the magical array, then raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The alchemy magic array here was built with multiple protections, but still couldn't resist the erosion of time. The entire magical array has been corroded by more than half. The erosion of time is one reason, but the greatest destruction comes from this sword mark, undoubtedly left by the Holy Court. He is the main reason for the abnormal movement of the Abyss Demon." Besides the members of the Mage Association, 8 tribal elders in savage attire were also standing behind Wang Genet. The tribal elders held bone-made artifacts similar to banners, with their faces wrapped in black veils. Previously, after Fang Heng revealed his plan, Wang Genet immediately went to the underground world to bring them over. Tribal blood sacrifices. On the battlefield, tribal blood sacrifices could coordinate with the blood and souls of the tribe to release area of effect enhancement and weakening spells. Even a few high-level blood sacrifices had mastered awe-inspiring spell abilities. Zhuo Lingfang stood behind the crowd, looking at these people with great unease. It was hard to imagine that humans and tribes, who had been at odds in the past, could now stand together peacefully and even discuss cooperation. Wei Lun stood up from beside the magical array and gestured, "Everyone, it's almost time. We can begin." The group of high-level mages gathered around the magical array stepped back in unison, raising their magic staffs. With their mental power infused, the alchemical magic array that sealed the Abyss Demon began to spin rapidly, emitting a silver light. Puff! After a moment of operation, the alchemical magic array made a light sound, then slowly stopped spinning. Everyone watched the magic array vigilantly, then retreated carefully step by step. Releasing the Abyss Demon by actively destroying the seal was the first step. Mo Jiawei also stared at the magic array intently. Suddenly, the alchemical seal rune on his forehead faintly flickered, and a line of bright red game notification flashed in his retina. Notification triggered by the inheritance of the saint. Due to a special event, the sealing of the Abyss Demon has been broken prematurely. Please be careful as the Abyss Demon is now free. Mo Jiawei's pupils constricted as he saw the notification and shouted, "Quick, back off. They are coming out." Bang! The next moment, the seal magic array on the ground burst open. Almost simultaneously, Fang Heng emerged from the broken rubble, wielding the light-piercing divine sword. In an instant, a dense black plague's breath spread out from below the broken alchemical magic array. The concentration of the plague's breath in the entire abyss area suddenly increased. Quick! Swift! Swift! Like a swamp, the black rotten flesh emerged from below the opening left by the destruction of the alchemical magic array behind Fang Heng, revealing a fierce appearance. With a black, decaying body emitting a foul smell, it continued to flow out. The true form of the Abyss Demon. Mo Jiawei covered his left eye and tried to probe with his innate skills. However, besides the name of the Abyss Demon and a weakened status indicator, all he could see were question marks. There was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. The speed at which the rotten flesh overflowed from the opening below was fast, corroding the ground wherever it passed, emitting a sizzling sound of corrosion. People held their breath as they slowly retreated, waiting for the Abyss Demon to fully break free from the depths below. They waited for 2 whole minutes. Attack! Seeing the rotten flesh completely crawling out from below, 3 legendary mages from the Mage Association took the lead in assembling a magic array. Ice crystals. Burst. Several ice crystals condensed and exploded in the air. Ice crystals fell from the sky, instantly covering the rotten flesh with a visible layer of frost. The crawling speed of the rotten flesh slowed once again. Following that, colorful crystals emerged in the air, quickly crystallizing around the Abyss Demon. The Elemental Prison. The crystals quickly converged around the Abyss Demon, completely sealing it in place. The president of the Mage Guild, Praise, who controlled the Elemental Prison, veins bulged on his forehead. He shouted, "Fang Heng!" Fang Heng immediately leapt forward, firmly gripping the light-piercing divine sword and thrusting it towards the Abyss Demon. Sizzle! The long sword made a dry sound as it stabbed into the Abyss Demon's body. Boom! Immediately, a surge of black plague's breath gushed out of the wound. The Abyss Demon, which had just broken free from the seal under Fang Heng's restraining injection, had all its attributes significantly reduced. Furthermore, it was now jointly suppressed by the mages once again. With the light-piercing divine sword piercing through it, its attributes were forcibly suppressed once more. Fang Heng left the sword in the Abyss Demon's body to maintain the suppression and quickly leapt backward. Notification: you are using the Judgment, light-piercing divine sword to suppress the Abyss Demon. Continuous suppression will result in a continuous decrease in the durability of the weapon. Current durability, 139 1/1000ths. Notification: all attributes of the Abyss Demon significantly decreased. Got it. Fang Heng saw the game notification flash on his retina, raised his eyebrow, and shouted, "Wang Genet, it's your turn now." Everything was going according to the script pre-planned by Fang Heng and the others. With the Sealing Sword, Magic Array, and Qiu Yao Kang's targeted potions threefold suppression, the Abyss Demon had fallen into an extremely weakened state. It lay on the ground motionless as if it had completely lost its ability to resist. Upon hearing Fang Heng's cue, Wang Genet raised both hands abruptly. Sacrifice. The several tribal blood sacrifices standing behind Wang Genet simultaneously wielded their bone banners, silently chanting the melodious and modulated tribal incantations. Hoo. The Abyss Demon was fiercely injected with the breath into a gray jar with a radius of up to 2 meters below it. Hiss. The Abyss Demon looked like rotten flesh, its body equally massive, but under the effect of the gray smoke breath, it was slowly poured into the jar, making a sizzling sound. The entire process lasted for 2 full minutes, until the entire body of the Abyss Demon was completely inside the jar. The jar violently shook on the ground. When Genet raised his eyebrows, pressed his right hand down heavily, and shouted, "Seal." Hoo. The blood sacrificers raised their bone flags in their hands once again. When Genet quickly stepped forward, swiftly offering 8 ancient rune papers marked with blood red lines, quickly placing them at 8 positions on the jar body to seal the lid tightly. Everyone around looked tense, staring intently at the gray jar. After the blood red runes on the jar flashed a few times, they returned to their original state, and the jar stopped shaking. Seeing that there was no movement from the jar, everyone looked at Wang Genet again. When Genet touched the jar body, closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then looked at Fang Heng, nodding and saying, "The seal was successful." Before anyone else could react, Qiu Yao Kang immediately shouted loudly, "Quick! Don't just stand there. The special potion's continual suppression of the Abyss Demon's effect will gradually decrease over time. Once its weakness is removed, relying solely on the power of the soul jar may not be enough to continue to seal it. Hurry! Start moving immediately!" Fang Heng immediately turned to Wang Genet and said, "You take the soul jar and go first. We will catch up later." "Okay." Wang Genet did not hesitate and immediately signaled several elite barbarians who had come with him to lift the jar together and swiftly fly towards the exit of the abyss. At this time, many scholars from the Mage Association, various experts studying the plague, and curious onlookers had gathered at the mouth of the mine. Watching the members of the Mage Association coming and going, and then seeing several barbarians working together to move a huge jar out of the mine, everyone became even more curious and started discussing in low voices. What were they all doing? As the game progressed, more and more people gathered in the city of Lincoln, including players in the game. Most players came with the idea of trying their luck to see if they could receive a quest, while some wanted to directly switch to studying necromancy. After entering the city, they mingled among the players, pointing and talking curiously about the barbarians, feeling strange. Were barbarians still seen in Lincoln City? What was even more strange was that the gray jar was heavily guarded by the barbarians, indicating its significance. What could be inside it? In the sky, the giant falcon had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Fang Heng and his group emerged from the mine, the falcon sensed the scent and swooped down from above. "Let's go first." When Genet grabbed the soul jar with one hand, then jumped onto the back of the giant falcon in place, quickly followed by the falcon soaring into the sky and disappearing rapidly from view. The soul jar that sealed the Abyss Demon could not be transported through the teleportation channel, so using the falcon for transportation was the fastest way they could come up with. Soon, Fang Heng led the rest of the group out of the mine. Fang Heng glanced at the remaining 3 giant falcons circling in the sky, nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's catch up." Stepping onto the back of the falcon, everyone quickly followed when Genet's group flying away. On the Howling Plain, Ziyun led the remnants of soldiers who had escaped from the God Tree Forest on a chaotic retreat. The Legion had suffered heavy losses in the God Tree Forest, then faced blockade from the players, and they were now being relentlessly pursued by a team led by Tang Mingyu, most of whom had lost their combat capabilities and were at their lowest strength. "Sir, the news has been relayed back to the Imperial Royal Family, and the reinforcements sent by King Tangwu are on the way. Just hold on for a moment." Zi Yun listened to the report from his subordinate, gritting his teeth. Every time the Legion was stuck with pursuers behind, he had to make a difficult choice, sacrificing a part of the elites to delay, and buy time for the entire group to escape. Zi Yun was well aware that they couldn't afford to stop now, as they would be completely overtaken by the following teams if they did. Only by continuing to flee did they have a glimmer of hope. Report. Commander Zi Yun. Seeing a group of Imperial Guards cavalry rushing towards them, Zi Yun's spirits lifted slightly, and he responded loudly, "How soon can the Imperial reinforcements arrive?" "General Zi Yun, His Majesty has given orders for you to immediately head to Crimson Feather City ahead. The teleportation channel within Crimson Feather City has been completed and ready for use. Please make your way through the teleportation channel back to the capital, outside the teleportation mage tower of Ultimai." Zi Yun was taken aback by this information. The reinforcements hadn't arrived. What strange orders had King Tangwu given now? Zi Yun stared at the messenger, frowning. The defense force in Crimson Feather City has only a few hundred men. They can't possibly withstand the pursuit of Tang Mingyu's team. The pursuers from behind might even continue chasing into the imperial capital of Ultimai. To Imperial Guards interrupted, "General, this is His Majesty's direct order. Please accept the command and return to Ultimai immediately. His Majesty has made the decision." Zi Yun narrowed his eyes, gesturing. "Army, change direction. Head towards Crimson Feather City." "Yes." The army immediately changed course and moved towards Crimson Feather City. Not far behind, the team of players led by Unica, who had been chasing all along, noticed the movements of the main army ahead. Report. General Zi Yun with the remaining Imperial forces are changing direction towards the southwest. We have communicated with Team Li Zhu, and from various sources of intelligence, we believe the enemy is likely trying to enter Crimson Feather City, attempting to use the teleportation channel in the city to return to the imperial capital of Ultimai outside the Mage Tower. Ultim. No matter whether it's the advancement of resources or power. When the time comes, we'll integrate resources and deal with the final Abyss Demon together. Aida was fantasizing, but suddenly raised his eyebrows. He suddenly felt the mark of the Holy Saint's heritage on his forehead heating up. Then a game prompt flashed by. Prompt triggered by the Holy Saint's heritage, the current seal of the Abyss Demon has been destroyed, and the Abyss Demon has broken free from the seal prematurely. Players, please be cautious. What's going on? Aida snapped out of his fantasy and couldn't help but feel a chill up his spine, immediately turning to Tang Mingyu next to him. The Abyss Demon broke free from the seal prematurely. What happened? Not just Aida, Tang Mingyu, and another player in the team, who also received the Holy Saint's heritage, felt the change in the heritage mark and received the game prompt. Tang Mingyu was originally at the forefront of the team chasing enemies, relying on the Demon Seed virus to constantly release powerful spells on the fleeing troops. She was feeling good until she saw the game prompt and felt confused. The Abyss Demon. What kind of trouble is this now? The three heritage bearers immediately gathered together, looked at each other, and all showed expressions of surprise in their eyes. Aida quickly said to a teammate beside him, "Quick, contact Zhuo Lingfeng and confirm what happened with Lord Fang Heng." Got it. Soon, a player next to him went offline to communicate for a bit and quickly came back online to report, "Captain, 12 minutes ago Zhuo Lingfeng had contact with the offline team of Li Zhu, confirming that Fang Heng and his team entered the mine mysteriously over an hour ago, saying they were going to do something to the Abyss Demon. At that time, the Magician Association and the Barbarians also entered the Abyss with them. They may have encountered unexpected situations while exploring the underground abyss, and the specific information is unclear. We're still in contact." The player frowned, checked the latest report from the survival radio station, and continued, "It's still unclear what's happening with the Abyss Demon breaking free from the seal. At least there's no danger signal from the mine side." In fact, the offline team of Li Zhu was also in a panic upon receiving this news. When Zhuo Lingfeng reported last time, everything was said to be progressing steadily, the power of the Abyss Demon was slowly being suppressed, and the concentration of the plague breath had decreased significantly. How did the situation suddenly take a turn for the worse? The Abyss Demon broke the lower seal directly. The team of Li Zhu was trying various means to reconnect with Zhuo Lingfeng. Aida heard this and felt even more uneasy. He wanted to inquire further, but suddenly there was a fierce battle erupting on the front battlefield. A group of Imperial soldiers rushed out from Yuluo City. A messenger came forward to report, "Your Majesty Mingyu. The teleportation channel in Yuluo City has been opened, and the defeated Imperial army is using it to retreat. Your Majesty Mingyu, please give the order." Tang Mingyu frowned, glanced at Aida, then looked towards the distant battlefield. She immediately thought of what Fang Heng had previously mentioned to her. Leave dealing with the Abyss Demon to Fang Heng. She would focus on securing a share from the Empire and the major lords. The more, the better. In the current situation, regardless of how Fang Heng was doing, she had to take down the capital city of Alta Mai. At the very least, she had to snatch the Empire's artifact, the balance. Otherwise, wouldn't she suffer a loss? Tang Mingyu's eyes immediately became resolute, and she ordered, "Chase them. Kill them. Seize the teleportation channel and follow me back to the capital city of Alta Mai." Yes? With Tang Mingyu's command, the team's morale surged once again. The defense of Chiu Castle was weak, and the whole team was strong, almost crumbling with a single blow. The team launched an assault towards Chiu Castle. In less than a few minutes, several players hurriedly came to report, "Your Majesty Mingyu, Captain Aida, we have taken control of the Mage Tower in Yuluo City. Please rush to the teleportation point to pursue the Xiaoyun team." "Understood. I'll be there shortly," Aida answered, flipping through the densely packed survival radio log. Unlike Tang Mingyu, his attention was no longer on the front battlefield. He was very anxious now. If the Abyss Demon ran into trouble, even if they won the front line, it would still be a big problem. In the rush, news from the offline team of Li Zhu quickly arrived. Another subordinate hurried over and reported, "Captain Aida, the offline team of Li Zhu has new feedback. The destruction of the seal of the Abyss Demon was initiated by Lord Fang Heng." Huh? Upon hearing this, Aida, who had been extremely anxious just a moment ago, looked up at his subordinate and was somewhat bewildered. Initiated by him? What does that mean? Did Fang Heng intentionally cause this? He deliberately released the Abyss Demon. What does that mean? Trying to scare them? Or adding some excitement to the already hellish challenge? Aida really wanted to go over and crack open Fang Heng's head to see what was inside. Tang Mingyu also heard the quiet report from that player and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, Lord Fang Heng may have his own arrangements. Let's not reveal this matter for now. The most important thing for us right now is to focus on capturing the capital city of Alta Mai." In the sky, the giant eagles, under the wind spell Swift and Agile cast by the legendary Imperial Mage, once again increased their speed. The flying speed reached an unprecedented intensity. The strong winds blowing head-on even required the nearby Imperial Mages to open protective barriers to withstand. In just 3 hours, they traversed from the central part of the Empire to the outskirts of the Plaguelands. Fang Heng and the others once again saw the emerging green areas on the ground ahead. The area covered by the sacred tree, Abayuzakaya. Quick! It's up ahead. Go deeper into the area. Swish! When Janetti steered the eagle to dive rapidly towards the ground upon hearing the command. As time passed, the Abyss Demon, locked in the soul altar, struggled more intensely. The talismans on the altar flickered rapidly, and the entire altar trembled slightly. Whoosh! The eagle swiftly flew over the area of the vine forest. Fang Heng stood on the back of the eagle, observing the situation in the forest below, and quickly established a mental link with Abayuzakaya. With everything ready, Fang Heng shouted, "When Janetti! It's now! Let's do it!" "Okay." With a reply, when Janetti grabbed the soul altar on the back of the eagle and threw it directly towards the depths of the dense forest. Following the violent explosion, a mushroom cloud like black fog rose from beneath the vine forest. Breath of the plague! The black mist burst open in all directions, forming a wave of gas that carried the breath of the plague spreading in all directions. The oncoming wave of gas impacted even the giant eagle hovering in midair, causing some instability in its flight before stabilizing again after a moment of circling in the air. Looking back, The outbreak of the plague breath quickly faded as it spread with the wave of gas, and the vision of the crowd gradually returned. The people on the back of the eagles saw the situation under the black plague breath clearly, and a hint of seriousness flickered in their eyes. Breaking free from the constraints of the soul altar, the putrid flesh emerged from the shattered soul altar again, gradually spreading on the ground and emanating the blue smoke left by the corrosion. The abyssal demon still had a holy sword stuck in its body, and the effects of the specialized injections had not completely disappeared, so its strength remained greatly weakened. It wriggled slowly on the ground, appearing to be in a state of recovery, without any intention of launching an attack. Waylon and the president of the Mage Association, Prices, couldn't help but look at Fang Heng at the same time. Following Fang Heng's previous plan, they cooperated to seal the power of the abyssal demon and transfer it from the underground abyss to a safer place, where its abilities could be better restricted to prevent any further accidents. Would the safer place be the domain of the plague tree? What should be done next? Most of the mages accompanying them had never seen the area of the forest covered in vines before, and they looked at it with a curious gaze. A field-level perpetual spell that surpassed the forbidden spell level. So this is how it is. Prices saw Fang Heng gazing down at the forest area below and couldn't help but lower his head to look as well. Everything was going smoothly as planned, so now it was time to look at the plague tree. Prices was equally intrigued by the plague tree forest below, as the powerful and lasting field magic exceeded his understanding of field magic. How did Fang Heng do it, and what alterations did he make to the spells? Could he really control the abyssal demon? As he observed carefully, Prices suddenly noticed something, furrowing his brows. What was that? Chi, 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 chi. Accompanied by the explosive sounds of the vines, Prices stared intently below. Suddenly, the green vines around them were stimulated, and they rushed towards the center of the abyssal demon area, shrouded in black plague breath from all directions. The vines, seemingly alive and nimble, didn't just impact and strike as the crowd had expected, but instead attached themselves to the abyssal demon, clinging tightly to its putrid flesh. Z. Once the vines touched the putrid flesh, wisps of blue smoke immediately rose from it. Waylon looked down and saw his pupils constrict at the sight, and he turned back to look at Fang Heng with disbelief. What? After the vines attached to the abyssal demon, its body began slowly dissipating. Waylon sensed the power of the abyssal demon was gradually weakening. The abyssal demon clearly feared this attachment of the vines, violently writhing and attempting to break free from their constraints. However, being in a significantly weakened state already, its struggles were futile against the vines. Suddenly, the body of the abyssal demon shrank towards its core. Not good! Waylon shouted, "Be careful! Retreat quickly!" The elite savage tribe did not hesitate upon hearing the call and immediately maneuvered the eagles to retreat backwards. Boom! The next moment, a dense black plague breath erupted once again from the center of the abyssal demon, causing an even more violent explosion that shook the earth violently. The burst of gas pushed the flying eagles back faster. After a moment, when the eagles stabilized in mid-air again, the crowd turned to look at the area of the abyssal demon, their eyes revealing a hint of horror. Around the abyssal demon, there appeared a roughly 500 to 600 meter wide deep pit. A black abyss. Except for the black ruins, no grass grew in the pit area. Everything had been corroded to nothing, and the remaining ground continued to emit cracking sounds of corrosion. Looking at the deep pit below, the crowd furrowed their brows, feeling even more fearful of the abyssal demon. Its terrifying power had been weakened to such an extent, yet it could still cause such massive destruction. If the explosion had occurred in the Lincolnton City mining area, perhaps even a second-tier soul tower nearby would have been directly destroyed. Hey? Prices heard a disdainful chuckle in his ear and couldn't help but turn to look at Fang Heng beside him. He saw Fang Heng gazing down at the black pit below with a sardonic expression on his face. Prices hadn't even had a chance to ask a question before the amazed and admiring voices of the mages from the Mage Association around him started. What's going on? Chi. Prices looked down towards the center, and the vines around him were once again rapidly extending towards the central abyssal demon shrouded in the ruins. There were too many vines. In less than half a minute, more and more vines rushed from all directions towards the abyssal demon at the center of the ruins. The black abyss was once again filled with the green vines. The vines tightly wrapped around the abyssal demon, binding it firmly. The abyssal demon, greatly weakened by the holy sword and injections, was unable to break free. After the recent burst of power, the giant putrid flesh visibly weakened, and its struggle decreased once again, quickly being forcibly enveloped in the center by the dense mass of vines. They only saw a giant life form wrapped in vines below. Seeing this, many people turned to look at Feng Heng, their eyes filled with awe. Feng Heng also looked down, his eyes glowing with excitement as the game prompts flashed across his retina. Prompt: your companion, the god tree Akarsha, has absorbed some of the abyssal demon's power. Prompt: your companion dealt 17 points of damage to the abyssal demon. Prompt: your companion. Although the damage inflicted in a single attack was very low, with the dense and frequent attacks of the god tree, the damage quickly accumulated. It's done. Feng Heng couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. This is already enough. The more the god tree absorbs, the weaker the power of the abyssal demons becomes, and their struggles become slower and slower. Even after absorbing the filthy power of the abyssal demons, the power of the god tree once again received a slight boost, the vine forest area expanded again, and the boundaries slowly spread outwards. With this growth and decline, the abyssal demons found it even more difficult to escape. In the sky, affected by the plague and wary of the previous explosion of the abyssal demons, the people on the falcons kept their distance and observed from afar. After a long period of waiting, another hour passed. The plague below had been mostly dispelled, with even the huge pile of rotting flesh disappearing by half. The appearance of the abyssal demons gradually turned black and dry, looking like a small circular block of black wood with some remaining rot on it. The divine sword of breaking the seal could no longer be inserted into the abyssal demon's body, falling aside. Suddenly, the black circular block of wood no longer emitted the plague aura. Huh? Feng Heng raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Strangely, the vines that had originally entwined the abyssal demon began to rapidly decay at a visible speed. The vines gathered around the abyssal demon quickly retreated. In just a few seconds, within a 500-meter radius around the black circular wood, no plants grew, and any vines that tried to approach it would slowly wither away. What's going on? Feng Heng's mind raced, immediately establishing a mental link with the god tree to investigate the situation. Unable to continue absorbing energy, and also affected by negative effects within the area around the wood, unable to get too close. Sensing the message from the god tree, Feng Heng's face grew even more doubtful. He stared at the wood below. What does it mean? Does the abyssal demon have a second form? Mo Jiawei curiously observed the state of the abyssal demon, once again covering his left eye to release his talent skill for investigation. However, he still couldn't find any relevant clues. In the sky, the high-ranking mages all saw the abnormal changes on the abyssal demon, whispering and discussing among themselves. Has it evolved? Feng Heng was puzzled and turned to Kyuyaki beside him, asking, it can no longer continue absorbing energy. Why does it seem like its danger has increased? Kyuyaki observed below with a telescope, mumbled in interest, I think it might be a structural mutation. Mutation? Feng Heng furrowed his brows, completely unable to understand. Kyuyaki continued to observe the form of the black circular wood below, saying, it may be related to the extraction of the corrupt power. Its current state doesn't seem to possess active attack capabilities, so the danger level is not high. I need to get closer to observe and gather more data. Be careful when getting closer. Will he scorch you? Feng Heng gestured to the barbarians behind him. When Genet waved his hand, and the barbarians controlled the giant falcons to lower their flying altitude in preparation for landing. Soon, Kyuyaki and his team followed suit and leapt from the sky. The black circular wood lay quietly at the bottom of the pit, seemingly harmless at first glance. Feng Heng tried to approach the center of the pit. A game prompt immediately appeared on his retina. Hint: players are entering a special area. Significant unknown high-concentration infection sources have been detected in the current environment. Players, please be cautious. Hint: player's body contains a similar infection source. The player has a high degree of immunity to this infection, but will still be affected by negative infection effects. Players, please be careful. Looking at the game prompt, Feng Heng found it strange. He was already immune to the plague aura. Why was there still a warning? So, this infection source is not the plague aura. Feng Heng couldn't help but slow down his steps, glancing at the infection attribute tree in the mission properties, waiting for his teammates to catch up. Mo Jiawei and Zhuo Linfang received the infection warning as soon as they approached the area. After walking a few dozen steps forward and seeing the rising infection index, they immediately retreated back to the edge of the pit. Wei Lun and the members of the Mage Association also sensed the danger ahead, opened their defensive shields, and tried to move forward for more than 100 meters, but eventually stopped. The barbarians, carrying the infection, accompanied Fang Heng for more than 200 meters, but when they noticed the black horny layer on their bodies starting to dissolve, they retreated one by one. Only Kyuyaki, after drinking several bottles of strange concoctions, cautiously approached a little further, stopping at a distance of more than 100 meters from the wood, then looked towards Fang Heng beside him. "Fang Heng, I can only go this far. It's up to you now. Check it out and try to bring back some samples, Fang Heng nodded, glanced at his character's attribute panel, confirmed that the rising infection index was still under control, and continued walking towards the wood. Until he reached the wood, Fang Heng carefully observed the wood. The black circular wood lay quietly on the ground, looking like a very ordinary piece of rotten wood with a charred appearance. There was no apparent danger. Is this the true form of the abyssal demon? What kind of change has it gone through? Fang Heng temporarily suppressed his doubts, took out a sample collector from his backpack, slowly approached the wood, ready to collect some samples. Hiss, hiss, as his hand was about to reach out and still in mid-air, the seemingly ordinary circular wood suddenly extended a dense network-like structure. What the heck? The structure slowly approached Fang Heng's hand. Fang Heng's mind raced, instinctively shivered, quickly retracting his hand. Once the structure lost its target, it quickly retracted back to the circular wood, returning to its burnt appearance. Kyuyaki, standing nearly 100 meters behind Fang Heng, also noticed the scene just now and narrowed his eyes. This life form is too bizarre. Unbelievable. In the current environment, the polluted energy is being absorbed by the divine tree, causing the profound evil in the abyss to be greatly restrained. In order to survive, the instinct of the demonic seed has once again manifested as a mutation, altering the current state and abandoning the fusion with the polluted energy. Qiu Yaokong judged, so the round log-like object in front of you should be the more primitive form of the demonic seed virus. Fang Heng, finally understanding, asked, "Then what? What should I do? How can I deal with it?" Qiu Yaokong warned, "Do not get close. This unstable mutation is too dangerous. You can try using your blood." Qiu Yaokong looked at Fang Heng, speaking solemnly, "Your blood has a strong inhibitory effect on organisms of the same origin. Try using your blood to weaken its power." Blood. With Qiu Yaokong's reminder, Fang Heng immediately understood. He raised his right hand high and swiftly made a cut on his wrist. The blood trickled down from his wrist. Sizzle, sizzle. As soon as the blood touched the round log, a strong reaction occurred. Like drops on the water surface, ripples appeared on the log, accompanied by a sizzling sound. In just a moment, the round log returned to its original state. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, feeling that this tactic didn't seem to work well, but suddenly, a game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: players can use special methods to attack the abyssal demons. Hint: judgment in progress. Imperial Capital Ultimate. Speed up. We're almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Watching the towering city walls gradually coming into view, Ziyun gritted his teeth and encouraged his team to move forward once again. Ahead, the gates of the Imperial Capital Ultimate began to open. Two gorgeously decorated light cavalry riders rushed out from the city and, upon reaching the team, shouted loudly, "Commander-in-Chief Ziyun, the Majesty has issued a secret order. Please follow immediately." Ziyun saluted and urged, "Speak." His Majesty has made appropriate arrangements, setting up an ambush in the city. Commander-in-Chief, please enter the city immediately and find a way to lead the pursuers into the main city to eliminate the enemy completely. Hearing this, Ziyun furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Jaernot, the elder court arbitrator beside him. They both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Tang Wu had already arranged something in the main city? Was that why they were rushing back to Ultimate directly? Is it a trap? To lure the enemy in, even at the cost of sacrificing so many elite Imperial soldiers' lives, that's quite ruthless. But what kind of trap? And can it completely eliminate the pursuers brought by Tang Mingyu? Ziyun frowned, feeling something was off. The messenger urged, "Commander-in-Chief, please accept the order now." "Yes, understood." At this point, Ziyun could only suppress his doubts and displeasure. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "All legions, follow me into the city." "Yes." The war horses neighed as the legion swiftly entered the city. At the rear, Unica led the player team in relentlessly pursuing Ziyun's group. Unica maintained a specific rhythm in the chase, neither too slow to lose track of Ziyun's legion nor too tight to force them into a desperate battle, slowly depleting the enemy's vitality with minimal losses. When they reached the vicinity of Ultime City, Unica noticed that Ziyun's group no longer sent anyone to intercept them, but instead swiftly charged into the Empire's main city of Ultime. A sense of unease gripped her. Something seemed off. Ultime City ahead was the Empire's last line of defense, even the capital city, so it should be heavily guarded. Yet, the city's defenses appeared extremely weak now. Are they trying to lure the enemy in further? Considering all the strange behaviors of Ziyun's legion along the way, Unica grew more suspicious. She chose to proceed with caution, immediately ordering to rally the player team and slow down. Soon, several high-ranking members from different player guilds gathered to discuss the situation. The offline Lizu team has provided a feasible combat analysis. There is no significant military force gathered inside the city. It seems Tangwu has abandoned it. This is our opportunity. Let's use force to seize the city and take it away in one fell swoop. No, the absence of the Imperial Army's concentration does not mean there is no danger. It is rumored that no anomalies related to Tangwu have been found in the city, so he may have already left Ultime in advance, and there might be traps set by him in the city. What kind of trap could be set up in such a short time? Are they capable of wiping us all out? It's not that simple. If the losses are too great, attacking the city forcibly. The situation in the city ahead was unclear, quickly dividing the top leaders of the player groups into two factions, quietly discussing and debating. After some hesitation, Ed shook his head and interrupted, "Everyone, now is the best time for an attack. We don't have time to continue discussing. Any choice carries risks, and if we delay, Tangwu might transfer the Empire's divine artifact. Indeed, your concerns are valid, but we don't have time for more detailed planning now." Unica also agreed, focusing everyone's attention back, and said firmly, "Whether to attack directly or defend, we need to make a decision immediately." Faced with such a significant decision, everyone fell silent, and then all turned their attention to Tang Mingyu. Emperor Tang Mingyu, only he was best suited to make this decision. Tang Mingyu, seeing this, hesitated, looking towards the high walls ahead. A trap! It does seem like it. Tang Mingyu pursed his lips, feeling unsure for a moment. A choice between two. Which one is better? Tang Mingyu became even more hesitant, thinking about how crucial this decision was, and how troublesome it would be. If Fang Heng were here, what would he choose? Just thinking about Fang Heng, Tang Mingyu's eyes immediately became resolute. No need to ask, Fang Heng's answer would be straightforward. "Let's just do it." Tang Mingyu immediately spoke in a firm tone. "Everyone, follow my command, attack together. Seize Ultime. Move out, yes." Under the leadership of several guards, Ziyun entered the military council hall. He scanned the desolate hall, then looked up at the empty throne, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Where is His Majesty?" The guards on both sides of the hall remained stern-faced. The Imperial Herald took 2 steps forward, facing Ziyun, and said in a deep voice, "His Majesty has issued an order. Ziyun, listen to it." Ziyun coldly stared at the Herald. Startled, the Herald continued, "His Majesty has ordered that Generals Yun immediately return the national artifact to its place, put it in the inner chamber, guard it until the rebels arrive, and make no mistakes." Ziyun's heart sank. Even if he was a fool, he realized that something was wrong. His expression turned even colder for a moment as he asked, "Where is His Majesty? Let him come out to see me." The guards remained serious and looked at Ziyun, but no one answered. "I'll say it one last time." Unable to contain his rage any longer, Ziyun shouted, "Where is Tangwu? Let him come out to see me." Seeing this, the guards on both sides drew their weapons and surrounded Ziyun in the center, looking at him warily. "Ziyun, by addressing His Majesty's name directly, are you trying to betray the country?" Ziyun's gaze was icy, not saying a word as he slowly drew his sword. All of you, step back. I will speak with Commander Z alone. As the two sides were about to fight, a voice came from behind, and Ding Shixiu slowly walked out from behind the throne drapes. Zi Yun looked at Ding Shixiu. In just one day, Ding Shixiu seemed to have aged decades. Where is His Majesty? Ding Shixiu shook his head. No need to look anymore. His Majesty has already left the royal family, left the city. Left. Coward. Zi Yun's pupils constricted a few times, his anger growing stronger. He, along with his comrades who sacrificed their lives for the empire, bought time. But now what? What did Tang Wu do? Besides running away, what else did he do? What about the ambush they planned? I have led Tang Mingyu and her group into the main city. They will soon follow. I have followed his instructions. But what about the ambush? Where is it? Ding Shixiu glanced at Zi Yun, showing neither joy or anger, nodding. Come with me. Zi Yun frowned and followed Ding Shixiu into the backyard of the hall. Seeing the scene in the backyard, Zi Yun was stunned. In the center of the courtyard, a barrier of holy light appeared. Inside the barrier, a dense black plague aura filled the entire area. The black plague aura continually rose from the center of the distant ruins. What? The internal seal of the abyss has been broken. When did this happen? Zi Yun was greatly surprised and turned to look at Ding Shixiu. Ding Shixiu remained indifferent. You guys ... Zi Yun suddenly understood. He had underestimated Tang Wu's ruthlessness. Including himself, everyone in the army was just a pawn in Tang Wu's hands. They were all just discarded pieces in Tang Wu's game. Zi Yun, as you can see, the central seal of the royal family has been ordered to be broken by Tang Wu. The outer layer of the holy light barrier cannot withstand the plague aura for long. While there is still time, take your people and leave, but before you do, place the artifact in the ancestral dragon hall. Ding Shixiu looked ahead at the light screen, saying, there is still time. Zi Yun clenched his fists, unable to contain the anger that had been suppressed for so long. He sneered, Tang Wu truly plays a good game. Ding Shixiu had already anticipated Zi Yun's response and sighed inwardly before continuing. I have delivered His Majesty's orders. The holy light barrier has begun to crack. You still have some time. Take care of yourself. Fool! Are you willing to follow such a scum? Without a response from Ding Shixiu, Zi Yun gritted his teeth and said, such trash is not worthy of my loyalty. With that, Zi Yun turned and strode out of the hall. Outside the imperial city walls, the soldiers who had been fleeing finally had a moment to catch their breath. Many soldiers simply sat down to rest on the spot. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The half-closed inner city gate was blasted open, and two imperial soldiers guarding the gate were thrown out, spitting blood. The soldiers of the Imperial Forest Guards and the Imperial Army stood up in alarm, looking towards the direction of the gate. Zi Yun, with a grim expression, hurriedly walked out of the gate. Imperial Forest Guards, listen. Everyone else listen too. Tang Wu has pre-damaged the seal of the abyss in the center of the city. Now there is a large amount of plague aura, and it will soon erupt. What? This news made everyone's expression change drastically. Elder Senator Gelnet and Alchemy Society President Oviang looked at Zi Yun in surprise, trying to confirm if what he said was true. But why? Why did Tang Wu do this? Zi Yun immediately explained everything. Tang Wu used us as bait to lure Tang Mingyu into the city. He wants to annihilate both us and Tang Mingyu in the erupting plague aura. Zi Yun's eyes revealed uncontrollable anger. Tang Wu has abandoned us long ago. Such a person is not worthy to be the emperor of the empire. Those who are willing, come with me. Those who are not, farewell. The imperial soldiers in the team were initially confused upon hearing this news. What's going on? Have they been abandoned by the imperial family? This was followed by various emotions of sadness, resentment, and eventually evolved into intense anger. After going through ups and downs all the way, sacrificing blood for the empire, they eventually received abandonment in return. Elder Senator Gelnet's lips trembled with anger. Such scum like Tang Wu is not worthy of our loyalty. Follow me. Let's break out together. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Zi Yun immediately led the enraged soldiers back the way they came. The situation inside the city was too chaotic for a while. As they watched Zi Yun and his army leave, Alchemy Society President Oviang and others immediately followed with their own troops. After the player team received specific information about the location of the Ziyun Legion, they immediately took action. Offline, the Li Zhu team combined various intelligence to calculate the Ziyun team's movement route. Online, players advanced to the area where Ziyun and his group were heading based on Li Zhu team's analysis in order to intercept them. Upon receiving the message, Unica, Ed, and their group preemptively blocked a main road within the city and soon saw the main force of the Ziyun team hastily approaching from the street. They finally found them. Unica assessed the Imperial Legion behind Ziyun. If she wasn't mistaken, behind them was the Imperial artifact, the Unjust Balance. Tang Mingyu's eyes gleamed with a touch of greed. An artifact. A real artifact. If they could obtain it and sell it later. Ed and the others also showed seriousness and heightened vigilance. This was the final battle. General of the Imperial Guard Ziyun, President of the Alchemist Society, leader of the Imperial Mage Corps, and many other formidable figures from various legions were present. Many doubts lingered in the players' minds. Why did Ziyun specifically choose this place as the ultimate battlefield? Furthermore, the city's defenses seemed much laxer than imagined. Tangwu had not appeared yet. Did he have other plans? Seeing that Ziyun's legion seemed very rushed and lacked any established formation, they even carried the Imperial artifact with them. In this situation, wouldn't it be better to utilize the power of the Celestial Dragon Temple to activate the artifact again? Unica remained vigilant, wary of possible traps by the enemy, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. In the forefront, Ziyun appeared and signaled his team to stop advancing. He then walked alone towards Tang Mingyu, knelt before her, and declared loudly, "Your Majesty Mingyu, Tangwu is cruel and unscrupulous. Ziyun, with the Imperial Guards, is willing to surrender and hopes for acceptance." The player team, who was preparing for a fierce battle with the Imperial Legion, was momentarily dumbfounded by these words. Surrendered. Just as they were ready for a decisive battle, Ziyun suddenly led everyone to surrender. More strangely, among the troops behind Ziyun were people from various major lords, the Alchemist Society, the Imperial Elder Council, the Holy Court, and the Imperial Mage Corps. Although these people did not kneel to show loyalty, they also didn't display any hostility towards them. What's going on? Unica also found the situation confusing and looked at them with a deep sense of doubt. It was quite bizarre. Was this a trap? Was it necessary? Tang Mingyu also felt puzzled and looked at Ziyun, wondering if he was secretly planning something. She then asked cautiously, "Rise and speak. Where is Tangwu?" Ziyun stood up immediately, with a hint of urgency, and reported, "Your Majesty, Tangwu had previously destroyed the seal of the abyssal demons inside the Imperial City and has already escaped. We were also deceived by him. The external seal left by the Holy Court inside the city to resist the plague's approach will soon break. At that time, the plague will inevitably spread. Please evacuate the city immediately, and I will explain the details to you." Tang Mingyu was taken aback and looked at several players beside her. "I see. It's a seal." Unica immediately understood. This was indeed a trap. The group had already suspected as much before, but they had not expected Tangwu to be so ruthless as to choose to break the seal of the abyssal demons. A reckless move. If everything Ziyun said was true, the outbreak of the plague would cause devastating damage to the entire Altamai, possibly spreading to the entire Imperial continent, plunging the entire continent into crisis. Ziyun and his entire legion were just used as bait to lure them into the trap. Realizing he had been abandoned, it was only natural for Ziyun to feel betrayed and act accordingly. Various thoughts raced through Tang Mingyu's mind, and she immediately understood the situation, ordering loudly, "All teams, retreat immediately." Despite some remaining doubts, Tang Mingyu had no time to ponder further. Survival was paramount. Retreat first. The player team and Ziyun's group sprinted towards the city outskirts together. Before reaching the city gate, Tang Mingyu felt a slight tremor beneath her feet. Not good. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a violent explosion resounded in her ears. Boom! The ground shook fiercely. In the central palace, a dense black aura soared into the sky and then burst open abruptly. The plague swiftly spread and extended outwards in all directions. A black veil rapidly covered the surroundings. Retreat! Unica's forehead glistened with a layer of cold sweat as she shouted. This was bad. Nobody expected Tangwu to be so ruthless. The raging plague spread, leaving no survivors in the whole city, including Ziyun's legion and themselves. Everyone felt death approaching, about to be devoured by the plague. The players ran for their lives, knowing full well that, under the outbreak and spread of the plague, their escape was of little significance. The dispersed miasma spread even faster, quickly engulfing the fleeing players and the Imperial Legion. A game notification flashed across the players' retinas. Tip: you have entered a special environment zone, experiencing special effects. Your infection index is rising. Please be cautious. Huh? What's going on? While running, the players, who had already prepared for death, suddenly noticed something was amiss. They realized that they were okay. Although they were affected by the plague's effects, upon closer examination, they found that the rate of increase in the infection index in their character attributes wasn't fast. Not only them, but their teammates also seemed lively, and well, the dreadful plague seemed to have little impact on them. The players were astonished to discover that after the initial wave of the plague outbreak, the subsequent spread of miasma around them soon subsided, dissipating in the air. Soon, the players in the front row had already left the city gates wide open and completely exited Ultimai. They found that their infection index had unknowingly stopped rising and was slowly decreasing, showing signs of recovery. What was this situation again? Perplexed, the players couldn't help but look back towards the central direction of the city. The black miasma that had risen from the central palace of the city was gradually dispersing in all directions, fading away. Everything seemed to return to calm. Almost scared myself to death, losing half my life. In the player team at the back, accompanying Ziyun's group evacuating from the city, there were thick doubts in their eyes. The president of the Alchemy Society, Ovion, was even more puzzled. They had all personally participated in the construction of the outer layer Holy Light Barrier against the Plague Breath. The concentration of the Plague Breath in the central Imperial City was terrifyingly high. Once leaked, the entire city would surely be completely annihilated. Why does it seem now that the effect is really just average? How did the intensity of the Plague Breath suddenly decrease so much? Ed and the others couldn't help but look at each other, seeing the bewilderment in each other's eyes. What on earth happened? What's going on? Was it a mistake by Tangwu? Some sort of error? Did they just happen to run into this stroke of luck? A player immediately went offline and contacted the offline team of Li Zhu. After analyzing various intelligence and hurriedly came back online to report. Everyone, after comprehensive analysis by the team of Li Zhu, they believe that the weakening of the seal of the Plague Breath outbreak in the Ultimate City was a deliberate arrangement by Lord Feng Heng. Everyone was stunned to hear this, 1,000 doubts running through their minds. Feng Heng. Is he involved in this? Isn't he still in the Link-Lidden city? Thousands of miles away. Could he still arrange this? Did he have some sort of foresight? That's right. A few hours ago, Lord Feng Heng, together with the Mage Association and the blood sacrifices of the barbarian tribes, successfully removed the abyssal demons from the underground seal ahead of schedule. The seal area below the Imperial City is connected to the original abyss where the abyssal demons were sealed. Because the abyssal demons were already moved out of the underground abyss ahead of schedule, and also because Lord Feng Heng and Mr. Wayland had already cleared a large part of the plague breath inside the abyss. The player reporting the situation felt like he was making up a story, cleared his throat, glanced at the bewildered group of players around him, and continued to explain. So even if the seal inside the Imperial City is released, the remaining intensity of the plague breath has been greatly reduced, thus unable to cause fatal harm to us. As they listened to his explanation, the group couldn't help but slowly open their mouths, then fell into a silence. They roughly understood the cause and result of the situation. It seemed reasonable, grounded in evidence. But how did Feng Heng do it? Did he already foresee that Tangwu was planning to set a trap using the power of the plague breath and was prepared to counterattack? Such means and arrangements were terrifying. Even if he foresaw it, what method did he use to remove the abyssal demons? Wait, where are the abyssal demons now? Could he be figuring out a way to deal with them already? No way. Ed couldn't resist scratching his head. He felt like he had participated in the main quest, yet was completely out of sync. It felt like his teammates were already facing the final boss while he was still playing chess with the guards along the way. Ziyun listened to the conversation among the group and couldn't help but be stunned. Everything was part of Lord Feng Heng's plan? Even Tang Wu's reaction? Did he know everything in advance? Is that person really so terrifying? The president of the Alchemy Society, Ovion, regained his senses after the initial shock and incredulously looked at the player, shouting, "What did you just say? The seal of the Abyssal Demons has been broken. Is he crazy? What about the Abyssal Demons? Does he know how much harm the escape of the Abyssal Demons will cause to this continent? We will all be destroyed." The players looked at Ovion, not saying much. What's there to be afraid of? Everything is fine now, right? ManhwaRecap glanced coldly at Ovion. Why the rush? If Lord Feng Heng can release the Abyssal Demons, naturally he has a way to deal with them. Maybe he's already started preparing. You should first consider your own issues, whether to be loyal to Lord Mingyu or... ManhwaRecap was about to suggest, looking at the condition of the Imperial artifact escorted by Ziyun along the way. Suddenly, the mark on his forehead lit up and several lines of game prompts appeared on his retina. Prompt: the player team successfully killed the Abyssal Demons. The player mission: clearing evil completed. Player trial rating upgraded to SSS. Player receives an additional 72 hours of trial time. Prompt: player has completed the final street. Prompt: comprehensive assessment. Player's contribution to killing the Abyssal Demons is less than 5%, receiving the lowest level of reward. Player eligible to draw SS plus level rewards. Prompt: player completes Sanctifier. Not only ManhwaRecap, but all the other players present also received game prompts, each with different content. Suddenly seeing these game prompts, all the players stood still, carefully checking the game logs and reading the game instructions in detail, their faces filled with incredulous expressions. The mission was completed. Have they already entered the reward stage? Ed rubbed his eyes, feeling unsure if he was seeing things right. He looked around at the others with a puzzled expression, trying to confirm this. Is the Abyssal Demon problem already solved? Is it Feng Heng? What exactly happened? It seemed like he didn't have any sense of participation. Everything has already been settled up to this point. For a moment, Ed strangely found himself not feeling much joy, but rather a sense of bewilderment. How did the mission get completed? What did Feng Heng do? Unica, too, felt a bit puzzled upon seeing the game prompts. Is it really over now? They thought it was going to be a long battle, just beginning, with the next step being the big battle against the Abyssal Demons, but it turned out to be over already. A bit anticlimactic, wasn't it? The group of people couldn't help but shift their gaze towards Tang Mingyu. Tang Mingyu also saw the game prompts, her cheeks flushed with excitement. They won. They unexpectedly won so easily. The feeling of lying down and winning was truly great. That guy Feng Heng, a reliable teammate indeed, silently completed the main quest. The trial task results had already appeared. Their completion level had reached SSS tier, SSS. There are still more benefits to be fully gained. The game has more than 3 days left, plus completing the Abyss Demon kill rewards another 3 days. A total of 6 days. These 6 days are all that Feng Heng has left to secure benefits for her. The entire royal family is practically under her control. Not a single day can be wasted. Find a way to secure the benefits immediately. The identity of the Imperial heir is still very useful. This play must continue. Right. Artifact. Imperial artifact. First, take down the Empire and see if it can be sold for a good price. Tang Mingyu looked excited and said immediately with a serious expression, first, clear the Imperial city. Ziyun, is the Imperial artifact intact? I need to inspect it immediately. Offline, the Li Zhu team, after hearing the news of the eradication of the Abyss Demon, the entire meeting room fell silent instantly. Silence lasted for a full 2 minutes. Everyone was still in the highly tense state from before. Suddenly being told they had one, it was over. Wasn't there supposed to be a final battle against the Abyss Demon? As a result, the entire operations team was in a frenzy, with information alone already filling up an entire warehouse. Now suddenly being told it was over. Everything ended? How did they win? Why did they win? They were completely clueless. Winning was too easy. The players didn't feel the exhilaration of hard-won victory after a big battle. They even felt it was a bit unreal, wondering if something had gone wrong. Was it possible that the Abyss Demon was not dead yet? However, the game notifications had already appeared, rejecting this speculation. Feng Heng's layout is complete. Li Zhu muttered to herself, being the first to adjust her mindset. She looked at her assistant and said in a low voice, "Contact Zhuo Lingfeng." She must know the situation on Lord Fang Heng's side, have her find a way to log out immediately for a brief report. Also, gather the senior members of all the gaming guilds. We need to hold an emergency meeting immediately. The assistant's face showed excitement. Yes. The plague forest. Blood continued to drip from Fang Heng's fingers, drop by drop falling on the black roundwood. The part of the black roundwood in contact with the blood seemed to melt, the outer layer slowly receding until revealing a black fiber substance at the bottom. Puff, a very slight muffled sound, followed by a violent change in the black, wooden log, the outer layer rapidly peeling off like shedding skin. What? Fang Heng was shocked. The speed at which the outer layer of the roundwood was shedding was too fast for him to react. Looking again, only a very small tuft of black fibrous material was left in the original position of the black roundwood. What's going on? Fang Heng curiously looked at those cotton-like items, hesitating whether to touch them or not when a series of game prompts flashed on his retina. Hint: player inflicts unknown damage on Abyss Demon. Hint: player successfully kills Abyss Demon. Hint: player successfully completes the Alchemist Sage's Inheritance Vow. Player's base insight +10. Hint: player successfully kills Abyss Demon. Comprehensive kill contribution exceeds 80%. Extra gain of 12 Tier 3 crystallized items. Fang Heng's eyes lit up suddenly, and he became excited. Just as he guessed, apart from raising the trial task to SSS+, there were rewards for killing the boss after killing the Abyss Demon. Draw. Hint: drawing random rewards. Hint: draw completed. Please select one from the following skills. Random reward 1 SSS, skill Avoid Body. Random reward 2 SS+, equipment, Armor of the Fearless Soul equipment. Random reward 3 SSS, item, token from the Abyss binds upon equipment. Fang Heng quickly checked the 3 random selection options, first excluding the second option. It was equipment, and judging from the name, it was still a defensive item, and the worst part was that it was only an SS+ level item. More likely, it wouldn't be as good as the other 2 SSS level rewards. As for options 1 and 3, Fang Heng hesitated slightly. Since both random rewards had no specific description, only the reward name, he could only make a rough judgment based on the name. Soon, Fang Heng made a decision. The first option. The skill, Void Body. It seemed like a passive skill related to body strengthening. For Fang Heng, between skills and items, he was more inclined to choose skills. If he chose a skill, then his zombie avatar could also passively control it, whereas if he chose an item, only he himself could use it, unable to share it with the zombie avatar. Moreover, judging solely from the name, Void Body might be related to spatial magic. Fang Heng whispered in his heart, "I choose Void Body." Hint: player chooses skill, Void Body. Skill, Void Body LV. 1 description: an ancient alien race wandering through the stars, born with the ability to resist the erosion of the void, possessing the ability to wander through the void. Explanation: this skill can be upgraded to LV or 50. Fang Heng carefully observed the skill description, a satisfied expression slowly appearing on his face. Good stuff. Regardless of what exactly the so-called void is, the additional effects of the Void Body skill are all straightforwardly strong. Fang Heng calculated silently. If he were to upgrade the skill to its maximum level, he would gain an additional 100 Constitution, 25 Strength, 25% enhancement to spatial magic effects, and 15% evasion to all attacks. As for the part about traversing the void mentioned in the effects, Fang Heng was a bit confused. Well, never mind. Just the other 3 skill effects alone are already very valuable. Of course, there is one thing that's puzzling Fang Heng. The Void Body skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV or 50. But how can this skill be leveled up? Let someone hit him, and then passively trigger Void Deflection Evasion? Fang Heng had the urge to let the zombie clones fight each other now. Forget it. Without the effect of the Undead Body skill, the zombie clones would die in the midst of the fight, so he'd better wait until after exiting the trial to figure things out. Making sure he didn't step into any pitfalls with the 3 choices for rewards, Fang Heng closed the game log and continued to check with his head down. After the confirmation of death in the game, the Abyssal Demon dropped 12 third-rank crystalline alienations. Fang Heng waved his hand and collected the alienated crystals into the imprint on the back of his hand. That's enough. He already had enough third-rank alienated crystals needed for the next level upgrade. To level up further, he just needed second-rank alienated crystals. He would find an opportunity to collect them. It was just a matter of time. Fang Heng continued to look down. Besides the cotton-like black residue, there was also a purple oval crystal nearby. The crystal was as big as a palm and emitted colorful and dazzling light. It lay quietly beside the black cotton-like material and seemed to have appeared after killing the abyssal demon. It looked somewhat like a diamond, except its color was a bit unusual. Huh, could this thing be? Looking at the crystal, Fang Heng's mind suddenly made a connection, his pupils shrinking, his heart beating involuntarily a few times as he reached out to touch the purple diamond. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: player acquires item, dazzling crystal unidentified. Item: dazzling crystal unidentified. Description: a dazzling and magnificent crystal with extremely potent abilities. An unknown item that requires identification before use. Yes, that's it. The dazzling crystal. In the game, after a player reaches level 30, they can either upgrade their talent skill for the second time or have multiple chances to randomly draw talents again. For players, this is their only opportunity to change their destiny. Fang Heng was not yet clear about the specific rules for upgrading talents and redrawing them, but he was certain that the dazzling crystal was a necessary item to trigger the evolution of level 30 talents. The dazzling crystal also had different ranks. According to Fang Heng's memory, the lowest rank dazzling crystals were black, followed by gray, and then white. There had been reports of a blue dazzling crystal appearing on the forum, which had been auctioned at a sky-high price and had sparked intense discussions on the forum. Players in the early stages of the game couldn't come into contact with such high-level items, but that didn't stop them from speculating and causing quite a stir. Fang Heng gently stroked the purple dazzling crystal. This purple crystal was obviously of a higher rank compared to the blue crystal that had caused a bidding frenzy on the forum. As for how the dazzling crystal was to be used, he still didn't know. Maybe there would be a task prompt after the official upgrade to level 30. Fang Heng couldn't help feeling more eager for the upgrade. The second upgrade of talents was crucial, as many players whose overall talent skill ratings were not high saw a qualitative change after the second upgrade. His zombie clone effect was already at the highest level, and when he strengthened it for the first time, Fang Heng had put in a great effort to take the skill to a new height. Naturally, he couldn't miss out on the second upgrade. Striving for the ultimate. Let's see how far talents can be upgraded to. Once he returned, Fang Heng would immediately prepare for the upgrade. Thinking this, Fang Heng put the purple dazzling crystal into his backpack and finally looked at the black cotton-like residue on the ground. What was this again? Fang Heng was puzzled as he tried to touch it. The moment his fingers touched it, the cotton-like substance turned into ashes in his hand. His fingertips were stained with a dusty dark brown color. A game prompt flickered on his retina. Hint: player discovers special item, unknown residue. What? Residue? Fang Heng looked at his fingertips, frowning. It's probably a partial residue of the demon virus, he murmured, tilting his head. After the dissolution of the wooden circle, Qiu Yao Kong confirmed that the demonic virus had dissipated. Therefore, he came closer to Fang Heng and continued to say by the side of the cotton-like material, "It's hard to tell for now, but I'll conduct further tests on them when we return." Okay, Fang Heng nodded. Behind them, Waylon and his group gradually approached, looking somewhat confused. The sense of danger disappeared in an instant. It seemed that the abyssal demon had been completely eradicated. Is it that simple? With no explosions, was the abyssal demon just destroyed so easily? Prislow looked at the cotton-like ashes left after the destruction of the black original wood, then looked at Fang Heng with a somewhat hopeful and skeptical look. Naturally, he hoped that Fang Heng could completely deal with the abyssal demon. However, Fang Heng was too young, and this seemed a bit too easy. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Through the Saint's Mark, Waylon felt something and, looking at Fang Heng, his throat rolled. He asked in a somewhat uncertain tone, "Fang Heng, abyssal demon." Yes, Fang Heng looked at Waylon and the others. "Thank you all for your support along the way. I have not failed you. The abyssal demon has been completely eliminated." Is it really over? Has the abyssal demon been destroyed just like that? Upon Fang Heng's confirmation, the people immediately started whispering and discussing among themselves. Fang Heng nodded. With 6 days left in the trial, he could certainly choose to stay here and gain greater benefits, even potentially controlling the entire world. However, Fang Heng felt it was not necessary. The secrets within the barbarian territory had already been explored thoroughly. Moreover, the real world was facing the threat of death aura, and he had promised the general 7 days before the trial, which was now the 12th day, so he needed to hurry back. As for the remaining resources in the barbarian territory, he could leave them to Tang Mingyu to handle. He believed Tang Mingyu would not disappoint him. After making arrangements for the logistics of transporting supplies back through a teleportation channel, Fang Heng realized the negative effects of the glass cannon he carried were too unsafe. He needed to return quickly so that the undead body skill effect could be restored. The only remaining concern was Abe Sakia. Communicating with Abe Sakia, Fang Heng sighed helplessly as Abe Sakia also did not know how to leave this world. Fang Heng decided to leave Abe Sakia in the care of this world for now. Fang Heng then received various notifications about the successful completion of the trial, his upgraded status, and the new abilities he had gained. With a flash of light, he and his companions were transported out of the game world. Fang Heng closed his eyes, feeling the power being restored to him and the effects of the glass cannon disappearing, replaced by the undead body effect. After reviewing the rewards and benefits he had gained from achieving the highest SSS Plus rating in the trial, Fang Heng realized that his overall strength had increased and new opportunities for world travel and control were now available to him. He was also awarded extra points and protections in the game world. As Fang Heng opened his eyes again, he felt the relief of the undead body effect and began to plan his next steps to make the most of his achievements. Note: the first player in the world to achieve an SSS Plus level trial evaluation will receive a special reward item, a super small space teleportation hub. Huh? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. The item, super small space teleportation hub, Mani subtype, future technology item rank, artifact bound. Description: player building skill level plus 10 effective after binding. Description: after using the teleportation hub, it can automatically summon construction robots to build a super small space teleportation hub in a 40*40*40 area. Construction time for both main and sub buildings will require 10 minutes. The main building can only be constructed in the player's bound position. When both main and sub buildings are completely constructed, a two-way teleportation channel can be opened. Opening the channel will instantly consume a large amount of internal energy. Bound players and phantom life forms cannot enter the channel. Teleportation will consume the internal energy source of the teleportation hub. Description: when using this item to construct a building entity, the player will enter a continuous casting state, which can be interrupted, and being interrupted will significantly reduce the durability of the teleportation hub. Description: the building entity cannot be split or dismantled. Forcibly splitting or dismantling will cause the building entity to self-destruct. Description: please be aware of residual energy when using it, and charge in advance. The automatic construction robots and activation of teleportation will consume a large amount of internal energy. Description: current internal energy value, 1 to west, 500W. Additional note: after the teleportation hub is attacked, it will greatly reduce its durability. When the player is determined to be completely dead, the item will be destroyed by default. Fang Heng's pupil shrank when he saw the building body icon floating in his backpack. What an interesting toy! Fang Heng immediately carefully checked the attributes of the teleportation hub. This thing is like a portable teleportation channel that can be opened within 10 minutes. With it, things will be much more convenient. Of course, there are downsides too, such as he himself cannot enter the teleportation channel when it is activated, and there is also the concept of durability. The teleportation hub belongs to the future technology, which means maintenance might become troublesome. Even the special instruction of being unable to dismantle it. I'm afraid even Victor can't repair it. Thinking this, Fang Heng glanced at Victor beside him. Victor saw Fang Heng looking at him without stopping, couldn't help but feel puzzled, and curiously asked, "Fang Heng, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Fang Heng closed the game log. "Got something good. Come, I'll show you." Leading Victor and several senior construction engineers in the prison to the open space outside the prison perimeter, Fang Heng released the recently acquired space teleportation hub main to open it. At the same time, A progress bar appeared on Fang Heng's head. Click, click, click. A slight mechanical sound rang out. Thumb-sized pocket robots crawled out of Fang Heng's sleeve. When Victor saw the robots, his eyes lit up. Robots? So small? Is this technology from another world? The pocket robots lined up in front of the open space, emitting light from their hands. White dots appeared in the space. A building body image full of future atmosphere appeared in front of everyone in a ghostly form. Then the ghostly form gradually solidified. Virtual technology. No, it's super space transfer. The engineers watching on the scene had never seen such a magical way of building. They couldn't help but be surprised. Super space transfer technology. A theoretical technology that exists only on paper, and they actually witnessed it. Victor was also astonished. Pocket robots were already high-end technology. Even the company had only reached the development stage, encountering too many technical problems, and was once shelved. This is not all, and now even super space transfer technology is being practically utilized. Victor couldn't help but look back at Fang Heng, somewhat incredulously asking, "Fang Heng, if I'm not mistaken, this technology is beyond our time. Where did you get them from?" "As a trial reward." "A reward," Victor muttered, very interested in the building body, couldn't help but walk over, trying to observe closely. Fang Heng maintained his posture of casting guidance skills, saying, "It's a special item, unable to be disassembled. Forcibly dismantling it will cause it to self-destruct. Be careful not to dismantle it." "Okay, I understand." Victor nodded repeatedly. Hearing that this thing cannot be dismantled for research made him somewhat disappointed. If he could find a way to dismantle it for research, the technological level of the entire domain would definitely get a cross-era upgrade. "It's okay, not dismantling it, just scanning and observing it can greatly improve our current stage of technology." After 10 minutes, the Super Small Space Hub was finally completed. Reminder: the player has completed the placement of the Super Small Space Teleportation Hub total. Reminder: the player can place the Super Small Space Teleportation Hub branch at other locations, connected to the main teleportation hub, and share the energy of the teleportation hub. Fang Heng also took a few steps forward, standing beside Victor, looking up to observe. The entire building body was as high as 3 stories, larger than he had anticipated. "Victor, running the teleportation hub requires recharging. Can you handle it?" "Yes, I can. I just checked. There's a reserve charging port at the back end. Very advanced." Victor nodded as he spoke, unable to help but praise. Its core energy storage method is very advanced. With our current technology, recharging it shouldn't be a problem, but there will be a lot of energy loss during the conversion process. There is still quite a lot of energy accumulated in the prison during this period. I'll have someone start recharging it, and it will be completed soon. "Good." Fang Heng continued. In addition to the trial ending this time, the upgrade blueprint for the Space Tier device has also been received. Please make sure to upgrade the device soon. There's still a lot of things to do over in the Barbarian realm. "Of course, no problem. I have already studied the blueprint. It's not difficult. Leave it to me. I can get it done by tomorrow at the latest." Victor was very enthusiastic about mechanical construction. He made an okay gesture towards Fang Heng and immediately instructed his engineers to start working. Almost every few minutes, someone would send messages urging from the survival radio station. Fang Heng casually flipped through a few of them and found that the Federation was still holding up, so he didn't feel too anxious. After dealing with the trial rewards, he planned to investigate further. "All right then, you do your thing. I'll head back first," Mo Jiawei said with a yawn, leaving a sleeping bag offline in place. Fang Heng watched Mo Jiawei disappear, then lowered his head to look at his character attributes. At the end of this trial, he still felt dissatisfied with his own strength. Despite the strong effects of the Undying Body and the Eternal Moon, they were still insufficient when facing opponents like mid-level game bosses. He had accumulated a lot of knowledge, but most of it was only partially learned, a shallow understanding. For example, the various skills brought by the All-Knowing Eye, the bloodline talent of the Blood King bloodline that had not fully evolved to the highest level, the virus evolution of the zombie avatar, the transfer of the God Tree, the level 30 upgrades and talent skill enhancements. Fang Heng felt a pressing need to take some time to sort out and enhance his skills. In the past, he had been pushed forward by sudden emergencies, but now he finally saw a glimmer of hope, with various troubles about to come to an end, allowing him some breathing room. Once the remaining matters from the wilderness realm were dealt with, he planned to retreat for a while and consolidate things, transforming all the miscellaneous things on him into actual combat power. After pondering for a moment, Fang Heng made up his mind to keep a low profile and avoid trouble in the future. He decided to first deal with the Death Aura offline, and after that was settled, the space teleportation channel should be almost established, allowing him to return to the mid-level barbarian world to wrap things up. Speaking of which, wrapping things up was not simple, starting with finding Tang Mingyu to settle and sell the benefits obtained from the trial game, thus managing his own debts. Next was the God Tree. At this stage, the God Tree could already alleviate the damage caused by the demonic seed virus to the barbarian bodies. So could the God Tree also provide some treatment for the curses on the bloodline? Fang Heng thought the probability was high. There was also the issue of the God Tree being unable to be transplanted earlier and remaining in the barbarian world. It would be best to find a way to bring it back. After all, the barbarian world was not too safe no matter how he looked at it. Moreover, the God Tree could also open a teleportation channel to higher-level worlds. While he wasn't planning on immediately heading to a high-level game world, he could start preparing for the mission. Step by step, starting with wrapping up the real world. Fang Heng couldn't help taking a deep breath, feeling invigorated, and then chose to log off temporarily. Victory! We won! Underground world. Wei Dao and Mi'erhao looked at each other. Both of them, just waking up, wore a somewhat bewildered expression on their faces. Having traveled a long way into the barbarian territory, persuading the barbarian leader to cooperate with humans, and tirelessly leading the barbarian army to rush to the Plague Land through the underground world channel. It had been a tough journey. Finally about to reach the end, they had planned to rest for a few hours until dawn to meet up with Fang Heng. As they were dozing off, they were awakened by their subordinates. They had won just like that, and even received SSS-level rewards for the trial mission. Why did it all feel so unreal? Mi'erhao looked at Wei Dao, remaining silent for a long time. From the beginning, when he heard that Wei Dao was preparing to undergo a realm trial by force, he felt this matter was not very reliable. They could have used that time to focus on cultivation instead. However, Wei Dao was insistent, giving too much. Unexpectedly, Wei Dao's own strength was average, but he turned out to be unexpectedly good at finding backers. How was it? Wei Dao took several deep breaths in succession, steadying his emotions, then turned to look at Mi'erhao, seeking confirmation from him. Things had gone too smoothly, making Wei Dao feel like he was dreaming. Mi'erhao moved his lips slightly and nodded, saying, "Yes, indeed, we won, passed the trial, and received an SSS-level trial evaluation." Great! Wei Dao couldn't help but feel uplifted, softly exclaiming good, and clenching his fists tightly. Be calm. Most importantly, they should quickly wrap up the trial now. Whatever Fang Heng did next, or how he achieved it, was not important. Who cared? To receive an SSS-level reward for the trial far surpassed his expectations. It couldn't get any better, and he was more than satisfied. The night was long and full of dreams. Exit the game first, and then figure out the next steps. Seeing that Fang Heng had already logged out of the game from the trial team, Wei Dao nodded to Mi'erhao and said, "The trial rating has been upgraded to SSS. I won't linger here. I'll log out first to report to the superiors. Go ahead, you guys in the Federation have a lot of things to do. Remember not to forget the final payment." Mi'erhao waved his hand as well. Despite it being a very joyful occasion, he couldn't help but feel a bit down for some reason, feeling somewhat useless having unexpectedly won throughout. He felt like he had just coasted along effortlessly, without displaying any of his abilities. As to Realm Lords, he suddenly felt completely inept compared to Fang Heng. Rest assured, the East Federation has always been trustworthy. Your share won't be overlooked. That's good to hear. Remember to go through the process quickly this time. Last time I had to wait for half a year. Mi'erhao grumbled, watching Wei Dao disappear in a flicker of white light before shaking his head. Exiting the game, Wei Dao immediately checked the settlement situation. Upon seeing that the final trial reward had been upgraded to an SSS level, Wei Dao was overwhelmed with excitement. The teleportation time in the mid-level game world had greatly increased, while the intervals had significantly decreased. What did this mean? It meant that their zombie realm would be greatly appealing to mid-level players. In addition, ordinary mid-level game worlds had a maximum of 3 selectable link channels. They had a full 12. This meant that they could connect to 12 additional game worlds. What a pleasant surprise! It was truly astonishing. Once a player opted to join their zombie apocalypse world, they would enjoy low teleportation costs, additional teleportation time, reduced intervals between teleportations, and even 12 selectable world teleportation channels. Not to mention a 5-year-long beginner protection period. For Mi'erhao and Tangmingyu, to Realm Lords, all they needed to do was to acquire a few realm position coordinates, then they could simply lie back and see a large amount of main god points pour in. Whereas for the Federation, in the Federal Frontline Command Center, Kyuhai hadn't slept all night. Feeling restless, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand. When Wei Dao took Feng Heng away, they had agreed that he would return in 7 days. But now, 13 days had passed with no news at all. The atmosphere inside the sealed zone was getting increasingly toxic, and the pressure on him was mounting. In order to locate Feng Heng, Kyuhai had people call Wei Dao periodically to urge him, but there was still no response. But that wasn't the most troublesome part. As the toxicity levels rose, the outer defense barriers were becoming vulnerable, causing unease among the upper echelons of the Eastern Federal Region. Some people were starting to act restlessly. Kyuhai furrowed his brows, then glanced at the latest report on the table. A team from the Holy Court, recommended by a high-ranking official from the Eastern Federal Region, was scheduled to arrive at noon under the pretext of assisting the Undead Research Association in clearing the toxic atmosphere. This was the 5th similar recommendation he had seen. The previous times had been met with strong opposition from him and the Undead Research Association. This matter had been dragging on for a long time. But with the significant increase in toxicity levels, the upper echelons had run out of patience and were exerting pressure, making it impossible to avoid anymore. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A soldier entered and reported excitedly that Feng Heng had returned. Kyuhai immediately sprung up, eager to know more details. Feng Heng had returned half an hour ago and immediately started gathering members of the Undead Association to head towards the sunken corridor to clean up the toxic atmosphere. He had also requested the assistance of 2 federal squads. Kyuhai instructed full cooperation and safety measures for Feng Heng. Additionally, 3 teams had already been mobilized to assist Feng Heng, as per his previous orders. As the soldier was about to leave, Kyuhai stopped him to inquire about any news from Wei Dao. Unfortunately, there was still no word from Wei Dao. Kyuhai pondered this and speculated on the possibilities, considering Feng Heng's return and the lack of communication from Wei Dao. As he was reflecting, a senior officer walked in and informed him of an urgent situation in the Eastern Regional Central Command Center, requiring his immediate participation in an online meeting. In the depths of the sunken corridor, surrounded by wailing spirits, Feng Heng and his team continued their journey to absorb the toxic energy using the alchemical magic arrays. Feng Heng, equipped with 3 sacred artifacts, including the Book of Vows, the Bone Shrine of the Undead, and a futuristic time travel device, was contemplating the use of these powerful tools discreetly to avoid unnecessary attention. Despite his successful return, Feng Heng remained cautious and continued to absorb the energy from the toxic atmosphere, strategizing his next moves with his team. Originally thinking of a profitable deal with no risks and quick returns, who could have imagined running into a leak of deadly aura? These days, creditors have been knocking on Li Shaoqiang's door, making his life quite bitter. Learning that Feng Heng now has the ability to enter the abyssal corridor, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Chuo came together to hope that Feng Heng could clear the deadly aura and bring them into the abyssal corridor, while also escorting the stockpiled goods out of there. Feng Heng happened to be burdened with external debts and lacking points, so both sides agreed right away, putting aside Kyuhai, immediately organizing a team to return to the abyssal corridor to move the goods. Of course, the goods are piled up deep in the abyssal corridor, and it's definitely not enough for just them to break into the depths. They must rely on the power of the Undead Research Society and the Federation. So Feng Heng quickly found Li Qingren and organized a player team, then connected with the Federation, and in a short half-hour, assembled a large number of teams to enter the abyssal corridor together. The team made stops as they walked through the abyssal corridor, advancing for over 3 hours until the accompanying soldiers and senior members of the Undead Research Society, who dealt with vengeful spirits, were somewhat exhausted. Finally, they arrived and discovered the Book of the Dead abandoned deep in the abyssal corridor. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Chuo were overjoyed and immediately began moving the Book of the Dead with the help of Federation tools. The team of undead learning players who escorted them also sat down to rest and recover their spirits. The construction of the Seal Magic Array has reached a critical moment in these days. If everything goes well, the Magic Array will be fully restored in 5 days, and by then, the mentors will be able to deal with the spreading deadly aura. During the rest, Li Qingren sat next to Fang Heng, smiling and said, "In addition, Mentor Dicky already knows what you did in the barbarian area and greatly appreciates it. He's been praising you these 2 days, feeling very pleased." Fang Heng, puzzled, "Huh? What did I do in the barbarian area?" Li Qingren saw Fang Heng's confusion and explained, "Well, most undead mages are generally calm and enjoy research, but there are a few with strange and vengeful personalities who have no feelings for the Holy Court. This time you completely wiped out the Holy Court in the barbarian area, and these people are very satisfied with you. In addition, you have been spreading the study of necromancy on the mainland, which has also pleased the higher-ups of the Mage Association." "Well, it's too early to say all this now. You will know later." Fang Heng nodded. The events in the barbarian area were known to the top officials of the Undead Society. On the other hand, the Holy Court naturally also knew everything. Finished. This feud has been established. Just said to keep a low profile. What are you thinking? Nothing, really. This time you have passed the trial of advancement to the Boundary Realm. You can now enter the intermediate game worlds through the teleportation channels. So where do you plan to go for your intermediate world experience next? Fang Heng thought for a moment and nodded. "I haven't made any plans yet." He still has to keep a low profile. He will consider his next world choice after finishing the business in the barbarian area. As a boundary lord, your choices will be narrower than those of ordinary people. Fang Heng looked up, puzzled. Narrower choices. Why is that? Ordinary players entering the intermediate game world can randomly receive 10 options to choose where they want to go. Then they can use their deity points to reselect. But as a boundary lord, you can't do that unless you are willing to give up your title and privileges. Fang Heng furrowed his brows slightly. Was there such a thing? After working so hard to become a boundary lord, he certainly didn't want to give up that easily. So, there are other ways to enter the intermediate game worlds, right? Yes, each game world has fixed coordinate points. These coordinate points may be a mark, a rune, or an item like a necklace or weapon. As long as you obtain the coordinate point, you can enter that world through a spatial channel. So, shouldn't my options be broader now? Not exactly, because obtaining coordinate points is not easy. They are mostly consumable items obtained through tasks. And each world can only store a very limited number of world coordinate points. Fang Heng paused and asked, "Wait, did you say the number of bound coordinate points for each world is very small?" Li Qingren also looked a bit puzzled. "Yes, haven't you looked into it yet? Apart from the 7 major danger zones, those who control the intermediate game worlds usually have to teleportation points, and I heard that some have up to 5. It seems like they are rewarded through special trials. Generally, having 3 points is already very rare." Fang Heng's eyes widened. He remembered that, after the boundary level upgrade, he was able to bind up to 48 worlds. Now he realized that it was a reward after completing an SSS Plus level trial. Many intermediate game worlds are related to necromancy, and Punyos is the headquarters of necromancy. In addition, there are necromancy-related areas in the 7 major zones, but it is not advisable to directly enter those dangerous zones for your training. Fang Heng nodded. Intermediate game. 7 major zones. The 7 major zones are a collective term for 7 intermediate worlds in the intermediate game worlds. It is an extremely dangerous area, and danger also means wealth and opportunities. Many special events happen in the 7 major zones. There are various teleport channels within the 7 major zones that allow mutual teleportation. Players and teams who can establish a foothold in the 7 major zones demonstrate their strengths. Fang Heng had always been curious as to why so many people were focused on the 7 major zones. Now he understood. Besides the abundant resources, it was also a choice made out of necessity. Each intermediate game world has a limited number of worlds that can be accessed through teleport channels, and most world coordinate points are very difficult to obtain. Therefore, most players who want to progress further can only focus on the 7 major zones. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng asked, "So, to use the teleport channels to go to other intermediate worlds, do you need to obtain the specific coordinates of that world first?" "Well, who knows? If I have the opportunity, I will definitely go take a look, Fang Heng nodded. He now has a total of 48 bindable coordinates. The headache is not about the lack of space, but the lack of teleportation points. When going to the main base of necromancy, who knows, with the help of Teacher Dicky to pave the way, there should be no problem fully practicing necromancy. Currently, in order to speed up the practice progress, the beginner game is no longer suitable, and Puno's in the intermediate game is a good choice. Seeing Fang Heng readily agreeing, Li Qingren's mood improved slightly. She believed that Fang Heng's willingness to continue developing necromancy would make Teacher Dicky very happy. She smiled and said, "That's great. Teacher Dicky has always been hoping that you could specialize in necromancy. He will be very pleased with your choice." Fang Heng then continued to ask, "What about others? Is there any way to obtain coordinates from other game worlds?" "Others?" Li Qingren frowned, thinking, "It's not easy. In general, obtaining coordinates of interworld points is very difficult, and they are not highly liquid. Most coordinates are triggered through mission modes and cannot be traded. The black market may have some, but the black market is not very reliable. Trading with the black market may also lead to trouble. If you have a good relationship with the Federation, you can ask them." Li Shakyong and Tan Shuo had just directed the Federation team to load the books of the dead piled up in the corner onto a cart and return. Tan Shuo then said, "Mr. Fang, the Central Federation holds a large auction offline every month, which is a very formal channel. It's happening in these days. I will inquire about it, and if you need, we can help you get some tickets." "Oh, organized by the Central Federation." Fang Heng thought this was a good idea. He had never heard of such an auction before, probably with an entry threshold. He thought of taking some time to visit the auction. Maybe he could acquire more inter-world coordinates and have more options. Tang Mingyu is currently in the trial of the barbarian area, and some of the advanced things can also be traded for major deity points at the auction. "Thank you for the trouble. Get me some tickets. I might visit when I have time." "Don't be so polite. It's not a trouble at all." Li Qingren continued, "By the way, the Hall of the Dead has reopened a few days ago, and our Necromancy Society has its own exclusive trading platform in the hall. You can go there and try your luck. There is also a library on the 3rd floor, where you may find some information." "Well, I see. I'll remember that." Fang Heng nodded. He planned to visit the Hall of the Dead and the library after completing the collection of supplies. He also wanted to see if he could find any information related to transplanting the God Tree in the library. The team took a break, and when the Federation escort team finished loading the books of the dead onto the prepared cart for transfer, they started to head back the same way. The necromancers continued to infuse their spiritual power into the alchemical stone tablets, relying on the spatial rifts to infuse the aura of the dead world. Everything proceeded smoothly. As the team was about to reach the exit, Li Qingren, who was walking at the front, noticed something. She raised her hand, signaling the team to temporarily stop. Several figures emerged from the pitch-black aura of death in front, blocking the path of the team. The entire bodies of these figures were hidden under black robes, with their heads even covered in hoods, making their faces indiscernible. Undead servants. They seemed to be immune to the influence of the aura of death. The undead servant in the middle held a gray box in his hands and slowly approached the group. "Respected scholars," the undead servant's voice was low, with a hint of respect. Li Qingren asked, "What's the matter?" The undead servant extended the box forward with both hands. "Master Pu Shixian learned that you were clearing the aura of death in the sinking corridor, and entrusted us to deliver it to you personally. He hopes you can enter the area of the death rift and charge the ghost coffin," the undead servant said. Li Qingren frowned and looked at the undead servant. "Did the teacher say anything else?" "Master Pu Shixian asked you to immediately return to him after charging it." "It's very urgent," the undead servant said. "All right, tell the teacher I'll return immediately after finishing the collection." Several undead servants nodded, and then turned and left, quickly disappearing at the end of the passage. Li Qingren turned to Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, there's a small matter with the teacher. I need to go to the central hall of the sinking corridor. It's the closest place to the aura of death. I need your help." "Sure," Fang Heng readily agreed. After all, since joining the Necromancy Society, he had received a lot of care from Li Qingren, and teacher Pu Shixian had also given him a big gift. However, Fang Heng was curious about the box in Li Qingren's hands. Is it very urgent? What's happening? I'm not sure, but I may need to go to Puno's next. I may be away for a few days. Okay. Fang Heng saw that Li Qingren didn't seem to want to talk more, so he didn't ask further. Being low-key was the best way to avoid trouble. The team changed direction and returned along the corridor, heading back into the central hall area of the sinking corridor. Soon, Fang Heng followed the team into the central hall. The hall was filled with a high concentration of black aura of death. In the center, a dark crack appeared, emitting a large amount of aura from the fine cracks, with flickering black flashes resembling lightning around it. The Rift of Death. Although it seemed to be a very small crack, the size of a needlepoint, it brought great trouble to the entire necromancy society. Li Qingren's gray box gradually turned black under the influence of the high concentration of aura of death. Spread out and protect me. I need to absorb the aura of death. All right. Under the protection of the necromancers, Li Qingren slowly walked towards the direction of the Rift of Death. Fang Heng looked at Li Qingren and clearly sensed a special change in the box in her hand. Despite constantly reminding himself not to cause trouble, he couldn't resist his curiosity. What is the box for? Is it related to the Rift of Death? Thinking about it, Fang Heng's gaze shifted back to the Rift of Death in the center of the hall. The text describes a scene where a character named Fang Heng experiences strange sensations and visions after seeing a crack that seems to lead to an eerie world covered in black moonlight and white bones. His companions notice his odd behavior, and he eventually snaps out of the vision. Later, he receives game notifications indicating the discovery of a special channel to a dangerous world called the Death Realm. His team decides to retreat, and Fang Heng, curious about the Death Realm, asks his colleague for more information about it. The colleague explains that exploring and communicating with the Death Realm is a crucial aspect of advancing as a legendary mage in the field of necromancy. Fang Heng speculates about the possibility of entering the Death Realm through the discovered portal. Ultimately, he decides to refrain from risking entry into the dangerous realm, but acknowledges the potential benefits of having discovered a world related to his necromantic studies. After the team completely disbanded, Li Shakyong and Tan Shuo, both sneaking around, walked towards Fang Heng. Li Shakyong cautiously looked around, leaned in closer, and whispered to Fang Heng, "Boss Fang, we have already obtained all the goods brought out from the abyssal corridor. We can quickly go and sell them." "Ah, yes, sell them." Fang Heng also reacted and stopped thinking about the mess. Everything costs money. He was currently in need of money, big money. All right. Let's go to the Hall of the Dead together. I have already informed my friends in the trading zone over there, Li Shakyong said, leading a group of 2 federal labor teams carrying the Book of the Dead to the trading zone of the Hall of the Dead to unload the goods. During this period, due to the lack of assistance from Fang Heng, the concentration of death aura in the area increased rapidly, and the Federation had to seek help from outsiders. These invited outsiders lacked proper accommodation. So under various communications, the area of the Hall of the Dead was reopened. At this point, a large part of the Hall of the Dead was occupied by invited outsiders. When Fang Heng and his group pushed the thick Book of the Dead towards them, the players in the Hall of the Dead cast strange looks at them. Fang Heng naturally ignored them. Making money was a priority, so the group immediately split up. While Li Shakyong led people to sell the goods, Fang Heng followed and arrived at a separate trading counter to see if there was anything he wanted. The trading goods inside the Necropolis Association Exchange were guaranteed by the Necromancer Research Society as a third party and only allowed offline transactions. This time, Fang Heng gained many benefits from the trial of the Barbarian Domain, but most of it couldn't be taken out of the game, and most of the equipment on him was related to sacred studies, making it difficult to liquidate quickly. Since he still owed external points to the main god, Fang Heng couldn't afford it and could only check with a tablet. It would be best if he could find the coordinates of the mid-level game world's position in the trading market. Fang Heng searched within the platform of the exchange, feeling somewhat like online shopping. No, not useful. This effect is not very good, can be used reluctantly, damn, so expensive. Fang Heng muttered to himself while searching, then suddenly noticed that it seemed to quiet down around him. What's going on? Realizing something was amiss, Fang Heng couldn't help but turn his head to look outside, furrowing his brows slightly. A group of people dressed in holy court attire entered the Hall of the Dead under the escort of 2 federal soldiers. Their appearance caused most of the Hall of the Dead to fall into a brief silence. The necromancer scholars have always been hostile to the Holy Court, although most of the time they acted as if the necromancer scholars did not exist, ignoring them. But when they come up close to you, they certainly won't show you any good face. As Fang Heng's gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes couldn't help but focus on the female player in the center of the group. The woman had beautiful golden hair, blue eyes filled with gentleness, and exuded a holy aura beneath her light-colored gown. The release of the divine power fluctuations in the Hall of the Dead was very eye-catching. There was a hint of confusion in Fang Heng's eyes. Judging by her hair and eye color, she shouldn't be from the Eastern District of the Federation. There were about a dozen holy knights escorting Fiona aside. Their eyes carried a sense of arrogance. Are these all members of the Holy Court? It was strange. How dare they come here? Aren't they afraid of being killed? Don't pick a fight. Don't pick a fight. Fang Heng muttered to himself a few times, withdrawing his gaze and continuing to look down at the exchange information. Unfortunately, after flipping through it roughly, he didn't find any items related to portal channels or transplanted organisms. Instead, he found many small toys related to necromancy, but they were expensive and their effects were mediocre. As Fang Heng pondered, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. "Boss Fang, been looking for you for a while. Didn't expect you were hiding here alone." "Huh?" Fang Heng looked around and noticed that most people in the hall had already left, making it considerably desolate. "You're back so soon. Did you sort out the goods?" "Hey, forget the goods for now. We can make money and pay off debts later. The scholars in our necromancer society are being bullied by others." Li Shakyong hurriedly came over as a reinforcement to move them, pulling Fang Heng towards the right side of the Hall of the Dead. "Come, I'll take you over." Following Li Shakyong, Fang Heng hurried to the square outside the Hall of the Dead, seeing a group of people gathered at the center, forming a large circle. The Holy Court group that had been seen before was encircled in the center. Many people were whispering as Tan Shuo and two necromancer scholars pointed and discussed on the side. Fang Heng couldn't help but become curious and stepped forward, asking, "What's going on? Are they fighting already?" Tan Shuo, who witnessed the whole conflict, explained it quietly to Fang Heng. They came from the Holy Court intentionally looking for trouble. It was one thing to come into the Hall of the Dead provokingly, but they were also very outspoken on the way here. Some senior scholars couldn't stand it, had a conflict with them, and then things escalated with a physical fight. Fang Heng raised his head. On the square, a young man dressed as a holy knight, with a disdainful and mocking look on his face, scanned the necromancer scholars present. Talking about challenges, it's completely unfair. The divine studies itself have a significant restraint on our necromancy studies, Fang Heng agreed. He had already tried several times in the abyssal corridor before, and the sacred studies were indeed effective against the king's spirit studies. The player from the necromancer side who challenged them continuously failed, causing others to become even more displeased. "Boss Fang, these people are so unreasonable," Li Shakyong exclaimed beside him. "Can you help out and teach them a lesson, me?" Fang Heng quickly shook his head, refusing. "I won't go." He had just mentioned being low-key, and now he was expected to step forward. "Huh, why not?" Li Shakyong was surprised by Fang Heng's direct refusal. He had accompanied Fang Heng through the trials of the abyssal corridor, and he had a good understanding of Fang Heng's strength. In his opinion, with Fang Heng's strength, dealing with the Holy Knight in front of him should be a piece of cake. Wasn't this a great opportunity to build reputation within the Necromancer Research Society? Just as he was puzzled, the two young necromancer scholars who went up for the challenge were punched and sent flying by the Holy Knight, crashing heavily on the ground. This undoubtedly made the undead scholars even more unhappy. But they had no choice. No one stepped forward to challenge or stop the Holy Court. Watching the Holy Knights and their group leave, the members of the Undead Association gathered in the hall held their breath and began cursing, frustrated that they couldn't fight back. It was so unjust. Li Shaoqiang also felt a bit uncomfortable. "Boss Fang, are we just letting them go like that? We could use some underhanded tricks. Don't dwell on it. Are you silly?" Fang Heng shook his head and said, "This is the territory of the Undead Research Society. Let's not forget that even among the younger generation, Li Qingren's strength is not considered top-notch. Now that they are causing trouble on our turf, with so many people watching, haven't you noticed all those who are challenging them are just random folks? Don't you think there's something fishy going on? Li Shaoqiang was taken aback. Upon careful consideration, it did make sense. Tan Shuo was calmer than Li Shaoqiang. Upon hearing this, he looked around and nodded. Indeed, none of the mentor's direct disciples are here. It's too much of a coincidence. They must be intentionally avoiding this situation. Li Shaoqiang looked around and realized that Tan Shuo was right. Most of the onlookers in the square were ordinary players. More of them were just curious spectators invited by the Federation. He couldn't help but look towards a nearby tall tower. So what were the mentors up to? Why let others show off on our turf? Up on the high tower, Li Qingren stood by the window witnessing the whole episode. Seeing the guard knights brought by Fiona injuring several undead scholars, her expression turned sour. Teacher, why did you stop me and the other direct disciples from fighting? Piyusha had just finished a retreat not long ago and couldn't participate in the ongoing magic array construction halfway. It was now his responsibility to handle the various operations of the Undead Association during special times. Fiona is the chosen saint of the Holy Court this time. Her talent is exceptionally unique. Ordinary disciples are one thing. If you guys get involved, she will, too. Li Qingren frowned slightly and looked out the window, gazing at the departing golden-haired woman under the escort of the Holy Knights. Teacher, do you think we will lose? Divine studies restrain the undead teachings, and she's different. Li Qingren's heart held a bit of discontent. Different? In what way? The visit of the Holy Court to the Undead Association is also a test for the saint. She wouldn't be here if it weren't for a transaction between the upper echelons of the East and South Federations, a result of the balance of power among various factions. Piyusha waved his hand to stop Li Qingren from further questioning. Forget it, you don't need to pay too much attention to this matter. Whether we succeed or fail, the saint's test is of no consequence to us. Focus on dealing with the advanced assessment of prognoses. The incident at the Abyssal Corridor is not good for us. During this period, being in close contact with a high concentration of death aura, you must have gained some insights. Yes, teacher. Go on then. Feng Heng was grateful for his choice to keep a low profile and not stir up trouble. After parting ways with Li Shaoqiang and others, he went alone to the third-floor library of the Undead Hall. The library housed a large collection of books, with only a small portion related to undead studies. Feng Heng purposefully searched for books to refer to. Currently, there were 3 matters he needed clues about. In order of urgency, first was regarding the sacred tree. He wanted to see if there was a way to bring the sacred tree back from the realm of the barbarians. Second, the relevant mid-level game world coordinates. Lastly, after players reached the advanced level, there was a second talent upgrade. Feng Heng wanted to find information related to the brilliant crystal. Feng Heng was flipping through a pictorial guide to world plants when he caught sight of a few people approaching him. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo led another young man who looked like a college student towards him. The young man had an intellectual air but seemed quite displeased, as if someone owed him millions. Boss Feng, someone's looking for you here, Li Shaoqiang said as he got closer to Feng Heng. Whispering, he added, Boss Feng, don't mind, he's offering quite a lot, wealthy. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. He put down the book in his hand, his expression becoming more serious. I am Feng Heng. Are you looking for me? Brother Feng, I am Ji Xiaobo. Just call me Xiaobo. I am Mo Ji's younger brother. He used to play games with me when I was a kid and showed me the world. Feng Heng looked at Ji Xiaobo. He remembered that Mo Jiawei didn't have any brothers and their last names were different. Damn. Before Feng Heng could respond, Ji Xiaobo couldn't hold back. Looking increasingly angry, he slammed his fist on the desk. Looking extremely upset, Feng Heng, did you see that earlier? Those Holy Court dogs are despicable. Ha! Coming here because of the Holy Court. Ji Xiaobo was right in saying that, logically speaking. But was it necessary to be so worked up? Feng Heng thought Ji Xiaobo's undead studies were probably quite superficial. After all, this was a library, and he wanted to keep things calm and quiet. Don't worry. What did they do to you? I just found out that the incident in the square earlier was deliberately caused by the Holy Court people. They are so sly, trying to provoke us and force some seniors to take action voluntarily, Ji Xiaobo said, his temper rising again. Feng brother, I don't know if you can endure it, but I can't. Mo Jie mentioned you before, said you were very capable, and that there's nothing you can't handle. Help me out and deal with them. Feng Heng looked at Ji Xiaobo, wondering who he really was to be acting so boldly. 1 minute he was talking about getting rid of someone. Rest assured, I understand. Mojie taught me about social graces. Since this is our first meeting, consider this blueprint a token of introduction and a deposit. Whether or not things work out, the gift has been sent first. I trust Mojie's judgment in people. If you ever need help in the future, just ask. Ji Xiaobo boldly slapped a blueprint on the table, making a loud bang. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but look at the blueprint on the table. Blueprint, Corpse Pit. Grade, Legendary Blueprint. Seeing this legendary level blueprint, Feng Heng couldn't help but swallow hard and glanced at Li Xiaoqiang beside him. A legendary level blueprint? Given away just like that. Li Xiaoqiang wasn't lying. He had indeed given quite a lot. Feng Heng reached out and picked up the blueprint, and the relevant information immediately appeared in his mind. Blueprint, Corpse Pit. Description: allows the construction of a bone pit upon usage. Feng Heng quickly started pondering in his heart. With the combination of necromancy summoning techniques, being able to summon a large number of skeletons and zombies in one go would be considered good combat power. Furthermore, skeletons and zombies, combined with zombie doppelgangers, could provide cover for his doppelgangers, creating a very powerful disguise. It would make people think that the zombie doppelgangers were undead creatures. Feng Heng thought to himself and couldn't help but lightly lick his lips, feeling that this blueprint could be put to use. How about it? I heard that you are a realm master. I put a lot of effort into getting this corpse pit blueprint. It's quite difficult for ordinary players to use because it takes up a large area, is not easy to place, and requires a large amount of necromantic energy to upgrade at the beginning. But it suits you well if you are a realm master. Ji Xiaobo spoke confidently. The creatures born from the corpse pit are low-level undead beings, not very strong individually, but they are numerous and easy to control. As long as your mental strength is sufficient, you can summon them at any time. How about it? Pretty good, right? Feng Heng nodded. The blueprint is good, but ... But what? But the construction materials for this thing are a bit troublesome. Feng Heng felt a headache, seeing the numerous construction materials required by the blueprint. Many of the materials looked expensive at first glance, and he would need to spend a lot of money to acquire them. In addition, there were many strange and unusual construction materials required. For example, fresh corpse meat. Where can one find fresh corpse meat? What's the trouble with that? No problem. I'll take care of the construction materials. Ji Xiaobo patted his chest boldly. Feng Heng's eyes lit up immediately. Great! If you can handle the materials, I'll agree to the deal regarding the Holy Court. Hey, Feng Jie, you're straightforward. Ji Xiaobo was completely unaware of the potential consequences of agreeing to this condition, and he continued, so I leave it to you to deal with the Holy Court. After receiving benefits, Feng Heng also became serious and asked, how do you want to deal with them? Naturally, we can't let them off easily. But I haven't figured out how to deal with them exactly. Ji Xiaobo gritted his teeth in anger. By the way, I haven't told you yet. Do you know why the Holy Court came in force this time? Feng Heng raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Was there some hidden agenda behind this? Li Xiaoqiang spoke up first. I heard that the Holy Court was invited by the Federation to assist us in dealing with the high concentration of death aura in the sunken corridor. The mentors have said not to conflict with the Holy Court. Nonsense. Those are just official words. The Federation must have received a lot of benefits to agree to this, Ji Xiaobo said disdainfully. He continued, let me tell you the truth, the Holy Court has found the reincarnated successor to the Realm Saintess. The Saintess's inheritance requires a test to fully awaken, which probably involves purify evil by hand, absorbing or cleansing evil energy. However, ordinary evil won't do. It needs to match the Saintess's power. Feng Heng furrowed his brow as he vaguely sensed something. Li Xiaoqiang was starting to feel unhappy. What do you mean? Are they referring to us as evil? How audacious! On the side, Tenshuo also caught on and asked, I understand now. The Holy Court deliberately provoked us before to anger us. They want to target us, treating us as evil to be purified, right? Exactly. And I overheard my grandfather mentioning that the Saintess has a very difficult to deal with innate ability, which allows her to absorb the power of evil and use it for herself, posing a significant threat to us scholars of necromancy. Ji Xiaobo looked indignant as he continued to explain. The Saintess is reluctant to deal with ordinary low-level player scholars herself, and the trial wouldn't affect her much. So she hopes that higher-level players will intervene, such as the direct disciples of the elders in the association. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo now fully understood and felt even more outraged. These people from the Holy Court were treating them like monsters to level up and gain experience, weren't they? Feng Heng stroked his chin. Provoke us was just a casual move. I'm afraid the real purpose of the Saintess is something else, right? That's right, what they really want is the crack in the death boundary. Ji Xiaobo nodded. If they can disperse the aura of the death boundary, the Saintess will probably be able to pass the trial. Both Feng Heng and Tan Shuo fell into silence upon hearing this. Clearly, the ability of the Saintess to enter the Hall of the Dead openly was the result of a game of multiple forces. Previously, all the mentors had restrained their senior disciples from acting, not only out of fear of the Saintess, but also as a silent agreement. The Necromantic Research Society probably benefited from this arrangement in some way. I'm really annoyed by this. Who are they to act so arrogantly? Ji Xiaobo clenched his teeth and said, this matter must be sabotaged. The Holy Court people have already been to the outer perimeter of the sunken corridor to inspect, and I learned that they will start dispersing the death aura tomorrow morning to help the Saintess pass the trial. I plan to use some means to create obstacles for them. But all I can think of is half measures. I can't really deal a severe blow to them. I heard Mojie say you have many methods. Give me some ideas. In that case ... Feng Heng also stroked his chin and began to ponder, following Ji Xiaobo's line of thought. I do have one method. What method? Feng Heng looked at Ji Xiaobo and asked, but let's not talk about that now. When can the thing I need be delivered? Ji Xiaobo was taken aback and said, in the game, I need the building materials for the corpse pit. When can you give them to me? So urgent. Yes, very urgent. Only when the materials arrive can I arrange the next steps to deal with the Holy Court. If that's the case, I'm ready to get going. Let me arrange it for you. Apply for approval to connect to my world, wait for me to have them transported to you, and then we'll contact each other online. Ji Xiaobo was also impatient and took a step back as he spoke. Huish. Without waiting for Feng Heng to ask for more specific details of the transaction, a gray magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Ji Xiaobo's feet. Feng Heng's eyes widened. What? Gray bones rose from the ground within the magic circle, enveloping Ji Xiaobo completely in a moment. Phew! A crack appeared in space, and Ji Xiaobo immediately disappeared from everyone's sight. As soon as Feng Heng returned to the game, a series of game prompts refreshed. Prompt: the player has completed the upgrade of the space rupture device. Prompt: bound to the transfer of the disordered world, bound to the transfer of various beginner game worlds. Prompt: the player can currently bind up to 48 realms, and the currently bound intermediate and higher realms are as follows: limited to single-player transfers, and transfers will consume various resources, as well as main god points. Specific information can be found in the corresponding realms. Beginner Game World, only available for beginner players. Realms of Chaos 1 to 7 special realms do not occupy the binding limit. 1. Barbarian Realm. 2. Realm of Death. Feng Heng glanced roughly at the game prompts. It looks like Victor has already taken care of it. Ji Xiaobo said he would contact him in the game before he left. However, Feng Heng didn't see Ji Xiaobo at the moment, so he decided to go see the situation on Victor's side first. He arrived at the underground transfer hall. Victor and several senior maintenance engineers were busy around a large transfer machine. When Victor saw Feng Heng approaching, he stopped his research, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and greeted him. Feng Heng, you're here at the right time. The upgrade of the transfer hall has just been completed. We have expanded the channel capacity, and the instruments can now search for more spatial coordinate channels. Thank you for your hard work. Feng Heng walked over and placed his hand on the mechanical device. Numerous spatial rupture device instructions appeared on his retina. Feng Heng roughly checked them. In the game, there are two types of transfer modes using the spatial rupture device. The first is conventional. With the transfer disk and transfer channel, players can perform single transfers, which require the consumption of main god points, and there are limits to the duration and time interval of the transfer. The other type is to establish a spatial rupture device in each of the two worlds, creating a spatial structural channel, allowing players to travel directly through the channel. The second transfer method has no time limit or interval limit. As long as the rupture device has energy, unlimited transfers can be made, which is more suitable for procuring or carrying out large-scale invasions. Fang Heng continued to examine the detailed conditions of each channel. It costs almost nothing to transfer to the beginner game, while the price of transferring to the intermediate game requires 200 main god points each time, and it can only last for 3 days, with an additional day interval before each subsequent entry. This is the friendship discount he received only after obtaining a huge boost from the SSS Plus trial reward. As for the higher level Realm of Death, just the entrance fee for newcomers requires 10,000 main god points, in addition to 20 extra void gems, and each entry lasts only 8 hours. Fang Heng frowned. Fortunately, he had some impression of void gems in the Undead Research Association. When he looked up information before, he saw that they were a very rare material with undead properties, which reflected their rarity in their high price. The Undead Society sells them for about 10,000 main god points each. Really? Fang Heng's mouth twitched with bitterness. The higher the consumption conditions for transfer, the higher the level of the Realm of Death. Fortunately, he lucked out and got a world coordinate of super high level. Fang Heng felt like he hit the jackpot. But this level was still too high. Fang Heng couldn't feel happy. He still had a large debt on hand. He had to put the Realm of Death aside for now and go check the situation in the Barbarian Realm. Quickly making money with Tang Mingyu to repay and earn money is the right path. Victor continued to explain on the side, Fang Heng, we just completed the upgrade of the mechanical device transformation. For safety reasons, we need to test it again. We can only start using it tomorrow morning. Okay, you are a professional, you make the arrangements. As the two were discussing, a senior mechanical engineer in the hall suddenly shouted while operating the equipment, Supervisor, come and see. We have found an unknown signal for the transfer coordinate channel. A signal. Victor was startled and immediately walked over to check. The signal is from a higher realm, encrypted, and combined with the influence of spatio-temporal chaos flows, we cannot track it back. Supervisor, the signal has been confirmed. The engineer's voice became urgent. They have sent a request to establish a spatial channel. Supervisor, should we respond? Victor's face changed slightly as he turned to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, it may be people from a higher dimensional realm who want to establish a spatial channel with us. The establishment of such a channel is very dangerous. If the other party is hostile to us, we are likely to be invaded. Should we retaliate? With their spatial abilities stronger than ours, we need to make a judgment immediately, as they can easily establish a forced channel link through the communication channel to confirm our location. Fang Heng, should we cut off the connection? Fang Heng was about to reply when a game prompt appeared on his retina. Prompt: Special character. Ji Xiaobo requests to open a super small world transfer channel permission with your main world zombie apocalypse. This channel is limited to life forms with a strength rating below 10. Prompt: Target channel. High-level game world. Land of eternal slumber. Fang Heng was taken aback. It's Ji Xiaobo. It's my friend. No need to retaliate. Accept the channel request. Okay. Respond to the request. Immediately cooperate to build the spatial channel. Hearing Fang Heng say it was a friend, Victor was moved. A friend from a higher dimensional realm. Victor did not ask further and immediately signaled the engineers to prepare for the connection of the spatial channel. Confirming the command, initiating communication with the other party, using virtual coordinate points. Preparing to simulate the construction. Both virtual coordinate points have been confirmed. Channel construction in progress. The entire transfer hall was once again bustling. After a moment, a game prompt appeared again on Fang Heng's retina. Message: the player has confirmed the establishment of the channel connection. As the player's realm is in the beginner period protection phase, the strength level of life forms that can enter the player's realm will be restricted, and any forced entry will receive additional penalties, and the strength will be suppressed to within level 10. Buzz! A red beam of light suddenly lit up in the transfer hall. The spirit surged on the dark land. At the end of the ruins, a dark brown castle shadow stood alone, exuding a sense of desolation. Suddenly, Fang Heng's pupils constricted, and he abruptly broke free from the illusion in front of him. Hint: Player has obtained high-level game world, passage coordinates to the land of eternal sleep. He has obtained world coordinates again. Fang Heng immediately checked the game hints and suddenly realized, having previously obtained the SSS Plus level trial reward, he could freely obtain the coordinates of 3 worlds. One was the Death Realm, and the other was the land of eternal sleep. Based on the triggering pattern of these 2 times, Fang Heng essentially had made a judgment. There was a high probability of coming into close contact with the portal to the boundary world. Assuming the guess was correct, there was still one last reward world left, so he needed to find a targeted way to adjust and obtain higher-level world coordinates. Fang Heng was thinking, when there was a soft sound from the front portal. Ji Xiaobo jumped out from the other side of the crimson portal. All eyes in the hall were on Ji Xiaobo. Seeing Fang Heng standing opposite, Ji Xiaobo raised his hand in greeting and walked over casually, looking around. Fang Jie, I'm here. Didn't expect this side of yours to be quite large. The construction materials for you have been transported over. Are you ready to receive them? I didn't expect you to come so quickly. They can be temporarily stored here first. Fang Heng turned to look at Victor. Victor, do we still have surplus supplies in the warehouse? Yes, we have. We expanded it 3 times before, and if it's not enough, we can temporarily store them in the back warehouse. All right. Ji Xiaobo nodded as he listened, flipping his wrist. The Dark Book of the Dead appeared in Ji Xiaobo's hand. He opened one of the pages in the Book of the Dead. A demora lingered around the Book of the Dead, and suddenly, the temperature in the entire room dropped a few degrees. Fang Heng could instantly tell that the Book of the Dead in Ji Xiaobo's hand was not ordinary. It was probably as high grade as the Book of Oaths in his hand. TSK, Descendants. Fang Heng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Reincarnation is truly an art. A halo shimmered on the Book of the Dead. A swirling magic circle appeared on the ground in front of Ji Xiaobo. A skeletal creature with a bone spear emerged from the magic circle. Clack, clack. The skeletal creature stretched its body. Ji Xiaobo looked at the skeletal creature and whispered softly, Walton. Suddenly, crimson soul flames appeared in the hollow eyes of the skeletal creature. It turned around, faced Ji Xiaobo, and knelt on one knee. I have come in response to your summons, Master. During this time, you will follow Lord Fang Heng's arrangements to transport materials. As long as it is materials for building corpse pits, you can provide them. Yes, Master. The skeleton accepted Ji Xiaobo's command, stood up again quietly, and stood aside. The soul flames flickered again. Fine patterns emerged on the bones of the skeleton. Fang Heng looked at the skeletal creature and sensed a chill emanating from it. It's quite powerful. Just by looking at it, he couldn't determine the specific strength of the skeletal creature. He wondered who was more powerful between it and the Summoned King's guard from the niche of bone spirits. However, it was clear that the black skeletal creature could understand human speech and possessed higher intelligence. Suddenly, the skeletal creature raised a bone spear towards the direction of the portal. The portal emitted a faint light. Soon, more skeletal creatures stepped out of the portal. The skeletons carried bags of goods, with many burlap bags stained with dark blood. Ji Xiaobo breathed a sigh of relief and put away the Book of the Dead. Fang Jie, some of the building materials are hard to preserve and need to be used quickly. They won't remain fresh in 2 days. Got it. You'll handle things on the Holy Court side. By the way, how do you plan to proceed? We agreed that this time we must deal them a heavy blow. Cut their arrogance, really. Fang Heng nodded and whispered a few words to Ji Xiaobo by his side. After hearing it, Ji Xiaobo was surprised and then excited. Is it really possible? So powerful. It shouldn't be a problem. All right, I'll hurry back to find people to create more obstacles for the Holy Court. Delay their progress into the descent corridor. Ji Xiaobo licked his lips, looking eager to cause trouble, and gestured to the black skeletal creature. He is Walton. For the material transport, just let him know what needs to be done. If you need anything, contact me offline. I'll take my leave for now. Understood. Bye. Ji Xiaobo said, and a faint blue magic circle appeared under his feet. A white skeletal hand emerged from the magic circle, dragging him back into it. Fang Heng retracted his gaze and turned to Victor, asking, Victor, can our space channel still operate? I need to simultaneously open a channel leading to the Blood Clan world to assist in material transport. Yes, it can. The space rupture device has been modified to open 3 channels simultaneously, but it's set in the second transmission hall. Victor raised his hand to signal a few mechanical engineers on the side. Prepare to open the secondary standby transmission channel. Roger that. Understood. Blood Clan world. Upon learning of Fang Heng's return, the Blood Clan members came early to greet him, and all kneeled in submission. Welcome, Your Majesty. Rise. Your Majesty, as per your earlier instructions, most of the domains in this border world have been cleared. Apart from essential guards, the tribes have completed their evacuation, and humans have already been relocated to other regions under Mr. Mo's arrangements. There are still some unexplored areas within the boundary and remnants of malicious beasts in the primeval forest yet to be completely cleared. Several Blood Clan dukes spoke with bowed heads, glancing at each other, all somewhat nervous. The Blood Clan members had already received some rumors beforehand, saying that His Majesty had found clues to break the curses on their bodies in the other world. Duke Bellamy stepped forward half a step and asked softly, "Your Majesty, forgive my intrusion, but the curse on my body is no longer suppressible. If it continues to deteriorate, I'm afraid I'll enter a blood cough in slumber. There are rumors that you found clues to unlock curses in the trial grounds. Fang Heng raised his hand. Not just clues, I am certain that it will help you. At least, it can alleviate the curse on you. The passage to the trial grounds will soon be established. When the time comes, I will take a group of tribesmen to the trial grounds to try and break your curses. Originally, this area was supposed to be left for Qiu Yaokong to conduct his unstable mutation experiments after being cleared. If by chance Qiu Yaokong is not careful and creates some kind of monster that could destroy the world, it would only spread within the current world. But with the sudden situation now, this world can be used to temporarily store the dead world's aura, while also testing to produce a large number of corpse pits. Suddenly, in the rear, a black skeletal figure reappeared within the spatial gate of the teleportation passage. Valen also followed Fang Heng through the teleportation passage into the blood vampire doomsday world, quickly surveying the bizarre world. Fang Heng, the aura in this place is very lively and not suitable for storing materials for corpse pits. Most of the materials will rot and become unusable in just 10 hours. Valen paused and looked at Fang Heng, and the environment surrounding this area is not suitable for building corpse pits. The effectiveness will be compromised. Well, thank you for your reminder. I have made arrangements for your subordinates to transport the materials here, and my people will handle the rest. You can start now. All right, as you wish, Valen responded, and the flickering of the soul flames in his eyes turned into a fiery red. In the rear, the teleportation passage flashed again. The skeletons carried building materials through the world teleportation passage into the blood vampire doomsday world, dumping them directly around the entrance of the passage before returning the same way. Fang Heng nodded towards the blood vampires behind him. The blood vampires immediately sprang into action, transforming into bat forms and quickly categorizing and stacking the materials nearby. Soon, on the vast plain, small mountains of materials quickly piled up, emitting a foul smell. After half an hour of transportation, with the last skeleton dumping the materials on the ground, there were no more skeletons coming through the teleportation passage. Fang Heng couldn't help but look at Valen and asked, "Is the quantity of materials so few? Have they all been transported here?" Fang Heng, these building materials are already enough to construct 5 corpse pits. Only 5. That's far from enough. Valen slowly turned to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, my master has tasked me to assist you in building the corpse pits, but accumulating too many resources will lead to wastage. Fang Heng scrutinized Valen. Surprisingly, this undead skeleton creature had quite a decent intelligence. Trust me, I won't waste it. Your master promised to provide me with enough supplies. Yes, my master has instructed me to help you build the corpse pits. I will assist you within the allowable range. As long as you can demonstrate your strength, I will gather more resources for you. All right. Fang Heng shrugged and stopped arguing with the challenging intelligence of the skeleton. As the zombie clones were about to revive, he slowly approached, spreading his hands forward. Soon, a muddy land in front showed some changes. Chi. Dark blue hands emerged from the ground. Valen saw the churning earth in front, and the magic array appearing in the space, and the soul flames in his eyes quickly danced a bit. The lickspittler kept rushing out of the space magic array, while the zombie clones also emerged from the ground, integrating into the giant form of the tyrant that crawled out from the mud, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The zombie clones staggered towards the mountain-like pile of materials and began digging down in the nearest area with shovels and building materials in hand. Game prompts kept appearing on Fang Heng's retinas. Hint: your zombie clone picked up and equipped refined alloy shovels. Hint: your zombie clone is constructing the corpse pit. The current completion progress of the corpse pit increased by 0.08%, consuming fresh rotten flesh *27. Hint: your zombie clone carried out the transport. With over 1,000 zombie clones working together, the mountain-like pile of materials in front quickly diminished. Fang Heng looked at Valen and asked, "How about now? Are we good to go?" Valen remained silent for a moment, his blue pupils turning into fiery red again, and he said in a deep voice, "I understand. I apologize for my earlier doubts. I will bring more materials for you." "Hey, thanks." Fang Heng clenched his fist. Seeing over 1,000 ordinary zombie clones in front, he couldn't help but feel excited. With enough building resources and his numerous zombie clones, along with the whole night ahead, what miracles could be accomplished? Let's try it out. Rise and shine. In the morning of the next day, Viona's team of over 10 people followed the guidance of the undead servant to the entrance of the abyssal corridor. The scattered aura of death around made the hearts of the holy courtyard uneasy. "Saintess, don't you need to activate the divine barrier?" "No need. This way is better. The stimulation of the undead aura will further awaken the source of my dormant power. I have sensed signs of breakthrough. After purify some aura, I believe I can soon enter the next stage of breakthrough." The Guardian Knight, Motail, sneered, disdainfully saying, "TSK, those practitioners of undead arts really have patience. I thought they would snap under the pressure yesterday, but they were so wimpy. Otherwise, the Lady Saint could have broken through earlier by purify a few demons. Don't cause trouble." Taking advantage of this undead research conference, where a few leaders are busy dealing with seals, gave us the opportunity to get close to the aura of death. The advancement and awakening of inheritance are not achieved overnight. Patience is required. Viona gently reminded. Last night, Viona's team was supposed to spend the whole night in prayer to adjust their states to the best condition. Unexpectedly, strange occurrences kept happening throughout the night. They were disturbed almost the entire night, unable to pray properly, let alone rest well. Initially, the accompanying knights thought it was just their bad luck, but after a few times, they realized that someone was causing trouble. And it seemed these underhanded tricks were not from the hands of the leaders of the Undead Academy. After all, they had a reputation to maintain. Leading the way is Li Shaoqiang. Although Li Shaoqiang has always been cultivated by the Federation, he still feels a sense of belonging to the Association of Research on the Undead, coupled with the temptation of money. There's no way around it. Jixiaobo gave him too much. Having money makes things easier, so Li Shaoqiang immediately brought a group of like-minded players of undead studies to block the door. He didn't even intend to come and fight, just to make it difficult for Viona and the others. Jixiaobo was afraid of being scolded by his family, and he didn't dare to come out himself, hiding in the crowd and secretly signaling to Li Shaoqiang to prepare to take action. Li Shaoqiang nodded lightly to show he understood, licked his lips, and thought to himself, today they will find out that it's easy to provoke the god of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. From a distance, Li Shaoqiang took the lead in provoking, saying with a smirk, "Oh, even the members of the Holy Court are here. Are you here to purify the aura of the Death Realm? Do you really need so many people for that?" Seeing so many people blocking the entrance to the sunken corridor, the members of the Holy Court felt that something was not right. Mo Header stepped forward, furrowing his brow, with a hint of unfriendliness on his face, and said in a deep voice, "We were invited to come by the Association of Research on the Undead, to go into the sunken corridor to cleanse the aura of the Death Realm. You better move aside quickly." Li Shaoqiang had no intention of moving aside, and stood boldly with the others at the door. "Ah, the Holy Court. What a coincidence to meet here. We are also here to assist the Association of Research on the Undead. Interesting, isn't it? I'm not interested in what you're here for, so step aside quickly. Don't delay us." Mo Header waved his hand in annoyance, as if shooing away a fly, trying to push Li Shaoqiang aside. A junior undead studies scholar dared to block his path with the Holy Maiden? He took a few steps forward, only to find that Li Shaoqiang was still standing boldly in front of him, even disdainfully digging at his ear with his finger. Mo Header felt a surge of anger for no reason. You better move aside now. Hey, Holy Court, quite temperamental and showy. Li Shaoqiang still didn't move his feet, looking at the newcomers with a look full of provocation. Looking for trouble, huh? Don't understand the concept of waiting for your turn? You want to cleanse the aura of the Death Realm, and so do we. Why should I let you through? Do you know where you are? Dare to cause trouble here. Mo Header stopped in his tracks, staring angrily at Li Shaoqiang, his fists clenched. You think I won't touch you? Are you provoking me? Do you dare to fight me? Hey, no, I can't beat you. If you want to fight, go find our guild leader. Bullying a newbie like me, what kind of person are you? Our guild leader is in the magic tower outside. Turn right after leaving. Hurry up. Li Shaoqiang said provocatively, staring at Mo Header with a hint of anticipation in his heart. Come on and hit me. If they fight, it will be their fault, and they can continue to argue, delaying them for several days. If someone gets hurt, that's a work injury. They could even earn an outrageous amount of workers' compensation from Jixiaobo. Li Shaoqiang's mind was now focused on staging an accident, hoping to be punched by Mo Header right away. He had already planned it out. As long as these holy knights were ready to attack, he wouldn't need to make a move. He could just lie down pretending to be dead. Fiona sensed something, furrowed her brow, raised her hand, and said softly, Mo Header, don't get agitated. Let someone go find Mr. Piyushai. I believe he will help us communicate with these undead scholars. Holy Maiden, they are intentional. Fiona shook her head to stop Mo Header from continuing. The path ahead is always full of thorns, but evil will eventually be banished. The holy light will guide us correctly. Yes, Holy Maiden. Seeing that the members of the Holy Court stopped arguing and instead chose to stay at the entrance of the sunken corridor, Jixiaobo, who was hiding in the crowd, gave a thumbs up to Li Shaoqiang. Li Jie is amazing. Jixiaobo quickly motioned to the other people in the team, indicating that they should drag the Holy Court members, calling for backup from the other side. In short, the goal was to delay and manipulate the mindset of the Holy Court. Jixiaobo was feeling smug, but Tan Shuo whispered on the side, Everyone, this seems a bit off. They seem to be playing by a different set of rules, huh? Everyone looked in the direction indicated. Fiona and the Holy Court team did not leave, but instead stayed close to the sunken corridor. Over a dozen guardian knights tightly surrounded Fiona in the middle. Suddenly, a dark golden light flashed at Fiona's brow. The light gradually appeared and spread out. A dark golden protective barrier emerged around the team from the Holy Court. Strangely, when the aura of the Death Realm came into contact with the golden light barrier, it made a sizzling sound. The barrier gradually absorbed the aura of death, transforming it into energy that flowed into Fiona's body. These people are quite persistent. Seeing the Holy Court starting to disperse the aura of death around the sunken corridor, Jixiaobo's heart fluttered, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, Brothers, backup plan activated. Break through the barrier. Okay. Within the team, over a dozen undead studies scholars were prepared and nodded along, then stood at the entrance of the sunken corridor to cast a seal. A dark screen appeared. The screen shrouded the entire entrance of the sunken corridor. At once, the outflow of the Death Realm aura within the sunken corridor was blocked by the barrier, and the concentration of the aura at the periphery began to gradually decrease. Mo Header, guarding next to Fiona, sensed something unusual, narrowed his eyes, and turned to glare angrily at Li Shaoqiang and his group. It's them again. Deliberately sealing the entrance and exit of the sunken corridor. They were definitely looking for trouble. Mo Header felt resentment in his heart, and he couldn't help but tightly grip the knight's great sword in his hand. Mo Header, calm down. They are trying to provoke you. Don't pay attention to them. This kind of seal won't last long and won't affect us. Mo Header took a deep breath, nodded, and said, Yes, Holy Maiden. Across the holy light barrier, Li Shaoqiang kept provoking Mo Header with a challenging gaze, almost making his face freeze, gritting his teeth and saying, Damn it, can't provoke you to come over and fight me. The holy light stuff is really patient. The scholars around Li Shaoqiang immediately took out the slates that Fang Heng had prepared in advance, lined them up to continuously absorb the aura of the Death Realm. How much longer can our barrier hold? In total, 3 batches of people. With the help of the stone tablet, we can probably hold out for another hour and a half at most. Li Shaoqiang no longer continued to provoke. He rubbed his stiff facial muscles and asked, "How is Boss Fang doing? Why haven't we received any news yet? What was the plan that you had agreed upon before? We are at our limit over here." Hearing this, Ji Xiaobo's heart also skipped a beat. He had been busy with the mind games against the Holy Court last night and had no idea how Fang Heng's preparations were going. According to the prearranged plan, after Fang Heng finished arranging everything, he should have come online directly to find him. Why hasn't he come yet? You guys stay here. I'll go down first to take a look. With that, Ji Xiaobo slowly retreated until he disappeared into the shadows behind. A white magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and eerie white bones protruded from within, dragging Ji Xiaobo into the game. Passing through the teleportation passage, Ji Xiaobo appeared in the zombie apocalypse teleportation hall. Huh. Ji Xiaobo looked around and couldn't help but exclaim softly. The teleportation hall was filled with a large number of vampires. He even sensed a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from these vampires. Two vampire princes also cast their gaze toward Ji Xiaobo. Prince Maka stepped forward and asked, "Are you Mr. Ji Xiaobo?" "Ah, yes. Where is Fang Heng? We have been waiting for you. His Majesty the King is in the blood vampire world on the other side of the teleportation channel. He asked us to wait for you here." Maka pointed to the entrance on the right. "Please follow me. I will take you over." "Okay, let's hurry." Ji Xiaobo hurriedly followed Maka through the passage. In the passage, there were still a large number of skeletal creatures tirelessly carrying supplies, lined up in a straight line along the direction indicated by Maka, continuously transporting goods. Seeing this, Ji Xiaobo couldn't help but feel puzzled. What does this mean? Why are these skeletons still tirelessly transporting goods? Haven't they finished yet? Where did they go last night? Could it be that they encountered some trouble? Swish! Ji Xiaobo entered the teleportation passage with the vampire Prince Maka, and his vision momentarily turned gray. As he opened his eyes to enter the vampire apocalypse world, Ji Xiaobo was stunned by the scene before him. What's going on here? Looking ahead, there were numerous huge pits on the ground. Bone pits. So many of them? The bone pits were scattered all over the ground, with at least hundreds in sight. Suddenly, a black shadow on the right flew back quickly to Ji Xiaobo's side. "Master! This is..." Ji Xiaobo was a bit bewildered, looking at Valen. "What's going on?" "These are the bone pits built by Fang Heng, Master. The supplies in the city warehouse have all been transported, and I have called for construction materials from various large city warehouses. The supplies are expected to be depleted in 1 hour. Wait, what did you just say?" Ji Xiaobo was a bit flustered, feeling like he had been deceived. He turned back, somewhat incredulous, and asked Valen again, "Did you say the supplies are gone? Are you saying all the reserve supplies in the warehouse are gone?" "Yes, we have gathered a large amount from the external cities, but the quantity is still not enough." "This is a bit exaggerated, isn't it?" Ji Xiaobo raised his head to look at the numerous bone pits, as well as the dense swarm of zombies in the distance, feeling a bit at a loss for words. He had been too hasty. He was too careless when he agreed to Fang Heng's request. Valen, the skeletal creature, had some memories from his past life and could understand human language and thinking, but he was still a bit rigid in certain aspects. Upon seeing Ji Xiaobo's arrival, Fang Heng also flew over with several vampire dukes and transformed back into a human form in front of Ji Xiaobo. Ji Xiaobo looked at Fang Heng, cleared his throat, and asked with forced calmness, "Fang Heng, is it really necessary to build so many bone pits? Are there many?" Fang Heng glanced at the densely packed bone pits behind him and felt that there were still too few. He had worked hard all night and had only built over 200. It was fewer than he had originally estimated. The main issue was that the material supply speed was inadequate, and there had been a large material cut-off in the middle, which delayed the process by several hours. "The materials are about to run out quickly." Ji Xiaobo's voice faltered a bit. "Do you still need more?" "No. It's enough. Let's stop here for today." Fang Heng looked back at the bone pits. After the bone pits were raised to a certain level, they could automatically generate the breath of the undead. Over 200 were probably enough. Once the initial infusion was done, this world would continuously produce undead breath to cultivate undead creatures. Ji Xiaobo breathed a sigh of relief when Fang Heng said it was enough. Don't worry, if it's not enough, I'll find a way for you. He was just pretending to be tough. At least half of the resources in his vicinity had been depleted, all accumulated over hundreds of years, and they were all consumed by Fang Heng at once. If Fang Heng still needed more, he would have to find other ways and spend even more time. Fang Heng asked, "How is the situation on the Holy Court side?" "Not so good. They can't hold on much longer. I came specifically to find you." "Are you almost done here?" "Yes, wait for me. I'll come over right away." "All right." Fang Heng returned to the real world again, immediately entering the desolate corridor area with a few prearranged undead scholars to meet with Ji Xiaobo's team. Seizing the opportunity while the Holy Court was distracted, they suddenly released the sealed barrier. "Let's go!" Fang Heng quickly darted into the depths of the desolate corridor, grabbing a piece of alchemical stone and rushing towards the inner depths of the desolate corridor with Ji Xiaobo. As they ran past a corner, Ji Xiaobo furrowed his brows. The entrance to the desolate corridor was temporarily blocked by the barrier, and the concentration of death aura inside was even higher than before. In the pitch-black depths of the desolate corridor, the vengeful life forms sensed living beings and swiftly rushed towards the two of them. Ji Xiaobo's expression turned serious as he held a black straw man in his hand and said to Fang Heng, "Brother Fang, it's just the two of us, isn't this a bit?" Buzz! A golden light flashed from behind. What? A wave of holy light aura! Ji Xiaobo was suddenly shocked. Turning around, he saw Fang Heng holding out a dark golden book of oaths. Ji Xiaobo's expression became extremely strange. What is that? The Book of Beginnings. Something from the Holy Court. Bang! Bang bang! At that moment, the resentful spirits rushing towards them were all blasted open as they were pierced by the remnants. Fang Heng used the skills recorded in the Book of Oaths to summon a holy light barrier, then reached out to lift the alchemy stone tablet to absorb the aura of the death realm. Ji Xiaobo opened his mouth, scrutinizing Fang Heng once again with a gaze full of suspicion. Why was Fang Heng so proficient in using the methods of divine study? And in terms of intensity, his use of sacred techniques was far more potent than the undead fluctuations he had revealed. Could he be a spy sent by the Holy Court? Fang Heng lifted the alchemy stone tablet and took 2 quick steps forward, glancing at Ji Xiaobo, who was still standing there somewhat dazed, and whispered, "Let's go, keep up, to the Hall of Despair." Okay. Ji Xiaobo came to his senses and replied quickly, hurrying to catch up. Fang Heng had been here many times before, so he was very familiar with the interior structure of the Hall of Despair. He led Ji Xiaobo forward, running frantically. The remnants of the Book of Oaths surrounding them launched attacks in all directions. As they delved deeper, more and more resentful spirits swarmed towards Fang Heng and Ji Xiaobo. Fang Heng sensed that the energy remaining in the Book of Oaths was rapidly depleting. Although the sacred remnants were powerful, they consumed too much energy. The scattered holy light attracted the attention of the resentful creatures in the Hall of Despair, drawing more and more of them towards Fang Heng and Ji Xiaobo. The sacred remnants began to trigger wildly, releasing a large amount of holy light energy. More and more resentful spirits were drawn towards them, converging on Fang Heng and Ji Xiaobo. Fang Heng could feel the energy within the Book of Oaths dissipating rapidly. This was not good. They were running out of time. Quick! Fang Heng shouted as he led Ji Xiaobo forward, counting down, "When I reach 3, enter the game immediately." Ji Xiaobo was taken aback, then heard Fang Heng begin the countdown. 1, 2. Just as they turned a corner ahead, Fang Heng shouted, 3. Enter the game. Swish. Swish swish. Ji Xiaobo's pupils constricted suddenly. He saw a magic circle of holy light emerge beneath Fang Heng's feet. What on earth? A half-human race person. Swish. Swish swish. The holy light runes and white skeletons enveloped both Fang Heng and Ji Xiaobo, pulling them into the magical circle below. The two of them disappeared almost simultaneously from the Hall of Despair, only to reappear together in the game world. Ji Xiaobo hadn't fully recovered from his shock and stared at Fang Heng, a look of disbelief on his face. You too. I'm not. Ji Xiaobo blinked several times in succession, his face filled with a puzzled expression. Then how did you? I don't know, but we need to keep it a secret. Oh. Ji Xiaobo was still a little confused, mumbled okay, and nodded. Feng Heng proceeded towards the edge of the hall. On the right, there were dozens of piles of sacred study equipment on the ground, all collected recently and urgently transported last night. The quantity was considerable, but the levels were very low. Feng Heng once again invoked the Book of Oaths, extending a hand forward. Golden light scattered from the piles of equipment, absorbed by the Book of Oaths. Soon, all the equipment on the ground turned into scrap metal. Feng Heng couldn't help but sigh. This wasn't sustainable. The Book of Oaths was powerful, but it consumed a lot too. What if they trained some believers from the Holy Court in this world to provide faith power to the Book of Oaths? Done. After consuming 3 heaps of sacred equipment, Feng Heng put aside his scattered thoughts and nodded at Ji Xiaobo. Let's go. The two of them nodded in agreement and re-entered the game. With the power of the Book of Oaths, Feng Heng swiftly defeated the resentful creatures and finally arrived at the central hall of the Hall of Despair after charging twice. As they rushed into the hall area, Feng Heng shouted, "Xiaobo, watch closely." Okay. Ji Xiaobo raised his right hand, tossing a black scarecrow that he had held all the way to the edge of the hall. Clap! The scarecrow landed on the ground and rolled twice. Suddenly, the resentful spirits that had been pursuing Feng Heng and Ji Xiaobo swarmed towards the scarecrow, circling around it continuously. Phew, that should do it. We're temporarily safe. Ji Xiaobo breathed heavily and said, "The scarecrow lasts for 30 minutes, but for safety, I prepared to more." Good. Leave the rest to me. Stand next to me and ensure the effectiveness of the scarecrow, Feng Heng said, setting down the alchemy stone tablet he had been holding and cautiously scanning the surroundings. The plan was simple. They would open a temporal channel and pour the aura of the Death Realm from the Hall of Despair into the game world all at once. Opening a large fissure directly using the Bloodline teleportation channel was more troublesome, requiring a huge amount of energy and continuous spellcasting by the Bloodline members in the Bloodline world. It was challenging to do so discreetly within a short period. Therefore, Feng Heng decided to use the newly acquired ultra-small space teleportation hub. Unfortunately, the teleportation hub required a large area of space. Feng Heng estimated that only the central hall of the Hall of Despair could accommodate it. Concentrating, Feng Heng raised his hand and activated the space teleportation hub. Ji Xiaobo stood beside Feng Heng, watching his movements, feeling nervous as well. Click, click, click ... Huh. Ji Xiaobo heard a strange clicking sound. Looking in the direction of the noise, he saw tiny thumb-sized mechanical entities wriggling out of Feng Heng's sleeves. The miniature robots landed on the ground and lined up, emitting a faint white light from their hands. Dots of light appeared, and the virtual image of a metallic mechanical structure gradually materialized in the world of the Hall of Despair. What's this? That's amazing! Ji Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he whistled at Feng Heng. Feng bro, this thing is cool. Feng Heng murmured in agreement, focused on controlling the construction of the space teleportation hub. Constructing the channel would take an hour. Feng Heng was worried about running out of time as he didn't want to expose the spatial device to the outside world, so he asked, "Can they hold on outside? The members of the Holy Court shouldn't come in early, right?" Ji Xiaobo watched the space teleportation hub gradually materialize with great excitement, reassuring Feng Heng with a hand on his chest. "Don't worry, Feng bro. I've paid enough money. I can ensure it's done in 3 hours, let alone 1. Hint, the player has completed the construction of the super miniature spatial teleportation hub sub. Hint, negotiations are underway with the main teleportation hub to establish a connection. Hint, construction completed. The 2 hubs will share remaining energy. Hint, as the teleportation persists, spatial fluctuations caused by the spatial hub will gradually spread. This fluctuation may be detected. Please be careful." Buzz. A white pillar of light rose from the center of the teleportation hub. The pillar slowly split and dispersed. 4 beams of light converged into a square entrance. Boom! The moment the channel entrance opened, high-concentration Death Realm aura rushed in frantically from all directions. The concentration of Death Realm aura in the hall rapidly decreased. Due to the fast influx, even the surrounding wraiths were swept up in the Death aura and drawn into it together. It's done! Feng Jie is amazing! Ji Xiaobo couldn't help but shout out at the sight. Too powerful! At this rate, in less than half an hour, the concentration of Death Realm aura in the sunken corridor will drop to an extremely low level. Seeing the strong effect of the teleportation channel, Feng Heng furrowed his brow. This was his first time using the Divine Artifact Spatial Teleportation Hub, and he was not sure about the specific size of the teleportation channel. He didn't expect it to be this big. This could be a bit troublesome. He didn't know if it could withstand the zombie apocalypse inside. It was previously agreed that once the channel opened, several vampire princes and dukes would directly enter the real world to assist. But they had not shown up yet, indicating there might be some trouble. Feng Heng glanced at Ji Xiaobo, who was excitedly shouting beside him, "Let's go, let's check inside the game." Okay. The two of them once again conjured to magical arrays beneath their feet, and skeletal hands emerged from the arrays, pulling them in. Returning to the game world, Feng Heng opened his eyes and quickly scanned his surroundings. To ensure the success of this operation, almost all of the vampire leadership had mobilized. Hundreds of high-ranking vampires were collectively casting barriers in the prison teleportation hall area, connecting the barriers to create a defensive shield that directly linked the exit of the super miniature spatial hub to the entrance of the vampire world teleportation channel. As the Death Realm aura overflowed from the spatial hub exit, it quickly passed through the shielded channel and was directed into the prepared vampire world. At this moment, 3 vampire princes and over a dozen vampire dukes were all working together, coordinating to eliminate the wraiths that had been swept into the zombie apocalypse world. Seeing that everything was operating normally in the zombie apocalypse, Feng Heng breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly entered the vampire world through the teleportation channel. Hint: your building structure. Bone Pit is absorbing Death Realm aura. Hint: your building structure. As soon as they stepped out of the other side of the channel, a series of game prompts appeared once again. Feng Heng looked up, his gaze gradually widening. Ji Xiaobo, who followed Feng Heng out of the teleportation channel, was also taken aback by the sight and took a deep breath. Impressive! The Death Realm aura gushed out from behind them through the channel's mouth, rapidly spreading out in all directions. Most of the area around the exit of the channel was shrouded in a black mist. That is, Ji Xiaobo looked up to the sky, squinting his eyes. The artifact, Shrine of Bone Spirit. The shrine hovered in the air. After absorbing a large amount of Death Realm aura, it transformed into an undead aura. Once the transformation completed, the undead aura was greedily absorbed by the dense bone pits below. Suddenly, Ji Xiaobo realized something. A large amount of Death Realm aura was being exhausted after being transformed by the Shrine of Bone Spirit and absorbed by the bone pits. What a direct reuse of resources! Feng Heng, too, observed the current situation of the world. The construction experience points of the bone pits were rapidly increasing. In comparison, the conversion speed of the Shrine of Bone Spirit was somewhat lacking. The majority of the bone pits in the rear were still not absorbing the undead aura and had stopped working. The Death Realm aura continued to pour into the world. Nevertheless, the world was vast enough to store a huge amount of Death Realm aura, and with all personnel already evacuated, there was no immediate danger. Time to get to work. Feng Heng raised a bottle of coffee and took a gulp, then turned to Ji Xiaobo and whispered, "I'll stay here and monitor. You go back to the sunken corridor and keep an eye on the Holy Court. We'll stay in touch if anything happens." Ji Xiaobo, upon hearing this, suppressed his excitement and nodded. "No problem. Feng Jie, leave it all to me." Seeing Ji Xiaobo leave, Feng Heng activated the Shrine of Bone Spirit into automatic conversion mode, ensuring safety before returning once again to the real world. They returned to the central hall of the sunken corridor. A huge vortex of Death Realm aura had formed, surging into the teleportation channel. In just over 10 minutes, the concentration of Death Realm aura in the entire hall had dropped by half. A large amount of Death Realm aura even flowed in from outside the central hall. Soon, 2 vampire princes arrived through the super miniature teleportation hub, kneeling before Feng Heng. "My lord." "Yes, please rise." Feng Heng raised his hand and turned his gaze to the central hall, asking, "This is the Death Realm fissure we mentioned before. What are your thoughts on it?" The 2 vampire princes also directed their gazes towards the small crack, emitting visible black Death Realm aura. Prince Gall thought for a moment and said, "It seems as if a powerful external force caused spatial damage directly, and it might be difficult to repair it completely. We could try to relocate the rift." Fang Heng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Relocate it? Do we have the capabilities for that?" "Not likely. Vampires have weak control over space, and with our current abilities, we probably can't do it. Perhaps we can start from within the Death Realm?" Prince Leb stepped forward a few paces, carefully observing the crack, and shook his head. "The rift is too narrow, and we can't enter the Death Realm through it at the moment. Even if we could enter, we would likely be affected by chaotic currents." Leb turned to Fang Heng and asked, "My lord, has the overflow speed of the Death Realm aura decreased compared to before? This can help us determine the concentration of Death Realm aura on the other side of the channel." Indeed, there has been a slight decrease. Fang Heng pondered. Over the past half-month since they first discovered the rift, the rate of Death Realm aura escaping had indeed decreased slightly. But the decrease was so minimal that it was negligible. Leb, contemplating, said softly, "My lord, I may have an idea." Fang Heng's eyes lit up, and he turned back. "Tell me." "We can establish a barrier to enclose the Death Realm rift and absorb all the escaping Death Realm aura." The group from the Holy Court hid within the open Sacred Shield. Relying on Viola's special innate power, the Sacred Shield continuously purified the aura of the Dead Realm. At the same time, the purified aura was also awakening Viola's latent power. Suddenly, Viola opened her eyes. Several Guardian Knights around her also sensed something unusual and turned their heads to look at Viola. "Saintess!" Viola gazed solemnly towards the entrance of the sinking corridor, furrowing her brows. The aura of the Dead Realm had been purified for over 2 hours, and the concentration had already decreased significantly, causing the purification efficiency to slow down greatly. However, strangely, the group of novice necromancers blocking the entrance continued to maintain the barrier. It had been over 2 hours. Why were they still able to persist? Viola looked grave. Under normal circumstances, relying on the barrier to seal off the entrance of the sinking corridor could only temporarily block it. As the concentration of the Dead Realm aura inside the sinking corridor increased, the difficulty of sealing it would increase tenfold or even 100-fold. They couldn't possibly hold on for so long. But why did they seem so relaxed now? Did something unexpected happen? Viola stared at the group of people nearby in silence. "Saintess, are you okay?" "I'm fine." "Has Master Pu Shai sent any news yet?" The members of the Necromancy Research Society claimed that Master Pu Shai is discussing how to seal the magic array and prevent us from seeing Master Pu Shai. The accompanying Holy Knight, Mohedel, explained, "We have gone to seek assistance from the Chief Officer of the Federation, General Kyuhai. He promised to help mediate and is on his way here." With the Federation involved, they should be able to handle the members of the Necromancy Research Society. However, Viola still felt uneasy as she looked at the group of people in front of her. On the other side, Li Shaoqiang's group was also puzzled. If the aura of the Dead Realm could be so easily blocked by the barrier, the various heads of the Necromancy Research Society would have joined forces to seal it completely. The sealing under low concentration was manageable, but as the concentration of the Dead Realm aura inside the sinking corridor increased, the difficulty of sealing it would increase exponentially. Furthermore, temporary seals were merely a stopgap measure. Once the seal was broken, the aura would still spread. Additionally, higher concentrations of the Dead Realm aura would produce stronger undead creatures that could disrupt the seal. Li Shaoqiang's group was barely sustaining themselves by using Fang Heng's alchemical stone tablet to absorb the Dead Realm aura, which barely supported them for a while. Originally, Li Shaoqiang's group thought they could delay for an hour and a half at most, not only to delay Viola's group, but also to increase the difficulty of absorbing the Dead Realm aura for the Holy Court when the barrier was broken again. However, now they were also a bit confused. The seal had been maintained for over 2 hours. The mental power provided by over 10 intermediate mages hired to uphold the barrier was still able to sustain its operation. However, a few of the intermediate mages who were continuously charging the alchemical magic formation on the stone tablet were starting to struggle. The direct reason for this was that the concentration of the Dead Realm aura inside the sinking corridor was actually decreasing. What was going on? About an hour ago, they felt the concentration of the Dead Realm aura inside the sinking corridor dropping rapidly. Until now, it had decreased to an extremely weak level. Tan Shuo even felt that the concentration of the Dead Realm aura in the sinking corridor was now even lower than before the seal was broken. What exactly was happening deep within the sinking corridor? Everyone couldn't help but look at Ji Xiaobo. With an excited flush on his face, Ji Xiaobo looked at the group from the holy court outside, feeling a sense of satisfaction as if settling an old score. Ha! The rubbish from the holy court. They are just mere trash from the holy court, daring to step on our Necromancy Research Society's head. I have 1,000 ways to deal with them. Ji Xiaobo was triumphant, sneering. Wait until I drain all the dead realm aura in the sinking corridor. Let's see how they continue to purify it. Upon hearing Ji Xiaobo's words, Li Shaoqiang's group realized that everything was orchestrated by Ji Xiaobo, and they all felt pleased. Regardless of how he managed it, as long as they could get revenge, it was good. And they could make a hefty profit from Ji Xiaobo. That's right. They are causing trouble at our Necromancy Society. They should take a good look at themselves before stepping on us. Let's make them suffer a bit to teach them a lesson. Seeing the Holy Court in distress, the members of the Necromancy Research Society were in high spirits. As several people quietly conversed, hurried footsteps sounded from the other side of the barrier. Tan Shuo looked towards the other end of the passage, signaling for everyone to stop their discussion, and whispered, "Everyone, trouble is coming." In the front passage, Qiu Hai arrived with a group of soldiers from the Federation. Qiu Hai was feeling a bit of a headache as well. He didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the Holy Court and the Necromancy Research Society, but he had no choice but to deal with it. "Commander Qiu, you finally arrived." The group from the Holy Court, upon seeing Qiu Hai's arrival, immediately toned down their arrogant attitude and portrayed themselves as victims. Mo Heddle, the Guardian Knight, stepped forward to recount everything that had happened. Since last night, they had been targeted at every turn and were now even blocked by the members of the Necromancy Research Society. How could this happen? Once Qiu Hai heard the story, he knew someone was up to no good. He looked up and immediately spotted Ji Xiaobo among the crowd. Here we go again. It's him. That tricky little rascal. Always causing trouble. Only he and Fang Hang had the audacity to do so. Ji Xiaobo also noticed Qiu Hai's gaze and made a face at him. Qiu Hai's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Saintus, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory answer." Viola nodded in agreement. "Commander Qiu Hai, we trust the sincerity of the Eastern Federation, and the Holy Court also comes with sincerity. It's not the time to assign blame now. The aura of the dead realm is still extremely dangerous. We hope to enter the central area of the sinking corridor immediately to clear the dead realm aura. Can you allow us to enter?" "Yes, of course." Qiu Hai looked towards the group of people blocking the entrance, his tone slightly more hostile, as he ordered, "Why are you all still blocking the way in the sinking corridor? It's so big in there. Are you just standing here because there's nowhere to go? Don't think I don't know what you are up to. All of you, step aside and wait to receive internal discipline from the Necromancy Research Society." Suddenly, more than 10 necromancy scholars stopped casting spells at the same time, and the barrier blocking the entrance to the sunken corridor disappeared in an instant. What? The outside world, including the federal soldiers led by Qiu Hai, everyone suddenly froze, and Viona's pupils shrank suddenly, completely different from what they had expected. In the moment the barrier disappeared, instead of a large amount of highly concentrated death aura pouring out from the sunken corridor, it was the death aura accumulated outside that flowed in the opposite direction into the sunken corridor. The bizarre and extreme contrast made even the Holy Knights, who were maintaining their combat posture, stunned in place for half a second. What's going on? Could it be? Qiu Hai stared at the entrance of the sunken corridor ahead, a strange thought surfacing in his mind. Could it be that the death aura inside the entire sunken corridor has been cleared? The concentration of death aura outside is even higher than inside, leading to the remaining death aura from the outside flowing into the interior of the sunken corridor. Qiu Hai suddenly turned his head and looked directly at Ji Xiaobo. Is it this kid's doing? What move did he make? If he had this ability, why not solve the trouble sooner? And why pull off this stunt? Ji Xiaobo saw the ghostly expressions on the faces of the members of the Holy Court, and he could barely contain his satisfaction. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, he would have burst out laughing long ago. The Holy Knights of the Holy Court gradually regained their senses, looking at each other, and then turning to Viona. Just over 2 hours ago, they had clearly seen the sunken corridor filled with a high concentration of death aura. So why now? Viona stared at the entrance of the sunken corridor, her expression equally grave to the extreme. She was very clear in her heart that there was definitely a problem inside the sunken corridor. Where exactly had the problem occurred? If the Necromancer Research Association had the ability to deal with Death Aura, why wait for them to come? Was it necessary? The warmth on Fiona's face disappeared for the first time, replaced by gravity. She waved her hand to stop the release of the divine barrier and said, "Let's go and see the situation of the Death Rift." Yes. The guardians of the Holy Court followed with somber expressions as they escorted Fiona into the sunken corridor. Kyuhai also gestured for the Federal Soldiers team to continue following. He also wanted to know what had happened inside the sunken corridor. Kyuhai quickened his pace and walked up to Ji Xiaobo, whispering, "What did you do?" Ji Xiaobo naturally wouldn't betray his team member. He chuckled twice and said, "Hehe, the secret can't be revealed." In short, it was Brother Fang's suggestion, and we cooperated with each other. He was the main force, and I was the support. Brother Fang. Kyuhai raised his eyebrows at the mention and suddenly had a realization. If it was Brother Fang, then it all made sense. He looked ahead at the Holy Court team, hurrying towards the center of the sunken corridor, and suddenly felt a hint of sympathy for them. With Brother Fang and Ji Xiaobo, the two troublemakers put together, the explosive power had increased by several orders of magnitude, and the Holy Court was truly unlucky to encounter the two of them. As the group delved deeper into the sunken corridor, they found that the concentration of Death Aura in the surroundings decreased. It had even reached an unbelievable level. The faces of the members of the Holy Court grew increasingly grim, while Kyuhai's mood became better and better. Wow! Had the Death Aura inside the sunken corridor been cleared to this extent already? How did the two of them manage to do it? The results they had been waiting for over the past half-month had finally come. The mission assigned by the superiors could also be successfully completed. Kyuhai's mood gradually became uneasy, until they arrived at the central hall of the sunken corridor, where the Death Rift was located. Once again, everyone stopped, carefully observing the interior of the hall from the entrance. Where was the Death Rift? In the dim central hall, a figure could faintly be seen standing, with a large, semicircular object beside them. Suddenly, Fiona raised her hand gently, a glowing ball appearing in her palm and slowly rising into the air, illuminating the entire hall. It was Brother Fang. Seeing the person in the center of the hall clearly, Kyuhai's eyes lit up. And next to him was a semicircular building-like structure built of brick walls, about a meter high, completely blocking the position of the original Death Rift. What surprised everyone was that only extremely small traces of Death Aura were escaping from the cracks in the bricks. What's going on? Was the Death Rift sealed in the bricks? Everyone in the Holy Court looked at Brother Fang at the same time, their eyes showing a cautious expression. Kyuhai immediately looked at Brother Fang. Brother Fang. Commander Kyu, you're here too. Brother Fang smiled and nodded to Kyuhai. Sorry, I encountered some trouble in the trial game before, which delayed me for a long time. But as soon as I came out, I came over to help. Kyuhai approached, examining the building constructed with bricks next to Brother Fang, his eyes revealing both confusion and admiration. Without bothering to exchange pleasantries with Brother Fang, he directly asked, "Brother Fang, what is this?" "This. It's a magic array that I accidentally found during the trial. It can absorb a large amount of Death Aura. I thought it might be useful, so I wrote it down and tried it immediately after coming back. It turns out, the effect is not bad." The team led by Li Xiao and the Imperial soldiers brought by Kyuhai looked at Brother Fang, silently listening without saying a word, giving off an air of quietly listening to his boasting. Kyuhai knew that Brother Fang was talking nonsense. A magic array that can absorb Death Aura in the trial game of the Barbarian Zone. Nonsense. But was this really important? Kyuhai didn't care about all that, he just asked, "Brother Fang, how long can the magic array last?" "A long time. At least 6 or 7 days should be no problem." Upon hearing this, Kyuhai's pupils dilated several times, his expression suddenly changing. He raised his hand at once, and the Federal soldiers behind him shouted in unison, "Yes, sir. Spread the order. Seal off the area of the sunken corridor. Guard the sealed fortress for 24 hours. No one is allowed to approach without my permission." "Yes, sir." The two groups of Federal soldiers immediately took orders, moving forward to tightly guard the fortress in the center. Viona's expression changed several times. She took a half step forward and said, "Commander Kyuhai, this is not what we agreed upon." Kyuhai nodded slightly. Saint, we. Viona raised her hand to stop the accompanying paladins from continuing. Paladin Mohidal gritted his teeth, filled with anger. They were played. After all the hard work and effort, everything had been arranged, and they had come a long way, only to be sent back. Was that all? Spent so much time and effort, only to end up empty-handed. Mohidal couldn't help but take a step forward, staring fiercely at Fang Heng. "You must be Fang Heng, right? I'll remember you. Dare to play tricks behind our backs. Do you dare to face me in a fair fight?" Fang Heng squinted at Mohidal, thinking that meddling in these matters would indeed bring trouble. And now, the Holy See held a grudge against him again. "Mohidal, step back." Viona gently raised her hand. She knew very well that under the current circumstances, it would be impossible to break through the fortress again and continue to clear the death aura. Viona took 2 steps closer to Fang Heng, gazing at him, firmly imprinting his face in her mind. How could Fang Heng, with the ability to seal the rift of death aura, be an ordinary person? Mohidal couldn't defeat Fang Heng head-on. Besides, this was the territory of the Undead Research Society. Viona smiled gently at Fang Heng, nodding in agreement. "Please forgive my friend's rudeness. Fang Heng, you are remarkable, and thank you for your contribution to sealing the rift of death aura. This world is facing various dangers, and I hope we can have more contact in the future." Fang Heng also nodded, feeling that the woman in front of him was somewhat scary. Despite hating her to the core, she could still maintain this calm demeanor. "Let's go." Viona said no more, leading the group of the Holy See away. Seeing Viona leave, Kyuhai also nodded at Fang Heng. "Well done. Thanks to you this time. I will also report to higher-ups. Next time we'll contact you again. Apart from the necessary maintenance personnel, you should also leave the Fallen Corridor as soon as possible." Speaking, Kyuhai walked past Fang Heng, reminding him in a low voice, "Beware of the people of the Holy See. It's best not to leave the Undead Society during this period." Without waiting for Fang Heng to respond, Kyuhai patted his shoulder and hurriedly left with some of his subordinates. When everyone had left, Li Shaoqiang led the members of the Undead Research Society to gather around, in high spirits, asking Fang Heng various questions and praises. "Fang Heng, you're amazing. Those dogs, did you see their faces? They must be furious. Boss Fang, how did you do it? Special sealing? What level of sealing or ... Though the problem in the Fallen Corridor had been temporarily resolved, having offended the Holy See in the real world, Fang Heng felt troubled and casually answered the inquiries of the crowd. In fact, it was simple. He had covered the wall behind with alchemical stones, with the death aura emanating from the rift being absorbed into the passage and channeled into the blood vampire Doomsday. Meanwhile, a large number of blood vampires were working hard inside the blood vampire Doomsday, maintaining the operation of the rift passage. Feeling a bit tired, Fang Heng patted his cheeks, trying to perk up. It wasn't time to sleep yet, and he still had debts to settle. Amidst chatting and laughing with the crowd, Fang Heng left the Fallen Corridor, not forgetting to ask Li Shaoqiang, "How is that batch of goods doing?" Li Shaoqiang was taken aback at the question, showing a somewhat embarrassed expression. They had been busy dealing with the Holy See all day yesterday, without time to handle the shipment. They are still at the trading post. I'll go there now." Fang Heng sighed. "Forget it. Better get some rest first." On the other hand, Ji Xiaobo was still in a state of extreme excitement. Not only they managed to make the Holy See roll away in embarrassment this time, but they also helped solve the major trouble in the Fallen Corridor, an unprecedented success. Ji Xiaobo was excited to host a celebration feast, planning to party for 3 days straight. However, Fang Heng was not in the mood for celebration and excused himself, claiming to be too tired, before returning to his room to rest alone. Returning to his room alone, Fang Heng freshened up and lay down on the soft bed. Despite feeling drowsy, he couldn't help but pick up the tablet from the table, logging into the internal communication network of the Undead Research Society and accessing the official game forum. This had been his must-do activity before sleep. Over the past half a month, there had been various trials, and he wondered what exciting events had occurred in the real world. "Let's check the forum." Fang Heng entered the forum, eagerly browsing through the hot topics of the past half month. Almost half a month had passed, and the turmoil caused by the invasion of the Blood Clan in the world had gradually settled down, with major federations strengthening their vigilance to prevent such events from happening again. Due to the removal of the zombie apocalypse and the blood vampire apocalypse from the early stage game apocalypse, new players could only enter the remaining wasteland apocalypse. Therefore, various special training programs were being conducted by the federations for the prospective players who hadn't entered the game yet. In short, without him, the game world was peaceful and harmonious. Apart from the main forum, the official also opened various sub-forums for the mid-level game, but due to the large number of forums, besides the 7 major regions, the activity of other smaller forums was not high. Fang Heng quickly found the forum for the Land of Barbarians, and upon logging in, he found that the forum was in an uproar. Topics like abyssal demons, divine tree, changes in the empire, thorough defeat of the Holy See, and so on. These people's information seems quite outdated. Fang Heng casually flipped through a couple of hot topics, feeling uninterested. Not long ago, Ed had united several top player teams from the Land of Barbarians game to execute the plan to destroy the Empire. The major guild had done an excellent job in keeping the information confidential. It was only after Tang Mingyu ascended the throne of the Empire and the abyssal demons were completely destroyed that some news gradually leaked out in the player forum, sparking heated discussions among forum players. Even the Northern Federation, which had been slightly developed in the Land of Barbarians, had just come to its senses, realizing that they had been fooled by Ed and his team. However, everything had come to an end, and it was too late for the Federation to intervene. Boring. Fang Heng checked and found no noteworthy messages on the forum, suddenly feeling a wave of drowsiness hitting him. Well, time to sleep. Just as Fang Heng was about to turn off the tablet and go to bed, he suddenly remembered something, reached into his pocket, and took out a round black sticker, which he stuck on the back of the tablet. One of the famous dark webs. The dark web operates on a membership invitation system. Over the years, most dark webs have been infiltrated by the federal government, and Yin is no exception, just slightly better compared to other dark webs. Fang Heng immediately logged in to check. The website's layout directly borrowed from the federal official website, with some adjustments in certain categories. Sure enough, unlike the grandeur of the official website, there were a lot of underground rumors circulating on the dark web. Of course, a large part of it was paid content. Fang Heng roughly flipped through a few hot topics and immediately felt wide awake. A federal lab in the Northern District was destroyed, causing a leakage of some unknown gas, leading to the urgent evacuation of the surrounding population by the federal government. Various signs indicated that something big had happened in the Northern District of the Federation, and many people were heading there, ready to get a piece of the action. Recently, the Saint Court in one of the 7 districts had some issues. It was confirmed that a special event had occurred in the Saint Court area, and many had seen the high-ranking members of the Saint Court entering the 7 districts in a special way, raising suspicions of a big move by the Saint Court. The Central Federation recently obtained a powerful genetic item from the high-ranking gaming world and was carrying out a special secret plan. This plan had now entered the human experimentation phase, rumored to be able to elevate an ordinary person's strength to the average level of a mid-level game player in just 3 days. The authenticity of this news was unknown, but discussions among players were heated. Furthermore, the most discussed topic was a prison in the southern region of the Federation. Most inmates in this prison were major criminal elements in the game, with varying strengths. However, some of them held special information. Many individuals in the dark web were bidding to either rescue or kill these individuals, seek specific individuals, or obtain information, among other similar requests. Hey, being a regular is more stimulating than being regular. Fang Heng's spirits lifted. He flipped through a few pages, suddenly feeling wide awake and eagerly browsing through each post. As he continued browsing, a black icon appeared in the bottom right corner of the screen. Huh? Contact from a friend. It was his first time using the black sticker, and the recommender on the dark web was naturally Lao Hei. So, his only online friend was Lao Hei. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he opened the chat box. Indeed, it was Lao Hei. Fang Heng, I heard you're doing well over at the Barbarian territory. Congratulations. Not bad. Thanks to your help. Got hold of a few items we'll show you later. No problem. I guarantee your satisfaction. After a few simple greetings, Lao Hei quickly got to the point. How many teleport slots do you have in your world? And which dimensional coordinates have you linked to? Fang Heng pondered for a moment, concealing the special reward channel he obtained from the SSS Plus trial. He replied, I have a limit of 48 slots, and besides the primitive gaming world and the 7 districts, I currently only have the dimensional coordinates for the barbarian territory. Lao He immediately sent a string of exclamation marks. 48 slots? What on earth? Most normal dimensional lords only had 2 or 3 teleport slots. How did he have so many as 48? What had he done in the trial game? Saved the gaming world? A few seconds later, Lao He messaged again. You're rich. Fang Heng replied, let's not get too excited. Just having teleport slots is useless without dimensional coordinates. I'm currently lacking in dimensional coordinates for other realms. Right, I might have gotten a little too excited. I'll find a way to get you the dimensional coordinates, but don't forget our previous agreement. I remember, the teleport access in my world is open to your people at any time. Lao He sent a reliable emoji. But I'm currently facing a big problem. What problem? Lack of money. Fang Heng briefly mentioned the large amount of God points he owed. A shortage of God points could lead to various troubles. For instance, entering other game worlds through a space staring device required the expenditure of God points. If he were broke, he could only enter by dragging Mo Jiawei along and having Mo Jiawei foot the ticket bill for him, which was quite pitiful. After hearing Fang Heng's situation, Lao He sent a wait for my message emoji. When Lao He remained silent, Fang Heng closed the chat window and continued browsing the forum. He had planned to search for information on leveling up talents after reaching level 30 and how to transplant the divine tree. Strangely, he found no information related to leveling up talents or the dazzling crystal. However, there were a few messages related to transplanting trees, but they were of little use. Soon, Lao He messaged again. There's a player's commission at the barbarian territory. The mission reward is God points. Completing the mission can earn you a large amount of God points. The client wants to level up and needs a lot of mutation crystals, and all other rewards belong to you. Along with the chat message from Lao He was the mission description. Fang Heng opened the mission description and nodded in approval. This mission seemed promising. It was low in difficulty, had decent rewards, and most importantly, provided additional God points. It could solve his urgent need. I'll take the mission. Fang Heng sent a thank you emoji to Lao He and asked about matters related to leveling up. Lao He responded promptly. Player levels would automatically trigger talent upgrades upon reaching level 30, and he would then know the specific upgrade conditions. If Lao He leaked these details in advance, it could lead to game penalties. It turned out there were level restrictions. Fang Heng now understood. With that in mind, he decided to focus on leveling up calmly. The next day, Blood Clan Doomsday. The continuous influx of the breath of the dead realm throughout the day shrouded the entire Blood Clan Doomsday world in a thin layer of gloom. The Bone Spirit altar floated in midair, operating at full capacity, continuously absorbing and converting the breath of the dead realm in the surroundings. Notifications appeared frequently on Fang Heng's retinas. Tip: your building to Undead Corpse Pit has absorbed the breath of the dead realm, leveling up the building's experience. Tip: your building, Undead Corpse Pit, has been upgraded to LV6. Qiu Yao Kong stood beside Fang Heng, holding an unidentified device in his hand. He looked down at the values displayed on the device, his face showing genuine interest. The breath of the dead realm is quite intriguing. Fang Heng shrugged and said, don't just focus on the breath of the dead realm. Have we received any news related to the demon seeds in the past 2 days? According to my estimation, the success rate of ordinary zombie transformation into crystallized body zombies is expected to be around 50%, while the fusion transformation rate with liquors is expected to reach 20%. Currently, there is a lack of experimental data, and further live experiments are needed to obtain more accurate data for the next phase of experiments. Qiu Yao Kong looked at Fang Heng. I am ready. We can start the live experiments this afternoon. Ahem. Fang Heng coughed lightly and shook his head. Let's wait a bit on the live experiments. Put it on hold for now. Let's wait a while. Unfortunately, although he was very enthusiastic about crystallized body zombie clones, conducting live experiments required a large amount of main god points. He still owed main god points from the outside debt. Although the goods on Li Shaoqiang's side have been sold, Fang Heng has encountered a big problem. There are restrictions on main God point transactions between players. There is a monthly limit. Any excess above the limit will incur additional fees charged by the game. The higher the transaction amount, the higher the fees, and once it reaches a certain level, over 99% fees are also possible. Main God points are really difficult to deal with. Seeing the suspicious look from Qiu Yao Kong, Feng Heng changed the topic and said, "By the way, have you checked the black fluffy thing left behind by the Abyss Demon after it died last time? Have you found anything?" "Yes, as you suspected, I did find something." Qiu Yao Kong squinted slightly and continued, "I discovered a piece of information in it." "Information?" "I analyzed and studied his DNA profile, and I found a very peculiar sequence in it. This sequence was not naturally generated, it was optimized and modified, appearing to be some kind of language text information record." Qiu Yao Kong handed a piece of paper with 2 lines of text composed of various special symbols to Feng Heng. "I have already handed over the text to Sandy for research." He confirmed that he had seen similar written records in the underground world before, but it seems he has encountered some difficulties and has not yet provided me with feedback. Feng Heng took the paper, and as he checked it, a game prompt flashed across his retinas. Hint: player triggered quest, unknown message. Quest name, unknown message. Quest difficulty, OSSS. Description: your companion discovered an unknown message while researching the demon seed residue. Try to unlock the message to find triggers for subsequent tasks. Task requirements: unlock the message. Task reward: next phase task. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. A quest with a floating difficulty level of OSSS. From the quest description, it could be determined that it was a non-combat quest. Such quests often depend on luck. Sometimes one could easily complete them if lucky, while in other cases, one could spend over a decade wandering without any clues. Feng Heng put the piece of paper into his backpack. There's more research value in the demon seed residue that can be explored. I will continue to analyze and research it, hoping for more discoveries. Qiu Yao Kong closed his notebook, saying, "Well, that's the research content and findings from the previous phase. We'll wait for you to start the next phase of crystallized body experiments. Let's talk about the crystallized body later. Come, let's go see the situation of the vampire clan's curse together." Feng Heng led Qiu Yao Kong back to the zombie doomsday prison headquarters through a teleportation channel. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Within the teleportation channel, 3 vampire princes personally welcomed them, kneeling alongside numerous vampire dukes. The vampires all wore expressions of nervousness and excitement. After tens of thousands of years of development, they were witnessing substantial progress in uncovering the curse for the first time. Those present were carefully selected by the Elders' Council to participate in this experiment to eliminate the curse of the vampire clan. If all goes well, the curse that has plagued the entire vampire population for many years will be greatly alleviated. Please rise. Feng Heng gestured with a hand to the right towards Victor. Is everything ready? Victor stayed up all night and had made sufficient preparations, waving to Feng Heng to indicate readiness. Feng Heng, I thoroughly checked the spatial rift device last night and retested it this morning. I can confirm that the teleportation channel will work seamlessly. Good. Feng Heng nodded. Let's begin. All right, follow my instructions. Start the operation of the spatial rift device and establish the target teleportation channel. The prison space teleportation hall initiated the first connection with the high-level world, and Victor took it seriously, personally directing the team. Hint: players are establishing a spatial channel, currently heading to the world, mid-tier game world, realm of barbarians. The mechanical engineers were preparing to activate the channel when Sandy, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, approached Feng Heng. Feng Heng, I heard you are going back to the realm of barbarians. Sandy, with large dark circles under his eyes, scratched his head, looking troubled. The textual symbols that Qiu Yao Kong provided him to decode had tormented him greatly last night. Sandy was certain that decoding this text was related to the language used by some of the cave-dwelling creatures, and he had made significant breakthroughs. However, crucial clues were missing, making completion difficult. I also need to go back to the realm of barbarians to search for decoding clues in the underground world. All right, wait to follow Qiu Yao Kong. He will guide you. Feng Heng nodded towards Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei made an okay gesture, indicating no issue. This time, Both Feng Heng and Mo Jiawei were transported together. This was mainly because Feng Heng had no main god point credits. The connection to the channel is successful. Initiating position. Channel establishment at 92%. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The spatial rift device emitted a mechanical roar. A bright blue beam rose in the central teleportation hall. Suddenly, the beam contracted, coalescing into a ball of light suspended in mid-air. Teleportation channel established. Stable transmission status. Feng Heng, we are ready. Victor raised his hand towards Feng Heng, indicating that the spatial teleportation channel was set up and ready for transmission. In comparison to the teleportation channels in the basic level game, the mid-level game teleportation occurred in the form of a transport sphere. This method helps save more energy. The hall fell into silence. Everyone looked towards Victor. Victor lowered his head to check the various data on the dashboard, then lifted his head and said, "The values of the space-tearing device are stable. The transmission has been successfully completed. Immediately monitor the status of the ultra-small space teleportation hub. All groups be prepared to report the situation." Understood. The vampires tried to calm their minds, waiting quietly on the side. Duchess Bellamy was particularly anxious. The vampire curse on her had reached a very severe stage, and she couldn't hold on much longer. The three vampire kings were not in a much better condition. Previously summoned by the Vampire King Coffin, several consecutive battles had caused the curse backlash on them to reach a very high level, significantly affecting their original strength. In the past, they would have gone back to sleep in the coffin, at least sleeping for thousands of years to recover from the battle damage. Time passed by minute. The quietness in the hall was terrifying, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. After more than an hour, suddenly, an engineer broke the silence, shouting, "Commander Victor, detected spatial fluctuation response. It's from the teleportation hub." Victor said in a deep voice, "Attention all groups. Prepare to accept the teleportation fluctuation. They are coming." It was done. Hearing this, the vampires waiting in the hall were suddenly uplifted, turning to look at the large space teleportation hub on the right side of the hall. Shoo! A blue beam of light suddenly burst from the front of the teleportation hub. Under the dazzling blue light, a square blue space channel rapidly formed in front of everyone. Victor turned his head, carefully examining the entrance of the blue channel with a sense of gravity. The various groups of engineers continued to report data to Victor. Detection completed. The channel has been established. Detection completed. The entrance channel is stable. Spatial fluctuations are stable. Before the reports were completed, a zombie stumbled out from the entrance of the blue square-shaped channel, stepping into the space channel and disappearing suddenly. The vampires stared closely at the entrance channel. Why wasn't there any reaction yet? Bellamy clenched her fists tightly, feeling every second was like torture. After a full half-minute, the blue light curtain of the teleportation channel flickered. Mo Jiawei walked out of the portal. Everyone looked at Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei nodded and said, "It's okay. Feng Heng will let you enter the channel in batches." Vampire Prince Gale was excited, raising his hand and saying, "Let's go." On the other side of the space teleportation channel, Feng Heng was very fortunate to have Mo Jiawei with him this time. Under the blessing of luck, after the two completed the teleportation, they randomly arrived in the area of the plague without wasting time halfway. The divine tree Abai Akia sensed Feng Heng's arrival and immediately transmitted intimate emotions. Feng Heng then immediately used the artifact, the ultra-small space teleportation hub, to establish a channel with the world of the zombie apocalypse. After opening the teleportation channel and ensuring its safety with the zombie test, the three vampire princes entered the world with the first batch of vampire dukes, respectfully paying their respects. "Lord Kings." Feng Heng gently raised his hand. Let's start directly, don't resist." "So fast? Are they starting to try to remove the curse directly?" Duchess Bellamy's breath was heavy, kneeling with one knee on the ground, secretly observing the surroundings. They were surrounded by lush trees. Hiss! Fine vines extended from all directions, and blue stars also fell from the sky. The stars fell on their bodies, being absorbed by their bodies. Bellamy's expression suddenly changed. She felt that the damage to her body was gradually being repaired. The curse that had been pressing on her had been greatly relieved. It was an unprecedented feeling of comfort. Bellamy couldn't help but close her eyes. The other vampires also closed their eyes in the same way. The 3 vampire princes opened their eyes one by one, looking at each other with surprise in their eyes. Feng Heng asked, "How do you feel?" Gale was now completely convinced by Feng Heng. After sensing his own body condition, he reported respectfully, "Lord King, the damage caused by the curse in the past has been completely repaired. This treatment is equivalent to me resting quietly in the coffin for thousands of years. I feel that the blood shackles have loosened slightly, and compared to before, I can engage in combat for longer periods. But the curse has not been completely lifted, just loosened, and can be more easily suppressed." Feng Heng nodded. It seemed that the current level of the divine Triabakia was unable to completely solve the troubles on the vampires, so they had to continue to find ways to strengthen Abakia. Following that, the vampire dukes and marquises also opened their eyes one by one, feeling the changes in their bodies. "How do you all feel?" Duchess Bellamy's face was full of joy and excitement. "Lord King, the curse on my body has loosened by more than half, and I won't have any problems for at least a few years. I can now try to advance to the rank of prince." Bellamy was extremely excited. She had been waiting for this day for too long. Bellamy had felt the threshold of advancing to the rank of vampire prince 100 years ago, but she had always been afraid to cross over because once she advanced, the curse in her body would claim her life. Now, she could still feel the shackles of the curse, but they were within manageable limits. At least the path to advancing to the rank of prince was smooth. The remaining vampire marquises also knelt down one by one, showing respect. "Lord King, we are no longer affected by the curse, but we can still feel its presence. After the breakthrough, we may still be affected by the curse shackles." Feng Heng rubbed his chin, further confirming his judgment. Upgrading Abakia to a complete form should be able to resolve the curse and even enhance the strength of the clan. Just as he was thinking, another line of game prompt appeared. Hint: player has unlocked the blood shackles of some vampires. Player's reputation among vampires has greatly increased. Player has gained the trust of the vampire kings. Player's current reputation value has permanently solidified to the maximum value. Hint: player has unlocked the blood shackles of some vampires. The rank of the vampire clan can be increased to the maximum level. Vampire clan evaluation has increased. Hint: player triggered the quest, the path of the vampire rising. This task, Feng Heng looked at the task prompt, his brow furrowed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed and unsure of where to begin. Even the reward seemed a bit mysterious. Domain reputation? What use does that have? On the side, Qiu Yaokong and Sandy entered the realm of the barbarians through the space-time portal. Qiu Yaokong expressionlessly took out a box of sample collectors, approached each member of the blood clans, drew a tube of blood from each one, then nodded to Feng Heng, saying, "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to research first. I'll give you a detailed report later." Despite the fact that the Blood Clan princes were formidable figures in the early stage game, they obediently extended their hands for Qiu Yaokong to draw blood without any resistance. "Well, all right." Feng Heng closed the task log and then looked toward the Blood Clan Duke Bellamy. "Bellamy, I leave the rest to you." "Yes, Your Majesty." The treatment by the sacred tree required energy, and there was a cooldown period, rendering it temporarily unavailable to provide relief to all members of the Blood Clan community. The current batch of high-ranking Blood Clan members could receive free sacred tree treatments. However, in the future, it wouldn't be so easy for the Blood Clan to alleviate the curse. The sacred tree would serve as a permanent means for Feng Heng to control Blood Clan loyalty. Only after passing through rigorous scrutiny by the Blood Elders Council and receiving final approval from Feng Heng could the sacred tree be used. Seeing that things were coming to a close, Sandy on the side hurriedly urged, "Feng Heng, shouldn't we be leaving soon?" "Yeah." After some consideration, Feng Heng decided to split up with Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei and Sandy would go first to the royal family to meet up with Tang Mingyu, and the others to check on the progress of Tang Mingyu's money-making plan. They would prepare to sell their goods and could directly contact the emergency survival radio if they encountered any trouble. Sandy hoped to look up some information at the Imperial Academy and have the cave-dwelling beasts prepare some data, while Feng Heng would return to the underground world alone. He had another task to complete, the realm of the barbarians. Near the entrance of the crack leading to the underground world, a group of more than 10 people cautiously guarded the edges of the forest. In the center, surrounded by everyone, a young man from the financial family of the Federal Northern District, Ballots stood. Ballots himself had mediocre strength, but was truly passionate about the game. After advancing to the mid-level game, as the game difficulty increased, Ballots found playing the game becoming increasingly challenging. He had put in a lot of effort to find a decent task and had hired a professional mercenary group and a few mercenaries locally, ready to level up through this task opportunity. After waiting for over an hour, the player mercenaries hired by Ballots grew somewhat impatient. The leader of the mercenary team, Hannah, couldn't help asking, "Boss, are we still missing someone we arranged to meet?" "Yeah, we're missing one more person, and they are on their way. They'll be here soon." Ballots looked towards the end of the path, feeling a bit anxious. The mission difficulty wasn't high. It was the type where more effort resulted in better rewards. The team was limited to 12 people, and the higher the mission points earned within the set time, the better the final mission reward. Ballots was only the third son of the family and didn't usually participate in managing the company team, so his pocket money was very limited and he could only hire a regular team. His older brother had always taken care of him and had found a reliable person for him in the black market, even paying a large sum as a commission, guaranteeing that the task could be completed. Yet, after waiting this long, not a single sign of anyone was seen. Hannah and Ballots had previous contact in the previous stage of the mission, so they were somewhat familiar. Speaking with less restraint, Hannah complained, "Boss, where did you find these helpers? They really need big shots, making us wait for over an hour. I hope we're not being scammed." Ballots whispered, "It shouldn't be. My brother hired them from the dark web, and if the task isn't completed, he won't pay, and he'll deduct his credit points on the dark web." Upon hearing this, several mercenaries' expressions stiffened. Generally, there were legitimate channels and various offline means provided by the Federation for players to hire each other. People hired through the dark web had a high probability of having an unusual identity. Many of those who accepted tasks in the dark web were federal fugitives. They couldn't use their formal identity openly and could only rely on the dark web. Anyway, don't ask too many questions and wait, he'll help us complete the task. As the group was talking, a shadow appeared high up in the sky. As they looked up towards the sky, an Imperial Griffin passed by overhead and then changed direction, flying low towards the ground. Just before reaching the lowest point, a figure leapt from the Griffin's back and landed steadily in front of everyone. The group cast their gazes on the man who landed, Fang Heng. Seeing Fang Heng for the first time, they felt his face seemed somewhat familiar. Fang Heng's gaze lingered on the group for a moment before turning to Ballots and confirming, "Ballots. Yes, it's me. Task commission number 2901. I've accepted your commission. Let's go." Ballots looked at Fang Heng. "Ah, are you the white vintage photo?" "Yes, let's go. Share the task with me." Fang Heng nodded and stepped forward towards the direction of the cave, thinking that Black had been a little careless in choosing his name on the forum. All right. Ballots followed after, sharing the task with Fang Heng. Notice, players to accept shared task, collecting midnight violets. Task name, collecting midnight violets. Task type, reward task. Task difficulty, tilde. Maximum number of participants, 12 people. Task description, while exploring underground, you have come across a massive deep cave where you encountered an ancient creature, the obsidian beetle, guarding a peculiar flower called midnight violet. Empire researcher Hannah is very interested in midnight violets and hopes you can help her collect them. This task requires relevant collection skills. Task requirement: midnight violets have an extremely brief flowering period and can only be safely picked during this period. Hannah provides you with a special device that can emit a special light beam, which, when shown upon the midnight violets, extends their flowering period to 6 hours. Please collect as many midnight violets as possible within 6 hours. Task reward: Empire researcher Hamill is using main deity points to purchase midnight violets and obsidian beetle shells, and you can collect these items for main deity points exchange. After carefully reviewing the task instructions, Fang Heng nodded in satisfaction. The obsidian beetles are usually hidden underground, capable of launching acid attacks and splashing rocks after burrowing into the ground. They don't have high attack power, but their ability to hide underground makes them troublesome. Additionally, they have a hard outer shell, making them difficult to deal with. After completing the mission, all material rewards will go to you all. I only want the crystallized crystals that the obsidian beetles explode with for my upgrade. The mission requirement was previously posted by DRIZZLE in the black market, and Fang Heng has also carefully reviewed it. The employer requires at least 1,000 first-order mutation crystals to be collected. Fang Heng confirmed with DRIZZLE again. What is the level of the obsidian beetles? And roughly, what is the drop rate of the mutation crystals? The level is low, but the population of obsidian beetles is very large, and it's already confirmed that elite obsidian beetles will spawn midway through the mission. It is necessary to be prepared in advance. DRIZZLE estimated after looking down. Based on the previous battles, the drop rate of first-order mutation crystals is about 20%, while the second order is roughly 0.3%. Fang Heng thought for a moment and continued, if there are extra second-order mutation crystals, give them to me. DRIZZLE was slightly surprised at the mention of extras. Upgrade requires a large amount of mutation crystals. Could there really be extras? Seeing Fang Heng continue walking forward calmly, he promptly agreed, oh, sure, no problem. Mutation crystals are team pickup bound. As long as there is enough for the upgrade, the extras DRIZZLE has are unnecessary. Soon, the team followed DRIZZLE down along the underground cracks, entering the underground world together. As prearranged, Hanna, the team leader hired by DRIZZLE, took over the command of the squad. He gestured for the team to form up, softly reminding them, everyone, the underground world is very dangerous, full of traps everywhere. Be vigilant at all times. We proceed slowly. Always watch out for safety. After that, Hanna waved his hand. The team gradually delved deeper into the underground world. Not long after moving forward, Hanna quickly noticed something. There was a slight movement around the team's front area. Hanna immediately signaled the team to halt and be vigilant in the darkness ahead. Soon, a patrol team of over 20 cave-dwelling beasts emerged from the front area. The leader of the cave-dwelling beast patrol team detected Fang Heng's presence and led the team closer to Fang Heng and his group. Hanna looked wary and quietly cautioned, everyone, do not act immediately. These are cave-dwelling beasts, a group of creatures that live in the underground world year-round. Individual cave-dwelling beasts aren't highly strong, but they will call nearby companions. Recent rumors have it that the cave-dwelling beasts have formed a cooperative relationship with the imperial royal family's Emperor Tangmingyu. As long as we don't act aggressively, they won't attack us either. Hanna was explaining when he saw Fang Heng stride towards the cave-dwelling beasts. Hanna tried to shout a warning to Fang Heng, but didn't know his name. Hey, you ... be careful. Fang Heng took a few steps forward, then stopped and gazed at the cave-dwelling beasts ahead. The leader of the cave-dwelling beast scouting team was chattering at Fang Heng. Since Fang Heng didn't understand the language of the cave-dwelling beasts, he remained silent. Soon, the two teams of cave-dwelling beasts confirmed Fang Heng's presence and swiftly disappeared into the darkness surrounding them. Hanna couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did the cave-dwelling beasts run off again? Hanna glanced over at Fang Heng. He had a familiar feeling about Fang Heng. It seemed like he had seen him somewhere before. Seeing Fang Heng return to the team, Hanna couldn't help but ask, what did you say to them just now? Fang Heng shrugged, I didn't say anything. I also don't understand their language. Not understanding is normal. By the way, have we met before? I don't think so. Alright, everyone be careful, let's continue forward. Hanna suppressed his doubts and gestured for the team to proceed. The designated location for the mission was deep within the underground world. The team moved forward. Everything was calm and smooth as they advanced for over an hour. Hanna couldn't help but feel increasingly puzzled. It had already been more than an hour. They were almost reaching the mission target location much sooner than anticipated, over 3 hours earlier. DRIZZLE also felt a bit confused and exchanged glances with Hanna. This was quite mysterious. Last time they came to the underground world to complete the preliminary tasks, they faced various hardships and challenges, nearly experiencing a series of difficulties before reaching the mission site. Why was it so quiet this time, with barely any underground world creatures encountered after the initial cave-dwelling beasts group? Was their luck truly this good today, or was something big being prepared behind the scenes? DRIZZLE felt like a greater storm was brewing within this apparent calmness and involuntarily slowed down the pace. Other members of the team also sensed this subtly. Today seemed too quiet. However, no one spoke, and the entire team was enveloped in an unusual heaviness. Fang Heng remained unperturbed, as the resurrect time for his zombie alter ego had not yet arrived. Everyone, stop! Suddenly, Han Na sensed something, raising his hand swiftly to signal the team to halt temporarily. Once again, there was a rustling sound in the darkness ahead. The sound quickly became denser. A vast group of cave-dwelling beasts appeared from the darkness ahead. So many! Baraz swallowed nervously, feeling extremely tense. What was happening? Were the cave-dwelling beasts going crazy? More groups of cave-dwelling beasts began surrounding them from all directions in the darkness. Although they had been to the underground world several times in the past and had some interactions with cave-dwelling beasts, they had never seen such an intense reaction from them like today. Lord Fang Heng. When the Imperial Guide Agile walked out of the crowd and saw Fang Heng, his eyes lit up, waving his arms towards Fang Heng. Lord Fang Heng, why are you here? Agile immediately came up to Fang Heng. The people who followed Fang Heng were suddenly startled, turning to look at Fang Heng by their side. Fang Heng. Why does this name sound so familiar? Wait, could it be? A flash of insight crossed Hanet's mind, and he suddenly realized. Right, Fang Heng. No wonder this person looks so familiar. Isn't he the legendary Lord Fang Heng who caused a sensation in the beginner game recently? Wait, what is this person shouting? Lord Fang Heng. Lord. What does that mean? Fang Heng. Player. Lord. Could it be? Agile stared at Fang Heng, a terrifying thought rising in his heart. Could he be the mysterious and legendary Lord Fang Heng among the players in the barbarian realm recently? Lord Fang Heng has too many legends surrounding him. The first god of necromancy on the continent, the owner of the Plague Lands, the founder of the God Tree, who resolved the world crisis of the Abyss Demons with a close relationship with the Emperor Tangmingyu of the Empire, and the Imperial Lord Fang Heng, who completely wiped out the Imperial Court. Hanet's group of players suddenly had an insight, looking at Fang Heng with astonishment and puzzlement in their eyes. So, the Lord Fang Heng, who has caused chaos in the barbarian realm these days, is actually a player in the beginner game world. This explosive news suddenly emerged in front of them, and for a moment Hanet found it hard to believe. Lord Fang Heng. What is he saying? Baraz hadn't reacted yet, until Hanet quietly explained a few words in his ear. He finally reacted, staring at Fang Heng. He is Fang Heng? Damn it! What kind of place is the dark web that can even hire such a high-level expert? Wait, did Fang Heng accept his commission and participate in his mission? Baraz's expression went from confused and puzzled to surprised in an instant. He had only one thought in his mind. This mission is now secure. Lord Fang Heng, why are you here without even informing us beforehand? There are some things that need to be investigated. Fang Heng leaned in close, muttering a few words in Agile's ear. All right, I'll go ask them. Agile turned around and translated Fang Heng's question to the elders of the cave-dwelling beast kin. Soon, the elite elders of the cave-dwelling beasts also responded loudly to Agile, speaking intermittently for a long time. Agile understood bits and pieces, and after communicating with the cave-dwelling beasts for a while, he returned. What did they say? The place you are going to is a dark area in the underground world, an area that even the cave-dwelling beast kin rarely venture into. According to the cave-dwelling beasts, that area is occupied by a group of underground creatures, and they have always coexisted peacefully without disturbing one another. Fang Heng nodded. There is a task. We need to enter the area for investigation. All right, I'll communicate with them. Since the crisis of the Abyss Demons was resolved, the cave-dwelling beast kin had completely obeyed Fang Heng's command. After a brief communication, it was known that Fang Heng wanted to enter the deep area for investigation, and the cave-dwelling beasts began to lead the way. The team set off again. Baraz hadn't even dreamed that such a large group of cave-dwelling beasts would escort them for this mission. The whole team continued to advance towards the depths of the underground world for over half an hour, until the elite elder of the cave-dwelling beasts leading the way stopped, gesturing and communicating with Agile for a while. A large rock wall blocked the passage ahead, with a cave-like entrance below the wall. Fang Heng sniffed, detecting a strange smell. The scent was coming from inside the cave. It wasn't foul, somewhat like gasoline. Agile translated reluctantly, and then returned to tell Fang Heng and the others, Lord Fang Heng, inside is where the Obsidian Chitin beetle tribe is located. The cave-dwelling beasts are very sensitive to this smell. The elders of the cave-dwelling beasts have passed down for generations that there is a powerful tribe on the other side of the cave, and they don't enter casually. Let them wait outside the entrance for now." Feng Heng looked at Baraz. Upon hearing that the cave-dwelling beast team would not follow them into the cave, Baraz felt a bit disappointed, but quickly adjusted his mindset and stepped forward. The location guided by the task is behind the cave. Passing through the cave, there is a large space behind, where the dark night violets grow. I have been in twice during my preliminary tasks. Alright, let's go. Enter the cave and take a look. This time, Feng Heng took the lead. The team followed Feng Heng and entered the cave together. The cave was not long. In about 5 minutes, Feng Heng passed through the cave passage. On the other side was a raised platform. Feng Heng stood on the platform, looking down below at a distant rock wall and ground covered with scattered dark purple flowers. The flowers were not in bloom, looking like purple elongated cone-shaped objects. The cones emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Baraz stepped forward, pointing to those plants, and said softly, "Feng Heng, those growing on the ground are the dark night violets. Be careful, they are very sensitive to temperature. Slight touch can damage the flowers and make them worthless." One mercenary in the team observed the area below, frowning and asking, "What about the obsidian chitin beetles?" The obsidian chitin beetles have a special habit, often lurking in the lower layers of rocks and soil. They are hard to find normally and have always protected the dark night violets. If we touch the dark night violets, it will provoke the hostility of the beetle swarm. Baraz explained, then turned to Feng Heng. "Lord Feng Heng, the number of obsidian chitin beetles is very large. Don't we need the help of the cave-dwelling beasts?" "No need. Most cave-dwelling beasts used bone spears for remote combat. At the moment, he needed to collect dark night violets for points, and in this situation, using a large number of bone spears to pierce would likely damage the dark night violets below." A white disc with a diameter of about 1 meter. Ballots carefully placed the device on a protrusion of the rock, preparing to activate it. Feng Heng reached out to stop Ballots. "Don't rush. Wait a bit longer." "Wait. Yes, very soon." Feng Heng glanced at the game prompt. There were still over 10 minutes left before the zombie split bodies would resurrect. Although the members of the team didn't understand what Feng Heng was up to, they obediently waited. Feng Heng was the boss, so they just watched in silence. All eyes were on Feng Heng. He walked to an open space on the right side of the raised platform and slowly extended his hands. He maintained this pose. Everyone was curious about what Feng Heng was going to do, and they all stared at him. Just when everyone's patience was wearing thin, there was a sudden light noise. Changes began appearing around Feng Heng. Strange movements were happening around the ground where the rocks were standing. Black-brown handprints kept emerging from beneath the ground. The ground started shaking more violently. Accompanied by the zombies' moans, numerous split zombie bodies crawled out from deep underground. Surrounding space shimmered with magic circles, and creatures called lickers quickly emerged from the magic circles. In a short moment, everyone realized that the area on the right where Feng Heng was standing was filled with lickers and zombie bodies. A summoner. Feng Heng turned out to be a summoner. Ballots and the others' expressions changed instantly. It was the first time they had seen the Lord release his skills up close. Although there was a continuous spell casting time of over 10 minutes before the skill was released, the number of summoned creatures seemed excessive. What was that? Hannet saw the giant creature crawling out from underground. Boom, boom. The fusion tyrant crawled out of the ground, causing even the earth to tremble slightly. As 3 fusion tyrants slowly stood next to Feng Heng, Ballots and the players' expressions turned strange. Fusion tyrants! He had reached a point where he could control these terrifying humanoid weapons. The Lord of the Zombie Apocalypse, his power was too terrifying. Feng Heng looked at Ballots and nodded. "You can start now." "Okay, all right." Ballots swallowed nervously, carefully stepping forward, reaching out to activate the device. Buzz! The catalyst device emitted a slight sound wave, followed by a yellow pillar of light rising from the center of the device. The light, along with a strange fragrance, spread out to the surroundings. Crack, crack. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. Under the light shine, strange sounds came from the platform in front and the surrounding rock walls. Behind the front platform, 3 sides of the rock walls were mysteriously trembling. Black beetles. Upon closer inspection, the protrusions on the rock walls were not typical rock formations, but the carapaces of obsidian beetles. The black carapaces were a disguise of the obsidian beetles. At first glance, they blended seamlessly with the black rock walls. The light frequency waves emitted by the device awakened the obsidian beetles, causing them to wake up from their slumber and flood out from various corners of the walls towards the device. Hint: the player team has activated a special device, and the obsidian beetles are in the process of blooming. Hint: the special device has triggered animosity from the obsidian beetle group and will face additional attacks and hatred from the obsidian beetle group. Hint: if the durability of the special device reaches 0, the default mission will end prematurely. Fang Heng's eyes immediately flashed with a row of game prompts. Go! At the same time, the gathered lickers immediately rushed towards the obsidian beetles ahead. The lickers stormed into the obsidian beetle group, starting a fierce battle overhead. The acidic liquid sprayed by the obsidian beetles caused chemical corrosive damage, but the damage was limited and continuous, unable to deal lethal blows to the lickers. The random stone-hitting skill from the rocky layer also did minimal damage to the lickers. When facing the obsidian beetle carapace, the lickers felt helpless. For a moment, game prompts kept popping up in Fang Heng's retina. Hint: player zombie split lickers attacks the filthy obsidian beetle, triggering the claw effect, causing 124 points of damage. Hint: player zombie split lickers kills the vile obsidian beetle, gaining 20 to survival points. Hint: player gains. Fang Heng watched the continuous prompts appearing and licked his lips lightly. Not good. Faced with monsters in the mid-tier gaming world, the output of split zombie and lickers was obviously insufficient. They had to rely on the advantage of the undead passive skill and numerical superiority for dominance. However, because the number of obsidian beetles being born was still relatively low. Furthermore, the fusion tyrant had not yet joined the fray. Considering the size of the fusion tyrant, if it entered the chaos inadvertently, it could easily destroy the Dark Knight Violet. Fang Heng tentatively used the lickers and zombie splits as the main force to assess the situation. Ballots and his team watched in awe as the lickers engaged in slaughter in the front, their eyes flickering with shock. This was too powerful, the terrifying casualty rate. On the surface, the obsidian beetles and the zombie group seemed evenly matched. However, careful observation revealed that the obsidian beetles were falling continuously, while none of the zombies summoned by Fang Heng and the lickers died. Was this really how the pros farmed monsters? What had they been doing before? Maybe this was the real way to play the game, and their past actions were futile. Ballots couldn't help but feel satisfied and excited, waving his hand forward to collect the bizarre crystalline structures that emerged from the dead obsidian beetles. At this grinding efficiency, he could easily level up to 25 in the next 6 hours. With the yellow light gradually radiating, the fragrance spreading, more and more Dark Knight Violets bloomed in the cave, shining with bright purple light. The air was filled with a tempting fragrance. It was almost done. Fang Heng naturally didn't forget his original purpose and immediately started arranging for some split zombies to collect the blooming Dark Knight Violets. A split zombie swayed to a Dark Knight Violet, and a long progress bar appeared over its head. Undisturbed, in just 5 seconds, the progress bar completed. Hint: your zombie split has collected a complete Dark Knight Violet. Rating: So, according to the rules of the game tasks and combined with the situation on site to judge, the more Dark Knight Violets collected, the faster the obsidian beetle respawn rate. Fang Heng squints his eyes. To confirm his speculation, he tries to manipulate the zombie avatar to stop collecting. Sure enough, once the collection stops, the obsidian beetle respawn speed also stabilizes. Controlling the zombie avatar to start collecting Dark Knight Violets again, the obsidian beetles start to respawn faster. Just as I thought. This is quite interesting. Fang Heng murmurs softly to himself, his mind starting to ponder. Might as well take advantage of this opportunity to grind a bit more. Dark Knight Violets can be exchanged for a large amount of main god points, and after killing obsidian beetles, the beetle shells obtained from decomposition can also be exchanged for a small amount of main god points. Although the purchase price of the beetle shells is low, the sheer number of obsidian beetles is overwhelming. Who would reject having more main god points? On the side, Bellars continues to pick up the team's dropped alien crystals, his smile widening. In just 5 minutes, he has directly leveled up twice. At this efficiency rate, reaching level 28 in one go is entirely feasible. Balars used to be skeptical of those high-level players rumored to be godlike, but now he truly realizes the insurmountable gap between himself and the domain lords. They are playing completely different games. Meanwhile, Fang Heng tries to control some of the zombie avatars to transport the obsidian beetle corpses from the battlefield. Apart from obtaining beetle shells from main god points, the blood of the obsidian beetles also contains extremely weak power. Coincidentally, the evolution of the bloodline of the bloodsuckers requires a large amount of blood power. A little becomes a lot, grain by grain forms a tower. Seizing this opportunity, he can collect a wave of blood. Let's do this together. Thinking this, Fang Heng turns to Balars and says, "You guys stay here and watch. I'll be out for a while. It will take about an hour." "Okay, got it." Balars and the others nod repeatedly. They no longer ask Fang Heng what he's up to. They can't participate in battles at this level at all. They are completely in awe and willing to serve. Fang Heng nods at them and immediately retraces his steps through the rear passageway. Passing through the cave passage and reaching the entrance on the other side, Ager immediately greets him. "Lord Fang Heng, how are things inside?" "Everything's fine, right?" No problem." Fang Heng looks around, then points to an empty area on the right and says, "Tell the cave-dwelling beast clan that that area needs to be cleared immediately. Also, ask them to gather more of their tribes. The more, the better. We are going to have a big battle." Big battle. Gathering more tribes. Ager looks carefully at Fang Heng. What does Lord Fang Heng intend to do? Hurry. Yes. Seeing Fang Heng's grave expression, Ager immediately nods and promises, "I'll go talk to them right away." Soon, the cave-dwelling beast clan understood Ager's message and cleared out a space on the right side of the entrance. Fang Heng walks to the cleared space, surveys the surroundings, and slowly extends his right hand forward. Creak, 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 with a faint mechanical sound. Pocket-sized robots continuously emerge in a line from Fang Heng's sleeve. The metal mechanical frames that advance beyond the primitive realm of technology of several eras gradually materialize in the underworld. Seeing this high-tech alloy metal product, the entire cave-dwelling beast tribe fell silent for a moment and then erupted into a lively discussion again. Two elders of the cave-dwelling beast clan even directly bowed down, uttering incomprehensible words. The cave-dwelling beasts gathered together also followed the two leaders and knelt down towards the holographic building. Hearing the whispers of the cave-dwelling beasts, Ager's expression also became strange. He approached Fang Heng and softly asked, "Lord Fang Heng, what is annulae?" "Annulae? What is that?" Fang Heng also heard this term for the first time, his expression filled with confusion. Ager, equally puzzled, explained, "The cave-dwelling beasts are all talking about annulae, as if it's very similar to the ancient legend passed down within the tribe. They think the structure summoned by you, my lord, is annulae, so I'm not sure what exactly it is." Fang Heng was even more baffled. Cave-dwelling beasts have seen a similar building? Impossible. They clearly follow different developmental paths in different realms. The cave-dwelling beasts have even seen future technology. Suddenly, Fang Heng felt a flash in his mind, as if he had grasped something, lowering his head in thought. Initially, he thought the actions of the cave-dwelling beast tribe were due to fear and worship of the unknown. It seems something isn't quite right. Ask them if they have any books or stone tablets related to annulae. If they do, transcribe them. I want to take them back for research. All right, I'll go ask. Balars and the hired mercenaries have no idea what is happening at the other end of the passage and have been guarding the mission device. They have never experienced such a skyrocketing leveling efficiency. In just an hour, they obtained thousands of second-level evolution crystals and directly leveled up to 55-27. It was definitely worth the money spent. The surplus first-level crystals naturally benefited the whole team of mercenaries who came along. Hannah and the mercenary team are amazed at Fang Heng's strength and feel like they're making a killing. They leave everything to Lord Fang Heng to handle. They just need to guard the mission device from attacks. And in the current situation, the mission device is not threatened in the least. The mission will be completed effortlessly, and they even profited from a wave of first-level alien crystals, boosting their levels. And all this happened in just 1 hour. With 5 more hours left, Balars is confident he can reach the highest level, 29. As for breaking through the level 30 barrier at the end, which requires third-level alien crystals, Balars isn't dreaming about it. After all, third-level alien crystals are only dropped by boss-class creatures. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, Balars suddenly felt a slight tremor under his feet. How could such a place have such powerful blood clans appearing? Just by the scattered aura fluctuations, he could feel his heart pounding. "Be vigilant!" Hannah shouted. He had experienced countless trials in the mid-level game. Under the outbreak of crisis, his mind was stretched to the extreme, and he reflexively commanded, immediately shouting to signal the team to retreat and defend. However, several other mercenaries were suppressed by the aura fluctuations and hadn't even reacted yet. In the blink of an eye, 3 powerful blood clans rushed out from the corridor, passing directly by the players and leaping into the group of obsidian beetles ahead. Bang! Bang bang! Relying on their blood claws, the blood clans launched a slaughter in the obsidian beetle group. Along the way, blood splattered everywhere. The strength of the blood clan at the rank of prince was already formidable. Coupled with the recent healing from the god tree, their overall strength had once again increased. The blood shadow claws could easily break open the carapace of the obsidian beetles. If it weren't for Fang Heng's order not to use large-scale spells to avoid damaging the blooming night violets and destroying the bodies of the obsidian beetles, the efficiency of the Blood Prince's monster brushing would be even faster. Hannah, Baraz, and the other mercenaries were astonished at this scene. Were they allies? A player among the mercenaries remembered something. It's Lord Fang Heng who summoned them. Lord Fang Heng is also the overlord of the Blood Clan world. Right. With this reminder, Hannah suddenly realized Fang Heng was indeed the overlord of the zombie apocalypse. However, besides that, he also controlled the world of the blood clans. So were these powerful blood creatures summoned from the world of the blood clan apocalypse by him? Hannah quickly flipped through the game log and confirmed, yes, that's right, it was Lord Fang Heng who controlled the blood clan creatures. The game log shows that after the team killed the obsidian beetles, they dropped crystalline bodies. The fact that the life forms killed by the Blood Clan produced crystalline mutations indicated that the Blood Clan were also allies. This undoubtedly confirmed the speculations in everyone's minds. Baraz was once again deeply shocked. Just being able to control zombie creatures in battle was already terrifying enough, and he had never expected Fang Heng's strength to be far beyond that. Shoo! Shoo shoo! The sound of rushing footsteps came from the back of the cave again. It wasn't over yet. Baraz and the others, upon hearing the sound, instinctively turned their heads to look back at the entrance of the cave. It was. After the first wave of Blood Clan princes joined the battlefield, a continuous stream of Bloodbat clans flew out of the cave, following them into the area beneath the platform. The Blood Dukes and Marquises were originally waiting in line to enter the brutal realm to rely on the World Tree to repair their bodies. Just as they had finished their treatment and returned to the zombie apocalypse, they encountered Fang Heng's cave clearance task. It just so happened that they were pulled into the subterranean world battle by Fang Heng. A horrified expression appeared on Baraz's face. Such a massive group of blood clans. It inevitably reminded him of the recent real-world blood clan invasion incident. Fang Heng accompanied by numerous blood clan groups. He stepped out of the cave and returned to the side of Baraz and the others, looking towards the area below the platform. The obsidian beetles were already being suppressed by the lickers and the zombie horde to maintain a balance for monster spawns. However, with the entry of the Blood Clan team, the original balance was disrupted, the obsidian beetles were rapidly cleared out, and the speed of refreshment couldn't keep up with the speed of killing. Very good. This is the desired effect. There were less than 5 hours left in the event. Speed run. Fang Heng squinted his eyes and immediately began directing his zombie avatars to stop attacking and started collecting the blooming night violets. Game notifications kept popping up one after another. Tip: your zombie avatar has collected a complete set of night violets. Rating: A+. Tip: your actions have angered the Obsidian Beetle Clan. Tip: your zombie avatar has collected. Tip: the Blood Clan killing elite Obsidian Beetles earned 190 survival points. With the continuous collection of night violets by the zombie avatars, the respawn rate of the Obsidian Beetles significantly increased in a short period of time. The Lickers cooperated with the Blood Clan as the main damage dealers, and the killing speed accelerated accordingly. The dense kill notifications kept refreshing on Fang Heng's retina. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Suddenly, there was a slight shaking on the ground. Ha! Fang Heng's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but look in the direction where the ground had risen in front of him. Hannah also noticed the strange phenomenon ahead and couldn't help but shout, "Oh, it's a boss creature!" Boom! The next moment, rocks splattered in all directions. A giant obsidian beetle king emerged from the ground. The Beetle King boss was several times the size of a normal obsidian beetle. Hiss! Several iron wings extended from behind the obsidian Beetle King's back. The Beetle King boss had the ability to fly and immediately flapped its iron wings to soar into the air, charging straight towards the task guarded by Hannah and the others, while the wings buzzed loudly behind it. Be careful! It's the Insect King! Prepare to fight! Hannah and his mercenaries were suddenly alert and raised their shields to prepare for the impending battle. Shoo! Shoo shoo! As soon as the words fell, 3 blood-red figures suddenly darted forward. The 3 Blood Clan princes stood in front of the boss Beetle King, their hands outstretched. BZT! A blood-red barrier instantly opened up in front of them. Boom! The entire body of the Obsidian Beetle King slammed heavily into the blood barrier. The barrier trembled violently. The king was knocked backward and flew away. Shoo! Ayashoo! Shoo shoo! The 3 Blood Clan princes quickly chased after the king. In order to avoid harming the Night Violets, the Blood Clan princes did not use large-scale spells, but instead chose to engage in close combat. The Blood Clan princes' hands faintly gathered blood, swiftly maneuvering around the giant Obsidian Beetle King. The 3 blood shadows flew around the king, leaving several bloodstains on its body each time they passed by. The giant Obsidian Beetle King was easily suppressed. Not far away on the platform, Hannah stared fixedly at the Obsidian Beetle King trapped by the Blood Clans, feeling shocked beyond measure. The strength of the Blood Clans in the early stages of the game was not weak at all. Hint: a team of players killed a giant Ironwing Obsidian Beetle, and the player team received a Tier 3 mutated Crystal *1. Been killed. Even the boss creatures were easily killed by the Blood Prince. Hannah's mercenaries were shocked speechless at the scene in front of them, while Barris beside them was already ecstatic. Mutated Crystal. Tier 3 mutated Crystal. Seeing the Tier 3 mutated crystal that burst out, Barris's excited body trembled slightly. He never dreamed he could find a Tier 3 mutated crystal here. Tier 3 mutated crystals are usually only dropped by boss class creatures, and most mutated crystals cannot be traded. How many players have spent years trying to find a Tier 3 mutated crystal? And he actually easily got one this time. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt and squinted. The Obsidian Beetle is considered a lower-tier boss creature in mid-tier games, with relatively low strength in all aspects. It was reasonable for it to be easily crushed by 3 Blood Princes. However, after the Obsidian Beetle died, it did not drop any other related equipment or items besides the mutated crystal. This may be related to the mission it had. Not only the boss beetle, but the Obsidian Beetles killed in previous tasks have never dropped any equipment or items. Fang Heng watched as the zombies dragged the carcass of the giant Obsidian Beetle to a nearby empty space to start dissecting it, then looked away. Continue. Respawn. The bloodsuckers still had plenty of energy. After connecting the Doomsday world of the zombies with the game world of the barbarians, relying on a large number of bloodsucker tribes, he significantly increased the efficiency of obtaining quest items. Fang Heng continued to concentrate on controlling the zombies to collect the Night Violets, further increasing the respawn rate of the Obsidian Beetle. For a while, the ground kept vibrating slightly. Countless Obsidian Beetle creatures poured out from the darkness behind the cave like a torrent, only to be intercepted and broken through by the bloodsuckers and lickers ahead. In just a few seconds, the game prompt had already refreshed dozens of pages. Barris and his team looked at the scene of limbs flying in front of them, feeling their scalps numb. If not for Fang Heng, they would have been completely engulfed by the Obsidian Beetle swarm in half a second. That's enough. Seeing the speed increase again, by dozens of times, Fang Heng noticed that the ground was soon covered with a layer of Obsidian Beetle corpses, so he temporarily stopped increasing the respawn rate of the beetles and directed the zombie clones to act. The zombie clones all withdrew from the battle and began logistical work, leisurely moving the Obsidian Beetle corpses from the battlefield one by one. Another group of zombie clones began to collect and break down the corpses, seal the shells needed for the mission in containers, while the remaining bodies continued to be transported back through the cave passage until they were purified and sent to the zombie doomsday world. After all, upgrading the bloodline of the bloodsuckers required a large amount of blood. The energy in the obsidian beetle's blood wasn't much, but the quantity made up for it. Fang Heng looked at the remaining game mission time. There were still 4.5 hours left. Respawn. Continue the respawn. Northern Federation. The North District branch responsible for the game world of the barbarians. Detection of an external world invasion signal? Yes, Commander. The signal frequency is still significantly expanding, and the Superior Department suspects the possibility of a domain invasion, ordering us to immediately conduct reconnaissance feedback. Upon receiving news of an invasion of the game world of the barbarians, Commander Octave of the Northern Federation was a bit restless. How come the game world of the barbarians had been encountering such sudden events lately? The Federation hadn't paid much attention a while back and was easily won over by the major guilds working together, not participating in the competition of the Empire, resulting in their strength not being enhanced, but instead letting the major game guilds take the lead. Originally, the North District Federation did not care much. After all, the Federation and the ordinary player guilds were vastly different entities. When it came to action, the Federation could easily overpower ordinary player guilds. But now, why were they facing a domain invasion again? In recent years, the Northern Federation had not invested much in the game world of the barbarians, and their control had always been at a low level, but this unknown invasion prompted the higher authorities to issue a warning, commanding Octave, the person in charge of the game world of the barbarians, to investigate the truth. It must be taken seriously. Octave immediately ordered his subordinates to conduct reconnaissance and mobilize the federal forces in the game to rush to the scene for investigation. Domain invasion. This created such a big commotion. Who could it be? If it were players, it would be manageable, but if it was a counter-federal force, Commander Octave's mood suddenly became very unpleasant. Meanwhile, the huge spatial energy fluctuations also caught the attention of the Empire. The Imperial Palace. After Tang Mingyu and Merhao successfully captured the Imperial capital and quickly reached their common goal, they decided, get money. They were too lazy to deal with Tang Wu's remnants and instead reclaimed the loyalty of most of the Imperial lords to amass resources back to the Empire's capital on a large scale. As for how to transport these resources back was no longer a concern for them. This part was directly handed over to Fang Heng. The worst-case scenario was to pile up the goods at the Plague Land and transport them back and forth through the domain portal until they were all moved back to the zombie doomsday world inside and slowly sold. When Mo Jiawei arrived to meet them, he brought good news about Fang Heng. He said Fang Heng could open a temporary passage to transfer all the goods at once. Upon learning this, Tang Mingyu immediately discussed transferring all the resources back to Fang Heng's zombie doomsday world and then divide the spoils slowly. After all, safety first. The doomsday world of zombies is the safest place. The group was discussing eagerly how to maximize their profits when the commander of the Imperial Mage Corps suddenly came to seek an audience. The Mage General looked serious, bowed to Tang Mingyu, and said, "Your Majesty Mingyu, the Imperial Mage Corps has just discovered an extremely powerful spatial energy fluctuation, suspecting a powerful force invading our world. Such a huge spatial fluctuation may lead to unknown crisis events, so Your Majesty, please be vigilant." The Mage Corps suggests immediately sending people to the teleport point area for investigation. The destruction doesn't have much to do with them either. Thinking about this, Tang Mingyu calmed down a lot, raised her hand to signal, and said, "Don't panic. Immediately dispatch Ziyun, the Grand Commander, to lead the team to investigate the space fluctuation area. By the way, what direction is the fluctuation site?" "Yes, Your Majesty, the target of the spatial fluctuation is locked deep in the Sunset Mountain Range area. We believe it is in the Underground World region." "Huh? The Underground World?" Mo Jiawei was intrigued. He remembered that Fang Heng had just gone to the Underground World. Could it be a coincidence that it's also in the Sunset Mountain Range over there? Come to think of it, could it be Fang Heng who caused the spatial fluctuation? Mo Jiawei was about to say something when Ed hurriedly entered the palace under the guidance of the guards. "Your Majesty Mingyu." Ed looked hurried, bowed to Tang Mingyu, and then gave a signal to Tang Mingyu, gesturing towards the NPCs on the side. Tang Mingyu understood Ed's hint, waved to signal everyone around to step back, and then asked, "What's the matter? Why the rush?" "There's trouble. The Federation just informed me that they detected an extremely high-level spatial power fluctuation, which has been identified as extremely dangerous. The Federation suspects that there may be external forces invading the territory of the barbarians, and it is very likely that it is anti-Federation forces." Ed was undoubtedly very nervous. After this battle, they had finally established a solid foundation in the game world of the barbarians, defeated the final boss, and just started to divide the spoils, only to be disrupted by external anti-Federation forces. How could this be? Ed hurriedly came to find Tang Mingyu and the others after receiving the news. Milhao frowned and asked, "Are you sure it's the work of anti-Federation forces?" Ed said solemnly, "Yes, more or less. We players of the local game world mostly understand each other's powers. Just asked around. It's neither ours nor the Federation's people, most likely related to the anti-Federation forces. The North Area Federation has just sent people to investigate." Hearing this, everyone's faces turned somewhat grim. If they really encounter anti-Federation forces, their money-making plan would also be affected to some extent. "Ahem, brothers." Mo Jiawei coughed lightly, raised his hand, and scanned the crowd, saying, "Do you think this has something to do with Fang Heng? When he parted ways with me, he said he was going to the underground world to complete a commission task." Huh? Everyone turned to look at Mo Jiawei upon hearing this. Completing a mission? Are you sure? Just completing a mission could cause such intense spatial fluctuations and such a big commotion. Ed expressed doubt about this and continued, "Everyone, this is a major issue. Our major player guilds have just had a discussion and are preparing to gather forces to investigate. The Federation's people are already on their way. I think it's best for us to go over and take a look as well. Ahem, brothers, let's not rush. I'll send a message to find out the situation on Fang Heng's side first and confirm." Everyone paused for a moment. It was then that they came to their senses. Right, Fang Heng had already exited trial mode, and they could now contact each other using the survival radio. Mo Jiawei immediately bowed his head, quickly operated it, and soon his expression became calm. Tang Mingyu asked, "How is the situation?" Mo Jiawei raised his head, looked at everyone, nodded and confirmed, "Yes, that's right," I asked, and it was indeed the spatial fluctuation caused by him. Ah! Ed was shocked. Really, was it Fang Heng who did it? Almost instinctively, he blurted out, "What mission is Lord Fang Heng doing? Could it be an invasion task in the frontier? The underground world?" Fang Heng closed the survival radio connection with Mo Jiawei and pondered in his heart. When a super small space teleportation hub is used for transport, it will release intense fluctuations that will become stronger as the channel continues. Especially when high-intensity beings like the Prince of Blood vampires pass through the teleport channel, the spatial fluctuations will be more severe. All major local forces will be on alert. This is also a kind of game restriction. He needed to be more vigilant when using it in other realms in the future. This incident made Fang Heng alert. He didn't expect to attract the Federation so soon. The super small space hub was his trump card, and Fang Heng didn't want to reveal it to the Federation so quickly. Fang Heng continued to gaze at the battlefield. The mission device was still running. A large number of obsidian beetles emerged from deeper caves, mixed with many elite creatures, and occasionally even boss creatures like the obsidian beetle queen appeared. The queen of insects would be immediately defeated by the 3 blood vampire princes as soon as it appeared. The speed of the beetle swarm spawning and the speed of the blood vampires and lickspittle group killing were almost equal. "It's almost time. Let's speed up," Fang Heng muttered softly. The underground world was not a simple place. By the time the Federation found this place, it would take them quite some time. They should seize the opportunity to continue spawning more waves. Increase efficiency to the maximum. Fang Heng gestured. The zombie avatars rushed forward to collect vast amounts of night violet. Meanwhile, paying no attention to the densely blooming night violet in the rear passage, the cave-dwelling creatures waiting in dense ranks at the back rushed forward, raising their bone spears. Chi. The dense bone spears pierced through the darkness ahead. The blood princes and dukes also felt Fang Heng's command and flew into the air, one after another. Not caring whether the night violet was destroyed or not, the vampires used wide-range attack spells to bombard the obsidian beetle swarm. Boom! Boom boom! In an instant, the dense blood-colored bombs exploded in the cave. Large clusters of obsidian beetles fell. The killing speed rose again. Bang! Bang bang! The fusion tyrant behind them also ran forward with heavy steps, slamming a fist directly into the densely packed area of the beetle swarm in front, creating a large pit in the ground and throwing the surrounding obsidian beetles out. The normal zombie avatar's output speed couldn't keep up anymore. At this moment, the outside of the mine was already piled with layers of corpses. The efficiency of the zombie dismemberment was falling behind. It was time to level up. Fang Heng turned to look at Baraz beside him and asked, "Do you have enough second-level crystal cores? If there are more than 5,000, give them to me first." "Yes, I have." The excitement in Baraz's voice made him somewhat inarticulate. He immediately traded all the extra second-level crystal cores in his backpack to Fang Heng. Hint: player received 21,927 second-level crystal cores. Hint: player currently meets the upgrade condition for reaching LV 30, can level up. Here it comes. Level 30. Fang Heng took a deep breath and silently muttered, "Level up." Hint: player's level has increased to LV 30. Player gains an additional 365 zombie avatars due to player's talent skill. Hint: player's current zombie avatar count to 1,187. Hint: player has now reached level 30. Initiating the strengthening of the second talent, player should seek out the advanced talent tutor. Hint: there is no advanced talent tutor in the current world. Player can try entering other worlds to find a talent enhancement tutor. Player can receive talent-related missions after gaining tutor approval. Advanced game worlds and above have talent enhancement tutors. Hint: player can choose to skip the talent enhancement stage and proceed to the next level upgrade requirement. Fang Heng carefully read the new game prompts that appeared, muttering to himself with some concern. The need to find a tutor to enhance talents? And one must enter other game worlds to find a tutor. This could be a bit troublesome. As a realm lord, different from other players, he would need to first find the world coordinates before entering other game worlds. Just thinking about it made it seem quite troublesome. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Nevertheless, upgrading talents was certainly not something he could give up on. While contemplating this, another game prompt flashed on his retina. Hint: currently undergoing checks. Hint: player has attracted attention from a special power, currently under judgment. Hint: player has received an invitation from the necropolis of Prunios. Prunios. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. He immediately recalled that Li Qingren had mentioned it to him before. It was the headquarters of the undead in the intermediate game level. Suddenly, a strange dark distortion appeared not far from Fang Heng. Swish! A black shadow creature emerged from the dark distorted space. Stone Ghost. A life form completely composed of shadows. Fang Heng judged from its appearance that it was a fusion of the undead and alchemy. The Stone Ghost. The Stone Ghost flew towards Fang Heng's head, and as it passed over him, it disappeared with a poof. A gray card floated down from the air, landing steadily in Fang Heng's hand. Fang Heng picked up the card and observed it in his palm. On the front of the card was an exquisite rune, accompanied by the 3 words invitation card marked on it, while the back contained a paragraph written in small font. Believer of death, in our search for the path of death, we are pleased to find a like-minded friend. We sincerely invite you to join Prunios for further studies. Here, you will learn how to manipulate the dead and create nightmarish creatures. The Academy tutors are experts in academic pursuit, offering unparalleled guidance and professional knowledge to help you become a true necromancer. Sincerely wishing you eternal death. Prunios. Hint: due to the player's past achievements in the game, the player received an invitation from Prunios, a special hidden intermediate game world. Player gains invitation card from Prunios. Item: invitation card to the White Bone Tower. Type: consumable 3/3. Description: with this invitation card, players can enter Prunios, a special hidden intermediate game world, can stay up to a maximum of 7 days per entry. The card is a consumable and will disappear after 3 uses. Description: this item is soul-bound, cannot be traded, and will disappear after death. Hint: player triggered mission, go to Prunios. Mission name, go to Prunios. Mission requirement: enter the hidden realm of Prunios through the invitation card. Hint: this realm is extremely dangerous. Player beware. Mission reward: activate the talent tutor related mission line. Fang Heng put away the card and muttered to himself, Prunos, a hidden intermediate game world. The headquarters of the undead in the intermediate game world. It seemed that the direction for advanced talents was set. A trip to Prunos. Fang Heng remembered that Li Qingren had mentioned to him before that Mr. Dickey was trying to help him obtain the coordinates for Prunos, and now he had received an invitation card. For now, let's set it aside. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze and focused on the task at hand. With the players' level once again rising, the ground around them churned once more. More than 300 new zombie avatars struggled out from the underground, stumbling towards piles of obsidian beetle carcasses at the sidelines, starting under Fang Heng's control to dismember and collect. After leveling up to 30, the total number of zombie avatars had exceeded 2,000. The efficiency of relocation and dissection improved once again. Due to the excessive number of carapaces collected, they could no longer be stored in the backpack, so they were packed into boxes, large crates stacking up around them. These boxes would need to be transported out of the underground world to complete the task. The transportation of task materials could rely on the power of the cave-dwelling beasts, transmitting them back to the task location through underground world channels, which wasn't too troublesome. After all, opening a world channel required a large amount of energy consumption and could cause spatial fluctuations. It was best to save as much as possible. Thinking of this, Fang Heng once again had Augur and the Elder Cave-Dwelling Beast's coordinate to help transport the materials. Just as they were discussing, the Duke of the Vampires, Belrami, flew over from nearby, reverting back to human form and kneeling on one knee. My Lord King, we have made a discovery in the depths of the cave. What discovery? Belrami leaned in and whispered a few words to Fang Heng. What? Special markings? Fang Heng's mind stirred. Frowning, he said, Let's go. Take me to see it. Yes. Fang Heng immediately transformed into bat form with Belrami, flying together towards the battlefield in the sky. Below, the vampire clan was engaging in a large-scale battle with the obsidian beetle swarm, blood and flesh splattering incessantly. Fang Heng looked at the damaged metal mechanical device in front of him, a look of astonishment in his eyes. Hint, the completion of the player's current mission, the Dark Night Violet mission, has exceeded 100%, and the player has discovered a hidden reward, damaged wreckage, unknown object. The metal device is already in pieces, with only a large amount of debris remaining, making it impossible to discern what it originally was. Fang Heng stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, cautiously approached, and reached out to touch the metal device. Item: a damaged wreckage, unknown object. Description: it appears to be a high-tech mechanical device, but due to impacts, only some debris remains. Information: this technology surpasses the player's current main world level, and the player cannot attempt to repair it. Information: this item can be researched. Hint: the player lacks relevant skills and cannot identify the object. My lord, it seems that these wreckage have been buried here for a long time. We just tried searching and found some damaged records, but we are unclear about some of the words on them. Fang Heng took the few torn fragments of text handed to him by Duke Bellamy. Hint: player obtained damaged records. Item: damaged text records. Description: unknown text records. Information: the player does not understand this language, lacks relevant skills, and cannot obtain more information. Why do the characters above look somewhat familiar? Suddenly, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Bellamy, go to the Imperial capital and bring Sandy here. Tell him we made a discovery here that might be related to the texts he's been researching. Yes, my lord. Federal Northern District. According to the division of the Central Federation, the territory of the barbarian tribes has always nominally belonged to the Northern District's jurisdiction. In fact, the Northern Federation has long considered the barbarian territories as their own. They believe that no player force can compete with them for control of the entire barbarian territories. The recent turmoil in the Empire and the Abyssal Demons outbreak has only slightly raised the Federation's vigilance. After all, the whole Abyssal Demon incident seemed like a storm in a teacup to the Federation's higher-ups. There was no substantial danger encountered. The rise of the Empire's leader, Tang Mingyu, did not cause much concern to the Federation. Just an NPC, with limited military forces at his disposal, the Federation felt it did not affect the overall situation. However, the potential invasion of anti-Federation forces discovered this time has put the Northern Federation on high alert. After receiving a superior inspection order, Octave, the head of the Northern District responsible for the barbarian territories, promptly summoned the Imperial Elite Team and immediately led them to investigate the area where the spatial fluctuations were detected. The team proceeded deep into the underground world, following the direction of the spatial fluctuation point. From receiving information, confirming details, assembling the team, to finally entering the underground world, the entire process had already delayed the team for a considerable amount of time. En route to the target point, Octave had already received news confirming the disappearance of the spatial fluctuation. So, has the invasion ended? There were no reports of any related damages. Was it a misunderstanding? Or was it just a probing maneuver? Octave was a bit troubled, wondering how to report back after this. In any case, the team still needed to continue the investigation to confirm what had happened in the target area. After dealing with a large number of creatures living in the underground world along the way, the team was about to arrive at the area where the spatial fluctuations had been detected when they were stopped by a group of cave-dwelling beasts ahead. Octave immediately showed a wary look in his eyes. It was strange. Why were there so many cave-dwelling beasts congested ahead? Cave-dwelling beasts belong to a super large group in the underground world, including elite and chief creatures, and it was best to avoid conflict with them. Octave signaled a federal player with a special telepathic communication talent to approach and try to communicate with the cave-dwelling beasts group. However, to their surprise, the cave-dwelling beasts didn't seem interested in communication. The player proficient in telepathic communication gestured at the group's leader for a long time, but there was no response. Instead, they were scrutinizing the federal team with a wary gaze. As the stalemate continued, a path was cleared at the back of the cave-dwelling beasts group. What is this? Octave raised an eyebrow. The cave-dwelling beasts were transporting sealed boxes of goods. Boxes? What could be inside these boxes? Octave realized that these boxes were very likely related to the recent spatial fluctuations. Too coincidental in timing. Suddenly, Octave noticed that there were even more than a dozen players among the group of cave-dwelling beasts transporting the goods. Hold on. Octave immediately stopped the group of players, questioning sternly, "Who are you? What is in these boxes?" Ballarts, noticing being stopped by the federal team, couldn't help but feel a chill. After the collection task was completed, Fang Hang and they quickly parted ways. They were responsible for cooperating with the cave-dwelling beasts to transport the task items back to the surface exit until the items were delivered. "Officer, these are just some task items." Ballarts had already learned from Fang Hang that they might encounter a federal team. Walked out from the group of cave-dwelling beasts escorting the goods, and with a pleasant smile, explained, "Officer, we just completed a task in the underground world area, and these boxes contain task items." "Is that so? This many?" Octave glanced at the boxes being transported by the cave-dwelling beasts, feeling even more puzzled, and asked, "Did you also notice the spatial fluctuation just now?" "Spatial fluctuation? Not sure. Maybe triggered by the task? Open the supplies for inspection." Ballarts looked very embarrassed. "Officer, this batch of supplies was entrusted to the cave-dwelling beasts by Lord Fang Hang. We also participated in the task." Octave's expression changed upon hearing this. "So, it's Fang Hang. It's fine as long as Fang Hang isn't mentioned, but the moment he is, Octave immediately feels a bit annoyed." Originally, Octave had been thinking that since Fang Hang had good luck and had gained lord status in their barbarian territory, he might as well recruit him. With his assistance, their federation could smoothly take control of the entire barbarian territory more easily. Therefore, Octave had been waiting for Fang Hang to make the first move and contact him. However, to his surprise, instead of seeing Fang Hang come to visit him, he witnessed something unspeakable happening right under his nose. It was disrespectful of them to underestimate the Northern Federation. It was necessary to give them a good lesson. "All right, I understand. Keep those supplies detained for now and let Lord Fang Hang come to claim them. Tell him that these supplies have been temporarily detained by the Federation, and we will not touch his mission items," Octave said when he heard this, feeling urgent. "Leader, these are our mission items, and missions have time limits. Once the time is up, we may." "Silence. I'm not here to negotiate with you." Octave suddenly turned back and stared at Baraz, saying sternly, "The barbarian gaming world has been audited by the Central Federation and has been assigned to our empire's jurisdiction in the Northern District. We just detected a large spatial fluctuation, and you happen to be in the area executing game missions. I have reason to suspect your connection with anti-Federation forces and have the right to inspect your mission items. Do you understand?" Baraz's face stiffened as he glanced at a few mercenary companions behind him. What should he do? Octave didn't give Baraz more time to think. He immediately signaled, "Stop them." Yes. The Imperial elite team in the rear accepted the order and rushed forward, trying to control the crates of supplies in their hands. At the back, as the cave-dwelling beast clan saw the Federation approaching, they sensed the threat and immediately let out sharp howls, raising their bone spears at the Federation. Seeing this, the Federation elite team hesitated and stopped their actions. After all, the cave-dwelling beast clan was numerous and had the home advantage. Initiating a fight wouldn't be easy. Octave furrowed his brows even more, squinting his eyes at Baraz and saying in a deep voice, "Are you unwilling to cooperate with the inspection? Do you want to openly violate Federation laws?" Baraz swallowed hard, took 2 steps back, and explained, "No, leader. Lord Fang Heng is not here at the moment. The cave-dwelling beast clan only follows Fang Heng's orders, and we don't understand their language either." "Hey, do you think you can fool me so easily? Follow us back for the investigation." Octave didn't really believe that Baraz and Fang Heng would dare to confront the Federation head-on. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his team to take Baraz and his group away. "Let's go." At Octave's command, just as the Federation elite team was about to move forward, the cave-dwelling beast clan ahead raised their bone spears simultaneously. Octave's pupils constricted. This is not good. They really intend to take action. Retreat. The dense bone spears formed a white bone rain and attacked the Federation team's heads. The Federation team immediately deployed various shields and used various colorful special skills to resist the bone spear attacks, quickly retreating backward. Octave and his team retreated as well, squinting their eyes, staring tightly at the cave-dwelling beast clan. He never expected them to actually dare to act. Before he could assess the situation further, the cave-dwelling beast clan ahead launched an aggressive attack. Like a torrent, the cave-dwelling beast clan swarmed in, surrounding the Federation player team. Octave's expression changed several times. Fall back. Fight these cave-dwelling beasts in the underground world? What was this nonsense? The Federation elite team might not necessarily lose to the cave-dwelling beast clan, but what was the point? It would only result in unnecessary losses. Writing the incident report upon returning would be another challenge. Octave made a quick decision and led the Federation elite team to cut a path and retreat. Seeing the Federation elite team getting pushed back by the cave-dwelling beasts, Baraz and his dozen or so mercenaries who stayed behind looked at each other and involuntarily shrank back. This had gotten out of hand. Were they really going to war with the Federation? Regardless, it was beyond their control now. The skirmish with the Federation had nothing to do with them. With things having reached this point, they hurriedly transported the mission items back and prepared to complete the mission and escape. The barbarian world was no longer a place for them to stay. At the same time, Fang Heng had just arrived in the Empire's eastern district with a batch of Night Violet. Previously, Fang Heng had discovered special remains in the cave. After Duke Bellamy brought Sandy over to inspect, Sandy immediately showed great interest and surprise, instructing the vampire clan to help transport the information documented in writing and the remains of the ruins back to the Empire for research. Later, the two separated, with Fang Heng taking Night Violet back to the city to submit the task first. Unaware of the intense conflict between the cave-dwelling beast clan and the Federation, Fang Heng believed that the passage was cleaned up in advance and the mission was already completed, assuming that even if the Federation turned the cave upside down, they wouldn't find him. Arriving at the research center in the Empire's eastern district, researcher Fana's face expressed surprise when she saw Fang Heng submitting a total of 20 crates of Night Violet. So many! Fana immediately had the researchers open and inspect the crates. Undoubtedly, the quality of the Night Violet brought by Fang Heng was exceptionally high. Curious, Fana took several more glances at Fang Heng. Night Violet blooms within a maximum time of 6 hours. How did he manage to gather so many flowers within that time frame? How did it go? Have you finished the inspection? Is the quality of the Night Violet acceptable? Very good. I will settle your reward immediately. Fana began counting the night violet and calculating the reward for Fang Heng. A message popped up in Fang Heng's vision. Reminder: the player has submitted night violet. Based on the level and quantity of the submitted mission items, the player has received 37.36 W deity points. Reminder: it has been detected that the player still has some outstanding deity points. The deity points have been deducted. Great! Fang Heng gave himself a mental pat on the back. Due to the large quantity and cumbersome nature of obsidian beetle shells, Fang Heng delegated the transportation task to the cave-dwelling beasts and a few others. Lord Fang Heng. After learning that Fang Heng was a renowned imperial lord, Fana became even more enthusiastic. I also know more than 10 rare kinds of flowers, all of which thrive in extremely harsh environments. If Lord Fang Heng is interested in helping me collect them, I can offer you corresponding rewards. Hint: when the player reaches the designated friendship level with Fana, the quest Fana's floral research is triggered. No, I have other commitments. Fang Heng glanced at the new quest prompt and decisively turned down Fana's offer to gather various exotic flowers. Most of the follow-up tasks involved venturing into dangerous areas throughout the Empire to find rare and mysterious flora. While completing them would earn him main god points, it wouldn't be as lucrative as collecting nightshade violets in bulk. It wasn't worth wasting time on. Fang Heng estimated that he was in debt to the main god by about 200,000 to 400,000 points. If necessary, he would have to bear the high transaction fees and trade among players to make up the shortfall. It is worth mentioning that his zombie apocalypse game world now had the ability to open world teleportation for external use. Each time a player used the spatial rupture device in his domain, he would receive a portion of the main god points. In fact, toll revenue was a significant source of income for all major domain lords. However, for security reasons, Fang Heng had always refrained from opening the teleportation channels to the outside world. He had only granted partial teleportation access to Old Black and his dozen or so men. With a thought, Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the side. Fang Heng, this place is really nice. Old Black, wearing a straw hat, grinned and glanced at the large boxes being unpacked outside the building. When he had just found Fang Heng, he was genuinely surprised. Regular players never tackled tasks that involved hundreds of boxes like Fang Heng did. The job had been introduced by Old Black, so naturally he knew about the task's general details. He estimated that by relying solely on this task, Fang Heng could easily obtain at least 100,000 main god points this time. It was simply extraordinary. Old Black couldn't help but feel envious. It was a win-win situation for both parties. He believed that investing in Fang Heng had been a wise decision. At least now, through Fang Heng, he could expand his business within the territory of the barbarian tribes. Are you satisfied with the task I recommended? Fang Heng pursed his lips and nodded. Very good. Are there similar ones? Similar tasks are rare, but I will keep an eye out for you. Right now, you have limited domain choices, which makes it difficult. Old Black explained and continued. Currently, we need to locate the coordinates of the world domain. There is some progress on that front, and I will work on it. We will have news soon. Okay, keep me updated. Will you be staying here for the next few days? Not necessarily. I may go elsewhere for a while. All right, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Let's keep in touch. Fang Heng nodded and watched Old Black depart, lost in thought. Following a discussion with Mo Jiawei, and considering that Tang Mingyu still needed some time to gather resources within the barbarian territory, there was currently a break in their plans. As per the original schedule, the next step was to comprehensively enhance his own strength. He decided to start with death magic and talent advancement. Using this time, he could visit Punos to see what the talent advancement task entailed, prepare in advance, and figure out a way to improve his necromancy skills and grades. Fang Heng quickly made a plan. However, before that, there was one more important matter to attend to. Previously, he had completed an SSS Plus rated trial and obtained an additional reward, 3 free world domain coordinate acquisitions. As Fang Heng made his way to turn in the task, he pondered. Based on his previous deductions, the reward acquisition method was related to him, and once he encountered an unknown world domain, he could trigger the reward, obtaining the corresponding coordinates for that domain, limited to 3 chances. Assuming his deductions were correct, By now choosing to enter Punos via the invitation, he could most likely get the world coordinates of Punos. And Punos was just a mid-tier hidden game world. Moreover, in the future, he could likely obtain coordinates for Punos from the Real-World Necromancy Research Association. It seemed like a waste to forego an opportunity. In fact, Feng Heng found another option. "Fana, do you have any vacant rooms here?" "Yes, I'll have someone show you to one." Asking Fana for a single room, Feng Heng entered it alone. He took out a few runic papers that he had brought from the game world. Feng Heng took a deep breath and focused on setting up a magic circle on the floor. After mastering alchemy, creating seal magic circles had become more than 10 times easier compared to before. Within a dozen minutes, Feng Heng swiftly drew a simple alchemical magic circle on the floor. Seal magic. Interdimensional space. Gazing at the alchemical magic circle on the ground, Feng Heng recalled information about the interdimensional space. It was a peculiar space with limited human knowledge, known for being sealed-off items that could easily pass through it, while regular objects and beings were unable to enter. Over millions of years, the interdimensional space had become a dumping ground for sealers. Anything unwanted or dangerous could be sealed and thrown into the interdimensional space. Plain and simple. Theoretically, the interdimensional space should already be filled with various dangerous things. Nevertheless, it had always been secure. Initially, while dealing with the Hello organization in the beginner game, Feng Heng also threw the organization into the interdimensional space, successfully completing the task and gaining the powerful undead body skill. Staring at the magic circle before him, Feng Heng had a strong premonition. If the Death Realm could be a special domain, then the fissure in the interdimensional space broken by the seal magic was likely another type of domain. Snap! Feng Heng pressed both hands firmly on the alchemical magic circle. Instantly, he infused his spiritual power into it. The alchemical magic circle suddenly sprang to life. Crackle, crackle. The space showed subtle ripples. Immediately following, a strong tearing force leaked out from the crack. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, except for Feng Heng himself, almost all the items in the room were influenced by the tearing force and were pulled towards the crack, colliding and making impact sounds as they floated in midair. Feng Heng stared at the dimensional crack in front of him. It appeared. In a trance, Feng Heng's pupils reflected a vast light blue space. It seemed as though his gaze could penetrate vast spatial distances. In the blue space, Feng Heng saw many strange things, countless bizarre items including clothes, strange shoes, furniture, rusty weapons, eerie beings that had long turned into dry corpses, and even ugly life forms. Suddenly, Feng Heng saw a twisted gray-brown object floating in mid-air in the blue space. It still seemed to possess biological activity, able to release an invisible power fluctuation. Nearby life forms were attracted by this invisible force towards it, slowly floating closer. Once near, the twisted gray-brown creature emitted a strange distortion, as if the space itself was being twisted, gradually merging with various objects. It looked like it was devouring and absorbing. However, this kind of absorption seemed more like a spatial level of absorption, leaving Feng Heng feeling inexplicably strange. Whoosh! Just as Feng Heng was trying to get a closer look at what it was, his body suddenly jolted, and he was pulled back into reality. Startled, the alchemy magic circle stopped running, and the spatial crack disappeared with a loud boom. The floating furniture and decorations in mid-air instantly lost their pulling force and fell to the ground. Once again, a game prompt appeared on his retina. Prompt: player obtains dimensional hell coordinate point. So it was. Seeing the game prompt, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He opened the game log again to read. The dimensional hell. Like the Dead Realm, it did not have a rating. It was a special hidden game world. Jackpot! Feng Heng glanced at the messy room. Alright, everything was taken care of. Next, he could make a trip to Punoza. He wanted to check the talent advancement task requirements first, then come back to make some money. Leaving a message for Mo Jiawei, explaining that he would temporarily go to Punoza, and in case of an emergency, they could contact him offline, and he would immediately head to the nearest teleportation mage tower to return to the zombie apocalypse game world. Meanwhile, outside the crack leading to the underground world, the Federal team looked a bit disheveled. After escaping from the underground world, the Federal team rested on the spot. They had been chased by the cave-dwelling creatures all the way, causing the team's morale to plummet. Luckily, The team members participating in this mission were federal elites, and aside from a few injuries, there were no fatalities. Nevertheless, this exploration mission into the underground world to study spatial fluctuations was considered a failure. The entire team had consumed a large amount of combat resources. Feng Heng. Octave wore a resentful look on his face, his anger gradually rising. A soldier approached from the side. "Commander, the latest intelligence information from offline transmission indicates that the relevant spatial fluctuations have completely disappeared, and the source of the spatial fluctuation is unknown. It is temporarily unable to be ruled out that it was caused by anti-federal forces." "I understand," Octave asked in a deep voice. "As for the matter I entrusted to you just now, have there been any instructions from higher-ups?" "Yes, the higher-ups have instructed that Feng Heng and the several large federal security zones being built in the current blood vampire apocalypse world are closely related. And if there is no concrete evidence to prove that this spatial fluctuation event is related to Feng Heng or any anti-federal organization, we cannot deploy action directly. Moreover, any actions related to Feng Heng require prior consultation with the Central Federal." Octave furrowed his brows. How could this be? The Central Federal's reaction was somewhat strange. Octave was a bit puzzled. Why was the Central Federal protecting Feng Heng like this? It seemed a little troublesome now. He had originally thought of using this incident to directly label Feng Heng as part of the anti-federal organization. How could he solve it if things turned out this way? But now ... it seemed not as simple as he had initially thought. Octave suddenly realized that Feng Heng was not easy to deal with. Interesting. Not many dared to directly provoke the North Federal District like this. Octave couldn't help but ponder, thinking of a way to completely drive Feng Heng out of their world and perhaps gain control of the epidemic lands. "Commander, there is another matter." "Speak." "Yes." The Northern District Sacred Union is currently investigating the destruction of the Holy Court within the tribal territories. The Holy Court is highly concerned about this, and it is rumored that the Holy Maiden wants to enter the tribal territories to rebuild the Holy Court and investigate the circumstances of the previous destruction of the Holy Court. The soldier paused for a moment before adding, "The Holy Court wishes to meet with you before taking action, reportedly seeking support from our Federation." Upon hearing this news, Octave was intrigued. The Holy Court. If he remembered correctly from the intelligence reports, it was Feng Heng, the Lord of the Epidemic Lands, who completely destroyed the entire holy city of the Holy Court, then ordered an attack on the Holy Court. So the Holy Court was back for a confrontation? Octave pondered this, and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed interesting. He didn't have much fondness for the Holy Court itself, but upon careful thought, the Holy Court could be an object to leverage power from. He could find a way to unite with the Holy Court to counter Feng Heng. Sacred Union of the Northern District. "I'm sorry, Archbishop, I did not complete your mission. I've already heard about the situation. The fault doesn't lie with you. It's just a missed opportunity, which is a bit of a pity." Fiona raised her head and looked towards the Archbishop standing in front of the statue. "Furthermore, Archbishop, I encountered a very strange person in the Undead Association this time. When I saw him, I felt a very peculiar sensation from the bottom of my heart. Archbishop Shane turned around to face Fiona, speaking solemnly. "What kind of feeling?" Fiona's expression changed slightly when she first heard about this matter. "How strange. The power intensity in the mid-level game is restricted. How could it be strong enough to penetrate the world barrier and even affect the God realm? What kind of power is this?" Fiona pondered for a moment, raised her head, and continued to inquire, "Archbishop, is this matter related to Feng Heng?" "Well, it is very likely. There are many doubts about the destruction of the Holy See, and Feng Heng happens to be one of the direct contacts for this matter. However, I believe he should not possess such a powerful force." Thane pondered and said, "A few days ago, I communicated with the God Realm, and the God Realm attaches great importance to this matter. Unfortunately, the God Realm is located in a higher order, and it is not convenient to directly intervene in the realm of the barbarians. Under the instructions of the God Realm, I have sent my believers to prepare to return to the barbarian realm to rebuild the Holy See and thoroughly investigate the truth of the incident. Originally, this task was prepared to be handed over to someone. Now, this task is given to you. This matter is of utmost importance, Fiona. Do you have confidence?" Fiona raised her head, with a hint of determination in her eyes. "Yes, Father. This time, I will definitely complete the mission. Good, I have already communicated with the Federation, and they are willing to assist us in dealing with Fang Heng. In addition, the Book of Vows in the realm of the barbarians was lost in this crisis. We need to find it as soon as possible and recover it. As I expected, the Book of Vows is closely related to the outbreak of this unknown power. Yes, Archbishop. Hint, did the player use the invitation of the Bone Tower to enter Punos? Yes. Hint, the current invitation card usage count is reduced by 1. Hint, player enters the hidden mid-level game world, Punos. The longest stay time in this world is 7 days, can exit early. This world cannot use realm teleportation type items. Hint, it is detected that there are space teleportation class equipment in the player's backpack higher than the SS detection sequence. The detection level of this item is higher than the undead magic barrier detection level. The player can use this equipment, but using this equipment will make most people in this world hostile. Please be careful. Hint, the player is currently in an extremely dangerous world. The survival radio cannot be used in this game world. Please be careful. Hint, it is detected that the player currently has a talent guidance task. Player's current task changes. Seek guidance. Task name. Seek guidance. Task difficulty. A task description. You have received an invitation from Punos to advance your necromancy studies. Please go to the Bone Tower and find the Necromancer Guide. Gullo. Task reward. Next guidance. As the game hints on the retina slowly faded away, Fang Heng slowly opened his eyes, carefully observing this world. There was a layer of black mist shrouding the sky. Undead gloom. Around were vast stretches of dark barren land. Fang Heng felt the aura diffused in the air, squinted his eyes, and glanced at the game log again. Trouble. The mission only mentioned going to the Bone Tower, but did not provide the specific location of the Bone Tower. Fang Heng tried to transform into a bat shape and fly into the sky. The area around was covered with undead gloom, and Fang Heng could not discern the specific direction. Apart from the black barren land, he could only see a forest not far away on the right. He couldn't even see a shadow of the Bone Tower. Forget it, let's go with the flow. Fang Heng sighed inwardly and then chose a random direction that he found pleasing, heading straight ahead. Flying in the air could avoid a lot of trouble. On the black barren land below, Fang Heng occasionally saw wandering skeletal creatures and hovering spirits. The whole world of Punos had a desolate feeling, exuding a sense of death. The sky was gray and overcast, making it impossible to determine the time. Fang Heng maintained the form of a bat and flew straight ahead for over an hour, finally finding a group of human beings not far away on the ground. Finally, found people. Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to go over and see the situation, while inquiring more details about the location of the Bone Tower. Was it a caravan? Gradually approaching the group of humans, Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Strangely, instead of continuing forward, this caravan was gradually gathering together. The members were controlling the carriages and accompanying goods, forming a group. Were they preparing to camp? Regardless, he had to go ask for directions. After flying for so long, Fang Heng didn't even know if he had gone in the right direction, so he quickly flew down towards the ground, transformed into human form, and stopped in front of the caravan. Who goes there? Down below, the caravan noticed the figure suddenly descending from the sky, becoming vigilant and cautiously observing Fang Heng. Fang Heng, equally curious, observed the caravan. All the mount horses ridden by the caravan were undead bone horses. Most of the people were wearing gray or black robes with hoods. This attire reminded Fang Heng of the undead attendants he had seen in the Undead Research Society. But there were differences. The hoods were not tightly wrapped, and there was no mist shrouded under the hoods. Fang Heng could see the faces of most of them through the hoods. A white-bearded old man walked out from the crowd, his voice somewhat hoarse, and asked, "Traveler, do you need help? I'm new here. Sorry to disturb you. I want to go to the Bone Tower and ask for the direction to the Bone Tower," Fang Heng replied. The members of the guild looked at each other, feeling quite strange. The Bone Tower. How could anyone not know about that place? A young man next to the old man couldn't help but ask. The Bone Tower is in Katantar. All necromancers entering Katantar must pass various assessments in the city of necromancers. Have you passed the assessment? Fang Heng furrowed his brows. It seemed a bit troublesome. The talent upgrade task was not as simple as he had imagined. Herta, the old man who had followed the guild for many years, had seen and heard much more than the younger ones. He seemed to have noticed something from Fang Heng and asked in a deep voice, an outsider, "Are you here to seek guidance?" Fang Heng was taken aback, but then nodded. "Go straight ahead. You can see the nearest city. Enter the undead main city through the teleportation channel in the city and inquire there to find out." Elissa looks very young with a round doll-like face, giving off a cheerful vibe. She waved friendly at Fang Heng. "What is a lich storm?" Seeing Fang Heng's confusion, the elder Herta explained, "This is Eliza, the young lady from our family branch. She will accompany our merchant guild on our journey to the front city. Don't be fooled by her young appearance. 3 years ago, she was already an intermediate lich scholar. This time, she is going to study in Katentur in preparation for the assessment of a senior lich mage 1 year later. You can enter Katentur through the teleportation channel. Traveler, the lich storm is about to arrive soon. Would you like to join us if you don't mind? The more people, the more strength." Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and agreed, "Okay. The lich storm sounds very dangerous. Just arriving in a new world, the situation is not clear yet, so it's better to blend in with these people and learn about the general situation of the world." Thinking this, Fang Heng glanced at Eliza, an intermediate lich scholar, 1 level higher than him. With so many people, including intermediate lich mages, being so cautious of a lich storm, it is better to be careful. After greeting Fang Heng, Herta directed the team to gather at the center, and the undead guards gradually surrounded the group in a circle. The black-robed lich scholars in the team conjured the Book of the Dead. Hiss! 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 Walls of white bones rose from the ground around them. Fang Heng was of no help, so he stood by the side of the carriage watching. Wow, almost everyone in the team can proficiently use the Book of the Dead. They summoned bone walls to create a huge barrier around them quickly, locking everyone in the middle layer by layer. Seeing the elaborate preparations, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel curious. Is all this to resist the lich storm? In the center of the cage, formed by the bone walls, Herta walked towards the unlit soul fire for a moment and nodded, "It's ready." Boom! Spiritual power was infused into it, and flames rose from the soul fire. The lich scholars lit the soul fire. Everyone held their breath, guarding the soul fire, quietly awaiting the arrival of the lich storm. Tension filled the air. Fang Heng saw everyone on high alert and couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is the lich storm?" Herta replied solemnly, "The lich storm is a severe storm climate that the Pernosia Wilds Guild encounters. It carries a mysterious soul power, causing extreme cold and soul frostbite to anyone within its range. Soul fire can help us resist this frostbite." Elissa explained, "We still do not understand the origin and principle of the lich storm. The terrifying part is that all living creatures who die in the storm will be enslaved by the lich storm, imprisoned within it. The enslaved souls will devour each other, significantly increasing the power of the lich storm. Except for the main city, most of Pernosia is a wasteland, where the lich storm rages, causing great inconvenience to travelers. KT's easy. KT's easy." At this moment, there were banging noises outside the barrier walls. It seemed like something was continuously scratching the bone walls from the outside. Fortunately, the bone walls were exceptionally sturdy. As time passed, the soul fire in the center began to flicker. Herta squinted, staring at the soul fire, and warned, "Not good. We may have encountered a senior cursed creature. Everyone, prepare for battle." Boom! Just as the words fell, a violent explosion rang out. The white bone wall above Fang Heng shattered. Fang Heng immediately looked up in the air, and his pupils shrunk. What was that? A giant human-faced shadow suppressed from above. "Senior cursed creature! Be careful!" Herta shouted loudly, "I will deal with it." You immediately unleash the power of the soul fire. Boom! The lich scholars gathered around the central flame, poured in their spiritual power, and the soul fire erupted again. The huge human face seemed to fear the soul fire. At almost the same time, Eliza triggered the Book of the Dead suspended in front of her. KT's easy. KT's easy. Chains of dark aura materialized from the Book of the Dead and struck towards the giant face in the air, piercing it. The giant face shadow was restrained. KT's easy. KT's easy. Herta wielded a black rune sword and swiftly approached the solidified black chains, stepping forward and slashing at the face shadow in the air. Hiss! Roar! The sword left a long wound on the face shadow, which let out a howl before slowly regenerating. KT's easy! KT's easy! Black sand blew in from outside the bone walls, and Fang Heng felt a chilling sensation. Hint: the player takes 441 damage from environmental sources. Fang Heng stared at the human-sized face in the sky, a lich shadow he had never seen before. It seemed that, even with Herta and Alyssa's effort, they could only temporarily restrain it. The human face shadow appeared to be a lich life form. Can it be destroyed by the power of the holy light, or would it attract more lich life forms from the lich storm? Just as Fang Heng hesitated, a young undead servant next to him shouted, "Friend, come help." Turning, Fang Heng saw the sweat dripping from the forehead of the undead servant next to him. "Hurry, help!" Almost all lich scholars were desperately channeling their spiritual energy into the central soul fire. They seemed to be struggling and were visibly exhausted. Fang Heng frowned and stepped forward, placing his hand next to the fire. Boom! The moment Fang Heng touched the soul fire, it suddenly erupted, flame soaring high into the air. The giant face shadow on the broken bone wall let out a crazed cry under the light of the fire. It seemed to have been heavily struck and quickly reeled back, prevented from escaping by the black chains Eliza had pierced into its body. What? Suddenly, the elderly Helta took a step forward and plunged his runic longsword directly into the monster's head. Bang! The entire face exploded. Fang Heng squinted and noticed that from the exploded face, there seemed to be scattered black particles falling. Quick! Form a barrier! Helta shouted as he stepped back. The undead servants immediately reacted and summoned the skeletal barrier, using the Book of the Dead, once again enveloping everyone within the barrier. Seeing the crisis averted, Helta nodded to Fang Heng. "Traveler, thank you for helping out this time. Otherwise, we would have had a headache. If you need any help in the future, you can find us at the Lunch Chamber of Commerce. We will do our best to assist you." Fang Heng noticed that the gazes of the others towards him had changed. He was a bit puzzled as to why his soul fire, infused with his own spiritual power, seemed to have been amplified unexpectedly. Upon careful inspection of the game logs, Fang Heng tentatively judged the reason. The strength of the soul fire condensed by the magic array was related to personal soul strength, spiritual power, level of necromancy, and necromancy talent. His personal soul strength was extremely high, and his necromancy talent was exaggeratedly high, which led to the outburst of the soul fire. Elissa used the Book of the Dead to collect the scattered black particles that fell to the ground, wrapped them in a piece of paper, and handed it to Fang Heng. "What is this?" "Dust of malevolent thoughts. It is the substance condensed after killing a monster. We are not sure of its exact effects, but many foreigners seeking guidance collect them. I believe it may be useful to you." "All right, thank you." Fang Heng accepted the paper from Elissa's hands. Hint: player receives item: Dust of Malevolent Thoughts 0.78 grams. Item: Dust of Malevolent Thoughts. Description: sand containing special powers. The effects are unknown. Many forces in Panyos are purchasing them from outside sources. Soon, half an hour later, the undead storm gradually dissipated. Seeing the crisis completely averted, Helta signaled for the team to dismantle the skeletal barrier and prepare to set off again. While the team was getting ready, Helta and Fang Heng started chatting. "The undead storms we encountered these few times are much more intense than before. I wonder what went wrong. It's somewhat unsettling." Helta nodded towards Fang Heng in appreciation. "Luckily you helped out. This storm has passed. The intervals between each undead storm are long, so we shouldn't encounter another one on our way." Fang Heng nodded and took the opportunity to inquire about this world. "Helta, besides me, have you encountered many believers seeking guidance?" "Yes, indeed. You are not the first believer I have met. Most of the believers who come to Panyos end up dying in the undead storms." Helta's tone carried some lament. "By the way, the bone tower you are heading to is in the main city of Kartantar. Later, we will go to the nearest city together. Elissa is also going to Kartantar to prepare. She can accompany you there, and you can look out for each other along the way." "Thank you." "No problem. The thanks should be to us. However, the main city of Kartantar is not open to ordinary people, and the bone tower is one of the sanctuaries for necromancers. Ordinary necromancers must pass a series of tests before being allowed to enter. Fang Heng frowned slightly, wondering if there would be any chaotic trials. I was invited to the Bone Tower to meet a mentor. Invited? Both Helta and Eliza gave Fang Heng surprised looks. Elissa asked, "Do you have an invitation card? Can I see it?" Of course. Fang Heng took out the invitation card from his backpack and handed it over. After carefully inspecting the invitation card, Elissa's face revealed a sense of relief. No wonder. It turns out the guest was invited by the Bone Tower, explaining his powerful soul strength and necromancy talent. Elissa stole a few more glances at Fang Heng, becoming even more curious about him. She had never heard of anyone receiving an interview invitation from the Bone Tower. Was the display of power just now all that he had? Helta also looked at Fang Heng's invitation card, then cautiously handed it back to him. I was presumptuous. This card indeed comes from the Bone Tower. With this card, you can bypass the test and enter the Bone Tower. Be careful to keep it safe. Many people have ulterior motives for this card, so it's best not to show it to outsiders, or it could bring you trouble. Thank you for the reminder. Fang Heng nodded to Helta and carefully stored away the invitation card. After the team was ready, they set off once again. Along the way, the attitudes of the accompanying Chamber of Commerce guards towards Fang Heng became even more respectful. Fang Heng had a conversation with Eliza, gaining a general understanding of the Punyo's world. Elissa was a very cheerful girl, and the two had experienced challenges together. After the conversation, she invited Fang Heng to visit her new residence in Cartanter. Laughing and talking along the way, soon, the group arrived at a medium-sized undead city. From a distance, Fang Heng could see the densely arranged magical runes on the city walls and the towering mage towers within the city. The external city walls stood tall, but there were no guards at the city gates, and entering and exiting the city seemed quite lax. Upon arrival, the team was not interrogated and were allowed to enter the city directly. From Elissa's explanation, Fang Heng learned that most cities in the Punyo's world did not have guards. The primary purpose of the cities was to defend against undead storms. In contrast to the desolation outside, the interior of the city appeared vibrant. Fang Heng peered curiously through the car window at the outside world. The inhabitants of this world were accustomed to wearing hoods, concealing themselves in large gray robes. Both inside and outside the city, there are special magic arrays set up, mostly designed to block undead storms. The teleportation passage is in the center of the city at the Mage Tower. Let's go there now. All right, thank you. Elissa nodded to Fang Heng. During this time, I will be receiving specialized instruction in necromancy at Cartanter to prepare for the advanced necromancer exam. However, I will not be studying at the Bone Tower. My cousin has already found a place for me in the city area. After settling down, I will invite you to visit. Sure, I will definitely come. Okay, sure. Entering the main urban area of the city, Fang Heng followed the team and headed directly to the entrance of the Mage Tower. The undead Mage Tower, 6 stories high, stood before them. At the entrance of the Mage Tower, Herta bid farewell to the two. Fang Heng, only qualified undead mages can enter Cartanter. We can only escort you here. There's another batch of goods to transport, so we will stay here. Take care. Okay, thank you. After bidding farewell to the team, Fang Heng and Eliza entered the Mage Tower together. The undead guardian at the entrance carefully checked Fang Heng's invitation card and Elissa's identification before allowing them to pass. In the teleportation area on the 2nd floor of the Mage Tower, Eliza helped pay Fang Heng's teleportation fee, and they both entered the teleportation channel, one after the other. A game prompt flashed before Fang Heng's eyes. Hint: player uses the teleportation channel. Player enters the city, Cartanter. Stepping out of the teleportation channel, Fang Heng slowly opened his eyes. The 2nd floor of the Mage Tower. Looking through the window, they could see that the entire city was shrouded in a thick mist of undead essence. This was Cartanter in Prunos, the sanctuary for intermediate-level undead scholars in the game world. Fang Heng, let's go. Okay. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze and nodded, following Eliza out. Both the 1st and 2nd floors of the Mage Tower were filled with groups of 2 or 3 undead scholars conversing quietly. Fang Heng, this is Cartanter. Those who can enter here have passed the Undead Studies assessment. At least they are intermediate-level undead scholars who have gone through multiple screenings. Many people, like you, are here seeking guidance, and among them are hidden experts. Our strength might not count for much here, so it's best to keep a low profile. Feng Heng didn't see himself as someone boastful and immediately nodded, okay? The two left the mage tower together. Just as they stepped out, Feng Heng felt a familiar surge of undead fog coming towards them. Elissa pointed to the area to the west of the city, where a tall white spire stood. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. Feng Heng, do you see that? That tallest white building is the Tower of Bones. Feng Heng followed Elissa's gaze. A white tower, with the upper half disappearing into the black mist of undeath, making it impossible to see the full structure. The white tower seemed to be made of the bones of an unknown creature, and even standing here, Feng Heng could feel the intimidating aura emanating from the tower. On the left and right sides of the white tower were two more towers, but significantly shorter than the Tower of Bones. That area is the domain of advanced talents, requiring special certification to enter. I've never been there myself, but I've heard that very few people are allowed into the Tower of Bones, maybe one every few years. Most undead scholars seeking guidance usually choose to enter the other two towers instead. Elissa looked cautiously at Feng Heng, lowering her voice, Feng Heng, I need to go home first. My cousin is waiting for me at our new home, and she might get worried if I take too long. Do you have a place to stay here? My new place is quite spacious. You can stay with me for a few days until you settle down and find your own place. Elissa's eyes held a hint of anticipation. My cousin is really nice. She would be happy to meet you too. No, thank you. Maybe next time. Feng Heng felt that he wouldn't be staying in Pruno's for long. He needed to complete the guidance task quickly, complete the talent upgrade task, and then focus on advancing to the intermediate level undead scholar. Time was short, no need to waste it unnecessarily. I want to go see the Tower of Bones first. I'll come find you after I settle in. Okay then. Elissa felt slightly disappointed. She wrote down her new address on a piece of paper and handed it to Feng Heng. Here's my address. Feel free to visit anytime. Okay, I will. Feng Heng pocketed the note. Elissa took a few steps forward, then turned back to say, if you can't find a place to stay, make sure to come to me. Okay. Feng Heng nodded and bid farewell to Eliza before heading towards the direction of the Tower of Bones. At the entrance to the advanced talent area in the western sector of the city, several undead attendants stood, their eyes lightly scanning every undead scholar passing by. Their gaze lingered on Feng Heng for a few seconds before moving on. The advanced talent area in the western sector wasn't large. It was only after entering the area that Feng Heng discovered that there were 4 tall towers next to the Tower of Bones. From a distance, only 3 could be seen, and the remaining 2 were much shorter and unnoticeable. In front of the 5 tall towers was a large square surrounded by some lower buildings. Many players were gathered in groups on the square, conversing quietly. As Feng Heng stepped into the square, many unfriendly gazes followed him. Among the crowd, a few federal players from the Alliance were discussing something. One of them noticed Feng Heng and couldn't take his eyes off him, his expression filled with confusion and surprise. Cao Ming, what are you looking at? Cao Ming's gaze remained fixed on Feng Heng, with a touch of disbelief in his voice as he asked quietly, Captain, doesn't that person look like Feng Heng? Feng Heng. Everyone was taken aback. Feng Heng was a guardian in the beginner's game world, and Cao Ming, originally from the reconnaissance department, had all the data on the highly dangerous individuals in the game world at his fingertips. He immediately recognized Feng Heng. Zheng Yuping, the captain of the Alliance's execution team, fixed his gaze on Feng Heng. Feng Heng's name had gained quite a bit of attention in their federation recently. After all, the zombie apocalypse and the vampire apocalypse were the 2 game worlds most closely related to ordinary players, making Feng Heng a key figure of interest for the federal authorities. Yes, very much so. What is he doing here? According to the information we've gathered, he should have undead studies skills, so it's possible for him to be here. Another player seemed hesitant, but he's already reached level 30 and taken on the talent guidance task. After all, players entering the advanced talent area were there to accept their second talent upgrade. The difficulty of leveling up is too high. Generally speaking, most players who reach level 30 choose to enter the advanced game world early and exchange high-level dream crystals dropped in the advanced game world for lower-level anomalous crystals to level up. This ensures a certain level of efficiency. Although it seems efficient, doing so may limit the advancement of talents in the later stages. According to the ratio of upgrading with dream crystals, talent advancement will fluctuate, with the highest level being ES. These are game settings that the Federation has developed over many years and are highly classified. Of course, for ordinary players, having talent advancements with level attributes is already something to be delighted about. As for another way of leveling up, it can only be done step by step with your own strength, slowly accumulating anomalous crystals, slowly grinding through. It requires a massive amount of resources to stack up. The most difficult part is obtaining the third-level anomalous crystals needed to level up to 30. Usually, third-level anomalous crystals can only be dropped by boss-level creatures in the intermediate game world, and they are bound to the soul. This kind of leveling requirement is simply a nightmare for ordinary players. Regardless of which method mentioned above, it is extremely difficult to reach level 30 in a short time. Cao Ming looked at Fang Heng and asked softly, "Captain, do we need to make contact with Fang Heng? He has a good relationship with our Eastern Federation, right? I heard that he also helped the Undead Research Society." "Well, no rush. Let's first confirm if it's him. Then we can assess the situation." Zheng Yuping stared at Fang Heng, feeling very surprised. Fang Heng. Could it really be him? It looks so similar. But reason told Zheng Yuping that this situation was highly unusual. It is very likely that it is just a resemblance. Rising to level 30 in just over half a month. Even if Fang Heng used the first method, utilizing higher-level dream crystals to transform anomalous crystals for rapid leveling up, it still wouldn't be achievable in a short time. This is because Fang Heng also has a special identity. Boundary Lord. This means Fang Heng must first obtain the coordinates of the entrance channel to the advanced world, and also acquire high-level dream crystals in the advanced game world. It's not as easy as it seems. Cao Ming looked at Fang Heng's movements and couldn't help but frown. "Captain, there's a bit of trouble. The Ryan mercenary group has arrived. It seems they haven't recognized Fang Heng's identity. Should we go and drive them away?" "Not for now. Let's wait and see. If that person is indeed Fang Heng, he can handle it himself." "Okay." While the members of the Federation were observing Fang Heng, not far away, a player with a kind demeanor walked towards Fang Heng. "Is this your first time here, brother?" "I'm Chengke. I don't think I've seen you before." Fang Heng glanced at the person who approached him. "Yes, I just arrived." "Did you come alone?" "No friends to bring you here." "Do you want me to show you around here?" Fang Heng surveyed his surroundings and his gaze settled on the central tower of white bones. "I received a guidance task to come here. Did you as well?" Of course, most of the players who can stay in this area have received talent guidance tasks. "I've been here for over 10 years. I'm very familiar with this area. I know almost everyone. If you encounter any problems or troubles in the future, you can come to me. I can help." Cheng Ke seemed reliable, tapping his chest as if showing his trustworthiness. "Really?" Fang Heng raised an eyebrow and thought about the malicious dust he obtained in the undead storm, asking, "Do you know the use of the malicious dust? Are you testing me?" Cheng Ke laughed and pointed towards the several towers in front. "Look, have you seen those towers in front? Did you come here for them?" Fang Heng looked towards the Tower of White Bones and the 4 surrounding towers and nodded. From low to high, those 4 over there are the Tower of Nightmares, the Tower of Ruins, the Tower of Decay, and the Tower of Withering. Players who come to accept the guidance task will receive corresponding entry cards after completing certain preliminary tasks. Depending on the level and completion of the pre-tasks, the initial invitation cards received are usually for the lowest Tower of Nightmares and the Tower of Ruins. Then, each tower will have its mentor. Completing the mentor's guidance tasks will lead to talent advancements. Of course, simply put, the higher the level of the tower, the more powerful the mentors inside, and the enhancements gained after talent advancement will be stronger. How about that? Did I explain it simply enough? Fang Heng nodded and continued, "You haven't told me the purpose of the malicious dust yet." The malicious dust is used to charge the invitation card and level up, from low to high, gradually advancing step by step, starting from the lowest Tower of Nightmares and slowly progressing upwards. In addition, some special tasks will also require the malicious dust. Cheng Ke smiled and continued, "Furthermore, the malicious dust is also needed for some talent tasks." Fang Heng understood and pointed towards the central white tower. "You haven't mentioned the tower in the middle yet. Forget about the middle tower. It's the highest tower in our talent advancement area, known as the Tower of White Bones. The mentor inside has a bit of a problem with his mind, giving out tasks that are impossible to complete. It's better to ignore him. There was a person who spent 3 to 4 years upgrading the invitation card to the highest level, entered the Tower of White Bones, and received an impossible task in the end, which he couldn't give up. Chang Ka smirked with a touch of schadenfreude, exaggeratingly said, "The person who got tricked was dumbfounded. Those who started at the same time have already graduated to level 30, but he is still stuck at level 30. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and asked, "What task was it?" "I only have 4%. Not bad. Usually a team of 8 people. Giving more is not appropriate. Besides, you are a newbie. The team is responsible for preparing supplies for the mission. You just need to put in the effort," Chang Ka said, looking at Fang Heng up and down, holding up 3 fingers, "of course, if you have a lot of money. I can also help you acquire some dust of evil intentions, only requiring a 3% service fee." "No need. I don't have money," Fang Heng shook his head. Chang Ka narrowed his eyes, a greedy look appearing in them, staring at Fang Heng. "Well then, consultancy fee, 5,000 main god points, no direct transactions accepted, equivalent goods only." Fang Heng suddenly turned his head, staring at Chang Ka. 5,000. "You want money from me? Of course, what I just told you is confidential information. Only charging a small consultancy fee is reasonable, right?" Fang Heng withdrew his gaze from Chang Ka. "Hey, brother, you're not trying to back out, right? We've been doing business here for a long time, with a wide influence. I don't care about this small amount of money, but if word gets out, we won't get paid, and it will be hard for us to do business in the future." Chang Ka's tone gradually turned unfriendly. Fang Heng noticed that around 20 meters away, several players were intentionally or unintentionally approaching them, as if they wanted to surround him in the center. "Is that so? Do you plan to use force?" Chang Ka approached a bit, whispering softly in front of Fang Heng, "Of course not, we are civilized here. And I'll give you a free tip, it's best not to use force in this area. But you should consider carefully, we only need to release a bit of information, and in the future, no team will allow you to join. Also, my boss will definitely not be happy to hear about this. He has a bad temper and might do something. I'm not sure. It's better to think it over. You can't survive alone here. Those who understand the situation are the heroes. If you won't use force, then don't stand in the way." Fang Heng interrupted Chang Ka's words, walking straight past him towards the central Tower of White Bones. Chang Ka was taken aback. He watched Fang Heng, a trace of disdain appearing in his eyes. Players who could enter the talent upgrade area through pre-assessment were either strong in strength or resourceful. There were those who disregarded others like this, but not many. But that didn't matter. Soon they would feel the consequences. They would then face the harsh reality and come to apologize. Why bother? Huh? Just as he was thinking, Chang Ka suddenly froze. He realized that Fang Heng seemed to be walking in the wrong direction. He went the wrong way. Chang Ka noticed that Fang Heng was actually heading straight towards the central Tower of White Bones. In front of the Tower of White Bones, dozens of undead study servants noticed someone approaching and turned their faces towards Fang Heng. Other players in the square also cast their gazes towards Fang Heng. The undead servants remained motionless, only displaying to red soul fires under their originally blank hoods, until Fang Heng strode up to the gate of the Tower of White Bones. At that moment, the entire talent advancement square fell silent, everyone closely watching Fang Heng's every move. Chang Ka's complexion turned slightly pale. What's going on? How could he enter the Tower of White Bones? In the 10 years that Chang Ka had been here, from what he had seen, only 5 people had ever entered the Tower of White Bones, and every one of them was either a top player with exceptional strength or a controller of a top power. This was bad. It seemed he had offended a formidable figure. But Chang Ka couldn't understand. How could a player come here for the first time and enter the Tower of White Bones? In the past, those 5 individuals had gone through trials and tribulations to gather the dust of evil intentions and advance their invitation cards to the top level before being allowed to enter the Tower of White Bones. Who could have expected this kid to directly enter the Tower of White Bones? Under everyone's gaze, Fang Heng pushed open the gate of the Tower of White Bones and stepped inside. Seeing Fang Heng enter the Tower of White Bones, the federal team members also showed expressions of surprise on their faces. Zheng Yuping was greatly shocked. "Captain!" Cao Ming's voice trembled as he said, "He must be Fang Heng, right?" The others also looked at Zheng Yuping. Everyone's thoughts were the same. Besides Fang Heng, it seemed there was no one else with such ability and meeting the related conditions, right? It's odd. Zheng Yuping murmured, once again falling into extreme doubt. Wait a minute. He could confirm that entry into the Tower of White Bones was restricted. Using the fantasy crystal of the higher-level gaming world for upgrades could quickly boost one to level 30, but it couldn't allow entry into the highest-level Tower of White Bones or the next-level Tower of Withering. Yet the person in front of him had indeed entered the Tower of White Bones. Two possibilities. First, that person wasn't Fang Heng, just a look-alike. Second, Fang Heng, through his own strength, had amassed a huge amount of resources in the intermediate gaming world in less than a month and had successfully cleared the intermediate gaming world. Wasn't Fang Heng busy helping to clear the dead aura in the world of undead research in the real world during this time? Where did he find the time? Zheng Yuping couldn't help clenching his fists. Could such a formidable player really exist? On the side, another team member cautiously swallowed and asked, "Captain, do we need to report to the higher-ups about Fang Heng's activities?" Investigated thoroughly. Zheng Yuping nodded. Reporting was definitely necessary. If it was indeed Fang Heng, it would be terrifying. From a newcomer to a realm master in a few months, and clearing the intermediate gaming world within half a month. This time, entering the Tower of White Bones was most likely for talent advancement. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence he would become in the future. Notify the superiors immediately. Find a way to contact Fang Heng, confirm his identity. Because of his excitement, Zheng Yuping's normally calm breathing also became heavier. And he said in a deep voice, "Stay alert. If it's really him, there might be hope for our talent advancement this time." Yes. Inside the Tower of White Bones, Fang Heng stood at the entrance. The tower was visibly filled with clusters of floating blue soul fires, slowly drifting and moving around. The light emitted from them illuminated the surroundings. "Welcome, honored guest. Please follow me. Master Gullo has been waiting for you for a long time." Two skeletal attendants stood up and gestured slightly, then started walking, guiding Fang Heng forward along the ancient wooden stairs on the right-hand side towards the tower. Fang Heng followed at a steady pace. It seemed like no one had been here for a long time, and each step on the stairs made a creaking sound, making him worrying a little about whether he might suddenly step into an empty space and fall down. The skeletal attendants seemed to float on the ground, making no sound as they walked. As they continued up the stairs towards the top floor, the skeletal attendants stopped when they reached near the top and lightly knocked on a wooden door. A kind voice came from inside the room. "Come in." The two skeletal attendants respectfully stood on each side of the doorway, gesturing for Fang Heng to enter. Fang Heng walked forward. The door was not locked at all, and Fang Heng easily pushed it open with a light touch. Behind the door was a large study room, an old man sitting behind the desk with a deep gaze. Gullo gazed at Fang Heng as he entered, a satisfied expression in his eyes. He had been waiting for Fang Heng for some time. "Very good, Fang Heng. You're truly remarkable." Fang Heng listened to Gullo's praise, feeling a strange sensation, not sure what Gullo was referring to, and could only nod in response. In the past few centuries, many outstanding newcomers have appeared among the scholars of the undead, but you're the most satisfactory to me. Do you know why? Fang Heng shook his head. Gullo sat behind the desk, his calm face revealing a hint of gloom. "Because what you've done aligns with my thoughts." Fang Heng was even more puzzled. Some mistakes are unforgivable. Gullo shifted to a more comfortable position, sitting on the chair, and continued, "The Holy Court has been suppressing us, the scholars of the undead, in various worlds, viewing us as embodiments of evil. I can't understand why some people can accept such unfair treatment with ease." Gullo's expression became more serious as he looked at Fang Heng. "Ignoring it will only make them see us as weak and easy to bully. They will only become more ruthless." Hearing this, Fang Heng began to understand. Li Qingren had mentioned before that most scholars of the undead pursued academia to the extreme and only disliked the Holy Court, but they didn't go as far as wanting to fight to the death. However, a small fraction of high-ranking scholars were not like that. Due to certain reasons, they harbored extreme hatred towards the Holy Court. Gullo seemed to be one of them. We should be clear about our stance and make the Holy Court pay for everything they have done. In fact, I believe the Holy Court is unnecessary, which is what I have been advocating in Punos all this time. Gullo stood up, walked over, and lightly patted Fang Heng's shoulder with his bony hand. Fang Heng, I have seen your performance in the tribal territory, which is really impressive. You have set an example for those foolish and stubborn scholars. Gullo let out a disdainful laugh. You also think they are all fools, right? Fang Heng smiled and nodded lightly in response. Ha ha ha, very good. I know you are seeking further power. Long ago, I accidentally obtained a powerful force while exploring the path of death. It can help you unlock the potential of a different power within you. Of course, this all comes at a price. Gullo looked at Fang Heng, staring into his eyes. Ordinary tests are for those outsiders. They are meaningless to you. I do not want to waste time. The test you are about to face is related to the Holy Court, and it may be fatal if you are not careful. Tell me, Fang Heng, are you afraid? Asterisk. Note, the text provides a series of prompts related to the player's completion of a current task, seeking guidance, and the introduction of further challenges. Asterisk. Of course, I've never been fond of the Holy Court. Fang Heng shrugged, speaking honestly. He was already here, and he and the Holy Court had never really gotten along. The animosity between them was long-standing. Very well. Gullo was very satisfied with Fang Heng's answer. As your talent guidance mentor, I will now guide you to further unlock the power within you, strengthen your innate abilities. With my current abilities, I can elevate your powers to the highest tier. You now have two options before you. Fang Heng's expression became serious. Please go on, mentor. The first option is for me to change your talent. In extreme cases, I can randomly select from 300 talents rated A and above for you to choose from. Afterwards, you can also upgrade this talent to S rank. Fang Heng's pupils dilated. A talent reset. And choosing from 300 options with a high probability of obtaining an S-rank talent. He could even receive an additional S-rank talent upgrade. It was no wonder many high-end players said that level 30 was a chance to reverse fate. However, he didn't need this. The zombie doppelganger was already a hidden SSS rank talent, obtained by chance and not obtainable through normal selection. Additionally, his first talent upgrade was to a higher SSS rank level. There was no reason for him to reset. Fang Heng asked, and the second option? The second option is to further upgrade your talent. Fang Heng nodded, thinking to himself. Choosing the first option meant receiving a talent with only one upgrade opportunity, while the second option provided an extra reinforcement. I choose the second option. Very well. After you complete my trial, I will guide you in the advancement of your talent. However, during this period, you will need a special item, so I need you to prepare in advance. Fang Heng listened to what Gu Luo said and then flipped his wrist, displaying a sparkling purple crystal from his backpack. Is this what you're talking about? When Gu Luo saw the purple crystal in Fang Heng's hand, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, excellent. Great. Gu Luo looked at Fang Heng's eyes with even more admiration. I didn't expect you to have found a top-grade dazzling crystal. It's quite a coincidence. Many years ago, when I was in training, I and a few old friends managed to get a batch of top-grade dazzling crystals. With my connections, it wouldn't be a problem for me to get to more crystals from friends. As long as you can perfectly complete my commission, I can give them all to you. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the dazzling crystal in his hand was of the highest grade. From this, he deduced that only by killing the final boss in the mid-level gaming world could one obtain the highest grade dazzling crystal. The difficulty was extremely high. Therefore, he inferred that Gu Luo's advancement task was terrifyingly difficult. Simply completing it was not enough. Only by perfectly completing the task could one receive more dazzling crystals from Gu Luo. The task difficulty was imaginable. However, there was no need to focus solely on Gu Luo's task. It was not entirely impossible to acquire the top-grade dazzling crystal through other means. Let's first look at the specific task instructions. Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind, and he nodded, saying, I am ready, Mentor Gu Luo. I am willing to accept your task. We can begin. Gu Luo was very pleased with Fang Heng's decisiveness and greatly admired him, nodding, very well. Confidence is one of the shortcuts to success. However, I still hope you can consider carefully. Once you accept the task, you cannot give up, and you cannot continue to level up. This may be a decision that will affect your entire life. I will ask you one last time. Have you decided? Alright, no need to consider further. Let's begin. Guluo's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he nodded. Your task is this. I need you to kill a member of the Holy Court who is at least at the level of a divine domain judge. Capture his soul and bring it to me. What? Fang Heng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise at the mention of a divine domain judge. The difficulty level was so high. Seeing the fleeting surprise on Fang Heng's face, Guluo's eyes carried a hint of mockery as he continued. Of course, merely accomplishing this step is just the basic trial assessment. I will not give you any additional dazzling crystals. As for how to make me satisfied, it will depend on your imagination. It is not easy to achieve this step. I hope you will give me a surprise, Fang Heng. A game prompt subsequently appeared on his retina. Hint: player triggers talent-guided task, Guluo's Revenge. Task name: Guluo's Revenge. Task description: please kill and capture the soul of at least one Holy Court Divine Domain Judge, then place the soul in the soul sealing bottle and hand it over to Mentor Guluo. Current task completion: 0%. Current task evaluation: none. Current additional reward: none. Player has selected additional reward category, Dazzling Crystal. Additional note: task completion at 100% is required to submit the task. Players can continue to improve task completion to increase task evaluation and receive higher level rewards. Explanation: this guided task is a special task and cannot be abandoned. Fang Heng, looking at the task prompt, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Undoubtedly, the task's difficulty level was extremely high. Leaving aside other considerations, where could he find a divine domain judge? He couldn't just go there and confront them directly, right? He didn't even know where the divine domain was located. Don't worry, Fang Heng, we can take it slowly. Many people, just like you, have accepted this test task, and they are also still preparing diligently. I must say that compared to them, you still have a lot of room for improvement in terms of your strength. Guluo's mood was good as he extended his dry palm, gently placing it on Fang Heng's forehead. Suddenly, in the instant Guluo's palm touched him, Fang Heng's pupils shrank, immediately feeling a dark and cold breath flowing into his forehead through Guluo's hand. The next moment, a skeletal figure appeared before Fang Heng's eyes. Another game prompt appeared. Hint: player triggers mid-tier undead studies advancement task, Skeleton. Task name: Skeleton. Task requirement: kill skeletal creatures in the Pruno's world and absorb strength from them. Current task completion: 0%. Special requirement: this task cannot be completed in a team. If the skeletal creatures are harmed by units from other factions during the killing process, it is impossible to absorb their strength. Task reward: skill, mid-tier undead studies. Just as Fang Heng finished reading the game prompt, the invitation card in his backpack uncontrollably moved out and floated in mid-air. Suddenly, a dark light flashed on the invitation card. The card once again fell into Fang Heng's hand. Fang Heng, your invitation card has been upgraded. You can use this card to study undead studies in the city, and inside is the 5,000 points I have included for you. It should be enough for you for a while. If you encounter any difficulties or have any doubts, you can come to me. Monday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings are my consultation hours. As believers of the undead, we have plenty of time. This is the greatest favor that death gives to its followers, so we can take it slowly, right? Thank you, Mentor. Fang Heng put away the invitation card, thinking to himself that he did not want to take things slowly. Guluo then handed him a fist-sized small bottle. This is the soul sealing bottle. Capturing the soul of a divine domain judge is not an easy task. You can use it to ensure safety when sealing the soul. In addition, I suggest you handle it with care. Its production process is very complicated, and if you lose it, you will have to find another solution on your own. Understood, Mentor. Fang Heng carefully stored the small bottle. You can also use it to absorb some weaker souls from the Holy Court and exchange them for some minor rewards with me. However, I don't want souls that are too weak. Go now, and come back to me after you have advanced in mid-tier undead studies. I have a surprise for you. Thank you, Mentor. Two undead servants gradually appeared behind Fang Heng. Guluo waved his hand, sitting back in his chair. Take him down. Leaving the room, guided by the two undead servants, Fang Heng retraced his steps and left the bone tower. Fang Heng lowered his head, thinking carefully for a moment, unable to help but scratch his head. It was going to be troublesome. In any case, there are still many things that can be done. Let's first work hard to improve ourselves, enhance our own strength, and be ready to firmly grasp the opportunities when they come. Thinking of this, Fang Heng took out an invitation card from his backpack. Tower of White Bones invitation card. Description: invitation from the Tower of White Bones. Current access granted. Players can use points to study in various areas of the city of Katantar. Please recharge and exchange points at the commission exchange within the city. Remaining points in the card, 5,000. Anyway, let's try to improve ourselves as quickly as possible. Let's start from upgrading to intermediate level undead studies. Fang Heng recalled the information related to bones and skeletons in his mind. The skeleton is a type of powerful skeletal creature, more advanced compared to ordinary skeletons, and it also retains combat memories from its previous life with various combat skills. Fang Heng had not personally seen it, but he roughly judged that it should not be difficult to deal with. After all, skeletons lack magical attack methods and cannot deal with his group of zombies, so they can be easily wiped out. Lost in thought, Fang Heng had already left the Tower of White Bones with the undead attendants. Outside the gate, numerous eyes were fixed on Fang Heng. When the federal team saw Fang Heng, they were instantly intrigued. Cao Ming couldn't help but ask, "Captain, he's coming out. I wonder if he's going to take on a task. Should we follow him? Try to make contact with him, Zheng Yuping thought for a moment and asked, "Have there been any feedback messages from the higher-ups?" "Not yet. Our people are in communication with Fang Heng. He has been difficult to contact, and the hidden world doesn't allow for taking photos. We can't make a technological comparison to confirm Fang Heng's identity." "All right, let's follow him. Don't get too close to avoid arousing his hostility. If the other party shows intentions of shaking us off, we should stop following, okay?" The federal team nodded. Watching Fang Heng leave the Tower of White Bones, heading straight towards the city outskirts, including the federal team, many people followed behind. Fang Heng sensed the tailing presence behind him and thought it troublesome. Being watched has never been a pleasant feeling. However, in the city, it seemed difficult to shake them off as well. Forget it. Next step, go complete the mission and kill the skeletons. Where are the skeletons? Fang Heng was pondering. Just as he had left the talent advancement area, he noticed a carriage slowly stopping in front of him. A handsome young man got off the carriage. The young man was very polite as he descended from the carriage and respectfully greeted Fang Heng. "Hello. Are you Mr. Fang Heng?" Fang Heng raised his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Harold, the Deputy Managing Officer of the Rand Merchant Council in the city of Katantar. I heard that today you helped us withstand the undead storm. The council was very grateful upon hearing about this and invites you to join the family banquet tonight. Miss Eliza will also be present." Fang Heng furrowed his brows. The Rand Merchant Council. The council he encountered on the way here. "No need. Thank you for your master's kindness. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be able to attend." Harold observed the displeasure on Fang Heng's face and nodded. "It was a hasty invitation on our part. The supervisor has said that if you have other commitments, please do not feel obliged to come. Also, this is a letter commissioned by Miss Eliza for you, Fang Heng took the letter and quickly skimmed through it. The content of the letter was not long. In essence, Eliza thanked Fang Heng for helping her through the undead storm. She had found her cousin and settled down in a mansion at 823 Shadow Silent Street, west zone of the city. 3 days later, the Rand Merchant Council would hold a 300th anniversary banquet celebrating the establishment of the city's merchant association, hoping Fang Heng could attend as her friend. Surprisingly, after reading the letter, a game hint appeared on his retina. Hint: player gains Rand Merchant Council goodwill. Current goodwill: friendly. Hint: player gains access permit to the Rand Merchant Council area, obtaining access permit to the large private estate at 823 Shadow Silent Street, West Zone. An estate? Elissa's new residence turned out to be a large estate. It seemed that the Rand Merchant Council was quite wealthy. Fang Heng had a feeling. Once he accepted such an invitation, it would likely trigger a new task. Whether the task was worth investing time in was uncertain. The talent advancement task he had on hand was already enough to deal with. No need to take on extra responsibilities, just focus on the present. Understood. Feng Heng's expression was indifferent as he put away the letter. Seeing that Feng Heng did not give a definitive response about accepting the invitation, Harold also tactfully did not inquire further, nodding. "Mr. Feng Heng, where are you headed next? Do you need us to escort you?" "No need. Then we won't disturb you. We'll take our leave." "Wait." Feng Heng reached out and stopped Harold. "Yes, Mr. Feng Heng, is there anything else you'd like me to convey to Miss Eliza?" "No, I have a question for you. Do you know about the areas around Katantar?" Harold felt somewhat disappointed at Feng Heng's inquiry, but still respectfully nodded in response. "Mr. Feng Heng, I have lived here for over 100 years, so I am quite familiar with the surrounding areas." "Then, are there any areas nearby where skeletons gather?" "Yes, Mr. Feng Heng. If you leave from the West City Gate, walk along the main road, about 30 kilometers away, you will see a bone cemetery." Harold gestured to his undead attendants behind him, and one of them quickly handed him a scroll made of parchment. "Mr. Feng Heng, this is a simple map of the Katantar region made by our council. It can provide you with basic directional guidance. Due to the influence of the undead storm on external areas, terrain changes occur frequently, so there may be some discrepancies. Hint: player gains Katantar regional map ran Merchant Council custom-made. Description: this map is custom-made and may contain errors. Please use it carefully." Feng Heng took the map and nodded. "Thank you. Please send my regards to Eliza. I will definitely pass it on." Watching Harold and his entourage depart in the carriage, Feng Heng picked up the map and began to browse through it roughly. The map was quite detailed, marking several dangerous areas outside the city. The location of the bone cemetery seemed to be not far from Katantar. Flying there in bat form wouldn't take long. Considering the time, he might be able to complete the advancement to an intermediate level undead mage before nightfall today. Feng Heng let the tail behind him continue to follow as he left the city from the west gate, glancing at the game log along the way. It was still over an hour until the resurrection of the zombie avatar. Almost there. Lastly, he turned back to look behind him, transformed into a bat, and flew towards the direction of the White Bone Cemetery. Immediately, the tails following Feng Heng all froze. "What's going on?" "Bat form. This guy is actually a vampire. He has cultivated both vampire form and necromancy at the same time. This could be troublesome. Even after advancing in intermediate necromancy, it's difficult to enter a flying state." Many of the trackers reluctantly hesitated for a moment and could only give up. The federal team also couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How should they proceed? They looked at each other. Zheng Yuping looked in the direction Feng Heng had left, his face showing contemplation. "That's right, team leader. Our federal team has relevant information. Feng Heng has already taken control of the entire vampire world, dominating all vampires. He possesses advanced vampire bloodline abilities, with bat form being just one of them." Cao Ming had already deduced that the person in front of them was Feng Heng. Seeing the team leader standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but ask, "Team leader, what should we do?" Zheng Yuping looked towards the direction Feng Heng had left and said solemnly, "That area should be heading towards the White Bone Cemetery. I'm thinking, could he have just accepted the task of advancing in necromancy?" After Zheng Yuping's reminder, everyone also thought this guess was very likely. "Team leader, the White Bone Cemetery area has been usurped by a few local player teams working together, defining their power in that area for the past few years. It is said that they often deal with newcomers arriving in Panhuos. If Feng Heng rashly goes over, wouldn't he be in conflict with them?" Zheng Yuping narrowed his eyes. Panhuos world is not vast, with few resources outside the main city, most of which are controlled by player teams. Let's not talk about whether it should be controlled, just occupy first. This kind of thing is more common in intermediate game worlds. The federal team has no time to meddle in the conflicts between players. The group that occupied the White Bone Cemetery is quite smart, knowing how to manipulate NPCs to occupy the area, even having connections with almost all major guilds in Panhuos. The federal team is not interested in joining them, and since they always welcome them with smiles, the federal team has no reason to act against them. Ordinary player guilds are also unwilling to conflict with them, preferring to spend a little more time teleporting to another city to complete tasks at a larger skeletal spawning point. Well, there might be danger, but now we can't catch up. We can remind him offline, and also inform those people to be more restrained. Zheng Yuping thought for a moment and continued, "Let's go. We'll go to the White Bone Cemetery area to take a look, yes?" In the distance, Feng Heng maintained his bat form and flew towards the White Bone Cemetery area. The flying speed in the Earl-level vampire form was already fast at low altitude, much faster than running. With Feng Heng's full speed, he quickly roughly traced the White Bone Cemetery area on the map. Looking down from the sky, a giant pit appeared not far from the ground, with a large number of white skeletons roaming in the central area of the pit. A pale gray aura constantly emerged from the pit. The roaming skeletons absorbed this aura. Different from ordinary white bone creatures, the skeletons held white bone knives, with a blue soul fire burning on the bone knives. It seems that this is the White Bone Cemetery. It seems a bit different from the skeletons I read about in the books. Feng Heng gazed at those skeletal creatures, muttering to himself softly. Beside the White Bone Cemetery, there were a few scattered building structures, all enveloped in a special alchemical magic array pattern on the exterior. Several players responsible for guarding the White Bone Cemetery area saw a bat flying low in the sky and became alert, raising their staffs and knives. "Stop. This is a private area. Stop immediately. If you don't stop, we will attack." The 5 guards from the Lane mercenary group stared at Feng Heng in the air, hidden excitement in their eyes, cautiously approaching towards the direction Feng Heng was landing. After waiting for a long time, they could finally take action. Feng Heng descended from the sky, reverting to his human form, and surveyed the few people walking towards him. They looked like players. Only 5 of them. "Hey, are you new here? Do you know where this is?" Feng Heng frowned. "Is this the White Bone Cemetery?" "Ha, you know it's the White Bone Cemetery and still came here? Didn't your guild inform you whose territory this is?" A player with a small mustache approached Feng Heng, looking like he was going to question him. "Damn, you idiot, you've disrupted the normal operation of our magic array. Can you afford the consequences?" Feng Heng turned to look behind the man with the mustache, and a dark halo continued to spread out around the White Bone Cemetery area. The skeletal creatures seemed to fear these halos. Influenced by the halos, the skeletons only roamed within the graveyard. Feng Heng pondered. It seemed that Herd had no knowledge that this area had already been occupied by players. This was a bit troublesome. Several players saw Feng Heng not answering and began surrounding him from all sides, gradually closing in on him. "Hey, we're asking you a question. Are you mute? You've disrupted our magic array. Do you know how much time and money we spent to build it? Damn it! Compensate for our losses. You must compensate. Pay up." Knowing that these people were just troublemakers, Feng Heng said coldly, "Are you trying to scam me? Isn't this trick a bit old? Ha, stop talking nonsense. Do you have money or not?" Nelio's face showed a malicious expression, approaching Feng Heng step by step, shouting arrogantly, "Either pay up, or let your guild leader come and claim you. This is the rule." "Understood," Feng Heng said coldly. "What if I don't?" Nelio and his group of players had been guarding this area for over half a year now, and usually only newcomers who had just accepted the task of advancing in intermediate necromancy would come here. From the looks of Feng Heng's vampire form, they could tell he was a player from the vampire apocalypse. Just a newcomer, and they had tested him earlier, proving he was a new player without joining any faction. A fat sheep that could be easily gouged. "Ha, no money." Nelio sneered, raised his hand, and a spear made of bones appeared in his hand. Mirio shouted, and in an instant, 3 other players on each side were covered in bone armor, their speed increasing sharply. They wielded white bone long knives and spears and launched themselves toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. Rare undead scholars. At the same time, several skeletal creatures appeared from Mirio, and another undead mage's magic circle. Black all-shadows darted towards Feng Heng along the ground. Undead summoning. Undead curse. Mikulash and the other 2 undead scholars accelerated towards Feng Heng from 3 directions. "Take him down." In the eyes of the 3 undead warriors, Feng Heng seemed powerless, like a lamb to the slaughter. The distance between the 2 sides quickly closed in. "Ha! Suddenly, McCoolish sensed something, his pupils narrowing. Fang Heng stood still, emanating a powerful aura of holy energy from his front. The Book of Beginnings. Holy energy. That guy is actually from the sanctum. McCoolish was shocked, but before he could react, a golden light suddenly struck him from the front. Too fast. Boom! The golden light fiercely hit McCoolish's bone armor in front of his chest, completely shattering it. McCoolish felt a heavy blow to his chest, a sour taste in his mouth, and he was sent flying backward. The other two undead scholars were also hit by the remnants of the holy chapter and thrown out. Swish! Swish! Still in midair, McCoolish heard another swishing sound, his heart skipping a beat. He lifted his head to look towards Fang Heng, his pupils filled with a look of fear. What on earth is that? As he raised his head to try to see clearly what the golden light was, he saw several golden figures flying towards him. Boom! Boom! The next moment, several golden holy chapters simultaneously struck him. His bone armor could not withstand such intense explosions, and McCoolish was severely injured, crashing to the ground. McCoolish! Seeing his companion severely injured, Nerio and the other mage players' faces changed drastically from afar. Just as they were about to help, 5 or 6 more holy remnants chased after them, blasting towards the fallen and injured McCoolish on the ground. Boom! Boom 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 boom! Continuous explosions. When the smoke cleared, McCoolish had been completely obliterated by the divine explosions. Swish! Swish swish swish! The golden remnants chased after the remaining two warriors again. The other two had just been thrown out and fallen to the ground, unable to resist before being blasted into pieces by the remnants in succession. In a brief moment, seeing their 3 warrior companions being taken down one by one, Nerio and the other undead scholars looked at Fang Heng, a cold sweat breaking out on their backs, their eyes filled with fear. Holy methods! Killing 3 mid-level undead scholars so easily, he had reached a crushing level. Who is he after all? Just as they were still in doubt, more than 10 summoned undead skeletons and bones attacked Fang Heng's location, firing arrows. Swish! Swish swish! Sensing the active threat of the attacking skeletons, the dormant holy remnants were triggered again, bursting out from the Book of Vows and assaulting the skeletal creatures. Boom! The newly summoned 10+ skeletal creatures were instantly destroyed. The remnants swirled in midair, then continued flying straight towards Nerio and his companion. The player's face turned as white as snow. What kind of formidable figures have they provoked? Be careful! Nerio shouted. Bone barrier! Block it! The two of them exerted all their mental strength into the Book of the Dead at once. Swish! Swish! 2 consecutive white barriers rose from the ground, blocking the attack route of the holy remnants. Boom! Boom boom! 2 consecutive loud explosions. As soon as the remnants touched the barriers, they shattered them completely, then zoomed through the scattered bone fragments towards Nerio and his companion. Hiss! Hiss! Almost simultaneously, 2 light sounds rang out. 2 holy remnants pierced their foreheads, creating a bloody hole above each of their heads. Undead scholars, like most other mages, have relatively weak physical attributes. Without the need for explosions, the holy remnants easily harvested the lives of the mages. Tip: in the current special hidden game world, players cannot determine enemy identities through game logs, and even with resurrection retries, players must endure an extra 3 days of punishment time. Tip: player eliminates unknown players *5. Player gains an additional 50 grams of Dust of Malice. Tip: players obtain 85.36 grams of Dust of Malice from player's backpack. Tip: in the current special hidden game world, when players die, if they still have resurrection retries, they will receive a special punishment. Players enter a state of soul purification, where they cannot exit the game, and enter a dormant state for 3 days. Fang Heng squinted his eyes and carefully studied the mission prompt. In the hidden mid-level game world, players cannot determine enemy identities through game logs, and even with retries, they must endure an additional 3 days of punishment time. As a result, offline companions would only know that these people had died, and not who killed them or what exactly happened. Of course, there was also the Dust of Malice. Fang Heng glanced at the surplus Dust of Malice in his backpack. In total, he acquired 135.36 grams of Dust of Malice. He could obtain 10 grams for killing a player, and all the remaining Dust of Malice in the opponent's backpack would also be dropped. From various signs in the game, Fang Heng felt like the game was encouraging players to fight and kill each other. Pondering, he put away the Book of Vows. The artifact was indeed very useful, especially against undead types. Its restraining effect was particularly prominent. However, using the Book of Vows itself required energy consumption, and the recovery rate through the artifact itself was too slow. Just one round of attacks consumed about a third of his energy. It would take a long time for that one-third of energy to naturally recover. He had to be more frugal. The entire edge of the White Bone Graveyard is surrounded by a circle of sealed alchemical magic arrays. The seal is constantly emitting unknown fluctuations. These fluctuations can affect the bones, causing them to stay away, but have no effect on humans. The low-quality energy crystals found in the warehouse should be used to charge the alchemical magic array. Fang Heng squatted down and carefully observed the magic array for a moment, then stood up and walked directly through the rippling seal. As soon as he entered the area of the White Bone Graveyard, the wandering bones inside immediately noticed Fang Heng's presence, dragging their feet and swaying towards him. Fang Heng intentionally wanted to test the strength of the bones and actively approached a lone skeleton. The skeleton initially appeared similar to an ordinary skeletal creature at a glance, with a swaying movement pattern, very slow. However, unexpectedly, after approaching Fang Heng, it suddenly accelerated, moving more than 10 times faster, and the ghostly long knife in its hand slashed towards Fang Heng, making a sound as it cut through the air. The blade swished past Fang Heng. Fang Heng quickly stepped back half a step to dodge the attack, and at the same time threw a punch forward. The skeleton once again demonstrated reaction abilities several times stronger than an ordinary skeleton creature, evading Fang Heng's attack with exceptional agility. The ghostly bone knife swung out again from another tricky angle, landing a heavy blow on Fang Heng. The bone knife left a wound on Fang Heng's shoulder, then got stuck in his body. The skeleton clearly did not expect this, and its movements momentarily paused. Fang Heng saw the game prompt flash on his retina. Hint: player receives mixed damage from the skeleton, -498, -79. Hint: due to the player's strong soul suppression, soul damage is weakened, and the soul burn duration is significantly reduced. Mixed damage. In addition to physical damage, there is also additional necrotic soul burn damage. The former nearly 500 damage is physical damage, while the -79 damage is soul burn, triggering damage every half second for about a minute. Fang Heng saw the game prompt, glanced at the blue ghostly flames on his shoulder wound, endured the pain, and quickly reached out his left hand to grab the skeleton's shoulder bone, forming a fist with his right hand. With a punch, Fang Heng hit the skeleton, breaking its ribs. The skeleton was sent flying and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, the bleeding wound on Fang Heng's body quickly healed, and the soul burn gradually disappeared. Watching the skeleton fly away, Fang Heng couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. "Huh, this punch didn't kill it." Although Fang Heng currently doesn't have many skills, his strength attribute is not low. He crushed the ordinary skeleton with just one grab. When the bone creature was hit directly in the ribs, its ribs were broken, but after landing, a white aura immediately enveloped it. The injured area on the bone creature's chest quickly healed under the influence of the aura, and it stood up swaying, heading towards Fang Heng, along with the other bones converging around him. The regenerative ability is extraordinary. These undead creatures are quite troublesome. They are at least 3 ranks stronger than ordinary skeletal creatures. Fang Heng contemplated to himself that it doesn't seem easy to deal with them solely based on his physical attributes. "Let's try this," Fang Heng muttered softly, clenched his fist, and switched to the holy form again, invoking the Book of Vows. A sacred remnant instantly triggered and flew straight towards the nearest skeleton. Sensing the imminent attack, the skeleton quickly raised its ghostly long knife to defend. With a heavy impact, the just raised knife instantly shattered under the sacred remnant's strike, penetrating the skeleton's skull. The skeleton fell backward, white aura slowly overflowing from its skull, ultimately merging into the imprint on Fang Heng's hand. Hint: player successfully sacrificed the skeleton. Current mid-level necromancy advancement task. Skeleton completion rate, 0.01%. Is that all? The artifact's effect is outstanding. It's easy to kill instantly. Fang Heng looked down at the imprint on his hand, then glanced at the multitude of skeletal creatures wandering in the White Bone Graveyard ahead. Killing 1 increases progress by 0.01%, so killing 10,000 can complete the task. Therefore, the mid-level advancement task in necromancy isn't too difficult, just requiring perseverance, right? Fang Heng pondered. The resurrection ability of the skeletons is a problem, challenging for ordinary players to deal with. The artifact Book of Vows can achieve a one-hit kill, but there is evidently not enough energy in the Book of Vows to support Fang Heng in defeating 10,000 skeletons. Fang Heng glanced again at the resurrection time of the undead clone. It can't be helped, he can only rely on the undead clone to grind slowly. On the ground, the soil slowly churned, and with alchemical magic arrays appearing around Fang Heng, the lickers swiftly emerged from the arrays, rushing forward and infiltrating the scatterbones ahead. In a moment, more than 300 lickers flooded into the scattered skeletal creatures ahead. Outside the city of Caton Thule, not far away, on a black barren soil, the federal team was heading towards the White Bone Cemetery. Moving slowly on the barren land, the team often stopped to rest briefly, waiting for communication with offline teammates, so their progress was slow. In addition, they had to be vigilant for the appearance of undead storms. Just after a brief rest, the team leader Zheng Yuping quickly came online. The deputy leader hurried forward and asked, "How did it go?" "Captain, did we receive a response from the superiors?" "Yes, 2 minutes ago, we received a reply from the superiors. Our relationship with the Eastern District and Fang Heng is very good. The superiors will provide us with comprehensive assistance and are currently helping us establish contact with Fang Heng. We will receive feedback soon." Zheng Yuping scanned the crowd and continued, "The superiors have given instructions for the talent advancement mission, which I will be responsible for, and we must complete the related tasks." "Yes." Zheng Yuping was somewhat excited. Their team had been here for more than a year, and the mission had not made much progress. Unexpectedly, seeing Fang Heng this time provided a breakthrough for them. With the support of the superiors, this matter would be much easier to handle. Another soldier who had just come online reported to Zheng Yuping, "Captain, just as you guessed, the group of mercenaries from the Rain Mercenary Group ran into trouble. I just received information offline. Over at the White Bone Cemetery, the 5 players responsible for guarding from the Rain Mercenary Group suddenly died. The members of the Rain Mercenary Group are clueless and are currently asking around. It's said that they are preparing to gather a team to investigate the White Bone Cemetery area. Just as expected, the battle between the group of lickers and the skeletons has reached a white-hot intensity. The skeletons have a huge environmental advantage, being able to quickly recover based on the white aura surrounding them and possessing high melee combat skills, as well as the ability to wield the Ebonmore bone knife, making their overall combat capabilities formidable. The lickers not only possess various skills of their own, but also inherit Fang Heng's undying effect and some attributes. Both sides have faster short-term recovery abilities than the other's attack capabilities, resulting in a stalemate. At first, things seemed fine, as Fang Heng used the advantage of concentrated numbers to eliminate the skeletons. However, as more skeletons emerged from the graveyard area, the lickers lost their numerical advantage, causing their kill efficiency to plummet. This can't go on. Even before it gets dark, it might not be possible to solve this problem, even if given a whole night. Fang Heng was surrounded by zombie avatars, standing inside the White Bone Graveyard, surveying the surroundings and pondering how to increase efficiency. The problem lies in the skeleton's rapid self-recovery ability. The licker's output can't keep up. If this ability of the skeletons could be eliminated. Fang Heng squinted his eyes. The skeletons rely on the eerie white mist in the graveyard for their resurrection. So, must start from the source. Get rid of the mist. Fang Heng looked down at his feet. How did the white mist enveloping the bone graveyard come about? Seemingly emerging from below the graveyard. Fang Heng crouched down, reaching out to scratch the soft ground. What lies beneath? Several zombie avatars staggered over and began digging in front of Fang Heng. After digging for a while, a discovery was made. Beneath the black soil, faintly visible were marble-like pale veins buried beneath the surface. These stones seemed somewhat abnormal. The white aura restoring the skeletons seemed to emanate from these stones. Stones! Fang Heng stood up and commanded the zombie avatars to work together to unearth the massive stone buried underground. The stone was about the height of a person, very dense and extremely heavy. 4 or 5 zombie avatars worked together to move it in front of Fang Heng. Feng Heng reached out to touch the stone. It felt icy cold to the touch. From it, he sensed a chilling aura mixed with elements of the undead. A game prompt flashed on his retina. Prompt: player has discovered a special item. Ancient biological fossil stone material. Item: ancient biological fossil stone material type. Special item: building material, research material. Description: you have found remains of a prehistoric behemoth buried deep underground, which, after being subjected to the ravages of time and the power of the deceased, has formed a special fossil stone material, released by a sudden earth vein anomaly that brought the bones to the surface. This stone can emit an undead attribute aura, and is essential for the birth of skeletal creatures. Looking at the game prompt, Feng Heng suddenly had a realization. He understood it all too well. The source of the white mist was the remains of a powerful ancient creature. The entire bone graveyard could exist because of the effect of the powerful creature's remains buried below. Got it. Therefore, as long as the stone could be destroyed, the source of rapid life recovery for the skeletons could be eliminated, perhaps even destroying the entire bone graveyard directly. Run! The problem was solved. Feng Heng stroked his chin. However, the fossil stone was quite large, though not indestructible. It was very hard. It might take some extra time, but having the zombie avatars slowly excavate and shatter it wouldn't be impossible. In the meantime, they could multitask and hopefully save some time, aiming to complete the task today. Feng Heng was about to command the zombie avatars to attack the fossil left by the ancient creature when a thought struck him suddenly. Hold on, this doesn't seem right. Why must the stone be destroyed? Since the game prompt labels it as building material, indicating its value, he could also use the stone for construction purposes. So why not just move the valuable building material instead? Conveniently, in his Bloodline Doomsday game world, he had recently established several corpse pits. Currently, the corpse pits were gradually absorbing the undead aura transformed from the divine artifact Bone Spirit Shrine, and after some time, the Bloodline Doomsday world area would be gradually transformed into a suitable environment for undead survival. It seemed that the corpse pits matched well with the bone graveyard. If he moved a large quantity of special stones over, wouldn't that be equivalent to relocating the entire bone graveyard? In fact, moving a stone wasn't much more difficult than completely destroying one. Since they had to work hard either way, why not get it right in one go? Let's do it! With that in mind, Feng Heng immediately issued the command to have the zombie avatars start digging in place and extracting the ancient fossil building material buried underneath the bone graveyard. The zombie avatars sprang into action, excavating downwards, and soon enough, a series of game prompts floated before Feng Heng's vision. Prompt: Zombie Avatar Vine Remodel has obtained ancient biological fossil stone material *1 through excavation. Prompt: Zombie Avatar is in the process of moving. Prompt: Player's Client Urgent Contact button activated. Please pay attention. Feng Heng was focused on controlling the zombie avatar's actions when a sequence of game prompts suddenly appeared. Huh? What's happening? Someone offline urgently wanted to contact him. It wasn't like Mojio Y to disturb him out of the blue. Perhaps something urgent had occurred. After a moment of thought, Feng Heng decided to log out of the game to see what was going on. Offline, Mojio Y was waiting at the game warehouse door, appearing somewhat anxious. As Feng Heng emerged from the gaming pod, Mojio Y couldn't contain himself and said, "Feng Heng, it's the Federation's people. They contacted me, saying they ran into you in Punwo's. Yes, they might have found me." Feng Heng nodded. He hadn't changed his appearance upon entering Punwo's, so it was very likely that he had been recognized. This minor incident shouldn't have caused Mojio Y to urgently summon him out of the game. What's going on? Did you just take out a few people near the bone graveyard? You already know about that. Mojio Y ran his hand through his hair. There's a federal task force captain named Zheng Yuping, whose team coincidentally was in Punwo's executing a talent advancement-related mission, and they provided this information. Alright, aside from that, there's another tricky matter. Mo Jiawei's expression turned a bit serious. The situation with the barbarians is problematic. What kind of trouble? It's people from the Holy Court. There's someone you should be familiar with, Viona. Feng Heng was somewhat surprised to hear this name. Her? How did she come to the barbarian territory? It's intelligence from Ed. The upper echelons of the Holy Court have come to the barbarian territory to investigate the last incident of the Holy Mountain being destroyed. Mo Jiawei felt a bit uneasy. After all, Fang Heng was involved in that incident. And this time, the person sent from the Holy Court was exceptionally powerful. I heard that the Holy Court lost a very important artifact. This time, besides rebuilding the Holy Court, Viona also wants to recover the lost artifact of the Holy Court. There are also rumors that the Holy Court has received support from the Northern Federation. Yes, the Northern Federation has always had a strong desire to control the barbarian territory. They are very likely to have already formed a secret alliance and are preparing to deal with us together. Thinking about the Holy Court, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The incident at the Holy Mountain in the barbarian world was still fuzzy to him, and he still couldn't figure out what exactly happened there and why the entire mountain suddenly exploded. Fang Heng vaguely felt that the explosion of the mountain might be related to the secret on his own body. Perhaps. Fang Heng's heart stirred. It wasn't entirely a bad thing for the Holy Court to intervene in investigating this matter. Perhaps with the help of the Holy Court, he could find out something. But doing so was undoubtedly very dangerous. And the Northern Federation was also involved. Fang Heng really didn't want to deal with so many troublesome matters, considering whether he should just withdraw from the barbarian territory. No, the Tree of the Gods was still in the barbarian territory. Now was not the time to retreat. After some thought, Fang Heng nodded. I understand. No need to act hastily. I'll leave everything in the barbarian territory to you. Keep an eye on them. I have some things to do in Punos and need more time. If there's any situation, we'll communicate offline immediately, and I'll rush back. Good. Endless black barren soil. The federal team headed towards the direction of the bone graveyard. As they approached the graveyard area, Cao Ming, responsible for offline communication, hurriedly came online. Cao Ming's eyes showed excitement as he nodded. Captain, I just got in touch with Fang Heng, and they said that Fang Heng is also willing to cooperate and hopes we can meet and talk. Fang Heng is waiting for us at the bone graveyard. Zhang Yuping praised loudly. Great! In addition, the members of the Lane mercenary group have just assembled, and they are on their way here. It will take some time before they actually reach the bone graveyard. We have enough time. Let's speed up. Zhang Yuping commanded the team to move faster. Soon, the bone graveyard emerged gradually in the sight of the crowd. Wait! That is... As they got closer and clarified the situation at the bone graveyard, Zhang Yuping was also a bit stunned for a moment. They had seen some information related to Fang Heng, the Realm Lord, beforehand and knew that Fang Heng's powerful talent could control a large number of undead creatures to fight for him. But there were so many. Most of the graveyard was piled with creatures summoned by the Realm Lord Fang Heng. Among them were advanced lickers. A large number of lickers were fighting with skeletal creatures in pits. But what puzzled them the most was that, in the rear of the battle between the lickers and skeletal creatures, a large number of undead creatures did not join the fight. Instead, they wielded shovels, digging within the bone graveyard. Large white stones were being excavated by the undead creatures from the depths of the graveyard, then carried away by several undead creatures to the side. On another side, hundreds of undead creatures were still carrying out a series of follow-up tasks involving cutting and leveling. After a series of operations, the stones were polished into rectangular white bricks several times larger than ordinary stones and neatly piled up on the side. What is happening here? Zhang Yuping and his accompanying soldiers looked at each other, confusion evident in their eyes. What were the undead creatures doing? Digging stones? Making construction materials? They were a bit baffled by the situation. The scene before them challenged their logical understanding. It wasn't until Fang Heng walked out from behind the tall stack of stone materials that Zhang Yuping came back to his senses. He looked at Fang Heng and bowed slightly towards him. Hello, Lord Fang Heng. I am Zhang Yuping, the captain of the Federal Execution Team. I believe we have already mentioned it to you offline. Ah, someone has already told me. I am Fang Heng. Fang Heng recognized Zhang Yuping, whom he had seen outside the bone tower before. Zhang Yuping was too curious and couldn't help but ask, Lord Fang Heng, what are you doing here? I am working on the intermediate undead advancement task. Upon hearing Fang Heng's explanation, everyone present felt even more confused. They had all done the undead advancement task before. Wasn't the goal to clear out the skeletons? What are you digging here for? So, Cao Ming looked at Fang Heng, waiting for his further explanation. These cooperative teammates seemed a bit incompetent. Facing the strange looks from the crowd, Fang Heng felt like the people from the Federation were not very sharp. The skeletons have a kind of fast self-recovery ability. I tried it and found that the source of this ability is these ancient creature fossil stones buried underground in the bone graveyard. So I have been excavating the stones from the ground and trying to move them out. Fang Heng explained patiently, once the skeletons lose their fast self-recovery ability, I can complete the task more quickly. He then pointed to the carefully cut and arranged rectangular bricks accumulated by the undead on one side. And these bricks have other uses, they can be moved out and utilized later. Listening to Fang Heng's explanation, Cao Ming swallowed carefully, falling into silence again. The logic seemed to make sense, but why did everything seem so off? Fang Heng nodded, looking at the recently excavated zombie clones. Let's not rush, let's wait a little longer. It'll be done soon, in about an hour. It should be mostly cleaned up. Well, Zhang Yuping felt something stuck in his throat, unable to speak. A large team moves slowly in the black wasteland. An hour should be enough. But I've encountered a small problem. You see, I can't find a place to store these bricks temporarily. Do you have any suggestions? Zhang Yuping looked at the cleared bricks and wiped the sweat from his forehead. We could rent a warehouse in Caton Tour to temporarily store these bricks, but what? Returning to the city after trekking through the black wasteland is too dangerous, especially transporting such a large quantity of supplies, and these bricks are still dangerous. It would be best to seal the power of the bricks in advance for safety, yes? Seal. What a great idea! Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He could use sealing magic to seal the power fluctuation of the bricks and then transport them back to the city, renting a warehouse to store them. Later, he could secretly figure out how to open a world channel to transfer the bricks back home together. That's the plan. As for the sealing magic circle, it doesn't need to be too advanced. Individual bricks are small and do not have strong power fluctuations, so the most basic sealing should suffice. Fang Heng quickly formulated a plan in his mind, nodding. I understand. I'll go into the room for a moment and come back soon. Stay here and don't disturb me no matter what happens. The members of the Union looked at Fang Heng. He beckoned for more than 10 zombie clones to follow him into a small room next to the bone graveyard and closed the door firmly. What does this mean? Is the discussion over just like that? The members looked at each other in confusion. Cao Ming looked at Zhang Yuping and asked, Captain, what should we do? Zhang Yuping smiled speechlessly. Fang Heng was capable, but people like him are usually eccentric. No rush, we still have time. Let's wait and see for now. Fang Heng entered the small room, closed the door, and immediately closed his eyes. A dark magic circle appeared under his feet, and bony claws emerged from the magic circle, dragging Fang Heng into the swirling magic circle. Back in the real world, Fang Heng quickly put on his mask, hurried to the Undead Hall Exchange to exchange points for the materials for making sealing spells, and then quickly went online. In front of the workbench, the zombie clone staggered over and started making basic seal runes with Fang Heng in the room. A fast progress bar appeared above Fang Heng's head. Tip: you have completed the production of the basic seal, Aura Undead, and gained a special basic rune *1. Tip: your zombie clone has completed. The production of basic seal runes was not difficult, especially with Fang Heng's sealing talent already at 10,000, making the process incredibly fast. Not to mention the assistance of the zombie clones. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuping and the others, who had been waiting eagerly outside the room, saw the door being pushed open. Fang Heng walked out of the room with a small box in hand and casually placed it on the ground. Zhang Yuping approached and whispered, Master Fang Heng, the lean mercenary group is already on their way and should be here in less than an hour. We need to hurry up. I understand. Fang Heng nodded lightly, gesturing for Zhang Yuping not to speak yet, indicating not to rush. Zhang Yuping and the other federal members turned their gaze to the side, eagerly watching Fang Heng's actions. They saw a zombie clone approaching them, holding a white brick in each hand, emitting a faint aura. As the zombie passed by Fang Heng, he reached into the box on the ground, took out 2 rune papers, and affixed them onto the bricks with a pop. A flash of dark light passed through the rune paper and then disappeared. The aura from the bricks vanished instantly. The zombie clone continued to stagger forward. What's going on? Zhang Yuping was shocked at the sight and quickly went to inspect. The box was filled with rune papers? Where did all these sealing runes come from? Even though they were basic seal runes, there were too many of them, right? And they were specific to these bricks. Was this all planned in advance? For a moment, Zhang Yuping looked at Fang Heng with a head full of questions. Fang Heng noticed the federal team staring at him again, so he cleared his throat and explained once more. It's just the most basic seal runes. They have a short duration, and the bricks themselves are not very strong, so the sealing was easily done. Cao Ming found it a bit of a headache and ran his fingers through his hair. That wasn't his main concern. No, that's not it. I'm just curious, where did you get all these rune papers from? Fang Heng shrugged, not explaining, but pointing towards the box with a nod, saying, Can you help me out? Sure, I'll help. Zhang Yuping knew that how Fang Heng got the rune papers was his secret, so he cleverly stopped Cao Ming from asking further and gestured for the team to come forward and help paste the rune papers. Soon, the zombie team formed a line and started escorting the bricks past the group, putting the sealed bricks onto homemade carts. During the rune pasting process, Zhang Yuping finally found the time to talk with Fang Heng about cooperation. Zhang Yuping decided to be direct. Master Fang Heng, I won't hide it from you. Our team has been staying in Lunyos for a while now. Fang Heng turned to look at Zhang Yuping, asking, Also for the talent advancement mission? Indeed, but our task has not reached the point of needing to enter the Tower of Bones yet. We thought we wouldn't spend too much time on the talent advancement mission, but the difficulty turned out to be much higher than we imagined. Zhang Yuping's team was a special team formed by the Eastern Union. They usually carried out special missions and were one of the secret teams trained by the Eastern Union. This talent upgrade mission was kept strictly confidential. Originally planned to be completed within 6 months, it was almost 5 months now, costing a lot of manpower and resources, and they hadn't even completed half of the talent advancement task. The North District Federal Intelligence Analysis Department believes that when 12 people join forces, the power they exert is much higher than that of players of the same level. This can significantly enhance the team's strength, much better than each of the 12 upgrading their original talents individually. After careful selection, Deng Yuping's team accepted the mission and entered Punyuos to prepare for resetting their level 30 talents. When they first arrived in Punyuos, the team thought it was okay. After all, resetting talents did not require going through the highest difficulty of the Bone Tower. But it wasn't until they actually encountered the mission that they realized its difficulty. Unexpectedly, just in front of them, Fang Heng had accepted an even higher level of the Bone Tower difficulty than they did. Fang Heng had to face a more hellish difficulty than they did. Indeed, speaking of this, Fang Heng also empathized. He was also facing some trouble with his talent advancement task and couldn't help but nod, saying, I have also encountered some trouble in the process of the talent task. Just as the words were coming out, Fang Heng stopped. A blue game warning reminder appeared on the retina. Warning: the current player shows a tendency to leak detailed information about high-difficulty task talent advancement. If relevant information is leaked, corresponding God points will be deducted as punishment. Players, please be vigilant. Helplessly, not even allowed to complain. Fang Heng closed his mouth, shook his head. Talent tasks cannot be directly shared, and speaking out may result in a game penalty. Deng Yuping saw Fang Heng hesitating to speak, and knew he had been reminded by the game. So he nodded and said, Fang Heng Realm Lord, actually we have already grasped some of the highest level task difficulty situations. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows curiously. Oh, you already know. We know a little bit. Zhang Yuping knew a bit about the top level talent tasks related to the Bone Tower. Former deputy captain of the North District Federal Inspection Team, Jin Guowen, accepted the highest level mainline talent task 12 years ago, and he has been stuck on the mainline task ever since. It is said that he gave up this task several years ago and has been stuck at level 30. I was also a member of his team at that time, so I got a lot of relevant information. The specific talent task goals are unclear, but we can roughly guess the situation. Deng Yuping looked at Fang Heng as if wanting to confirm with him, from what I know, it is a hostile mission related to the Holy See. Fang Heng nodded. Deng Yuping, looking at Fang Heng's calm face, felt even more difficult. Captain Jin Guowen and several federal secret assault teams had planned for more than a year, but in the end, they chose to give up actively. Deng Yuping was not happy at first and specifically went to see Jin Guowen for an explanation. Later, he learned that the Federation faced great resistance from the Holy See. Completing this mission might cause extreme dissatisfaction with the Holy See. After the Central Federation intervened, things became even more troublesome, ultimately forcing Jinguowen to give up the task voluntarily. Feng Heng slapped a runestone on a brick and continued, "Go on." And then, "Since you already know roughly about my task, what are your thoughts? How are you planning to cooperate?" "Well, Feng Heng Realm Lord, our team consists of 12 people, of which 10 have already received the mission rewards from the Withered Tower, and the remaining 2 are still upgrading invitation cards." Deng Yuping's tone was serious. The team's goal is to have all 12 complete the Withered Tower's talent advancement task. Reselect the initial talents. We hope to cooperate with Lord Feng Heng in various ways, aiming to complete the final talent task. We can provide various forms of assistance, including materials, information, practical support, and more. Feng Heng listened, turned his head and asked, "Including dealing with the Holy See?" Deng Yuping looked at Feng Heng, nodded solemnly. "I have discussed with my superiors. This cooperation is confidential, limited only to our team, and if the mission level exceeds a certain level, I will report the situation to my superiors." Deng Yuping paused here, continued, "Of course, in reality, due to many restrictions imposed by the game, if there are things I don't know, I cannot report them to my superiors." Feng Heng scratched his head, understanding Deng Yuping's implied message. They would help, but don't be too explicit. However, even so, the task difficulty remained extremely high. The Holy See had followers in various worlds, including the real world. It was unknown what benefits the Holy See had given the Central Federation, as their relationship was close. Compared to that, the relationship between the East District Federation and the Holy See was acceptable. In other worlds, even in the Western District Federation, there were many followers of the Holy See. "All right, tell me, what kind of trouble have you encountered?" "Well, we have some clues about the specific talent tasks. It involves killing specific undead creatures." Just by revealing this information, Deng Yuping received 2 game warnings for leaking information, and his god points dropped rapidly. Deng Yuping was scared and quickly closed his mouth, paused, then carefully chose his words before continuing quietly. "We have some clues about what I just mentioned. We are currently still within manageable limits, but the most troublesome part is the Radiant Crystal." Another Radiant Crystal problem. Feng Heng became interested upon hearing this and asked, "Go on, tell me more." "Well, the task we have now requires obtaining a purple Radiant Crystal of the highest level, or 9 secondary red Radiant Crystals, or 36 orange-ranked Radiant Crystals to advance to the highest level of talents." Deng Yuping looked troubled. He had given up on the highest level purple Radiant Crystal, and the secondary red Radiant Crystals were equally challenging. Only the last chance was the orange-ranked Radiant Crystal. However, advancing once required 36 of them, and their team of 12 would need over 400. Where would they get so many orange-ranked Radiant Crystals? Deng Yuping was on the verge of despair. Feng Heng also started contemplating upon hearing this. Only orange crystals. Not even red. Completely useless. Feng Heng felt a bit disappointed. He had already decided to go for the best. 3 of the highest tier purple crystals. Upgrade his talent to the max. Actually, what I need for my task is a dazzling purple crystal. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Deng Yuping's face froze. A shining purple crystal. That would be a reward obtained by killing the highest tier boss in the mid-tier game, or perhaps the final reward for a mainline level task. The difficulty was several levels higher than their tasks. Deng Yuping awkwardly cleared his throat. "Well, okay. We'll go back and study it. There should be a way." Feng Heng nodded, agreeing to cooperate, then turned his gaze toward the white bone burial ground. Inside the burial ground, as the ancient creature remains buried underground, were dug out piece by piece and unsealed, the white aura within the burial ground visibly diminished until only 1/3 remained. Due to the weakened white aura, the skeleton's ability to regenerate their lives also rapidly decreased. The spawn rate of the lickers slowed down. Almost there. Feng Heng opened the game log and observed, muttering quietly to himself, waiting until the completion percentage of the task slowly rose to 100%. Tip: your zombie clone licker killed the skeletons. Your talent task. Skeleton task progress reached 100%. Tip: you have successfully advanced to mid-tier necromancy. Your original skills have been forgotten. Tip: you have mastered the skill of mid-tier necromancy. Skill: mid-tier necromancy LV1 skill description, an advanced skill of the undead. With this skill, you can use some necromantic-related items, learn related necromantic skills, and gain slight enhancements when using various necromancy skills. Skill description: each level up of the skill will additionally increase your willpower by 1 point, slightly lengthen your lifespan, and slightly enhance your soul strength. Skill description: this skill can be upgraded to an LV 25 maximum. Explanation: you have gained some understanding of death. Please continue to explore the true meaning of death. Success. Advanced mid-tier necromancy achieved. Feng Heng clenched his fist lightly. All that remained was to go back to the zombie apocalypse, absorb the breath of the undead, and quickly bring mid-tier necromancy to its full level of proficiency. Thinking about this, Feng Heng glanced again at the gathered zombie clones. The zombie clones had already stacked carts full of bricks with rune papers attached, waiting on site to finish. As for the large amount of first-tier crystallized mutations bursting out of the skeletons in the white bone burial ground, Feng Heng didn't bother to collect them, so he directly controlled the zombie clones to line up and head back towards Kaitentur. I'll go back to Kaitentur first. I'll need your help to find a warehouse. No problem. Leave it to us. Under the gaze of Deng Yuping and the other federal players, the zombie clones formed a long line on the Black Wasteland, slowly moving forward. Above the Black Wasteland, the Rain Mercenary Group gathered a large number of personnel and headed towards the direction of the White Bone Burial Ground. 5 players who had advanced to mid-tier necromancy died consecutively in less than 2 minutes. The enemy was definitely well prepared, most likely from a major guild. It must have been a carefully organized operation. It was highly likely they were targeting the Rain Mercenary Group. After much consideration, the leader of the Rain Mercenary Group, Winuo, decided to gather a large force to go and check it out for safety. To ensure safety, Winuo even took a few game and PC big shots who had been tricked along with him to check it out. Soon, the players who were scouting at the front of the team returned to report to Winuo. "Captain, things aren't looking good." Winuo's heart sank, frowning. "What's the situation?" Behind Winuo, an NPC elder with a kind face waved his hand. "Don't panic. Stay calm. Tell me slowly, what's happening at the White Bone Burial Ground?" "Graves. The graves." The player cautiously glanced at the 3 NPC elders next to Winuo and nodded. "Master, the White Bone Burial Ground has been destroyed by someone." "Destroyed?" The 3 NPC elders also showed a displeased expression. Winuo couldn't help clenching his fists. Their enemies had indeed come looking for trouble. Why else would they directly dismantle their burial ground? "Who did this?" "We don't know, Captain. When we arrived there was no one left. They dismantled it so quickly." A look of surprise flashed in Winuo's eyes, then he waved his hand. "Let's go. Pick up the pace and go take a look." Following Winuo's signal, the team sped up and headed forward. Until they reached the White Bone Burial Ground, the team was shocked to see the situation in the burial ground, all showing expressions of surprise. What is going on here? The scene before them was extremely unexpected. The entire White Bone Burial Ground had been dug up and destroyed. Only a few dozen skeletal beings stood scattered on the ground. There were many stone fragments remaining from the cutting. Winuo stood frozen in place. He had considered many ways in which the burial ground could be destroyed. But to see the entire White Bone Burial Ground dug up completely and destroyed was beyond his expectations. "Captain, look!" Winuo furrowed his brow and couldn't help but clench his fist, a hint of resentment in his tone. "Investigate. Find out exactly who did this." They didn't come to conquer, but rather completely dismantle the entire White Bone Burial Ground. It must be someone who had a grudge against their Rain Mercenary Group. But who would have the ability to do this? Winuo couldn't help pondering. "Yes, Captain." The team immediately responded after Winuo's command. Everyone found this situation extremely difficult to handle. The Rain Mercenary Group had done a lot of bad things in Pruños, and for a moment, they didn't know where to start investigating, so they could only try to investigate the people who had passed by the White Bone Burial Ground in the surrounding area. Katanchur, North City Warehouse District. Feng Heng glanced at the undead servants guarding outside the warehouse. Renting a warehouse in the city required providing cumbersome documentation, especially with the unknown origin of the items Feng Heng brought. So Fang Heng and the others were politely escorted out by the undead servants. "Sorry, Lord Fang Heng, it's my mistake. I'm already working on sorting out the procedures. Give us a little more time." Deng Yuping kept apologizing. He had been in Prunyos for almost half a year, but he had never used the city warehouse function. Who knew that Fang Heng would bring so many bricks over? Storing supplies in the city warehouse required various procedures to be completed, along with various taxes to be paid. It was already too late to inquire about the procedures now. No problem. There's no need to think of other ways anymore. Let's go to the manor at 823 Shadowmoor Street in the West District. What did you just say? Rand Merchant Association. Fang Heng nodded. I have a friend there. At the moment, the only option was to go find Eliza and see if she could provide help. After all, the Rand Merchant Association was in this line of work, and they should be able to handle the entry permit for goods. Deng Yuping's eyes lit up. Yes. He had noticed earlier that there seemed to be some connection between Fang Heng and the Rand Merchant Association. Everyone quickly turned their heads and drove towards the manor at 823 Shadowmoor Street with a car full of bricks. Soon, following the address, the team of players entered the wealthy area of the West District. Deng Yuping's face immediately showed envy. The wealthy area of the West District was prime real estate. Being able to buy an independent manor, it seemed that Fang Heng's friend was well off. Outside the manor, Eliza warmly greeted them upon hearing that Fang Heng had brought his friends. It's okay, Fang Heng. It is indeed troublesome to enter the city, and storing goods in the city warehouse requires the permission of the lord of the city and the payment of a large amount of taxes. These goods that cannot be bought or sold can be sent here and stored temporarily in the backyard of the manor. The backyard here is quite spacious, usually in a semi-abandoned state. I'll send someone to receive the stone materials from outside the city. Elissa, being from a family engaged in business, upon hearing that Fang Heng was in trouble, quickly came up with a proper solution after some thought, calling for the steward's help. The manor steward, Cleo, nodded to Eliza. All right, miss. I'll go inform the association and have the stone materials brought back from outside the city right away. Storing the materials, such as stone outside in the wild, was inconvenient. Fang Heng didn't want to cause any more trouble by transporting goods back and forth, so he simply accepted this arrangement and thanked them. That would be really troublesome. Cleo looked at Fang Heng with a smile. No trouble at all. You are a friend of Miss. Before Fang Heng's arrival, the person in charge of the Rand Merchant Association in the city had specifically instructed to further win over Fang Heng if possible. At the very least, they could not afford to offend him. They believed that Fang Heng's sole talent was extremely strong and definitely worth winning over. Taking advantage of the fact that it was not yet dark, the Rand Merchant Association immediately dispatched a team to receive the stone materials brought by Fang Heng from outside the city and temporarily stored them in the backyard of the manor. As the zombie avatars and lickers were unable to enter the city, just like the zombies, Fang Heng simply controlled them remotely to search the surrounding area and fend for themselves. Fang Heng, you probably haven't found a place to stay yet. Why don't you stay here tonight? Cleo, prepare a guest room for Mr. Fang Heng. All right, that would be quite troublesome. Since the materials were also stored there, Fang Heng readily agreed. Cleo's smile widened. That's great. It's no trouble at all. The house has just been moved in. There aren't many people here. Having some additional company is great. I'll take you to your room. 2 hours later, Fang Heng stood by the window. Through the window of the room, he could clearly see the members of the Merchant Association bustling in and out of the manor's backyard, stacking boxes filled with white bricks on the ground. Manor steward Cleo knocked on the door and entered. Fang Heng, I just changed the incense for you. By the way, Katantar is often humid and there are soul fires appearing at night, so be sure to cover the curtains at night. Thank you. You're welcome. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. I'll arrange it for you. I don't need anything else. Everything here is very complete. I'll need to go out for a bit later. This late? Cleo looked at the gradually darkening sky outside the window and cautioned, it's not safe outside the city at night. Try to avoid going out, and if you have to, be extra careful. I'll be careful. Fang Heng watched as the house steward Cleo finished arranging the room, lit the incense, then bid farewell and left the room. He couldn't help but stroke his chin. The intermediate task in necromancy was already completed. The next step was to quickly max out necromancy. Leveling up required a massive amount of experience points. Feng Heng was well prepared. By using the undead aura, combined with controlling the zombie avatars, he should be able to level up rapidly. But before that, there was one thing he needed to deal with: the super small-size space teleportation hub. Tonight, Feng Heng wanted to try opening a world portal to avoid the future hassle of trying to use the teleportation hub in emergencies. Looking at the game log, Feng Heng transformed into a bat form and flew directly out of the window into the sky. At night, a layer of eerie mist enveloped Katantar. Few people would notice Feng Heng flying in mid-air. Feng Heng left the city shortly and flew straight to the wilderness outside the city. Avoiding roaming undead creatures along the way, Feng Heng quickly arrived at the outskirts 12 kilometers away from Katantar, landing on the open ground. In previous tests, Feng Heng intentionally controlled a part of the zombie avatars to transport batches of bricks in carts. Several hours later, only one lucky group managed to evade the undead storm. Feng Heng looked around. It was quiet all around. Few people chose to leave the city at night and linger in the desolate land. Start! Feng Heng reached out his hand. Miniature robots kept jumping out of Feng Heng's sleeve and began to build the space teleportation hub on the spot. The illusory image of the teleportation hub appeared on the ground. An hour later, the super small-size space teleportation hub was completed. The bright blue light of the teleportation channel illuminated the surroundings. At the same time, several red game warnings appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Hint: player has completed building the super small-sized space teleportation hub. Warning: the player is currently using a teleportation device. The device has broken through the current world environmental barrier limit and is authorized for use. Warning: the use of the teleportation device will cause extreme hostility from local powers. Hint: the current area is affected by a special barrier. All life forms entering this gaming domain through external forces will be marked with a soul mark, invalid for life forms without a soul, such as elementals, mechanical beings, some undead, etc. Feng Heng looked at the game prompts, frowning. Marked. According to the game instructions, all players entering the world through the teleportation device would be marked. This could be troublesome. Initially, Feng Heng planned to bring the vampire and Mo Jiawei over through the portal. It would be very troublesome if they were marked. Feng Heng decided to put this aside for now and quickly began controlling the zombie avatars to transport or to the teleportation channel. Meanwhile, he planned to send this batch of undead back to the zombie apocalypse along with the ore. The dense warnings made his scalp tingle with fear. As soon as 3 minutes passed, Feng Heng immediately put away the transmission device and then distanced himself. Running frantically on the road and encountering people made him feel somewhat guilty. Besides, Feng Heng was very curious about who the formidable enemy hinted in the game was, so he simply hid in a corner to observe. In no time, another 3 minutes passed, and black-robed figures kept descending from mid-air, their gazes scanning the area where the transmission channel had opened earlier. In a total of 6 minutes, over 10 black-robed figures had gathered around, with the fastest one arriving in 5 minutes. Judging from their attire, they all seemed to be necromancy scholars. Feng Heng hid behind a protruding rock, observing while silently calculating. Therefore, the safe time to open the transmission channel was probably about 3 minutes. Fortunately, he did not run directly, or else he would have definitely encountered this group of people on the way. Furtive. What are you hiding and watching here for? Feng Heng's heart tightened. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man in black robes standing behind him, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Feng Heng used a pre-prepared excuse. I just saw. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, black chains emerged swiftly from all around Feng Heng, covering his entire body in a flash. The middle-aged man said sternly, no need to explain. Come with me if you have something to say. Feng Heng furrowed his brows, about to resist. Wait. Whoosh. Another black shadow emerged from behind the middle-aged man. The shadow gradually solidified. A hand pressed on the middle-aged man's shoulder, as the ancient noble, Gullo, spoke in a deep voice. He is one of my students. The middle-aged man turned to look at Gullo, a hint of surprise and a softer tone in his voice. Oh. Seeing the newcomer with joy, Feng Heng nodded. Master Gullo. Gullo looked at Feng Heng and asked, what's going on? Fang Heng hurriedly explained, "Master Gullo, I just sensed spatial energy fluctuations nearby, so I came to check it out. The fluctuations disappeared suddenly on the way here, and I was curious about what was happening. Then I saw many people coming, so I didn't want to disturb them." The middle-aged man nodded towards Gullo, showing that Fang Heng's explanation did not seem suspicious. Gullo raised his hand. "Go back for now. Don't disclose what you saw today to anyone." "Yes, master." Fang Heng felt relieved and quickly took his leave. "Gullo, can we trust him?" "We can, The middle-aged man nodded and shifted his gaze away from Fang Heng, continuing to speak. "The spatial fluctuations are very intense, Amidst the conversation, more necromancy scholars approached. Everyone had sensed the peculiar fluctuations earlier and wore serious expressions. Who could it be? The spatial fluctuations were very intense, capable of directly breaking through the entire realm barrier set by the Necromancers Union. What puzzled them even more was that there were no residual energy fluctuations left at the scene. Was someone plotting against them in Punyos? Gullo sneered, speaking coldly. "The hands of the Holy See have already reached Punyos, and you all still want to turn a blind eye. Discuss among yourselves. Come find me when you've made up your minds." With a disdainful snort, Gullo left, leaving the others to shake their heads in disbelief. Gullo's temper was as foul as ever. Fang Heng had no idea that opening the spatial channel had attracted the attention of so many significant figures. After leaving, he headed straight back to Cantor. The round trip made him realize that the lights in the manor were already extinguished. Fang Heng flew back in through the window, entering his room. It was necessary to probe using the ultra-small spatial transmission hub this time. Sending something within this hidden intermediate-level game world wasn't easy. There was only a 3-minute window to utilize. Planning ahead was crucial for the next time. It was pointless to stay and sleep there now. He could instead return and upgrade his intermediate-level necromancy skills. Fang Heng retrieved an invitation card from his backpack and studied it in his hand. The highest-level invitation card could be used 3 times, with each use allowing a maximum stay of 7 days in Punyos. No problem. Players could obtain extra uses by consuming Dust of Malice, priced at 5 grams per use. Not too much. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Heng decided to use the invitation card directly to return to the End of Days in the Blood Clan world. Okay. After a brief moment, Fang Heng used the transmission channel to return to the End of Days in the Blood Clan world. Overseeing the stability and order of the Blood Clan world was Prince Gal, the Blood Clan prince. "My lord!" Sensing Fang Heng's arrival, Prince Gal led a group of high-ranking Blood Clan members to greet him. "Rise, prepare for my entrance into the Blood Abyss." "Yes, my lord, please wait a moment." Elder Haze respectfully replied, transforming into a bat and flying towards the Blood Clan Elder's altar not far away. Fang Heng looked up at the Bone Spirit Shrine, still suspended in the half-empty Blood Clan world, continuously absorbing and converting the deathly aura that had previously flooded into the world. The converted spirit of the undead nourished the dense pit of corpses below, gradually increasing their level. Just transported back were a truckload of white brick stones, stacked on the ground beside them. Fang Heng tried to control his zombie avatars to peel off the seals on the stones and throw them into one of the pits. A prompt appeared. "Your corpse pit has been slightly modified, increasing the rate of undead aura." Fang Heng stroked his chin. It seemed that merely a truckload of bone bricks wasn't enough to transform the pit into a bone graveyard. Perhaps throwing in a few more would be effective. Gal approached Fang Heng, nodding. "My lord, the Blood Abyss passageway is ready." "Good, let's go together." Fang Heng temporarily set aside the corpse pit and followed Gal back to the Elders' Hall. Inside the hall, the Blood Clan Elders gathered around a magical array, manipulating the Blood Source Crystal to open the entrance portal to the Blood Abyss. The orange spatial transfer entrance emerged in the center. Fang Heng stepped forward and entered the portal. Instantly transported to the Blood Abyss, he was hit with a wave of undead energy that invigorated him. Initially, the real world's deathly aura had gathered in the Blood Abyss, but after purification by the Bone Spirit Shrine, it had accumulated significant undead energy. Fang Heng quickly absorbed the concentrated and purified undead aura, prompting a series of game hints to pop up. "It's been a long time." Fang Heng opened his eyes again. "Still too slow." Feng Heng roughly estimated that due to his excessive talent for learning skills, he was subjected to a penalty equivalent to 128 times that of an average player. And this was under the weakening effect of skill art fusion. The consumption was terrifying, too much. Luckily, he had stored a large amount of undead aura in the blood dark prison in advance, enough for him to squander for a while. But at this rate, he would have to stay here absorbing for 10 days or half a month. So, could he use zombie doppelgangers to do the work for him? He had left over 100 zombie doppelgangers in the Blood Clan Doomsday to wait, so Feng Heng immediately brought the zombie doppelgangers into the Blood Dark Prison. After the zombie doppelgangers entered the Blood Dark Prison, under Feng Heng's control, they slowly moved forward, one after another invoking the Book of the Dead, beginning to absorb the external aura through the Book of the Dead. Unlike Feng Heng's main body, the zombie doppelgangers could not delicately control the aura through perception and could only use the most rudimentary method, using the Book of the Dead as a medium to absorb the external undead aura. As a result, not only was the absorption speed greatly reduced, but a large number of Books of the Dead were also needed as mediums. Visibly, a Book of the Dead appeared in front of the zombie doppelganger, while a slow progress bar emerged above its head. Feng Heng patiently waited for 2 minutes until the entire progress bar completed, and a game prompt appeared on the retina. Hint: player's zombie doppelganger successfully absorbed undead aura. Player's current skill: intermediate undead learning experience +7. Alright. Although the individual AFK efficiency of the zombie doppelganger was a bit low, but he had a lot of zombie doppelgangers. AFK. Just slowly grind away. Last time, he had obtained several batches of Books of the Dead in the Undead Research Association that were stored in the game world and were originally used to level up the undead learning talent. Now he could bring them back to use. The number of Books of the Dead might be insufficient, so he asked Mo Jiawei to help prepare another batch offline. Thinking about it, Feng Heng sent a message to Mo Jiawei using the survival radio, then controlled the remaining ordinary zombies in Punos to commit mutual suicide, preparing to level up the intermediate undead learning talent first. After arranging everything, Feng Heng prepared to grind experience for a while more, then log off to rest. Unexpectedly, just as he had grinded for half an hour, the survival radio received an urgent communication message from Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei, Lao Feng, are you back? It's perfect timing. I just received a message. There's some movement on the side of the Holy Court, directed at us. I'm in the barbarian territory now. Hurry over to take a look when you have time. Feng Heng frowned. Trouble. Is it the Holy Court and the Northern Federation? Their actions were faster than he had imagined. Thinking, Feng Heng left the zombie doppelgangers to continue grinding experience and left the Blood Dark Prison alone to head towards the barbarian territory. Barbarian territory. A few days ago, the Holy Court team had already arrived at the Holy Mountain and were starting to rebuild the headquarters. High Priest Suxi personally led the Holy Knight Kinhut and Judge Rita's team into the barbarian territory for investigation. Soon, the Holy Court noticed Feng Heng. Gathering information received from the Federation, the Holy Court, and some players, they learned that Feng Heng had also been to the Holy City on the day of the explosion at the Holy Mountain. And someone confirmed that Feng Heng had entered the Holy Mountain that night. So the problem likely lay with Feng Heng. Intuition told Suxi that Feng Heng was acting very abnormally. After a brief discussion, High Priest Suxi immediately commanded Kinhut and Rita to assemble the Holy Court team and investigate the Plague Land along with the Northern Federation. If possible, they were to capture Feng Heng and bring him back to the Holy Mountain for interrogation. At this moment, the Holy Court team had just completed gathering and was on their way to Hani City. Rita felt that High Priest Suxi's actions were a bit too hasty. The Archbishop has just issued the latest orders, and the Holy Maiden Viona will soon enter the barbarian territory. Are we not acting too hastily? Kinhut didn't think so. Shaking his head, things have been investigated clearly. Feng Heng is the breakthrough in all of this. If we find Feng Heng, we will find the answers. The High Priest's decision is the most expedient. I understand, but we don't know much about the Plague Land. Acting rashly may be dangerous. Danger. Coming to the barbarian territory is the biggest danger, so what is there to be afraid of? Kinhut didn't take Rita's words to heart at all, but rather seemed disdainful, saying, because the Holy Maiden is about to arrive, we need to help her clear the obstacles before her arrival. Do you understand? Rita furrowed her brows. saying in a deep voice, "I just want to remind you, I hope you don't let anger cloud your judgment. I know, the Federation has provided us with information, given us the opportunity to enter the Plague Land. Rest assured, I will remain calm. This is just an exploration to confirm the strength of the Plague Land's divine tree. Ha ha, no need to worry, friends of the Holy Court." The two of them were in a quiet conversation as Federal Leader Rabalan, with the accompanying Federal team, hastened up from behind. Rabalan smiled easily, saying, "Our people have already inquired in advance. Feng Heng is not currently in the barbarian territory. This is a good opportunity for us to investigate the divine tree of the Plague Land." "Well, that's good," Rita replied in a deep voice. She felt that things weren't so simple. How could a person who could completely wipe out the Holy Court of the Blood Clan world cleanly be an ordinary person? Moreover, there was the recent explosion at the Holy Mountain. The shockwave of the explosion even affected the God Realm. If it was really Feng Heng's doing, then their actions this time were too risky. Ahead, a holy knight rushed over. "Judge, ahead is the outer area of the Plague Land. The Divine Tree area is straight ahead." The Holy Court team raised their heads and looked into the distance. In front of them, a large area covered in vines, the end nowhere in sight. All of it. Kinhatsai showed a hint of surprise. Only when they truly saw the area covered by the Divine Tree Forest would they feel the shock. The area covered by the Divine Tree was too vast. If it weren't for others telling him, he would even think it was just a primitive forest. Yes, only those wearing the insignia are allowed to enter the Divine Tree area. Otherwise, they will be attacked by the Divine Tree area. As they spoke, the group gradually approached the outskirts of the area covered by the vines of the Divine Tree, dismounting one by one. After putting it on, you can avoid being attacked by the vine forest and make them give way. Interesting, said Chinhu, putting on the badge and trying to move forward. The vines in the passage immediately parted at his approach. Chinhu inspected it for a moment, looking puzzled, then glanced at Rita. Rita, who did not wear the badge, approached and tried to touch the vines, looking puzzled. Seeing Rita fall silent, Robbie also approached curiously and asked, "What's going on?" "Very strange life forms," Rita said, her expression suddenly changing. "What's wrong?" Rita did not speak, just let go of the vines in her hand, looked up, and gazed into the densely packed vine forest ahead. The Book of Genesis appeared in front of Rita. A golden light radiated from the Book of Genesis and scattered across a certain area. Under the golden light, the vines started to change. They seemed to fear the golden holy light, making a hissing sound as they slowly receded. Many vines even started to wither. Seeing this, the people of the Saint Court around them all looked tense. The group of people brought by Robbie looked at each other, unable to understand what was happening. "What is going on, you two?" Chinhu sneered, saying the sacred tree is just a beautification of the plague area. They are just incarnations of evil. When exposed to the sacred light, they naturally wither. Rita remained silent, with a serious expression on her face. The initial book floating in front of her emitted light again. Under the golden light, the area illuminated by the vine forest quickly withered and receded. Chinhu did not look too pleased. The sacred tree was filled with evil power, likely the culprit who caused the destruction of the Holy Mountain. This whole thing added to the connection with Feng Heng. However, it's very troublesome. The area of the vine forest is so large, the evil power is not to be underestimated. Relying solely on Rita's purification power seems a bit inadequate. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, two pairs of eyes were fixed on the team. Hint, the sacred tree Abiki was damaged by the sacred purification. Feng Heng observed the actions of the Saint Court and glanced at the game log. The Saint Court is really unsettling. When the sacred tree was in its initial youth, it was upgraded by the blood of blood relatives, absorbing the power of blood to evolve. In its adult form, Feng Heng chose to absorb the power of filth for a branching evolution. As a result, even after the upgrade, the sacred tree carries both blood and the power of filth attributes. Interestingly, both attributes are restrained by the sacred lineage. Mo Jiawei followed Feng Heng, whispering, "Feng Heng, Wanaginet, and the others have returned to the barbarians. Mingyu and Merho are still in the Empire making money, and with the Northern Federation mediating, we dare not interfere too much. So they can't come over directly. You asked me to keep an eye on the Saint Court people. In the afternoon, I saw them gathering, and I had planned to have Ed and the others come over to delay time and see if we could stop them. Mo Jiawei originally planned to ask for Tang Mingyu's and Ed's help, but when Fang Heng suddenly sent a message, he came directly to ask Fang Heng for help. Did you inform Tang Mingyu and the others about me coming? Yes, following your instructions. I just sent Ed and Tang Mingyu back, saying we can handle it ourselves, asking them to lay low for a few days, not to get involved, and focus on making money. Mo Jiawei paused and continued, from what I learned from home, these people from the Saint Court came here specifically to investigate the explosion incident at the Holy Mountain. It is said that these people are from high-level games. Fang Heng looked serious, nodding, staring at the people from the Saint Court and the Federation. The Saint Court sent Archbishop himself to investigate the destruction of the Holy Mountain, all from higher-level gaming worlds, not weak in strength. They seemed to be probing the strength of the sacred tree. At the same time, it was an opportunity for him to test the strength of the Saint Court. Fang Heng rapidly communicated with the sacred tree Abiki through mental strength, sensing a hint of battle intent from Abiki. He nodded and said, "Old Mo, you stay for now. I will go check it out alone." "Hey, Fang Heng, alone. Is that a good idea?" "It's fine, I am confident." "All right, be careful." Far away, at the edge of the vine forest, Rita led the novice judges of the Saint Court behind her to activate the purification technique to clear the vine forest. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Large amounts of golden light illuminated the forest. The vine forest slowly withered under the influence of the purification technique, retreating slowly. Suddenly, Rita noticed something and raised her hand. The accompanying judges stopped their purify technique. In the distance, the densely shrouded vine forest made a hissing sound and quickly opened a path in front of everyone. A familiar figure emerged from the side road. Fang Heng. Seeing the face of that person, Rita's pupils suddenly contracted. The people from the Federation all stared intently at Fang Heng. Before coming here, they had refreshed their memories of Fang Heng, firmly remembering his appearance and all his information. Fang Heng walked out of the vines, stopped about 10 meters away from the people of the Saint Court, and looked at Rita and Chinhu in the front. "Friends of the Saint Court, this is not a friendly way to greet someone. In my world, one will be punished for damaging plants at will." Fang Heng. Rita stared at Fang Heng intently. She found Fang Heng to be younger than she had imagined. "It's me. What can I do for you?" "Humph." Chinhu hummed heavily and stepped forward, questioning sharply, "Was the recent destruction of our holy mountain related to you?" "Is that so? I remember I seem to have never been to the sacred mountain." "Your intelligence seems a bit inaccurate, isn't it? Don't waste time on him." Chinhu muttered quietly, taking another step forward, and solemnly said, "Come back to the sacred mountain with me. Whether you are involved in this matter or not, we will investigate it thoroughly." Quite confident. Fang Heng sneered, ignoring Chinhu and turning his gaze to Federal Action Commander Robin on the side, asking, "So, is this also the stance of the Northern Federal District?" Robin, who was enjoying the show on the side, furrowed his brow. "You know me. I just found out. I remember working with you from the Northern Federal District. So are you looking to terminate our cooperation?" Robin's heart sank upon hearing this. The most troublesome part was here. After some exchanges of interest, Fang Heng handed over the 9th District of the Vampire World to the Northern Federal District. Of course, officially the 9th District still belonged to Fang Heng, with the Northern District appointing a commander and being responsible for the basic supply and construction for the protection of the people in the 9th District, providing a monthly income share to Fang Heng. However, in secret, the Northern Federal District was doing everything in its power to completely take control of the 9th District. As Robin knew, things were already progressing in secret, and there had been significant breakthroughs recently. Fang Heng seemed to be focusing more on the beginner game and didn't have time to pay attention to the 9th District. But it couldn't be denied that Fang Heng still had great control within the Vampire 9th District. The superiors of the Northern Federal District had hinted at them before this operation. They could handle things in secret, but it was not suitable to completely confront Fang Heng openly at the moment. The Northern Federal District believed that Fang Heng would not want to escalate the situation either. However, the Northern Federal District had limited knowledge of the boundaries of the beginner game, and they could never have imagined that Fang Heng had long taken control of the vampire domain and could reclaim full control of the 9th District at any time. This is an in-game matter. The Northern Federal District has received a request from the Central Federation to cooperate with the Holy See in investigating some matters. Also, as you know, there has always been close cooperation between the Northern Federal District and the Holy See. This is our responsibility, and you can inquire with the Central Federation for more details. Robin thought Fang Heng had completed the trial task and left the savage territory. He did not expect to see Fang Heng today. After a moment of contemplation, Robin immediately responded with a smile, shifting the blame onto the Central Federation. Fang Heng, we are not here to cause trouble this time. We are here only to assist the Holy See in the investigation. I suggest you can follow along with them for the investigation. Of course, our federal forces will also accompany. If you agree, we will ensure your safety. No need, I don't agree. With just these few words, Fang Heng understood the Northern Federal District's attitude and didn't have to show them any courtesy. A deputy officer next to Robin immediately changed his expression, stepping forward and sternly reprimanding, Fang Heng, do you know what you are doing? Only you. Fang Heng turned to look at Robin calmly, asking, so, is this the stance of the Northern Federal District? Sorry, the person below doesn't know any better. Robin maintained a smile on his face, gesturing for his subordinate to step back. What he had just said was only to test Fang Heng. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Fang Heng, let me reiterate, the Federation has cooperation with the Holy See, and this time we are just here to facilitate friendly development between the two parties. We are not involved in player battles, the choice is entirely up to you, Fang Heng. I see. It's best if the Federation doesn't get involved. Fang Heng inwardly sneered, and then looked at Rita and Chinhu. Now it's our turn. Rita looked at Fang Heng, finding him very strange. Just one person dared to face so many members of the Holy See. Moreover, she did not sense any formidable aura from Fang Heng. Could someone capable of destroying the entire sacred mountain be like this? Fang Heng, the destruction of the sacred mountain is a serious matter, involving the ritual of the Holy See's artifact. Regardless, we need to get an answer. If you are unwilling to come with us, then we will have to resort to force. Hey, can we get started now? Fang Heng sneered, flipping his hand forward, and the Book of the Dead appeared before him. I knew you wanted to fight. Let's begin. Will it be one by one or all at once? With you, I'm enough. Chin, who had long been eager to try, so upon hearing Fang Heng's words, he swiftly moved forward, directly rushing towards Fang Heng. Boom! As Chinhu advanced, 5 to 6 meter high bone barriers suddenly rose from the ground in his path. Is that all? Chinhu smirked, the holy light aura enveloping him solidified several times, and he accelerated towards the bone barriers. Boom! The golden holy light burst forth. The 5 meter high bone barriers were shattered by Chinhu's impact. Beneath the shattered bone fragments, Chinhu, protected by a layer of golden light shield, continued to charge towards Fang Heng. Instantly, Chinhu clenched his fist tightly and struck forward. Ha! Chinhu let out a light gasp. This punch went straight through Fang Heng's body. An illusion. In a rapid succession, Chinhu heard piercing sounds from behind him. Swiftly turning around, he delivered another punch towards the rear. Boom! The two approaching bone spears shattered under Chinhu's fist. A short distance away, Fang Heng maintained his distance, watching Chinhu closely. Truly annoying. He still had not found suitable weapon equipment all this time. With his necromancy just advancing to the intermediate level, he had not yet had the chance to learn a few intermediate spells, let alone record them, before getting pulled into a fight. He had to rely on the Vampire King's coffin's accompanying vampire skills and his inherently strong attributes to fight forcefully. After going back to the White Bone Tower, I have to get a set of undead equipment and learn some undead skills. Chinhu also watched Fang Heng from afar, a hint of seriousness on his face. His amazement towards Fang Heng was much higher than what Fang Heng showed. Clearly using beginner necromancy skills, yet Fang Heng's displayed skill intensity surpassed that of an average person by several levels. No weaker than someone who had received divine blessing. Let's see how long you can hold on for. Chinhu roared, leaving a deep footprint on the ground, and then darting towards Fang Heng. Swoosh! Robian was even more surprised. He had heard from the regional commander responsible for the barbarian territories that the individuals sent by the Holy Court this time were specifically tasked with handling the destruction of the sacred mountain. The Holy Court attached great importance to this incident, which was why the investigators sent were elite members of the Holy Court from the high-level game. They had entered the mid-level game world using special means, at a significant cost and with several restrictions. He did not expect Fang Heng's strength to be so formidable, holding his own in one-on-one combat against them. Rita also watched the battlefield, her brow furrowed. Suddenly, he realized something. Throughout the battle, Fang Heng's aura remained steady, while after some time, Qinhu's aura became unstable. Qinhu, he's buying time, don't give him the chance. I know. Qinhu, with his rich combat experience, naturally noticed Fang Heng's tactical intentions. That terrifying regenerative ability and array of endless tricks made him a headache, like an indestructible cockroach, causing him great frustration every time. Bone Spear. Swiftly. Boom. Boom. The white bone spear exploded before Qinhu's eyes once again. Break for me. Qinhu shouted, relying on the bursting holy light barrier to push back instead of advancing, suddenly closing the distance between him and Fang Heng, swinging a fist forward. Boom! Qinhu's punch landed squarely on Fang Heng's chest, instantly shattering his ribs, causing his pupils to dilate as he spat out a mouthful of blood, propelled backward like a cannonball from the force of the punch. A chance! Qinhu's eyes lit up. Outwardly, Fang Heng seemed to be in dire straits, completely losing control of his body. Qinhu's speed soared to its peak once again. He dashed towards Fang Heng's position. He felt the immense pressure Fang Heng was putting on him and was eager to take him down in one fell swoop. Hint: player is attacked by special character Qinhu, takes 3,091 points of damage with an additional 811 points of holy damage, entering a state of shock for 2 seconds. Hint: player's passive skill, Undead Body, comes into effect. Player recovers from the shock state. In mid-air, Fang Heng opened his eyes, watching as Qinhu rapidly approached him. The probing was almost done. Qinhu's melee capabilities were even higher than the elite paladin he encountered in the mid-level game before, slightly weaker overall than a Grand Archbishop of the Holy Court. It was still manageable. With his current abilities, and without the assistance of zombie avatars, he couldn't test the limits of Qinhu's defense. The summoned creatures were not by his side, and his personal combat capabilities were lacking. Coupled with the Holy Divine School's control over undead studies and vampires, individuals brought by the Holy Court from the high-level world were indeed formidable opponents. Fang Heng sighed inwardly. HMPH, when my training in Punos ends this time, Bakia, I'll count on you. Qinhu was quickly closing the distance between him and Fang Heng, watching his every move intently. Then, he noticed something was amiss. Fang Heng had been heavily wounded, thrown back and losing control of his body. Yet instead of trying to evade attacks for self-defense, he wiped the blood from his mouth with a flick of his hand. Qinhu even saw a hint of provocation on Fang Heng's face. Huh? What's going on? Qinhu suddenly had a very bad feeling. Swiftly. Swiftly. What? Qinhu was taken aback. The dense jungle suddenly erupted in sporadic bursts of noise. Within moments, a torrent of vines raced towards him. What's happening? Qinhu's expression changed drastically. In a split second of distraction, layer upon layer of vines blocked the path he was about to take, swiftly cutting off his line of sight. Boom! The holy light shield once again burst forth. Qinhu exerted all his strength to break through the first layer of vines, slowing him down, while more layers of vines quickly closed in ahead. In the blink of an eye, he had completely lost Fang Heng's position. Damn it! Qinhu suddenly felt something wrapping around his ankle, causing him to falter once again. Not good. It was the vines. Looking back, dense vines converged on him from all directions. Get lost! Qinhu roared again. Boom! The golden shield shrouding Qinhu's body exploded. The golden shield shattered into golden starbursts, instantly ripping apart the vines entwined around him and those approaching from the outside, clearing out a vast area around him. Buzz! Seizing this opportunity, Qinhu concentrated and released a skill. A dark-colored holy light shield quickly blossomed and expanded, enveloping Qinhu once more. Huff, huff! Breathing heavily within the holy light shield's center, sweat streamed down Qinhu's cheeks uncontrollably. Damn, I fell for it. Fell into that kid's trap. Qinhu appeared outwardly wild and irritable, but he was extremely cautious during the battle, unexpectedly falling for Fang Heng's scheme. Those weaknesses he displayed were all intentional traps set by Fang Heng. Helplessly, with his sight and perception blocked off by the vines on all sides, Qinhu had lost Fang Heng's aura. Realizing he couldn't currently handle Fang Heng, Qinhu could only rely on the divine shield to save himself, retreating first and then looking for an escape route. However, within half a second, more vines spread densely from all directions, converging directly along the path where the golden shield had been breached. Huh? What? Qinhu's pupils suddenly contracted. Upon closer examination, he noticed vine spikes emerging beneath the surface of the vines attached to the outer layer of his holy light shield. Under the effect of these special spikes, the outer layer of his golden shield emitted a constant hissing sound, as if corroding. Qinhu felt his faith power rapidly being eroded. Not good. Qinhu's face paled. These vines were slowly corroding his faith power. Not far from there, Fang Heng, who had been punched and thrown back by Qinhu, was quickly ensnared by the surrounding vines. His lost HP was rapidly recovering from the blow he received. Watching Qinhu being entwined by multiple layers of vines, Fang Heng's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Abakia, well done. The god tree could still be relied on. Rita's face was equally cold to the extreme. She saw a rapidly expanding spherical object rising gradually in front of the vine forest. That direction was exactly where Qinhu had just entered the vine forest. Not good. Qinhu is in danger. Let's lend a hand. Save him. Rita stood at the forefront of the team. The Book of Origins in front of her was activated to the extreme and suddenly burst into brilliant golden light. The members of the Holy Court infused their spiritual power into the Book of Origins. Under the shining golden light, large sections of vines in front were withering and disappearing at a visible speed. However, as soon as one large section withered, a dense mass of vines immediately came from behind to replenish. Rita furrowed her brows, her heart sinking. Was this the true power of the Tree of God's forest? Was everything before just a facade? No wonder she had felt that Fang Heng had some reliance before. Rita said in a deep voice, "Hold on." Fortunately, the purified breath released by the members of the Holy Court could stop the rampant expansion of the godly vine forest, allowing the team to gradually stabilize and slowly advance. Qinhu was still trapped in layers of vines and couldn't see the situation clearly. He had his shield of faith for defense, so he should be fine for a short time. They needed to hold on until the team could go help. Boom! Just as Rita was thinking, she heard a muffled explosion in the distance and immediately looked ahead. Under the dense vines, there were faint flashes of golden divine light. Not good. Qinhu's first shield layer had been broken so quickly. Rita's expression changed drastically, and she forcefully activated her power of faith. Pick up the pace. A player in the federal team couldn't help but ask, seeing the chaos ahead, "Sir, should we go help?" Robian, the zoning officer for the barbarian territory, looked at the pandemonium in the divine tree forest ahead, feeling extremely unsettled. He had heard that the divine tree was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this fierce. Fang Heng's judgment of the situation was completely wrong. Fang Heng's presence had already threatened the Northern Federation's control over the entire barbarian territory. As for helping, of course, he wanted to take this opportunity to unite with the Holy Court to completely deal with Fang Heng. But they were not prepared for this trip and couldn't win the battle. Rushing in would only get them trapped among the dense vines. Robian couldn't say these thoughts outright, so he said in a low voice, "Focus on your own tasks and watch from the sidelines. This is a matter between the Holy Court and Fang Heng. Do not get involved." Not far away, in an area surrounded by dense layers of vines, Fang Heng raised his head to look at the edge of the forest with disdain. These people from the Holy Court. They agreed on a one-on-one fight, but ended up ganging up, right? The dense vines in front of him quickly dissipated, allowing Fang Heng to step closer to Qinhu. Fang Heng stared at Qinhu, who was surrounded by layers of vines. Fang Heng! Qinhu exerted all his strength to activate his armor, sweat continuously dripping down his cheeks as he stared at Fang Heng, approaching him step by step. The outermost layer of his holy shield had been shattered, and only the last layer of the faith armor covering his body was resisting the invasion of the vines. Fang Heng slowly spoke. "Qinhu, do you want to know what happened on the sacred mountain?" Qinhu stared directly at Fang Heng and said in a deep voice, "Was it you?" "Wasn't it?" "No, it wasn't me." Fang Heng shook his head and said, "But I was indeed there at the time, and I also want to know what exactly happened there. How about we make a deal? You tell me some information, and I will tell you what I know." Chinhu gritted his teeth. "Dream on, demon. I will never compromise and make deals with evil." A smart choice," Fang Heng nodded and suddenly lifted his hand. A dark-colored porcelain bottle appeared in front of him. Chinhu saw the bottle and his pupils suddenly dilated, a look of horror and fear in his eyes. "You, that is. Oh, you even recognize this?" Fang Heng was a bit surprised. He had just received this bottle from Ancient Luo this morning. It was used to complete the talent advancement task and deal with divine-level judges. Chinhu seemed to be at a slightly lower level than required, but he could still be of use. Fang Heng could trap his soul and take it to Ancient Luo for a reward. This also provided an opportunity to test the actual control and abilities of the soul bottle. Item: Soul Bottle Special, Unknown. Tier: Legendary. Description: Can contain souls. Infusing psychic power into it can summon the soul of malice to tear the soul out of an enemy and infuse it into the soul bottle. Description: A soul bottle created by Ancient Luo specifically for the Holy Court, capable of sealing souls with intense divine faith. Description: This item has unknown special powers. It will drop upon the player's death. When he activated the bottle, Fang Heng immediately felt a surge, as if his mental power had been torn open and quickly sucked into the bottle. At the same time, the soul power in his consciousness was being pulled by an unknown force. What the heck? Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. A vortex appeared in his consciousness. The soul power was quickly devoured by the vortex. At the same time, a black aura overflowed from the bottle. The substantial aura slowly spread towards Chinhu in front of him. Fang Heng frowned. This was not good. The soul vortex was a special effect of the soul bottle activation. He suddenly realized that there was a big pit in Ancient Luo's task. Regular soul absorption occurred after killing an enemy, but Ancient Luo's method was to extract the soul from the body. Fang Heng never expected that using the soul bottle would have such high demands on the practitioner. In addition to mental power, there was also a need for sufficient soul power support. The soul energy in his consciousness kept pouring into the vortex, causing pressure even for Fang Heng, who had a high talent in necromancy and strong soul power. Black shadows formed hands in Fang Heng's sight, extending towards Chinhu's body and viciously grabbing his soul, slowly pulling it out of his body. Chinhu's face turned pale and dreadful as he clenched his teeth. He was resisting the invasion of the godly vine, while also fighting against the tearing of his soul. His vision gradually began to blur. Chinhu felt his soul weakening gradually. In fact, Ancient Luo did not intentionally conceal the difficulty of using the soul bottle. Extracting souls from ordinary targets was not difficult, but it was different when dealing with higher-level members of the Holy Court. Eyes watching as the dark soul was torn out of Chinhu's body by the shadows, nearly a quarter removed. "Get out!" Chinhu roared with the last shred of strength, and simultaneously, the final layer of golden armor light on his body burst open. The golden light shimmered. The vines surrounding him rapidly withered at a visible speed. "Ah!" Fang Heng heard Chinhu's agonizing scream of soul tearing. He coldly stared at Chinhu. Good. Chinhu had reached his limit. Suddenly, Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. What was that? Fang Heng distinctly felt a surge of powerful holy energy bursting forth in the distance, swiftly sweeping towards him. Even Abakio sensed the extremely dangerous warning. What on earth was that thing? Seal. Seeing the blinding golden light about to fill the space in front of him, the bottle of souls about to lose control, Fang Heng immediately exerted all his strength to tear Chinhu's soul, forcibly interrupting the operation of the soul bottle. Boom! In the next moment, Fang Heng was enveloped in a golden light. In the distance, Rita wielded the holy staff. The radiant golden light descended like the sun. All the vines that touched the holy light disintegrated without making a sound. The Holy Court judged that the enemy possessed the power to destroy nearly half of the sacred mountain in one fell swoop, so they were equally prepared. In order to investigate the matter thoroughly, the Archbishop even lent out a powerful artifact. However, using the artifact required a great cost. Rita had not used it before, but upon realizing that Chinhu had shattered his last shield and was in distress, she decisively used the artifact. The golden domain radiant spread outwards from the center of the divine staff. Under the illumination of the redemption domain created by the artifact, the area filled with vines blocking the front was instantly cleared. The redemption domain cleared out an empty area of about 100 meters in diameter. There were no surviving vines in the area. Rita swiftly approached Chin-Hu with the divine staff in hand. The Holy Court entourage followed behind. The vines that had been layer upon layer in front quickly disintegrated under the redemption domain. Soon, Rita spotted Chin-Hu lying on the ground ahead. What's going on? Seeing Chin-Hu's uncertain condition, Rita's heart sank instantly. The redemption domain created by the artifact could save friendly units within its range, even if they still had a breath. Why hadn't Chin-Hu woken up yet? Could it be? A holy knight from the entourage immediately knelt down and checked for a moment, then turned back and said, "Judge, he's still breathing." Rita, holding the divine staff, looked up towards the dense forest of divine trees that were entwined layer upon layer in front, and cursed, soul snatchers, despicable undead. The worried look in the eyes of the holy knight prompted him to ask, "Sir, Lord Chin-Hu?" Rita did not answer, looking at the vines forest, making rustling noises continuously, a sinking feeling creeping into her heart. This is bad. She couldn't sense Fang Heng's presence at all. Although Chin-Hu did not appear to have any external injuries, in reality, his soul had been severely damaged. A special necromancy skill that targeted the soul. Before the damage was completely repaired, Chin-Hu would be unable to wake up, and even if he did, he would become a simpleton. In this confrontation exploring the Plague Land, they had failed. Just a moment of hesitation, and Chin-Hu had nearly paid with his life. The redemption aura unleashed by the artifact could crush and damage the surrounding forest, but Rita could not sustain the use of the artifact for too long. The area of the divine tree forest was too large for her to clear with the power of the domain. Unconsciously, Rita clenched her fist tightly. She realized that she could only protect herself for now, and was unable to eliminate the divine tree domain. Stay calm. Moving forward would only play into Fang Heng's scheme. Let's retreat, and take him for treatment first. Giving up like this. The holy knights accompanying them were somewhat surprised by the decision, but quickly nodded in agreement, yes. On the other side of the divine tree forest, Fang Heng opened his eyes again, and found himself swiftly retreating deeper into the forest under the protection of the vines behind him. What just happened? Fang Heng immediately checked the game log. Hint. Player used the Soul Bottle special, unknown to absorb Chin-Hu's soul body 1/4. Hint. You are affected by the domain of piety, entering a blind state. Hint. You are affected by the domain of piety, entering a blind state. The dazzling flashes just now were the additional effects of the skills released by the Holy Court. Although the blindness state was a physical negative effect achieved through spells, it could be dispelled by the effect of the undead skill. But the continuous triggering of the blindness state made it difficult to eliminate, causing a series of entries in the game log. Fang Heng finally found the relevant game log explanation related to Chin-Hu after much effort, furrowing his brows. After all that effort, he only managed to obtain 1/4 of a soul. When collecting Chin-Hu's soul, Fang Heng had already felt significant resistance. His soul power seemed insufficient. So, what rank of Holy Knight was Chin-Hu? Fang Heng couldn't help but look ahead again, at the large area of rapidly withering holy light in the distance. Domain of piety. The Holy Court's tactic. Troublesome. Watching the fading of the holy light ahead, the Holy Court group, carrying the injured Chin-Hu, calmly retreated, causing Fang Heng to mutter to himself in trouble. Although this encounter had given the Holy Court a taste of bitterness, they had not suffered substantial losses. The power of the divine tree had also been exposed. Clearly, this was only a probing move by the Holy Court, and greater troubles lay ahead. According to what Mo Jiawei had said, the most troublesome holy maiden had yet to arrive. Fang Heng took a deep breath. Beside him, Mo Jiawei saw the Holy Court being repelled, hurried over and greeted, "Hey, brother, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. The Holy Court is troublesome. We've temporarily driven them away, but there's no guarantee they won't come back and strike again in the future." Mo Jiawei continued, "Damn, since we've long torn apart with the Holy Court, these people have no limits. They will definitely come back later. We have to prepare early and give them a strong blow when they come next time." "Okay." Fang Heng nodded in agreement, quickly focusing his thoughts. This time, the Holy Court's action seemed reckless on the surface, but it was a probe nonetheless. The power of the divine tree had already been exposed, and they would likely find a way to deal with it when they return next time. With his temperament towards the Holy Court, who knows if he might be able to come up with some ideas behind the scenes. Thinking about this, Fang Heng quickly communicated with the spiritual consciousness of the tree deity Abeshia. The devout domain had a great restraint on Abeshia, with a crushing effect on its peripheral vines. If the devout domain invaded the center area of the tree deity, it would also cause great harm. But it's not completely powerless in battle. Fang Heng stroked his chin. During this time, he also had to figure out a way to deal with the Holy Court's artifacts. With that in mind, Fang Heng raised his head and said, "Lao Mo, I'll take a step first. I have to go back to Punos to find something to deal with the Holy Court. I'll leave these people to you. Keep an eye on them the whole time, and let's stay in touch." "Okay, leave it to me." Holy Mountain Tachebarino. High Priest Suzy checked Chinhu, who was placed on the altar, and couldn't help but sigh. "Great sacrifice. Is the situation very bad?" "The soul has suffered serious damage. A quarter has been drawn out. Chinhu will continue to remain in slumber until his body decays, before the destroyed soul is found." Rita felt somewhat guilty in her heart. "Great sacrifice. What else can we do now?" "Stop all actions toward the Plague Land. Everything is on hold until the arrival of the Holy Maiden." Suzy shook her head. "Now we must maintain a low profile and initiate a deep investigation on the tree deity and Fang Heng. Make sure not to have a direct conflict with the Plague Land." Before coming, the Holy Court had already adjusted the danger level for Fang Heng, considering him an extremely dangerous presence. Suzy had originally thought that with two holy knights who had passed the divine trial and an inquisitor heading there together, plus the power of the artifact, it should be an easy task to probe the truth or falsehood of the Plague Land. Even if they couldn't conquer the Plague Land, they could ensure their own safety. She didn't expect to underestimate Fang Heng even in this regard. "Understood." Rita nodded, indicating a holy knight behind her to bring a box up. "Besides, great sacrifice. These are tree branches we took from the Plague Land during this trip. I had some brought back, hoping to make some discoveries." Ka. As they spoke, the holy knight opened the box, revealing several branches placed in the center of the box. Suzy's face changed slightly when she saw the branches, reaching out to touch them. Chi. After Suzy touched the branches, they made a faint sound and then dissipated at a visible speed. Suzy remained silent, looking down at the rapidly disintegrating twigs inside the box, her expression turning extremely unsightly. "Great sacrifice. Did you find anything?" Suzy slowly raised her head and uttered a few words slowly: "Blood race and the power of corruption." The people present all felt a sinking feeling, looking towards Suzy one after another. It seems that things are even more complicated now. The tree deity from the Plague Land is highly likely related to the higher world we have been searching for. Let's report to the Archbishop first and make plans only after the Holy Maiden arrives. "Yes, great sacrifice." Suzy waved her hand and turned to leave. She sensed the complexity of this matter. The sinners who had broken free from the divine punishment a long time ago. Not only did he break free from the divine punishment, but he also gained a very strange power from it. The divine domain had been searching for that mysterious world all this time. Judging from the current situation, these two seem to be closely linked. Hint: the player's current intermediate undead studies level has been upgraded to LV 25. Hint: the player's current undead studies level has reached the maximum value. The player can find other ways to upgrade your undead study skill level. Done. The next afternoon, after taking a nap and returning to the game world, game notifications swept across his retina. After the intermediate undead studies reached the maximum level, the skill attributes didn't change much, but Fang Heng could feel a significant increase in his perception and control of undead energy. Checking his body, Fang Heng looked up again. By absorbing a large number of zombie clones and a large number of books of the dead all morning, all the undead energy in the blood dungeon had been absorbed. Originally, the undead energy in the blood dungeon was in a densely packed state. Estimated at this rate, it wouldn't be easy to completely fill the high-level undead studies. Fang Heng shook his head, deciding to take it one step at a time. After all, the late-stage upgraded corpse pit could automatically produce a small amount of undead energy. Hopefully, it could be of help when the time comes. Anyway, he decided to go ask Mentor Guro about the situation first. Fang Heng remembered that Guro had once said that after he advanced to the intermediate undead studies level, he could go find him to receive a surprise. Before leaving, Fang Heng instructed Gall to lead all the remaining undead energy in the Blood Dungeon out of the Blood Vampire world. The Blood Dungeon might be useful in the future to store other things. Gall nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord, go. Fang Heng took out an invitation card and returned to Punos once again. Punos. Elissa came early in the morning to look for Fang Heng. Feeling disappointed upon learning that Fang Heng had already left, soul power had always been Elissa's weak point, and it was the biggest obstacle for her to advance to high-level undead studies. Therefore, she was particularly curious about Fang Heng. She really wanted to take this opportunity to communicate with Fang Heng and see if he was naturally talented or had some special training methods. Also, Eliza was a bit curious about Fang Heng's training in the White Bone Tower. Unable to find Fang Heng, Eliza could only return to Nazca Castle first to further her undead studies under the guidance of a mentor. In the afternoon, Fang Heng returned to the White Bone Tower. Guided by the undead servant, Fang Heng entered Guro's restroom. Guro was sitting behind his desk, contemplating the abnormal space fluctuations from the night before. The city of Punos, which the undead scholars had jointly established at a great cost, was invaded, causing alarm among the people. The usually very calm Undead Scholars Council also felt a bit of pressure and started to set up a special investigation team. They also sent an invitation to Guro to serve as the deputy leader of the investigation team, but he declined. Seeing Fang Heng enter, Guro's eyes flashed with surprise. He stood up, staring at Fang Heng up and down for a moment. Gulu gazed at Fang Heng, feeling slightly curious, but didn't ask further. Everyone has their own secrets. Moreover, Gulu was in a very good mood, and he believed he had not misjudged Fang Heng. With such abilities, Fang Heng could better accomplish the tasks. Personally cultivating a formidable enemy for the Holy Court, this feeling was truly wonderful. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on Gulu's face. Fang Heng clasped his fists and nodded, saying, "Teacher, sorry to disturb you." Very good. Gulu didn't hide the admiration in his eyes and praised, "Initially, I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. You have once again surprised me. This is an encouragement for you. I believe you will soon give me another pleasant surprise." With that, Gulu stood up, approached again, and once more placed his hand on Fang Heng's forehead. Hint: the player's current intermediate necromancy has been upgraded to its maximum level, and the player receives the advanced necromancy upgrade task from teacher Gulu. Fang Heng's heart was suddenly stirred by these words. So soon? Directly receiving the task to advance to the high-level necromancer? The next moment, Fang Heng felt a dark force flowing into his body through his forehead, slowly entering his sea of consciousness. Fang Heng couldn't help but close his eyes. He realized that something seemed to have left a trace in his sea of consciousness. "Do not resist," Gulu's voice sounded in Fang Heng's ear. "I have infused the seed of the soul into your sea of consciousness. After refining your soul strength to a certain stage, the soul seed will bloom and merge with your sea of consciousness. At that time, you will automatically complete the advancement to the high-level necromancer. So the next step for you is to refine your soul. Fang Heng, remember, the comprehensive strength of the soul is extremely important for us necromancers. Even after advancing to the high-level necromancer, continuing to refine the soul is also very important. This is a long cultivation process, and we need to constantly improve it until your soul is honed to perfection." Feeling the power Gulu infused into his sea of consciousness gradually receding, Fang Heng slowly opened his eyes, looking puzzled. Soul refinement. What is that strange thing? Seeing Fang Heng's confusion, Gulu explained, a large part of the skills in necromancy are related to controlling souls. Soul strength is also a necessary condition for many necromantic skills. Generally speaking, the soul capacity of each person is limited, and it is very difficult to increase soul strength. But we can enhance soul strength by honing qualities such as resilience, density, and capacity through refinement. Fang Heng didn't fully understand and asked, "Teacher, are you referring to a kind of training? Is it training the skill of soul control?" "Yes, control ability is just one part, but you can understand it that way." Gulu nodded. "There are various ways to hone the soul. There are many training places near Kaitentur, major academies for necromantic studies, and in terms of practice, I suggest you seek help at the training ground in the south of the city." With your abilities, I believe your soul strength can be quickly improved. Also, if you encounter any problems during your cultivation, you can come to me. A game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: player triggers the advanced necromancy task, Soul Refinement. Task name: Soul Refinement. Task requirements: in necromancy, the soul's capacity to bear is a necessary ability for a necromancer. Soul Refinement is a mandatory assessment for advancing to the high-level necromancer. Teacher Gulu has planted the soul seed in your sea of consciousness. Please try to refine your soul strength to grade A or above to allow the soul seed in your sea of consciousness to bloom. Special note: due to the player mastering too many innate skills, the task requirements are elevated. The player needs to hone the soul strength to grade S or above to allow the soul seed to bloom. Player's current soul bearing capacity rating: SSS Max. Current player's soul control ability rating: E. Current player's soul resilience rating: F. Current player's soul resistance rating: F. Current player's soul density rating: F. Current player's soul strength rating: S+. Player's current soul has integrated an unknown life form. Current player's overall soul strength rating: A. Task reward: Skill: High-level necromancy. Seeing the task instructions and the various attributes of his current soul strength, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't it too strange? His soul strength being at S+ makes sense, since he completed a soul connection with the divine tree Abeshai, and they shared the soul strength, receiving a significant boost from Abeshai. But why has his soul-bearing capacity reached its maximum value, even higher than his soul strength? Is that also due to Abishai's help? It's bizarre, but it's also a great piece of news. The SSS grade maximum soul-bearing capacity has significantly boosted his overall soul strength rating to A. Even if he were to focus on just one academic skill in necromancy, he might be able to directly advance to the high-level necromancer. However, he still needed to work harder now. Judging by the current situation, brushing up the EF ratings to a B would likely meet the task conditions. Very well, teacher. I will immediately start the soul refinement. Fang Heng nodded, closed the game log, and took out a bottle from his backpack to hand it to Gulu. One more thing. Teacher, please take a look at this. Gulu saw the bottle in Fang Heng's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had just given Fang Heng the bottle yesterday, and now, just a day later, Fang Heng had managed to capture the soul of a powerful Holy Court member. Oh, so you've made a harvest so quickly. Indeed, I mentioned that if you encounter a member of the Holy Court, you can seal their soul and hand it over to me. However, I don't need souls that are too low rank. I'm sorry, Teacher Gulu. I'm afraid my current abilities may not yet be sufficient to seal the soul of a Divine Realm level Holy Knight, Fang Heng explained. Previously, in the realm of the Barbarian tribe, I encountered a group of Holy Court members who were quite formidable. I tried to seal a portion of their soul power, but I found it very difficult. So I wanted to confirm with you about the strength of this particular soul. Gulu nodded in understanding and placed his hand on the bottle. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. The soul sealed in the bottle belonged to a Holy Court Holy Knight. Guluo looked at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with admiration. It's hard to imagine that a faith paladin who had undergone trials in the God realm could be directly sealed without any soul's tempering. Today, Fang Heng had surprised him twice in a row. Fang Heng listened but felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Only to ranks away. This might be troublesome. It took a great deal of effort to seal Qin Hu back then. It would be even harder to seal higher-ranking God Realm experts. Don't worry. Guluo noticed Fang Heng's concern and nodded, explaining, I didn't clarify this with you before. I originally thought you would handle the talent advancement trial after reaching higher ranks in undead necromancy. I didn't expect you to act faster. Anyway, after tempering your soul, your overall soul strength will greatly improve. By then, your ability to control the soul vessel will significantly increase. Sealing powerful high rankers from the God realm won't pose a big burden on you. Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, so that's how it is. Thank you for clarifying, Master. Guluo continued, the advancement of talents is challenging, but it requires some experience. Your preparation for completing the talent task at this stage is not comprehensive enough. Although the soul you submitted is only 1/4, its soul strength is not low. I promised you a reward after you advance to mid-rank and dead necromancy. Let's combine 2 rewards for you. Guluo sat in a chair and clapped his hands. Two illusions appeared behind Guluo, forming into two undead servants. One of the undead servants carried a wooden box and approached Feng Heng. "This dagger was left by my mentor. I can lend it to you temporarily. I believe it can bring you some convenience in advancing to high-rank undead necromancy." The wooden box in front of the undead servant opened with a click. Inside lay a dagger quietly. Item: Inherited Blade of Sin Rental. Rank: Legendary. Status: Rental. Under this status, the player cannot claim ownership of the item. Damage to the item will result in a significant decrease in favorability with the lessor. Description: A short blade once used by one of the 7 undead lords, sealed with numerous powerful extinguished souls. The souls have dissipated, but their combat skills remain forever in the dagger. Additional skill: Soul Burn passive, cannot be disabled. Skill description: Consumes the player's soul energy. Each attack will inflict additional damage and extra soul damage to the target. Soul attacks will cause significantly more damage to spiritual beings. Additional skill: Evil Spirit Possession passive, cannot be disabled. Skill description: Gains residual memories of the sealed souls in the Blade of Sin, empowering the player with the combat strength of the soul, continuously consuming soul energy and causing self-harm during use. Additional skill: Soul Eternal Silence passive, cannot be disabled. Skill description: Trigger the Eternal Silence effect by killing the enemy with the Blade of Sin, completely shattering the enemy's soul and converting it for the player to restore some soul energy. Does not work against mechanical, elemental units, etc. Feng Heng held the dagger and immediately felt a chilling breath enter his body, quickly flowing throughout. Puff! A thin layer of blue flames ignited on the blade. Guluo reminded, using this dagger can help enhance your soul resilience and carrying capacity, but it will also constantly consume your strength. I advise you not to overexert yourself. Okay, master. Listening to Guluo's advice, Feng Heng tried swinging the dagger a few times. The dagger didn't seem sharp, even showing rust stains on the blade, but the eerie blue flames gave a dangerous feeling. Take it slow. Tempering the soul isn't something that can be completed overnight. With the strength of the dagger, it won't be a problem to upgrade your soul carrying capacity and resilience to S rank. Guluo said, then looked at Feng Heng again. I can lend it to you for 3 days. Additionally, since your soul submission was good, I will extend the rental period by 3 days. Of course, if you can provide more Souls of Sanctum strongholds or Dust of Malice, I can further extend the usage time for you. Hint: players trigger a repeatable submission task, Rent Dagger. Yes, master. Feng Heng put the dagger away in his backpack. After discussing matters related to cultivation, seeing that Feng Heng hadn't left, Guluo couldn't help but ask, do you have any more questions? Yes, master. In fact, I encountered some trouble in the barbarian realm. Feng Heng nodded and briefly recounted the trouble with the sanctum he encountered in the barbarian realm and the battle with the divine tree before. After finishing speaking, Guluo lowered his head into contemplation, his eyes filled with doubt. Strange. It requires a huge cost to drop from a higher rank to a lower rank. Moreover, the sanctum brought powerful artifacts. Why would the sanctum focus on an ordinary mid-rank game world? Perhaps Feng Heng was hiding something. Feng Heng waited for several minutes. Seeing Guluo still deep in thought, he couldn't help but ask softly, Master Guluo, I'm worried that the sanctum might continue to come after me. Is there any way to resist the sanctum? When Guluo lifted his head again, the doubt in his eyes had completely disappeared. This was good news. If the sanctum was willing to spend great effort to enter the barbarian realm, there must be something important. Giving them a headache would be an excellent addition. The doubt on Guluo's face turned into a smile. I don't know much about the divine tree, so I can't give you any hints. But Feng Heng, this is not a bad thing for you. It's an opportunity, isn't it? Feng Heng was taken aback. An opportunity. The unawakened divine maiden of the God realm. Her rank has reached the strength of a God realm judge. With her soul, you might be able to complete your talent guiding tasks smoothly. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Divine maiden. Feng Heng couldn't help but knit his brows tightly, feeling extremely puzzled. What on earth is this? What does it mean that opportunities are more than just once? Should he give up? Gullo waved his hand. Go, I'm tired. Yes, mentor. Feng Heng nodded and took his leave, feeling a bit disappointed. Gullo dismissed him. It was strange. Gullo had first told him this was a great opportunity, then advised him not to be fixated on the current opportunity. Was he asking Fang Heng to give up or to strive harder? Fang Heng pursed his lips and quickly reached a conclusion. Regardless of what Gullo said, he would try on his own first and then think of other ways. Otherwise, spend another 10 or 20 years to complete the advanced talent task? That's absurd. Fiona still had some time before entering the Savage Realm, so he had time. He didn't have a clue yet as to how to deal with the Holy Court. So, he decided to start practicing. Wasting time was useless. Better to focus on improving strength every minute. With that in mind, Fang Heng left the Bone Tower and, as per Gullo's hint, headed to the Soul Training Ground in the southern part of the city. As Gullo watched Fang Heng's departing figure through the window on the Bone Tower, he muttered to himself, "Your current strength is still too weak to deal with the Saintess." Having finally found such a talent, Gullo didn't want to overexert him and let Fang Heng face enemies several levels above too soon. Two undead servants appeared again behind Gullo. He raised his hand and said, "Go, give these 3 letters on the table to them. Tell them one thing. The opportunity has been found for them. It's in the barbarian realm. They can wait another 10 or 20 years or find a way to seize it now. It's up to their choice." After leaving the Bone Tower, Fang Heng headed towards the south of the city. The western area was where most rich people gathered, while the southern region was the training area. Various undead academia, research institutes, training grounds, private trading centers, mage towers, etc. were all located in the southern area. Nurturing the soul required using the training grounds of the undead academia and their facilities. Soon, following the map's guidance, Fang Heng arrived at a large training ground in the central part of the south. Standing at the entrance, Fang Heng observed the training ground. The entire building looked somewhat like a large sports stadium, with undead scholars entering and exiting from time to time. 2 undead servants stood guard at the entrance. Each entrant needed to spend 100 points to be allowed in. After paying the entrance fee, Fang Heng stepped into the training ground. Where to go next? Fang Heng was momentarily directionless. The venue was vast, with people coming and going in a hurry. Looking around, there wasn't even a signboard. Just then, 2 individuals walked past Fang Heng from behind, heading towards the left corridor. Shrugging, Fang Heng followed them. Soon, he arrived with the 2 at a central plaza lounge within a training ground. The hall was crowded with people, and there was a service counter at the entrance. Finally, finding his way, Fang Heng muttered to himself as he approached the service counter. Seeing Fang Heng approaching, an undead servant in a gray robe behind the counter respectfully nodded at him and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with, young scholar? I am advancing in high-level undead studies and need soul refinement. My mentor told me I could receive good training here. Young scholar, there are various venues for soul training within the training ground. You can pay to use the training facilities. If you are a newcomer, we recommend signing up for classes and learning under a mentor's guidance. We have classes available for 100 participants, 30-person group classes, and 10-person small group classes in addition to private tutoring. Apart from these, you can also hire a personal mentor for one-on-one guidance." The undead servant skillfully picked up a flyer from the table and handed it to Fang Heng. Fang Heng took the flyer, quickly scanned it, feeling a bit strange. Apart from the 100-person class being free, all other courses were chargeable, with group sign-up discounts even mentioned. Ah, he remembered now. This system was just like a gym in the real world. Putting down the flyer, Fang Heng asked, "When is the next open class?" "The nearest open class is tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. "Never mind, I'll take a private tutor." "Sure, as you are a first-time visitor to the training ground, we recommend 3 levels of one-on-one tutoring options. The beginner level tutor charges 500 points per hour. The intermediate level charges 1,000 points per hour, and the advanced level charges 3,000 points per hour. The mentor can design a training plan for you. Adjust your training methods in a timely manner to prevent injuries, ensuring the best training results. The service also includes training and explanation on some training content. The explanation supplied by the mentor represents only the mentor's understanding of undead studies and is not related to the Undead Studies Guild. If you have doubts, we suggest attending classes at the various academies." Fang Heng ignored the second half of the undead servant's speech. looked down at the remaining balance on his invitation card. The card initially had 5,000 points, barely enough for redeeming an hour of personal tutoring. I heard that you can exchange the dust of evil thoughts for points on the invitation card. The servant nodded. Yes, we purchased the dust of evil thoughts. 1 gram of the dust of evil thoughts can be exchanged for 1,000 points. All right. Feng Heng looked at his backpack, placed all the remaining dust of evil thoughts on the counter. Previously, he had obtained some evil thought dust from 5 players whom he had dealt with in the bone graveyard. Efficiency came first, and selecting the highest level of personal mentorship could save him a lot of trouble. All exchanged. Additionally, I need the highest level tutor. Understood. We are processing your request. Since you are currently at the beginner level, please proceed to training room 11 and wait. The mentor will arrive within 10 minutes. If the mentor is late, you will receive a fee reduction. During the one-on-one tutoring, all equipment and venues are free to use for you. Another undead servant appeared behind Feng Heng, saying, "Young scholar, someone has accepted your order. Please follow me." Toli, a master-level undead scholar. With the continuous advancement in undead studies, mastering the undead arts needed interactions with the death realm. This undoubtedly demanded increasing soul strength. Toli spent most of his time on training. After all, wealthier people will choose to enter the Nazca Castle, where there are more professional college tutors responsible for teaching and learning. Those without money are also unwilling to spend money in the training ground to hire the highest level one-on-one private tutors for guidance. Feng Heng turned his head and nodded to Torai. I am advancing in high-level necromancy training, needing to quickly improve my overall soul strength in all aspects. The tutor told me that I can receive comprehensive training here. Of course, you've come to the right place. Torai shrugged and pointed to his heart, and you've found the right person. I've been training here for 30 years. Let's not talk about other things when it comes to soul power training. I'm a professional. All right, let's begin. I don't understand the academic stuff. I'm more of a practical type. You're a newbie. I suggest starting with the basics. Follow me. Torai led Feng Heng forward to a control device that resembled a tower near the training ground. The instrument was about 2 meters tall with an external control panel. Torai tapped a few times on the control panel, setting the difficulty level. The Soul Training Tower. This is an instrument designed by the Necromancers Guild. It can train our soul control abilities. The operation of the instrument is not difficult, but to achieve the best training effect, there are many points to pay attention to. Go ahead and give it a try. Start with the lowest difficulty level first. I'll assist you in the training. Listening to Torai, Feng Heng took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the device. Can you see the red button here? Press the button to activate the device, then trigger your soul energy and absorb and fuse all the red life energy. Red life energy? You'll see. Give it a try first. Okay. Feng Heng stood in front of the device and pressed the red button on the control panel. Sizzle. A dry sound rang out. A rhombus-shaped metal body jumped out from the device on the controller. Grab it. Feng Heng reached out and grabbed the metal body as instructed. At that moment, Feng Heng realized that the power of his soul within his consciousness was touched. A strange connection was formed between the soul power and the metal device. Under the effect of the metal soul training tower, a red and blue mixed aura gradually spread in the central hall. Control your power. Control the blue aura to devour the red aura completely. Feng Heng furrowed his brows. Following Torai's instructions, he realized he could manipulate the blue aura spreading in the hall. The difficulty of manipulation was very high. There are several key points in soul power control, including the magical basic principles and theoretical concepts of soul power, the process of the sublimation of life and soul, control through mental fusion, mental sensing, exploring potential. So, the red aura is life energy, and the blue aura corresponds to soul energy, both of which can transform and merge with each other. As Feng Heng listened to Torai's explanation, he focused on controlling the process. In fact, he didn't quite understand most of what Torai said. The learning mode for players and game character skills is not the same. As time passed, Feng Heng felt that controlling the blue aura was getting easier as the red aura was gradually consumed. Nearly 10 minutes later, all the scattered red energy in the room had been successfully transformed into blue energy. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: the player has completed the low-difficulty Soul Training Tower training. This training took 12 minutes and 23 seconds. Training evaluation. See player gained training experience points. Player's soul control ability slightly improved. Current evaluation of player's soul control ability, F. Torai watched Feng Heng complete the training successfully, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. Strange. He is supposed to be a beginner in soul control, so how could he complete the training on the first try? Is his soul power unusually strong? Has his soul undergone some kind of transformation? After one round of training, Feng Heng stretched his stiff body. He didn't feel the danger that Torai mentioned. He couldn't help but turn to Torai and ask, "One more round?" Torai frowned. Even for experienced individuals, continuous training without breaks is not recommended. A novice like Feng Heng, who doesn't understand soul power control, could cause additional strain. Can he handle it? Suppressing his doubts, Torai nodded. Generally, I don't recommend it so soon, but your soul power seems much stronger than the average person. If you feel up to it, then give it another try. I'll keep an eye on you, and if there's any danger, I'll intervene. All right. Feng Heng nodded in understanding. With the added power of the divine tree of Bishaka in his soul, he had an advantage in training compared to an ordinary person. Feng Heng reached out to touch the metal disc again. The room was once again filled with a mix of red and blue auras. Mental strength melded together as the blue aura continued to absorb and merge with the red. After some time, Feng Heng withdrew his hand. Another game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: the player has completed the low-difficulty Soul Training Tower training. This training took 18 minutes and 2 seconds. Training evaluation, B+. Player gained training experience points. Player's soul control ability slightly improved. Current evaluation of player's soul control ability, F. It was challenging. Feng Heng still felt like he was unable to grasp the techniques perfectly. The second training session took longer, but the results reached a B+. Could he use his zombie doppelganger for this task? At his side, seeing Feng Heng stop, Torai felt a sense of relief. Everyone's initial soul strength should be roughly similar. The beginner in front of him clearly had a soul strength 2 to 3 times higher than normal. There must have been some extraordinary encounter, making him somewhat envious. Are you tired? Tired. Feng Heng glanced at the time. It had only been a little over half an hour. Not tired. I'm okay, Torai was surprised. Looking at Feng Heng, are you saying you haven't felt your soul power weakening? Should I have? Feng Heng furrowed his brows and carefully felt the changes in his mind's sea of consciousness, then shook his head. I haven't felt particularly tired. Torai couldn't believe it and asked, so, you can continue? Yes, but I'm already familiar with this device. Let's try something else. All right, follow me. Torai pushed open the door and left the training ground, leading the two into a certain training area on the 3rd floor of the training facility. The majority of the training area was occupied by a large, peculiar black metallic contraption. Soul compression machine. Torai gestured to Feng Heng towards the semi-transparent container at the center of the training room, saying, the compression machine is costly to operate, consuming a large amount of energy each time it is activated. Let's make good use of our time. Stand inside the compressor. Following Torai's instructions, Feng Heng stood at the entrance of the large apparatus. Like this. Yes, just like that. Don't move. Press the red button on your right-hand side. Upon hearing this, Feng Heng pressed the switch. With a click, the glass door in front of Feng Heng descended. Suddenly, an intense mental pressure surged towards him. Feng Heng instinctively tightened his fists. Use your mental and soul power to resist the external pressure. Once you feel you can't hold on, press the blue button next to you. And don't struggle forcefully, as you'll have to pay for any damages. Torai yelled outside the chamber. Focus and use your soul power to resist this intrusion. Get accustomed to this feeling with your body. Okay. Feng Heng nodded heavily, focusing to resist. A tremendous mental force leaked from the outside, squeezing his sea of consciousness. Soul power was rapidly depleting. Just when it seemed he couldn't bear it any longer, a force emerged from various corners of his consciousness. Feng Heng realized it was sharing of Abe's soul power. Outside the chamber, Torai looked on in astonishment. As minutes passed, his expression grew more serious. He watched as Fang Heng endured the compression of his soul for a full 10 minutes. Clearly, Fang Heng was a novice, yet his initial soul strength was terrifyingly high. How did he do it? An ordinary person, or even one experienced with the apparatus, would have had their soul power depleted within 5 minutes at most. But now, a full 10 minutes had passed. This young man in front of him seemed unscathed. Instead, Torai felt a deep sense of curiosity rise from within. Let's see where your limits truly lie. 2 hours later, Torai stumbled out of the room on the verge of collapse, his face filled with disbelief. Who is this kid? His soul strength is beyond human. Fang Heng also sensed an unprecedented exhaustion. It wasn't physical or mental, but spiritual exhaustion. His soul power in the sea of consciousness had been completely drained, and nothing more could be squeezed out. You've reached your limit, right? Yes. Fang Heng nodded to Torai. Very good. After draining your soul power each time, your soul endurance will be slightly enhanced, which is another way of training. Torai explained, remember, having your soul energy depleted is very dangerous, so after every training session, we need to nourish your soul to help you recover soul power. Okay, got it. Today's lesson has one final activity left. Let's go to the recovery area on the 5th floor. Fang Heng followed Torai up the stairs. 5th floor area of the training facility. Fang Heng changed into a new robe. To his surprise, the final activity that Torai referred to was actually soaking in a bath. There were several huge baths on the 5th floor, capable of accommodating thousands at a time. Most people in the baths were topless, with their bodies mostly submerged in a light green liquid. Torai was already accustomed to this type of training, leisurely soaking in the pool. Seeing Fang Heng looking slightly uncomfortable, Torai pointed to the right, saying, there are private VIP rooms over there, cleaner and more private, but they cost extra. Okay. Fang Heng replied, following the lead of others by slowly immersing his body in the light green pool. A sense of relaxation and warmth emanated from his sea of consciousness. Refreshing. The regular fee for the bathhouse is half the cost of 1,000 points. In addition to promoting the recovery of your soul power, the Soul Spa can also enhance your training effects. If you have enough points, I suggest you come in after every training session. Okay, I understand. The bath time is half an hour each time, with an additional charge every half hour. Basically, soaking for half an hour is sufficient. Fang Heng nodded. He understood now. It was like a game, where paying players could exchange money for additional efficiency. So, he needed to find ways to earn more points. After some time soaking, Torai got up to leave. Alright, that's it for today's session. You've learned the 2 basic elements of soul training, and your fundamental soul strength is much higher than an average person's. I recommend you focus on these 2 for a while, get proficient, and then move on to other training. If you want to learn about new apparatus next time, you can always come to me. Okay, I'll remember that. Thank you. Fang Heng thanked Torai. Watching Torai leave, Fang Heng once again fully immersed his body in the soul spa, pondering. He wasn't sure if the zombie shade could assist in soul training, but one thing he was certain of, to achieve rapid progress in training would require a significant amount of points. He needed the dust of evil intent. Should he ask the Federation for a loan? Seeing the time nearing another half-hour fee, Fang Heng quickly left the spa area. Before that, he decided to try if the zombie shade could level up for him. Half an hour later, Fang Heng returned to the entrance of the training ground, with a zombie shade wearing a hood standing behind him. The undead servitor at the entrance glanced at the zombie shade for a moment before turning to Fang Heng. Young scholar, summoning creatures are not allowed to enter the training ground. You're mistaken. He's not a summoned creature. He's my friend, Nuz. In fact, he also needs to exercise. As an undead, you should understand what I mean. Buzz. The red and blue intermingled aura spilled out into the entire room. At the same time, Fang Heng saw a long progress bar appearing on the zombie clone's body. Here it comes. Fang Heng patiently waited, watching as the blue aura in the room slowly absorbed the red aura. Meanwhile, Fang Heng felt the recently recovered soul power in his consciousness beginning to slowly deplete again. This time, after waiting for a full half hour, a game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint. Player Zombie Clone has completed the low difficulty Soul Training Tower training. This training took 33 minutes and 55 seconds. Training evaluation. C. Player gained training experience points. Player's soul control slightly increased. Current soul control evaluation, F. Good. Success. The game prompt reassured Fang Heng. However, Fang Heng carefully examined the game log. Indeed, the zombie clone could still use devices for training to significantly reduce cultivation time for himself, but at the same time, his own soul power was being consumed by the zombie clone. Additionally, the experience gained from zombie training was relatively low. In theory, by directly having 100 zombie clones operate together, cultivation efficiency could be increased 100-fold. The only concern would be soul energy. If the soul energy reached its limit accidentally, it would be troublesome. Oh, the soul spring can accelerate the recovery of soul power. Could soaking in the spring with hundreds of zombies further enhance the speed of soul power recovery? Fang Heng felt like he had discovered another game bug and hurriedly took the zombie clone to the 5th floor soul spring for a soak. Soon, back at the spring area, many people's gazes were focused on Fang Heng and the strange figure dressed in a gray robe behind him. Odd. Why were they dressed so oddly to bathe? Splash! The zombie clone staggered forward like a drunken man and finally fell into a smaller public pool. Fang Heng disregarded the strange looks thrown their way and followed suit, stepping into another pool, focusing on observing the state of the zombie clone and his own consciousness. No, bathing together with the clone did not double the recovery of soul power in the consciousness. Fang Heng sensed it with a frown. It could be seen that the nourishment of the soul spring was targeted at the main soul, providing a recovery boost effective only for the main body. This was troublesome. Fang Heng couldn't help but scratch his head. Fortunately, he had made a soul contract with the god tree Abe Akira in advance. Akira himself recovered soul energy very quickly, combined with the spring's effect, allowing 1 or 2 zombie clones to hang all day, increasing soul control power completely doable. But it wouldn't work with a larger number. Hence, he could utilize the zombie clone to increase the cultivation speed slightly, but reaching the maximum level in a short time would be a bit difficult. The difficulty lay in soul power. If he wanted to quickly restore his soul power, he had to find Lao He and the Federation to inquire about other methods. Thinking this, Fang Heng absent-mindedly rummaged through his backpack, and suddenly his eyes lit up. There it was! Fang Heng saw the dagger in his backpack. The heirloom Sinful Blade. A legendary weapon lent to him by the ancient instructor Guluo. The dagger had 3 special abilities, one of which could replenish soul power upon killing the target. Although it hadn't been tested in battle, Fang Heng estimated that the amount of soul power replenishment from the dagger depended on the target's level. Let's give it a try. Coincidentally, he also lacked the Dust of Malice. To brush in large quantities with zombie clones, he would need a large number of training grounds, which would require a considerable amount of points. All expenses within the training ground had to be exchanged with invitation card points, which were in turn exchanged through Dust of Malice and main deity points. Never mind the main deity points. He still had a large amount of external debts to settle, and exchanging for the Dust of Malice was the best solution. Brushing the Dust of Malice and the soul energy from the Sinful Blade together. Soaking in the spring, Fang Heng absent-mindedly stroked his chin, his mind set on the undead storm outside. The resented creatures were the source of the Dust of Malice. Using the Sinful Blade to kill the resented creatures should also accelerate the restoration of soul energy. Let's go! Hunt monsters! Level up! Grind! With a firm decision, Fang Heng's spirits lifted a bit. He got up and left the bathhouse with the zombie clone. Instead of heading to the cultivation grounds, Fang Heng walked towards the city outskirts. As he walked, Fang Heng carefully pondered the entire monster hunting process and found something a bit off. When they encountered the undead storm outside before, they relied on the team to perform a ceremony, release soul fire, and elicit special skills to control the resented creatures before being able to deal with them. Fang Heng really didn't know the specifics of killing the resented creatures. For safety reasons, he should probably find a team at the beginning. Finding ordinary players to team up with was very troublesome and prone to disputes, which Fang Heng naturally avoided. After all, he had some conflict with the players outside the Bone Tower before, which didn't end well. It was better to seek help from the Federation. Fang Heng quickly changed his initial plan and prepared to cooperate with the Federation. However, strangely, the Federation had agreed to cooperate yesterday, but today they seemed to be nowhere to be found. Helpless, unable to contact them online, Fang Heng would have to go offline and contact Mo Jiawei. As Fang Heng walked along the street lost in thought, he looked up and saw a carriage parked in front of him. Elissa poked her head out of the window. Fang Heng. Heading home. What a coincidence meeting you here. Get in. I'll give you a ride. What did you say? Elissa went out to train. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Randy Chamber of Commerce's apprentice president, when he couldn't help but frown. So sudden. Yes, the decision was made just an hour and a half ago. The team set off 20 minutes ago. Elissa's two personal tutors also accompanied her, along with the Chamber of Commerce's guards. Miss Eliza herself is quite strong, so she shouldn't encounter any trouble. Wendy nodded. I understand. With the team's strength, they shouldn't encounter any danger. I'm worried about the people from other chambers of commerce. Recently, the major chambers of commerce have been jointly pressuring us. I'm afraid Elissa may be involved, so send more people for protection. All right, I'll go and arrange it. Meanwhile, outside the city. After all, the people from the Chamber of Commerce were very familiar with the wilderness. Their preparations were also very quick, and in just 1 hour, they had completed all the preliminary preparations, recruited accompanying guides, and immediately set off. Miss Fang Heng, the area ahead is where the undead storm is most concentrated. We usually do not enter these areas. I suggest staying on the outskirts of the dangerous area. It's safer, the guide explained to everyone. There are some fixed undead storms nearby that appear at fixed times each day. Of course, it's not 100% certain. This area is extremely dangerous, so be cautious. With about half an hour left, a small undead storm was about to hit this area, so the guide reminded them repeatedly. The team members were all extra cautious, and under the leadership of the Chamber of Commerce leader, they began building defensive fortifications in place, gathering in the central area, ready to set up the central soul fire. Over 50 lickers and ordinary zombies resurrected halfway when Fang Heng arrived, staying quietly aside. In the distance, the sky gradually darkened. The undead storm was about to arrive. The undead mage members of the Chamber of Commerce used the Book of the Dead, and a barrier of bones rose up, enveloping everyone in the barrier. Soon, the outside of the bone barrier was filled with the sound of sand hitting. This time, the team encountered a relatively small undead storm. The storm's power was not strong and seemed unable to shake the outer sturdy bone barrier. Fang Heng pondered that he was there to train by fighting monsters, not to avoid storms, so he turned to Eliza and asked, "Can we start?" Yes. In the team, the two mentors who came to protect Eliza nodded at each other. An older undead mentor raised his hand. Suddenly, cracks spread across a section of the bone barrier on the right side. Crack, bang. Under the mentor's mental guidance, the bone barrier burst open, creating a hole over 2 meters high. Almost instantly, a bone-chilling cold breath rushed into the barrier. The central bonfire flickered violently. Suddenly, 3 dark shadows rushed in from the broken bone barrier as the cold wind rushed in. They were here. Spirit creatures. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. Fang Heng. They're here. Elissa also looked alert and shouted, releasing a dark light from the Book of the Dead suspended in front of her. Hiss, hiss. Several black soul chains of varying sizes swept out from the Book of the Dead and immediately entwined several spirit creatures. Good. Fang Heng responded, taking a step forward towards the nearest spirit creature rushing towards him. In midair, a sinful short blade appeared in Fang Heng's hand. As the blade was wielded, it emitted an intensely burning blue soul fire. At the same time, Fang Heng felt a stagnation in his body. Something seemed to overflow from the short dagger in his hand, and an invisible force entered part of his body, making him feel a strange change. Fang Heng saw to gain prompts on his retina. Prompt. Player triggers the special passive skill of the sinful short blade, Soul Burn. Prompt. Player triggers the special passive skill of the sinful short blade, Evil Possession. A strange feeling gripped him. Clear memories of battle integrated into his body, making wielding the dagger and instinctual combat moves feel like second nature, while his intellectual clarity remained intact. Foom. Fang Heng felt he could now do exaggerated actions he had never imagined before. The thought preceded the body's reaction in times of crisis. Powered by his soul memory, his movements accelerated, and he launched an attack. The dagger sliced through the air with a faint blue light, dealing a heavy blow on the spirit creature before him. The attack was so effective that it instantly defeated the spirit creature. Prompt: player meets the initial skill attribute usage condition. Use skill, Shadow Strike Possession skill, dealing an additional 2,812 points of skill damage to the spirit creature. The dagger's soul burn skill activates, causing an additional 1132 * 10 points of soul burn damage to the creature. A one-hit knockout. Fang Heng was surprised by the effectiveness of the soul burn skill, realizing it dealt 10 times the expected damage. As the spirit creature disintegrated, residual blue light was absorbed by Fang Heng's dagger. Prompt: the player's current weapon's additional skill, Eternal Silence, absorbs additional soul energy. A warm stream of energy flowed into his consciousness through the dagger. Instead of immediately pursuing the next target, Fang Heng turned his eyes to Eliza, who was struggling with 2 remaining spirit creatures pierced by the black soul chain she released. "Help me!" Eliza cried out. With a nod, Fang Heng descended upon the creatures, his dagger unleashing blue flames as he struck them down. Under the astonished gazes of the Chamber of Commerce members, in just over 2 minutes, the 3 invading creatures were easily dispatched. Fang Heng turned to Eliza and asked, "How are you feeling? Can you continue?" Eliza, feeling good and ready for more, gave him a thumbs up, affirming, "Yes, I'm in excellent condition. Let's go out and see what's outside the bone barrier. Protect me," Eliza agreed, following Fang Heng. Leaving the barrier. That seemed like a challenge. The 2 mentors guarding Eliza frowned, but followed along after exchanging glances. Fang Heng and Eliza had already demonstrated their strength by effortlessly defeating the intruding spirit creatures inside the bone barrier. Yet, inside and outside the barrier posed different challenges. Words of caution went unheard, and the mentors decided to let them experience the danger firsthand and intervene if needed. At the same time, Fang Heng's simple short blade accelerated burning and rose blue flames of the soul. Reflecting in Fang Heng's pupils with a haunting figure surrounding him, and he turned to look at Eliza. Eliza stood near the entrance of the cave, not completely leaving the protection of the skeletal barrier. Just standing at the entrance was already pushing her to the limit, gritting her teeth to operate the power of her soul to resist the undead storm, preventing her sea of consciousness from freezing. Seeing Fang Heng's gaze, Eliza gritted her teeth and said, "Fang Heng, I'm fine." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. While speaking, Eliza controlled several black soul chains to rise from the Book of the Dead in front of her, entering a combat stance. Fang Heng raised the dagger in front of him. Completely exposed to the undead storm, his health was continuously decreasing, and his attributes were also slightly affected. Fortunately, everything was still under control. The effect of the undead body could completely withstand the damage caused by the undead storm. Behind Eliza, 2 undead instructors looked at Fang Heng with surprised expressions in their eyes. How could he completely resist the external undead storm with his own strength? And that guy hadn't even advanced to a high-level undead student? How high was his soul strength really? Fang Heng focused on the external situation and shouted, "Eliza, to the right." Eliza gritted her teeth tightly, concentrated on controlling the Book of the Dead, and shouted, "Got it." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, several black chains struck out towards the approaching creature on the right. Fang Heng tapped his toes on the ground and swiftly rushed towards the creature on the right with the simple short dagger in hand. Boom! The dagger enveloped in soul fire slashed through the air once again. After a full half-hour of fierce battle, the storm gradually subsided. Eliza sat beside the burning soul fire, closing her eyes in concentration. Fang Heng checked the harvest from this encounter. He collected 13.65 grams of dust of evil thought. Through the soul absorption effect of the simple short blade, the soul power consumed during the previous training had also been fully restored. In addition, the evaluation of soul resilience ability had been upgraded from an F to an E. Not bad. Even profiting. Fang Heng speculated that the improvement of the soul resilience ability was related to his use of the simple short dagger's possession skill. Once the dagger was put away, all the close combat skills stemming from physical and soul memory would disappear, and all associated close combat skills would become unusable. At first, Fang Heng felt a bit uncomfortable as his body seemed to have stiffened considerably. Eliza recovered for a moment and adjusted her condition. When she opened her eyes again, excitement could be seen in her eyes. The bottleneck that had been hindering her cultivation progress had finally broken through. Fang Heng, Fang Heng, there are signs of a breakthrough in the bottleneck of my soul strength cultivation. Elissa's joy was indescribable. Over half a month ago, she had felt her cultivation reaching a bottleneck. Originally planning to return to Nazca Castle for further study and spend half a year resolving the bottleneck issue, who would have thought that a breakthrough would come so soon? Fang Heng nodded calmly and asked, "Can you continue?" "Continue?" Elissa was stunned by the question, then shook her head somewhat embarrassedly. "I'm afraid not. The consumption just now was huge, and I need to rest for a few hours to barely recover." When facing creatures, she needed to simultaneously bear immense pressure on her soul while using psychic release skills. Not only her soul, but also her psychic energy was greatly depleted. She couldn't recover in a short time. Forced combat might even cause irreversible damage to her sea of consciousness. It's okay. Fang Heng felt a bit disappointed. Without Eliza, he could still fight, but the efficiency would not be as high. Elissa could bind the creatures with the black iron chains effortlessly. Otherwise, he would have to exert greater effort. Every step taken in the undead storm consumed his psychic energy, soul power, and physical strength. "Miss, we just counted, and we collected quite a few soul remnants," a guild guide reported with a joyful expression on his face. Along with the creatures were some rare soul remnants, which could be sold as goods for profit. This harvest absolutely compensated for the previous outing's expenses and even provided some extra earnings. Fang Heng calculated in his mind. The combat mode he and Eliza cooperated in had been verified. The efficiency was good, and there could be a significant improvement. If someone could help him continuously control the creatures, his monster clearing speed would be much faster. Thinking about it, Fang Heng couldn't help but look at Eliza and ask, "Is there any way to get more people to help control the creatures? We can pay for their service." "It's a bit difficult." Eliza realized what Fang Heng wanted to do, thought for a moment, then looked embarrassed as she explained, "Hiring a high-level necromancer for a day is very expensive, and few are willing to venture into the undead storm. Even if we offer more money, it's hard to find so many people in a short time." Fang Heng nodded, somewhat disappointed. If not possible, he would have to figure out a way with the Federation to bring some people over to help. He might have to give them a bit more dust of evil thought in return. "Wait, Fang Heng, I have an idea." Elissa suddenly thought of something. Her eyes lit up, and she looked up excitedly, saying, "It's difficult to hire people. We can recruit students under the guise of experience, like me. Many practitioners of necromancy are stuck at the bottleneck of soul power cultivation. If there is an opportunity for this experience, I believe many would be willing to try this trick." Fang Heng carefully considered it and found it somewhat reasonable. Wasn't Eliza lured here in the same way? After all, high-level necromancers were only a bit more enduring than Eliza. He just needed efficiency. If he recruited more mid-level necromancers, the efficiency improvement would be comparable to hiring a high-level one. Fang Heng listened intently, feeling amazed in his heart. Indeed, the family talents cultivated by the Chamber of Commerce were different. Not only did he not need to spend money to hire people, but he could also earn a training fee from the students of the Academy of Undead Studies. "Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. I'll come to the Chamber of Commerce to find you at 3:30 in the afternoon. Leave it to me." After finalizing the cooperation plan, everyone immediately set off back. On the way, Fang Heng discussed details with Eliza for a long time, and the group split up after returning to Katanther. With a little over 2 hours to spare, Fang Heng was preparing to visit the training ground and rent a few practice rooms for the zombie doppelgangers. Due to various restrictions when entering the city, Fang Heng could only bring a zombie doppelganger with him as a companion each time he entered the city. Just as he brought more than 10 zombie doppelgangers into the city to rush to the training ground, Fang Heng heard someone calling his name from behind. "Lord Fang Heng." Fang Heng turned around and saw Federal Team member Cao Ming waving and walking towards him. Cao Ming had been looking for Fang Heng for a long time and had just heard someone say they saw Fang Heng near the training ground, so he hurried over to find him. Seeing his eager expression, Fang Heng smiled and casually asked, "What's the rush? Is there news about the Crystal of Radiance? Did you figure out a way to get it?" "Not yet." Cao Ming approached, smiling bitterly in his heart, thinking that it was not as simple as Fang Heng made it sound. The crystal of radiance was a rare item, and Fang Heng was treating it as if it were common cabbage. Cao Ming took a deep breath and continued, Lord Fang Heng, we sorted out the existing information, and the Lord of Frost Fortress in the Undead City in the Northern Ice Prison region has a 7th rank crystal of radiance. Isn't that just what they were looking for? Fang Heng squinted his eyes, his face showing some seriousness, and asked, what level is the Undead City Lord? Cough. Cao Ming choked on Fang Heng's words and coughed uncontrollably, then covered his mouth. After a while, he explained, no, Lord Fang Heng, that's not what I meant. We're not going to kill the City Lord. Oh. Fang Heng understood, not to kill. You mean, there's a task on the Undead City Lord's side? Yes, something like that. It is said that outside the Frost Fortress in the north, there is a place called the Ice Prison. Inside the Ice Prison, there are powerful kingly life forms of the Spirit series, and it used to be a place where undead scholars trained their soul power. However, after some incidents, that area was also closed off. The Ice Prison opens once a month. If we can go into the Ice Prison to kill creatures or find a way to complete the tasks from the Frost Fortress inside, accumulate a certain level of contribution points, the Undead City Lord can reward us with corresponding crystal of radiance. Fang Heng listened and understood, then couldn't help but ask, is the difficulty in the Ice Prison high? Yes, there are many elite life forms and boss-level creatures with undead and ice attributes inside the Ice Prison. They also have soul attack effects, which are not easy to deal with. In addition, the Ice Prison is extremely cold in the north. The closest teleportation channel can only allow entry to the periphery of the Ice Prison. It might be a bit troublesome to go there, as the weather is unusual and affected by undead storms. We need to prepare a lot of supplies in advance. Although the place opens every month, the rewards have not been great in the past few times we've gone. Unfortunately, places offering Crystal of Radiance are rare, and we don't want to give up this time. This time? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow when, hearing Fang Heng's interest, Cao Ming couldn't help but relax. The entrance to the Ice Prison will officially open in 3 days, at night. We also need a day to prepare beforehand, so we should leave no later than the afternoon of the 3rd day. Fang Heng calculated the time, and it was fine. He could go check it out. Ideally, he would be able to get a purple crystal of radiance. Okay, I'll join. I have other matters to attend to now. Arrange the specifics first, and we'll go see together once everything is ready. Cao Ming's eyes lit up at the news. That's great. I'll go tell the captain. With you on board, we can make a big move this time. We might be able to get some higher ranking crystals. Okay, go ahead. Fang Heng thought for a moment, and then reached out to stop the departing Cao Ming. Wait, do you still have any dust of malevolence on you? Cao Ming was taken aback. Huh, lend me some. I urgently need it. Cao Ming's face contorted. Lord Fang Heng, this thing is not easy to come by. Our team still lacks many invitations for the Ascension. I need it urgently. Consider it borrowed. It's for business. I'll be able to repay you tomorrow. All right, but can you really repay it tomorrow? If you're in need, ask our captain for help. He can figure something out for you. Looking hesitant, Cao Ming reluctantly took out a bag wrapped in paper from his backpack and handed it to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, times are tough in business now. Don't lose it. Don't worry, I'll repay you double by tomorrow. Fang Heng took the package, felt its weight in his hand, then said to Cao Ming, you're quite capable. All right then, see you later. Cao Ming watched Fang Heng leave with some reluctance, then walked straight into the nearby training ground, feeling perplexed. Could you really earn Dust of Malevolence by going into the training ground? Was there such a thing? Could it be a scam? Fang Heng, as a lord, received a large amount of investment funds from the Federation every month, so why would he need to covet a bit of Dust of Malevolence from him? No, that couldn't be the case. Fang Heng was unaware of the complex gazes behind him. He had received over 13 grams of Dust of Malevolence from previous monster hunts, and another 20 grams from Cao Ming, which should be enough for now. Back at the training ground, Fang Heng exchanged all the Dust of Malevolence for embedded invitation card points, and then repeatedly led 10 zombie doppelgangers from head to toe into the training ground. Fang Heng then generously rented 10 training grounds. Two zombie doppelgangers started grinding for experience, while the remaining 8 lazily waited on the side. The next steps would depend on the arrangements from Ulysses' Chamber of Commerce. Hopefully, they would bring him a pleasant surprise. Nazca Fortress, one of the renowned advanced learning institutions in Katanther. Most of the students who can enter the Nazca Castle for training are well off. However, 20,000 pesos is still a bit much, and it's not easy to produce that amount all at once. Of course, there are also many special admission students in Nazca Castle who are granted entry due to their exceptional talent. Most of these people lead relatively frugal lives. A poster was put up here, and the Land Chamber of Commerce invested a lot of money in Nazca Castle. The chamber steward looked at the crowd gathered at the entrance, but no one came forward to register, feeling somewhat worried. He whispered, "Miss, why do we need to set such a high price? Will it scare people away? Most Nazca Castle students are well off. If it's too cheap, it may raise doubts about the authenticity. People should feel that the money is well spent, and those who can easily afford it usually come from well-off families and often bring bodyguards with them for such dangerous expeditions," Eliza whispered in reply. "Our expedition is risky after all, and having bodyguards can to some extent ensure the safety of our team." The chamber steward nodded in understanding. "Miss Eliza, those people you arranged for registration?" "Yes, I hired them to register. All costs are covered by our chamber." "Miss Eliza is indeed wise," the chamber steward said, realizing the significance of her actions. "However, after the news of the free trial, if ineffective spreads, we may attract attention from rival chambers." "That's true, there are risks involved. Let's take it one step at a time." Nearby, several students gathered, observing from a distance. Du Changshan asked the accompanying private tutor, "Uncle Chiao, what do you think?" "It's worth a try. Being in a crisis can indeed awaken potential for a breakthrough, but wilderness training is very dangerous. The undead storm is a huge crisis, and it's also the first time I've encountered outdoor practical training organized by the chamber. We can't guarantee the effectiveness of the training." Chiao looked at the group of students gathered near the registration point and nodded, mentioning the recent difficulties the land chamber had faced. "Perhaps they are trying to make some money during this time of crisis," Du Changshan speculated. "Each outdoor expedition involves significant costs, especially with such a large group of people. The consumption of resources is enormous. The chamber wouldn't undertake such actions at a loss, so they must be confident in offering the trial for free," Chiao added. Elissa was surprised by the turnout of 50 people enrolling for the expedition, which exceeded her expectations. Some students were left out due to limited spots and had to wait for the next opportunity. Many more students were also still observing, waiting to see the results of the chamber's first expedition before deciding to participate. 3 hours later, the news of the land chamber recruiting students for outdoor training spread throughout the city, attracting the attention of many. People thought the members of the chamber must be crazy. Recently targeted by several major chambers in the city, the land chamber was in a financial crisis. Was this a desperate move? Was it necessary? Venturing into organizing student expeditions for profit was unprecedented, and the risks involved were significant. Who could guarantee they wouldn't encounter high-level undead storms midway? The accompanying Chamber of Commerce guide signaled the team to stop temporarily with a wave of their hand. "We have arrived at the designated area. It is expected that a medium-sized undead storm will arrive in 15 minutes. Get ready to respond immediately. Prepare to set up the soul fire." All the experienced veterans in the chamber immediately took action upon receiving the guide's instructions, constructing a fire of the soul in the central area to summon a barrier of skeletal protection. Meanwhile, the students gathered in groups, looking a bit nervous as they followed the chamber's arrangement to form a line in the front. This was not a small storm, but a medium-sized undead storm. The Ed Chamber meant business this time. Seeing this, the private mentors who had come along with the students also looked serious. Fang Heng stood still in the central area, waiting. To make it easier to slaughter the vengeful creatures, Eliza and the others made some adjustments to the design of the skeletal barrier after consulting with the chamber members. They left a large hole in the barrier, with a dense row of skeletal barriers behind it and a long distance reserved as a dangerous control buffer zone. The storm was coming. The sky quickly darkened outside the skeletal barrier. A storm enveloped in fierce winds could be seen approaching the skeletal barrier. The students couldn't help but move closer, adjusting their positions to prepare for the experience of dealing with the undead storm. Most of the time, they were studying at the Nazca Castle and rarely had the opportunity for direct combat like now. Joel whispered softly, not far behind DRIZZLE, "A medium-sized undead storm is extremely dangerous. Don't get too close. Once in danger, come to my side immediately. I can only guarantee the safety of one person at most. What's there to fear? Only danger can bring out one's potential, right? Uncle Joel, don't worry about me." DRIZZLE sneered and took a few steps forward. He felt it was time to push himself and see how much potential he really had. Among the students from Nazca Castle, a few special admissions students had come without guardian mentors and were standing at the forefront of the group. DRIZZLE never considered himself weaker than them. "Offer." Elissa, standing at the forefront of the lineup, said softly. The books of the dead floated in front of the undead scholars. "Here we go. Activate the defensive formation." Outside, the fierce wind brought by the undead storm struck the skeletal barrier in front head-on, making a crackling sound. The freezing wind that could freeze the soul howled past, pouring in through the hole in the skeletal barrier. The central soul fire swayed wildly under the howling of the fierce wind. The bone-chilling wind. Amid the extreme crisis, everyone's spirits were stretched to the limit, relying on the heat from the burning large soul fire behind them to maintain their condition. In trembling anticipation, the 50 undead scholars simultaneously activated the books of the dead. The dense books of the dead merged into a powerful dark light. In a blink of an eye, a dozen or so resentful creatures condensed into black shadows rushed in from the outside, directly towards the group. Elissa shouted, "Attack! Stop them!" Black soul chains shot out from the dense row of the books of the dead in the front, piercing deeply into the bodies of the incoming creatures. In an instant, the first batch of more than 10 creatures were tightly controlled by the black chains. Success! Before the students could rejoice, a second wave of more than 10 creatures rushed in from the breach. So many! Faced with such a large number of creatures, the students became nervous, and there was a moment of confusion in controlling their spirits. The more urgent they were, the more flustered they became. Elissa frowned. The chamber had recruited training students from the Magical Academy in Nazca Castle, and all the participants were practiced in the undead magic. Theoretically, dealing with this scale of creatures was not difficult, but in the actual battle, due to nervousness and unfamiliarity, their strength was reduced from full to only 40%. Before everyone could calm down from the chaos, a third and fourth wave of creatures followed one after another. Not good. The black chains could affect the creatures, slowly weakening their power, but they could not eliminate them in a short period of time. Seeing the creatures getting closer, the students immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Many guardian mentors behind them were watching their students closely, ready to act, their eyes also scanning the Ed Chamber group with confusion. What was the Ed Chamber prepared to do? They had promised to ensure the safety of the students, but at the moment, it seemed that the Ed Chamber had no response plan. Among the many training participants, DRIZZLE focused on controlling the books of the dead. His talent was already strong, and with various high-level equipment, his control power was a step above the other students. In the undead storm, he realized the insignificance of his own strength. "It's not working. I can't resist it anymore." Controlling 4 creatures at the same time, DRIZZLE felt he was reaching his limit. Suddenly, what was that? DRIZZLE was surprised. He saw a figure in a black robe suddenly leaping out in front. Who was it? Suddenly, Fang Heng's figure swept through the air, an evil short blade in his hand, bursting with a dazzling blue light. Bang! The monsters pierced by the black iron chains exploded in a moment when the knife passed through them. Game notifications flashed rapidly in Fang Heng's field of vision. Hint: player use skill, Shadow Strike possession skill, dealing an additional 2,331 points of skill damage to the monsters. Player's knife skill, Soul Burning takes effect, causing an additional 1132 * 10 points of soul burning damage to the monsters. Hint: player's current weapon skill, Eternal Silence effect, additional absorption of soul energy. Hint: player obtained 0.12 grams of dust of evil thoughts. The blue dots were absorbed into the knife. Fang Heng felt a slight recovery of his soul power. Good. Keep going. Fang Heng jumped towards another monster. Bang! Bang bang! The figure moved erratically on the battlefield, with blue flashes wherever it went. The monsters controlled by the students continuously shattered by the knife. The students concentrating on controlling the books of the dead were deeply impressed, involuntarily focusing their attention on Fang Heng. He's amazing! Who is he? Is he a warrior of the undead school? Even their mentors would have a hard time continuously breaking so many monsters in such a short time. More and more grudges poured in from the cracks left on the wall of bones. Even within the student team, there were some who had never experienced real combat. Under immense pressure, making mistakes became a very normal thing. At one point, the situation seemed extremely dangerous. Relying on the soul possession effect of the sinful short blade and the teleportation barrier skill attached to the bloodline coffin, Fang Heng continuously solved crises. In the rear of the student team, more than 30 accompanying mentors also shifted their gaze towards Fang Heng, showing a pensive expression on their faces. The experienced mentors could see that with Fang Heng's current displayed abilities, protecting this group of students was already sufficient. With their protection on the side, it could ensure the students' safety throughout their training. No wonder the Ed Alliance had such confidence. But where did this young man come from? Although the undead aura emanating from him was not strong, his strength was surprisingly high. Soon, everyone's attention focused on the dagger in Fang Heng's hand. That weapon! Very peculiar. Another mentor nodded in agreement, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, that's the simple short blade, an heirloom from that old guy in ancient Rome. So it's that ... The effect of the sinful short blade is very powerful. The stored soul fragments memories can give an ordinary person millions of years of combat experience in an instant. But the dagger itself is extremely hard to control, requiring strong control and soul strength. This young man is quite young, and I have never seen him before. How did he do it?" Other people also nodded in agreement. An elder mentor shook his head and sighed, a student of ancients. He has been waiting for so long. Maybe this time he will finally meet him. With his soul possession state active, Fang Heng was already immersed in slaughter. 50 mid-level undead mages helped him control the grudges, allowing him to eliminate them at the fastest speed, earning sinful essential dust and recovering additional soul power through killing to accelerate restoration. It was so enjoyable. At the same time, his 10 zombie avatars also began to act in the training ground, rapidly consuming the additional soul power recovered, constantly training the control of the soul. As the storm approached, the influx of grudges became more and more intense. Those who could join Nazca Castle were not ordinary people. Either their personal abilities were strong enough to be specially recruited through the Nazca Castle's assessment, or they had average strength, but wealthy families to pay for their tuition. These students also had high-level equipment and potions, enough to compensate for their lack of strength. After gradually adapting to Fang Heng's rhythm, the students quickly calmed down, greatly reducing their chances of making mistakes. Everyone realized that Fang Heng would only attack the controlled grudges, so they needed to cooperate. Once a grudge got close enough to attack, the individual would suffer a heavy soul injury first, taking 10 days or half a month to recover, and then the whole team would be affected. Everyone worked together. With familiarity with the routines and tempo, the team's overall efficiency in clearing monsters began to increase rapidly. Just as everyone relaxed a little, the soul fire at the center suddenly flickered. The captain of the guild's guardian team's face changed immediately, gesturing for his subordinates to increase the intensity of burning the soul fire and loudly warning, "Be careful. A big one is coming. Everyone, be on high alert. Accelerate the burning of the soul fire." Boom! As the voice fell, a loud explosion came from the crack in the skeletal wall barrier. Looking in the direction of the explosion, the crack in the skeletal wall had expanded to more than 3 times its size. A huge shadowy face forced its way in from the huge crack. A giant grudge. The face carried a howling storm of souls and rushed straight towards the student team, who, the guild team's central soul fire, suddenly soared to resist the negative effects of the soul storm. Oh no! They encountered a giant grudge. Most of the students were seeing a giant grudge for the first time. Witnessing the crisis approaching, everyone felt an extreme sense of tension in their hearts. The accompanying mentors also showed a serious expression, ready to intervene at any moment. Elissa shouted, "Take him down!" Hiss! 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 Almost simultaneously, over a dozen soul chains shot out from the Book of the Dead, piercing deeply into the face of the giant grudge in the distance. Roar! The grudge let out a roar of attack, increasing the speed at which it rushed towards them. Continue! Hiss! Spirit power infused. More soul chains shot out densely through the rows of books of the dead in front. Swish! Feng Heng darted out from the side, the dagger burning with a fierce soul fire slashing forward. Bang! A blue aura exploded on the giant grudge's body. Roar! The giant face let out a painful soul howl. Boom! Feng Heng's pupil shrank. He felt a fierce gust of wind blow towards him, and his body quickly formed condensed ice crystals, causing him to fly backward uncontrollably. Hint: player received Ice Rage Roar attack, taking 1663 damage, adding to 1409 soul damage. The player enters the frozen state, entering the soul-free state. Elissa, seeing Feng Heng flying backward, shouted anxiously, "Feng Heng, an elite-level giant grudge. It had a storm attack that could freeze the body and severely damage the consciousness." Bang! In mid-air, Feng Heng's body flew backward, and the ice crystals shattered in an instant. Feng Heng furrowed his brows, feeling an extremely cold breath invading his consciousness. Although the body was injured, it quickly healed through the undead body effect. The trouble was the soul attack. It felt like having a severe headache after eating an ice cream in the heat of summer. It was almost unbearable to think. However, in the next moment, a hot breath flowed out in his consciousness. The hot soul power instantly broke through the icy breath. Feng Heng recovered, adjusted his body state as he landed, and quickly glanced at the game log. Hint: passive skill, undead body activated, player's frozen state lifted. Hint: player resisted soul freeze state through their own soul strength. Player's soul resistance slightly improved. Current soul resistance level evaluation: E+. Huh? What's going on? The soul resistance improved again. Was getting hit a good thing? Feng Heng immediately dismissed the thought of seeking more hits. Chapter 1430. Ascension. Feng Heng squinted his eyes, maintaining his posture in mid-air, then lightly landed on the ground and quickly arrived next to the burning soul bonfire on the right side. Under the gaze of everyone, Feng Heng suddenly reached out and pressed his hand on the bonfire. What? Many students focus their gaze on Feng Heng, unable to help but feel puzzled about what he was going to do. Boom! In the next moment, the originally burning soul fire, under Feng Heng's manipulation, unexpectedly leapt up tens of meters high in an instant. The eyes of the students showed a hint of amazement. What is going on? The violently burning soul fire illuminated the surroundings, causing the small and medium-sized resentful creatures advancing towards the team to pause for a moment. Their whole illusions appearing slightly loose and disoriented, some even showing signs of trembling uncontrollably. Then they stopped in their tracks, entering an unstable state. Roar. The giant resentful monster illusion in mid-air also suffered heavy damage, emitting an even more mournful soul roar. Not only the students from Nazca Castle, but even the accompanying mentors were once again surprised by Feng Heng. What is that? An eruption of soul fire. Feng Heng's soul strength and talent in undead studies are actually this high. The mentors' faces showed even more astonishment. They had realized earlier that Feng Heng's soul abilities far exceeded ordinary people, but this level of strength was unexpected by everyone present. Swish! Taking advantage of the elite resentful creature being stiffened by the burning of the soul fire, Feng Heng swiftly soared through the air and directly rushed towards the resentful creature. Boom! Many students were still amazed at how Feng Heng managed to produce the explosive soul fire. Then, they felt their eardrums burst. Turning their heads, they saw the giant resentful monster in mid-air explode under Feng Heng's consecutive dagger attacks. Blue soul energy scattered, then was absorbed by the sinful dagger. Feng Heng quickly sensed his sea of consciousness and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Amazing! The amount of soul energy provided by the elite-level resentful creatures far surpasses that of regular creatures, a difference of nearly 100 times. After absorbing the soul energy in his sea of consciousness immediately recovered significantly. If there were more elite resentful creatures. Feng Heng raised his dagger, then looked around at the still shocked students from Nazca Castle. The students had participated in the entire battle and felt much more shocked than the mentors. A person of similar age to them not only resisted the giant resentful creature's ice rage roar attacks, but also managed to handle the giant resentful creature in one-on-one combat. Moreover, he was still lively after the battle. How did he do it? Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from the others and continued, persisting. The medium-strength storm lasted for an hour before dissipating completely. As the creatures left and the storm receded into the distance, the sky once again became clear. Feng Heng stopped, feeling exhausted even with the high attribute enhancement, breathing heavily in place. It was more of a mental fatigue. After an hour of tense battle under life-threatening circumstances, the students from Nazca Castle also felt extreme mental and soul exhaustion, all of them collapsing one by one, lying down on the ground. Du Changshan felt extremely tired. Having lived for more than 20 years, he had never been this exhausted before, and he just wanted to lie down and sleep well right now. No one could blame him. Du Changshan lay on his back and saw his mentor. Mentor. Yes, sit up and look at the people around you. What? Du Changshan was puzzled, struggling to sit up, then looked around blankly. Around him, many Nazca Castle students who had participated in the experience were also struggling to sit up. Many of them sat on the ground, closing their eyes to concentrate their mental power. Most of them were poor students, specially recruited by Nazca Castle. The wealthy students glanced at each other. Not knowing who took the lead, the rest of the students also tried their best to sit upright, then followed the mentor's guidance to refine the soul power in their sea of consciousness together. I understand, mentor. Du Changshan smiled bitterly in his heart, propping up his extremely exhausted body to begin refining the soul power in his consciousness. Following the mentor's guidance, Du Changshan closed his eyes to concentrate his mental power. Du Changshan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his mentor. His soul strength had actually increased. Breakthrough. Du Changshan was extremely surprised and couldn't help but want to share the joy of his breakthrough with his mentor. However, before he could say anything, the mentor interrupted him. Continue. Du Chong sternly said, Yes, mentor. After experiencing an extremely arduous training, more or less, everyone felt a rise in their mental and soul power, showing surprise on their faces, then continued to start refining their mental power in the second and third rounds. After quickly completing 2 rounds of refining mental power, Alyssa opened her eyes. Indeed, practical training was one of the most effective methods to break through bottlenecks. Where's Feng Heng? Elisa's gaze swept around and found Feng Heng not far away, sitting with several guides from the Merchants Association, looking very happy in conversation. Feng Heng was in a good mood. After the battle, Feng Heng estimated his gains from this trip. He had earned a total of 119 grams of soul dust. He had even paid off the debt to Cao Ming easily. Besides that, after the battle, his personal soul attributes had slightly improved again. Feng Heng opened the game log to check. Current player's soul carrying capacity rating, SSS max. Current player's soul control ability rating, D. Current player's soul resilience rating, E+. Current player's soul resistance rating, E+. Current player's soul density rating, D. Current player's soul strength rating, S+. Player's current soul has fused with an unknown life form. Current player's overall soul strength rating. All attributes had slightly improved, but the overall rating had not increased. Anyways, there's still plenty of room for the carrying capacity to rise. Brushing the remaining control power, resilience, density, and resistance to a grade, and the total rating should barely reach the S level to complete the mission of advancing to high-level undead studies. Feng Heng silently estimated. Just now, he chatted with the guides. According to the guides, the undead storm they encountered just now was the smallest type in medium storms. After all, the guides were also afraid of death and worried about their safety. It was only after Feng Heng insisted and the Ran Merchants Association paid a hefty sum that they reluctantly agreed to try a medium undead storm. In fact, their luck was indeed not great, encountering a giant resentful creature in the undead storm. Feng Heng believed that the team's efficiency could still be improved, trying to convince the guides to attempt higher-level medium undead storms next time. At this rate, they would be able to complete the promotion tasks in another 2 or 3 days. End of chapter. Feng Heng. Elissa walked up to Feng Heng and greeted him. How are you? Are you still okay? I'm fine. How about you? Are you ready to continue? Elissa blinked and looked at Feng Heng with a strange look in her eyes. Amongst everyone present, Feng Heng should be the one exerting the most energy, right? Everyone else had already collapsed from exhaustion. Could he still persist? Elissa smiled bitterly in her heart and said, Feng Heng, I can still manage to continue, but they might not be able to. Feng Heng looked disappointedly at the people behind him. The intermediate students of necromancy were really not up to par. Elissa, unaware of Feng Heng's thoughts, explained, Feng Heng, continuously controlling the Book of the Dead consumes a tremendous amount of mental and spiritual energy, especially under the circumstances we just faced. It's difficult to guarantee our condition for further battles. Elissa was one of the most talented necromancers among the others, which was why she was invited to the Nazca Castle. Even she found it hard to cope with the intensity of the battles. All right. Feng Heng stopped insisting and continued, there should be many more students in Nazca Castle, right? Can we start the next round as soon as possible? Elissa nodded. Can you really continue? Don't push yourself too hard, and training at night will further increase the difficulty. Okay, let's speed up. I want to complete my training as soon as possible. Good, let's head back now. We will depart again in 3 hours. Another 3 hours of preparation. Feng Heng sighed inwardly. He still needed to improve his stamina. Sanctum, Oak Bruno. The golden light shone in the reconstructed sacred hall. Viona bathed in the divine light, accompanied by the surrounding knights. Saintess. Members of the sanctum on both sides bowed respectfully. High Priest Susie stood up to greet her. Viona, we have been waiting for you for a long time. High Priest. Viona nodded obediently. The bishop emphasized before my arrival, asking me to listen to your advice. No need to be so polite. You were in charge of this operation. High Priest Susie stepped forward and whispered to her, conveying the information gathered by the sanctum about the cursed land, which they had investigated in recent days, particularly the issues related to Feng Heng. Viona's eyes widened in surprise. She had heard of Feng Heng and investigated him, but the connection between the sacred tree of the cursed land and the sanctum investigation into the bloodline curse was new information. Things were getting more complicated. It seems that Feng Heng is hiding many secrets. Yes, Saintess. We also investigated some of Feng Heng's background information in the real world and found that a large part of his data had been tampered with. Some data had been meticulously altered, and parts of it were encrypted by the Central Federation system with high-level permissions that we couldn't access. Federation? Viona furrowed her brow and asked, Susie, do you have any suggestions? Saintess, Feng Heng definitely harbors secrets. A more in-depth investigation would require the approval of the Archbishop, and the Sanctum's influence could obtain higher-level investigation permissions from the Federation. Viona nodded slightly. The destruction of the Sacred Mountain and the unknown higher-dimensional realm are both related to Feng Heng. I will seek the Archbishop's help, but directly requesting a Federation investigation might tip our hand too soon. We need to strategize carefully. With that, Viona walked forward and surveyed the area. Is this where the explosion happened? Inquisitor Jerrymain, who had experienced the explosion at the Sacred Mountain, immediately walked forward and knelt down, reporting, Yes, Saintess, that day I was in charge of guarding at the foot of the mountain. I'm sorry, everything happened too quickly. I only felt a strong force, and when I turned back, I saw a red pillar of light, followed by the destruction of the entire mountain under the influence of the red pillar. Susie added, After our arrival, we conducted investigations surrounding the red pillar, but found nothing fruitful. It's okay. I came here for this. Viona nodded, stepped forward, and slowly spread out her hands. The Book of Origins appeared in front of Viona. A dark golden light radiated from the Book of Origins, gradually enveloping the entire hall. Under the radiance of the holy light, evil will have nowhere to hide. As Viona chanted, a faint ripple appeared on the cross pendant in front of her chest, followed by a reflection of a halo behind her. Jerrymain saw the silver halo and realized the Saintess's innate ability, the Wheel of Fate. Although Viona had not fully awakened yet, with the amplification from the divine artifact, the Pendant of Light Faith, the power of the Wheel of Fate could crush across levels. In the hall, members of the sanctum on both sides all knelt down devoutly, their faces showing expressions of piety. Ka-ka-ka-ka! A silver wheel of destiny slowly spun behind Viona. The trajectory of fate was gently manipulated. In Viona's eyes, two rotating wheels of light were reflected. See through the illusions. The surrounding space gradually became void under Fiona's command, with the time shadows flowing in reverse. Until they returned to the day the explosion happened at the sacred mountain. Fiona's pupils suddenly narrowed. What was that? Her eyes were filled with a red glow. The wheel of fate in Fiona's eyes was suddenly filled with red in an instant. Susie sensed the surrounding power fluctuations, becoming extremely unstable, and saw beads of sweat forming on Fiona's forehead. He immediately realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Be careful! Asterisk! Asterisk boom! Asterisk asterisk!" The next moment, a violent explosion filled the entire prayer hall of the sacred mountain. The entire sacred mountain once again shone with a strong golden light. At the foot of the sacred mountain, people saw the erupting golden light, and the believers knelt down to pray. Sanctus! Sanctus! After a moment, the golden light dissipated, and chaos ensued in the prayer hall. As the illusions vanished, the members of the sanctum saw that Fiona's chest was dyed red with a pool of blood, her features still oozing blood stains. Supported by High Priest Susie, Fiona resisted the urge to speak, moving her lips slightly before swaying and fainting. What had just happened? The members of the sanctum all showed shocked expressions. Sanctus! She's okay. Susie stopped others from approaching to help, his expression stern as he said, "The Sanctus experienced a severe backlash from the wheel of fate and needs rest. I will take her down to rest. This matter must be kept strictly confidential, yes." Susie personally took the unconscious Fiona back to her room to rest. He was deeply astonished. Even the wheel of fate had suffered such a powerful backlash. What kind of force was this? Soon, all would be revealed once Fiona woke up. 2 days later, at night, the city of Punos was shrouded in gray mist, making it almost impossible to see the stars. Cantor began to fall into silence as well. The annual celebration of the Rand Chamber of Commerce was held at a large hotel in the west of the city. The chamber went all out by booking the entire hotel and inviting various partners from the city. In these 2 days, the term escort became a new favorite in Cantor. The innovative training program of the Rand Chamber of Commerce's academy gradually gained a good reputation, and many trainees tasted the benefits, rushing to spend money to sign up for the training program offered by the chamber. Excluding all expenses, the Rand Chamber of Commerce made a lot of money. The injection of large funds gave a boost to the struggling Rand Chamber of Commerce. The Cantor branch of the Rand Chamber of Commerce was revived. Influenced by this, other chambers of commerce also rolled out similar models, preparing to compete with the Rand Chamber of Commerce for students. However, other chambers of commerce encountered trouble at the initial stage. They roughly calculated the accounts, hiring staff, preliminary preparations, along with various organizational aspects, building relationships, hiring teams. In the end, the money they could earn was minimal. Aside from earning less, it was not a worrying-free job. The major chambers of commerce felt anxious. After all, there was a great risk involved in conducting training in the wilderness. If something happened to the trainees during the training, it would greatly damage the reputation of the entire Chamber of Commerce. They dared not be careless about safety and had to spend more money to ensure it. On top of all these, the most troublesome issue was that the attempts by several chambers of commerce to organize outdoor training were not satisfying the trainees. The reputation was mediocre at best. The major chambers of commerce began to feel something was wrong. Why was it that only the Rand Chamber of Commerce was making a lot of money? Were they copying Rand but failing miserably? Upon thorough investigation, they gradually realized that the Rand Chamber of Commerce's business model relied mainly on one person, Feng Heng. Seizing this opportunity, members of several major chambers of commerce wanted to see for themselves who Feng Heng was. Meanwhile, after 2 days of continuous work, Feng Heng reluctantly agreed to Alyssa's invitation to attend the banquet. In just 2 days, Feng Heng had been training tirelessly. When Alyssa's training group arrived, he would lead them. If the group didn't appear, he would go find elite-level monsters to enhance their soul resistance by a beating. This desperate attitude made the NPCs of the Rand Chamber of Commerce think he was fearless. Everyone thought Feng Heng was a monster. Alyssa couldn't help but feel a bit sorry when she saw that besides having talent, Feng Heng also had this relentless training mode. She wondered what had happened to Feng Heng that made him work so hard. In fact, Feng Heng didn't feel tired, but rather found joy in it. Every time he completed a training session, he could see excellent results through the game prompts. His progress in advanced and ed studies soared. The composite strength of his soul attributes also improved. Fang Heng opened the game character log for reference. Current player soul carrying capacity rating, SSS max. Current player soul control ability rating, B+. Current player soul tenacity rating, B. Current player soul resistance rating, A. Current player soul density rating, B. Current player soul strength rating, as plus player's current soul has fused with an unknown life form. Current comprehensive soul strength rating, A+. Initially, Fang Heng's composite soul strength was just a step away, and he wasn't planning to attend this banquet or the subsequent tasks that were likely to be triggered. Nevertheless, he couldn't resist Alyssa's enthusiastic invitation. The Rand Chamber of Commerce had indeed helped him a lot in the past 2 days, and Eliza mentioned that the chamber had a gift to give him as a token of appreciation for his assistance. He agreed half-heartedly to change his mood and take a break. The good news was that Zheng Yuping was also present, so he wouldn't be bored alone. Zheng Yuping got wind of Fang Heng attending the banquet and managed to get an invitation from somewhere, then approached Fang Heng directly. "Fang Heng, we're almost ready. We'll set off for Frost Fortress in the extreme north tomorrow afternoon, and we should be able to catch the opening of the ice prison at night. Are you almost prepared? Will you be able to make it?" "Yes, no problem." Fang Heng estimated the time. After the banquet, he would lead 2 or 3 groups, and once that was done, he could raise his soul strength to the S level, advance in high-level undead studies, and then smoothly depart for the ice prison. The timing seemed just right. "That's good. If it's convenient, I'll come to pick you up at noon tomorrow," Zheng Yuping said with relief. These 2 days, his main focus had been on preparing for the ice prison. With Fang Heng's help, this seemed like a great opportunity to obtain the brilliant crystals. In his view, this was also a validation of Fang Heng's strength for their federation. By taking advantage of this opportunity to assess Fang Heng's true strength, they could lay a foundation for future cooperation. However, Zheng Yuping didn't expect that in just a short days, Fang Heng had already made a name for himself in Cantor and even caused a bit of trouble. The evaluation of Fang Heng by the Federal Intelligence Department was indeed correct. Fang Heng was very strong, but he could also stir up trouble. This was very dangerous. He leaned in close to Fang Heng and whispered, "Fang Heng, you've attracted some attention in these 2 days. I received some information that several chambers of commerce are planning something against you. Be careful if you still plan to lead groups. It seems someone may be looking to cause trouble for you on the way." Fang Heng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are those hostile chambers of commerce that are not on good terms with Rand?" "Yes, it seems that you've also caught wind of it." "I see." Fang Heng nodded slightly. In fact, he had a sense of it since yesterday afternoon. Some of the group leaders seemed abnormal and spent more time observing him than engaging in normal student activities. With only 2 or 3 groups left, once he completed leading them, he would step back. As long as he was cautious, there shouldn't be any issues. Fang Heng had also discussed this with Eliza, who was very worried that other chambers of commerce might take action. She agreed with Fang Heng's plan to finish this task and then step back. "All right, as long as you know what to do." Zheng Yuping nodded and didn't say much more. Fang Heng turned his gaze to Wendy, the area chairman of the Rand Chamber of Commerce, on the stage ahead, and said, "The Rand Chamber of Commerce has also prepared a group of people to enter the ice prison with us. Their chamber needs some unique resources from the ice prison to increase the competitiveness of the chamber. When we enter the ice prison, we will help each other out. The resources obtained will be sold to the Rand Chamber of Commerce first. Let's take care of each other a bit more." "No problem. After the event, I'll go talk to them about cooperation." Zheng Yuping didn't mind. They used to randomly select which Chamber of Commerce to sell goods to based on convenience, offering back-and-forth transportation services. With the Rand Chamber of Commerce's assistance, Zheng Yuping naturally wouldn't refuse. Chapter 1433 Skill Book Next. Please welcome Fang Heng to the stage. Seeing Wendy on the presidential stage, gesturing for him to come up, Fang Heng was momentarily stunned. Another surprise? Most of the people around had their eyes focused on him, some with unfriendly looks. Ignoring these glances, Fang Heng followed and walked up to the stage. Wendy, the district president of the Rand Chamber of Commerce, nodded at Fang Heng, expressing gratitude. In just 2 days, the Rand Chamber of Commerce's financial chain had been replenished, alleviating the urgent situation. Wendy wanted to firmly tie Fang Heng to the Ran Chamber of Commerce's ship. Fang Heng, it has been a pleasure cooperating with you at the Ran Chamber of Commerce. We also appreciate your care for Eliza during this time. This is a gift prepared by our chamber for you. We hope you like it. Hint: player's friendliness with the Ran Chamber of Commerce reached trust level. Player obtained skill book, Undead Summoning, Skeleton improved. A reward. Or a skill book. Fang Heng accepted the blue skill book wrapped in red cloth with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He immediately held the skill book in his palm to examine it. Item: Undead Summoning, Skeleton improved. Type: skill book, binding upon acquisition. Tier: epic. Description: skeleton summoning technique improved by the Undead Master, Andric, allowing control of skeletons by imprinting soul seals on skeleton creatures. With the help of soul seals, the practitioner can summon skeletons more smoothly, even without the Book of the Dead. But as a result, the skill also has significant flaws. Description: this undead summoning technique has some flaws. Prerequisite for learning: advanced undead studies, soul strength rating of S tier, comprehensive soul strength rating of S tier, spirit power attribute above 200. An epic tier skill book. Fang Heng's heart stirred. Typically, scholars studying undead studies could record skills in the Book of the Dead after advancing through various means. Finding a mentor or participating in research at various undead associations or academies. Similar skills in direct skill book form, such as the one in his hand, were extremely rare. Unlike ordinary recorded skills, this type of learning skill did not occupy the restriction of copying skills in the Book of the Dead, and could be used even in the absence of the book, making it more convenient. Fang Heng carefully examined the skill description. The learning difficulty was high. In undead studies, there was a common summoning skill for skeletons with a lower skill level that could be learned in basic undead studies. Similarly, the strength of undead skeletons summoned by the skill was generally mediocre, barely possessing any combat ability. In one-on-one situations, regular skeletons could not even overpower ordinary zombies. They mostly served as cannon fodder in battles. However, the summoning book of skeletons in front of him seemed different. Regardless, unlike multiple skills and academically gifted skills, learning this would not incur additional penalties. More skills wouldn't burden him, so why not learn it? Thank you. As long as you're satisfied. Fang Heng nodded to Wendy in gratitude, took the skill book, returned the same way, and continued to sit back next to Deng Yuping as a bystander. Deng Yuping noticed the new skill book in Fang Heng's hand. His initial surprise turned into pure envy, exclaiming, "Fang Heng, I never expected the Ran Chamber of Commerce to give you this skill book as well. They've indeed spent a lot to win you over, at a great cost." Curious, Fang Heng turned to ask, "Oh, is this skill book very powerful?" "Powerful. It's not just powerful, it's quite powerful. If it were tradable, I believe many would be willing to spend a lot to buy it." Seeing Fang Heng's puzzled expression, Deng Yuping continued to explain, "The skill book you have is quite unique. Unlike regular undead studies summoning techniques that directly call forth skeleton creatures, the skill in your hands has been modified. It enslaves skeleton creatures by imprinting souls on them, allowing summoning and reversing summoning through soul imprints. That sounds quite interesting. One of the main differences, in simple terms, common undead summoning techniques summon lower-level skeletons, while your skill book starts from summoning the lowest-tier skeleton, then goes to high-tier skeletons, elite skeletons, and even summoning bone dragons in the end." Bone dragons? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows in surprise. However impressive it may be, the learning requirements for the skeleton summoning technique are very high. Even if given to me, I can't use it, and it's not as easy to use the skill in practice. Besides, you need to imprint soul seals on skeleton creatures, and it's difficult for summoned creatures to recover from damage in battles. All in all, there are pros and cons. All right, I understand. Fang Heng nodded, roughly grasping the situation, temporarily placing the skill book back into his backpack. Looking at the game instructions, there were some drawbacks to the skill. Not a problem, he thought. It didn't matter anyway. He still had some way to go before meeting the learning requirements. When the time comes to fulfill the conditions, he would learn it, and if it turned out to be useless, he would set it aside. Applause intermittently echoed from the banquet presidential stage. Fang Heng received the gift and continued to spectate. Everything went smoothly until the end of the banquet when Fang Heng noticed a young man approaching him. "Mr. Fang Heng, nice to meet you. I represent several major guilds from Cartnome." Fang Heng raised his head, looking at the well-dressed young man in front of him. "Which major guilds? You will know soon." The young man's tone was arrogant, with a hint of superiority. "We just want to give you a heads up in advance. The Rand Chamber of Commerce is not a good business partner. I suggest you can find another cooperative entity. What Rand can offer you, our guild can match, and we are willing to offer more. You are a smart person, you should know how to choose." Fang Heng gazed at the young man. The other party had an indifferent attitude, seemingly unconcerned about openly threatening to poach him at this gathering. "I understand. I will consider it. Of course, but you don't have much time to think. We hope to get an answer from you tomorrow. Otherwise..." The young man smiled, paused momentarily, and continued, "If you encounter any trouble while leading the group or the students participating in the trial face danger, it would be very unfortunate. Even the Rand Chamber of Commerce might not be able to afford it. What do you think?" Heh. Before Fang Heng could respond, the young man chuckled twice in a pretentious manner, and then left. Watching the young man depart, Deng Yuping shrugged and said, "See, rewards in the game aren't easy to get. This guy is one of the heirs of the Cluody Commercial Bank's hereditary family guild. He's clearly threatening you. Be careful when leaving the city with the group later." Fang Heng nodded, thinking it was troublesome. Fortunately, the monster hunting mission was almost complete, and he would be leaving soon. Delaying a bit, he planned to head straight to the North Ice Prison the next day, without bothering with the mess here. End of this chapter. Chapter 1434. Advanced Undead Studies Hint. Player's current soul resilience has increased to A. Player's current overall soul strength has increased to S. Hint. You have successfully advanced in Advanced Undead Studies. Your original skills are forgotten. Hint. You have gained understanding of the skill Advanced Undead Studies. Skill. Advanced Undead Studies LV 1. Skill description. An advanced skill in the Undead series. Through this skill, you can use certain undead-related items, learn related undead skills, and gain slight enhancements when using various undead skills. Skill description. Each level increase of the skill will additionally increase the player's base willpower by 2 points, extend the player's lifespan, and slightly increase the player's soul strength. Skill description. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 30. Explanation. On the path of exploring the soul and death, you seem to have seen a threshold. At the end of an exploration, game hints appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Finally, leveled up. Fang Heng let out a deep breath. Exhausted. Throughout the journey, besides dealing with vengeful spirits, he also had to be vigilant of several unstable factors within the team. Fang Heng clearly noticed that some members in the team were giving warning looks. They were mostly hired by other chambers of commerce. Elissa also felt a sense of relief. Over these 2 days, members of other chambers of commerce had been increasingly suspicious, and she was worried that something might go wrong. As the last team expedition ended, Eliza quickly informed the Chamber of Commerce to prepare for the journey. While the others were packing up, Fang Heng took out a skill book from his backpack and tapped it on his head. Hint. Player has met the current skill learning requirements. Player successfully learned skill Undead Summoning, Skeleton Revised. The skill book transformed into a white light and melded into his body. Fang Heng pondered on the memory of using the skill. At the same time, various skill descriptions appeared on his retina. Skill, Undead Summoning. Skeleton Revised LV 1 Skill Description. A skeleton summoning technique improved by the Undead Master Andrelic, allowing the manipulation of skeletons by imprinting soul marks on skeletal creatures. With the help of soul marks, the user can smoothly summon skeletons, even without the effect of the Book of the Dead. But as a result, this skill also carries significant risks. Skill description. Increasing the skill level can reduce the mental and soul consumption of summoning and increase the summoning duration. Skill description. When applying a mental mark, it will slightly consume the player's soul and mental power. Success rate relates to the player's soul strength, player's Undead Studies talent, player's Undead Studies level, player's skill level, player's attributes, and the target's status level, and other related status attributes. After grasping the skill's usage, Fang Heng finally understood. The skeleton summoning technique was another form of imprisonment. When encountering a decent skeletal creature, The user could engrave a mental mark on it, and henceforth, use the power of the soul mark to summon it for battle. The downside was that after being summoned back, the damage inflicted on the skeleton could only slowly heal on its own. Moreover, it was possible that the marked creature might encounter danger in its living environment and unintentionally peril itself. The advantage was clear. The user could control the strength of the marked skeleton. If one had the patience and strength, they could recruit a large number of powerful bone dragons to fight for them. This was leagues above the common skeleton summoning technique. A great thing. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Heng discovered the benefits of this move. Bloodline Apocalypse. Currently, his Bloodline Apocalypse was still undergoing modification, and a large number of necropolis structures were continuously upgrading, producing numerous bone creatures. There was a probability of elite bone skeletons being born within the necropolis. With all the bone creatures secured at the Bloodline Apocalypse, there would be no danger, and with the white bone bricks collected from the bone graveyard before, they could think of ways to create a bone graveyard-like structure that could help heal skeletal injuries with the power of the graveyard. Perfect. Feng Heng smirked, feeling like he was finally becoming a necromancer. He planned to visit the Bloodline Apocalypse when he had the chance to test the skill and see if he could seal some elite bone skeletons. By then, they would be a considerable fighting force. Soon, the team set off on their return journey. Feng Heng returned to Katanther along with everyone else. Federal Squad Leader Zheng Yuping had been waiting at the Ran Chamber of Commerce warehouse for some time. Due to the restrictions within Katanther, large quantities of supplies were not allowed to be transported, so the federal team had already transported the necessary supplies to the city closest to the Northern Ice Prison. Both the federal team and the Ran Chamber of Commerce members had already gone ahead to prepare. Seeing Feng Heng approaching, Zheng Yuping waved his hand and signaled, "Master Feng Heng, we are almost ready on our end. We can depart now. How are things on your end? Everything okay?" "Not bad." Feng Heng walked over and gestured, nodding. "Everything is going smoothly." "Good, that's smooth." Zheng Yuping didn't think there was anything special about Feng Heng. He wouldn't have dreamt that in such a short span of 3 days, Feng Heng had already upgraded from basic and ed studies to advanced. In fact, Feng Heng hadn't completely stopped his soul cultivation. He still had a zombie clone at the training ground working on soul control. Controlling just one zombie clone didn't consume much soul power, and he could replenish it with a Bashaki soul energy. Feng Heng wasn't in a rush. To meet the soul strength requirements for advancing to a higher level master level of undead studies, he planned to slowly build up and ensure all the soul strength related attributes reached SSS level. Nearby, the Chamber of Commerce was making final preparations. Wendy and Eliza walked over after quietly discussing something. Wendy looked somewhat serious and nodded, saying, "Feng Heng, there's trouble involving you. I heard that several major chambers of commerce are very displeased with you. Because of our relationship, they may take unfavorable actions against you during the upcoming Ice Prison Hunting Day event. So we must be extra cautious of the people from the major chambers of commerce." They followed all the way here. Feng Heng felt a sense of powerlessness upon hearing this. He had gone to the Northern Ice Prison to avoid trouble, and these people still wouldn't let him off. What kind of grudges were these? He had even promised not to lead any groups in the future. Feng Heng forced a smile. "Is it necessary to be so ruthless?" Elissa added, "Feng Heng, the major chambers of commerce have a competitive relationship with us. Even without you, they would still aim at our Chamber of Commerce during the Hunting Day event. You just happen to be the one they found as a scapegoat. We must be careful this time." End of this chapter. Chapter 1435. Hunting Day. Wendy continued, "There are many specialty resources within the Ice Prison, and many of these resources are extremely rare in Prunos. They are usually fought over by major trade associations, taking advantage of this opportunity to deal with us. Feng Heng, we will have to experienced guides join your team, who have entered the Ice Prison dozens of times and are very experienced." Looking at Feng Heng, Eliza felt somewhat guilty. Initially, she thought she could help her family's trade association a bit with Feng Heng's help and also help Feng Heng, but things developed too quickly, putting Feng Heng in great danger. "Alright, I got it. Just be on guard against those from the trade associations." Feng Heng was ready. The zombie split teams and the liquors team were ready too. Try not to cause trouble. But if it comes to a fight, they're not afraid. "Thank you. Be careful," when he nodded towards Fang Heng in gratitude, and then continued to instruct the members of the trade association to make final preparations before departing. Ahem, Fang Heng. After the others left, Zheng Yuping cleared his throat and looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng saw the strange look on Zheng Yuping's face and couldn't help but ask, "What's up? Just say it." Actually, Zheng Yuping looked bitter and simply said, "In this hunting day, it's not just the major trade associations that want to deal with you, but also some player teams." Players. Fang Heng was also shocked. They had agreed to keep a low profile during this period. When did he become the target of everyone again? Do you remember the incident at the Bone Graveyard last time? The few guilds you messed with are not happy, and they might try to take action against you during this hunting day. And some are targeting our federation in secret. There may be anti-federation forces involved. Zheng Yuping was somewhat vague as he spoke. Given the situation, it's better to be cautious even if it's just one threat. Be more careful. Fang Heng shrugged. All right then. Indeed, Zheng Yuping was right. Given the situation, having one more adversary or less didn't matter anymore. Winter prison in the North District. On the way to the undead city of the Ice Fortress, the cold wind kept howling. Fang Heng had a strong physique, so it wasn't a problem for him to endure it, but the mage scholars in the team were struggling a bit. The team's progress was slow. It wasn't until dusk that the team finally reached the Ice Fortress. Why doesn't the undead city of the Ice Prison have teleportation channels? Was a mage tower not built? Fang Heng was curious, looking at the large fortress in front of him. It wouldn't take much effort to build a mage teleportation tower given sufficient resources. Unfortunately, the Ice Fortress was so imposing, but didn't even have a mage tower. The team had to rush all the way here. We've complained about this more than once. There might be certain unavoidable reasons for it, Cao Ming chimed in, and the guards of the Ice Fortress are particularly strict, and the city lord is very peculiar. Fang Heng looked ahead upon hearing this. Indeed, there was a long line forming at the entrance. All goods entering the city had to undergo detailed inspection before being allowed inside. The Rand Trade Association was no exception. After queuing for more than half an hour, the team finally entered the city. During the monthly winter prison hunting day, a large number of player teams and local NPC teams would come to the Ice Fortress. Some were interested in the rewards offered by the city lord. Others came for training, but most came for the special resources and treasures within the ice prison. During this period, the city was always bustling. The major trade associations would prepare in advance, and private vendors could be seen setting up booths along the main road, selling goods specifically for the hunting day. After the hunting day, the trade associations would also purchase various resources from the ice prison. The Rand Trade Association had a small warehouse base in the city, already prepared with necessary supplies. After resting in the warehouse, the team prepared to set off towards the ice prison. The entrance to the ice prison was not far outside the city. In fact, the entrance to the ice prison directly connected to the north gate of the ice fortress. Soon, Fang Heng followed the team to the outer gate. In the distance, a vast expanse of continuous mountain ranges could be seen. The entire mountain region was shrouded in a thin white mist. Surrounding the mountains was a thick metal wall with undead servants in gray robes stationed at intervals on top of the wall. These servants seemed more like guards. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. He suddenly had a strange feeling, as if the fortress was built to protect the ice prison. Everyone, take a break. The hunting day won't start until after dark. It will probably be another half hour before opening. The guide interrupted Fang Heng's thoughts. The team found a nearby open space to rest. Many teams participating in the hunting day had gathered nearby, including mercenary groups and trade association teams, each gathering together. The team entering the ice prison comprised 55 people from the Federation and the Rand Trade Association. Besides the 12 members of the Federation, the rest were escorts and guides brought by the Rand Trade Association. According to the guides within the Trade Association, the ice prison was extremely dangerous, with many passages only passable by individuals. When team numbers exceeded a certain level, they became cumbersome and prone to danger. Based on past experience, operating in small to medium-sized teams of 10 to 15 members was the best approach. Teams exceeding 20 members would face significant obstacles in their operations. Therefore, the team had discussed in advance to enter the ice prison together initially, and then split into two teams for separate operations once inside. The RAN Trade Association had already located a larger resource point, ready to enter the ice prison to gather resources, with both sides agreeing on emergency distress signals in case of danger to provide timely assistance. During the break, Zhang Yuping went to discuss some details with Wendy, the head of the RAN Trade Association. Soon, as the moon rose, the metal gate blocking the path ahead opened. Instantly, a visible frosty chill poured out from the gate. The chilling cold spread out, causing everyone gathered at the entrance to shiver and huddle up. The members of the Federation and the trade associations began taking resistance potions. Fang Heng also noticed something unusual. The cold air carried a sense of chill, infiltrating his body and invading his consciousness. However, this cold air was quickly dissolved by the soul power within his consciousness. End of this chapter. Chapter 1436. Entering the scene, it seems the training during this period has produced significant results, Fang Heng thought to himself as a game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: the player is affected by the environment. Ice prison. The player's current overall soul strength is judged to be higher than Class A, immune to this negative effect. Hint: as the player delves deeper into the current environment area, the ice prison effect may escalate. Please be cautious. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt. Earlier, the Federation had provided him with several bottles of advanced potions to resist the icy breath. It seemed like they were not needed now. Ahead, the team began queuing up one by one for entry. Deng Yuping had already been to the ice prison multiple times, so he was familiar with the way. Seeing the team starting to move, he waved his hand and said, "Let's follow suit and get ready to depart." All right, Fang Heng nodded and followed the Federation team, led by Zhang Yuping, towards the interior of the ice prison. At the start, the passage was narrow, and a large number of merchants and teams kept pouring in after the metal gates, creating a bit of a crowded situation. Fang Heng's team followed towards the rear of the main force, not encountering any undead creatures within the ice prison so far. Soon, forked paths appeared ahead, and the team began to thin out. After advancing along a certain route, Eliza and Wendy caught up with Fang Heng.